Chen Nan found himself transported to the Marvel Universe, with a tumultuous backdrop of World War II unfolded, and he inexplicably awoke within the confines of concentration camp, awakening a remarkable ability akin to a lucky draw. All of this is mine, pathetically weak, utterly feeble, until the silhouette of a boy emerged, a blinding golden light illuminating a few grand words. Magnetic field control. This is the tale of a man in the Marvel Universe, gathering countless superpowers while eschewing beef. Chapter 1. Amidst the frigid iron bars, dim lighting, and a stench that assaulted the senses, Chen Nan awakened in this hellish scenario. Damn, what the hell is this place? He spat, attempting to dispel the nauseating odor. Fragments of memories from before his unconsciousness surged back as he replayed the events of Avengers Endgame, remembering Tony Stark's heroic sacrifice and feeling an unexpected emptiness within a decade of Marvel's intricate storytelling, and now the heroes had met their demise. Especially Tony, a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Except for that unfortunate incident with Ultron, he had indeed given his all. What a pity that Thanos was illiterate, oblivious to the concept of sustainability. Chen Nan mused bitterly. Perhaps for us cattle, the only fairness lies in Thanos' snap. Equality for all, a painless exit. Sigh. I'm thinking too far ahead. In truth, what lingered most vividly in his mind was that damned pop-up. Just as he was reflecting, a dazzling icon burst forth on his computer screen. Would you like to experience a rag-storage story like Azu, without eating beef? Damn, another trashy game pop-up. Chen Nan scoffed at such glitches, his finger disdainfully targeting the refusal button X with precision. Then, regret washed over him in that instant. A black hole appeared on the screen, and he found himself utterly powerless. Before his consciousness faded, he roared deep within his soul. This game is truly a scam. Damn. When he awoke again, it was with a thud as he landed in an unfamiliar wilderness, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head. When he opened his eyes once more, he had become a guest in this 5-star Iron Bar tier experience hall. Such terrible luck. Chen Nan lamented inwardly. This place reeked of filth, despair, and a chilling atmosphere, reminiscent of a biohazard zone. Surrounded by gaunt, hollow-eyed foreigners, each appearing worse off than refugees, shivering in the cold rain, he dared not make a sound, fearful of attracting attention. Coupled with that wretched pop-up, he had all but confirmed. He had indeed been democratically transported by that game, landing in the Marvel Universe with a difficulty level. Was set to hell. This cursed place, it feels less like a labor camp and more like a prisoner of war camp, or worse. Chen Nan worriedly mused, observing the armed soldiers passing by, a chill creeping up from his toes to the crown of his head. Ding! A voice both familiar and ethereal resonated within his mind. External assistance. Chen Nan jolted, nearly leaping off the ground had he not been hindered by the railing. Without any special abilities, survival in this cursed place would be impossible beyond the 3rd episode. The mere barrier of language could cost him his life. Yin, oh no, how could I survive without you? Before him, a virtual interface materialized, displaying an array of white card options. Proficiency in German. Proficiency in English. Proficiency in Russian. Manual. For postpartum care of cows. Basics of marksmanship. Etiquette expertise. Fundamentals of commerce. Such a diverse selection. Chen Nan refrained from making a hasty choice. What if he could only select one? He was a prudent, unlucky person. Indeed, a system prompt emerged. Prompt. The host can draw 3 times daily. Card levels. White, green, purple, pink, orange, gold, primordial. Reward types. Abilities, physique, skills, items, equipment, knowledge, etc. The closer the host is to the target, the faster and higher the probability of drawing. If the target is over 5 meters away, drawing is not possible. How is distance measured? GPS positioning or Bluetooth sensing? Chen Nan could not help but inquire. Experience it yourself. All right, you're impressive. Chen Nan rolled his eyes, suddenly struck by a crucial question. But what if I draw a mutant's ability? Is there a cap on the upper limit? For instance, what if I draw a feeble power that merely makes a light bulb flicker? In light of the host's reasonable concerns, the system has specially endowed an amplification enhancement mechanism. Each amplification enhancement. Level 1, upper limit 10. Chen Nan. He envisioned a familiar abyss. Is there also a touching success rate? For example, 22. Congratulations to the host for mastering the art of quick responses. Each enhancement has a fixed success rate of 22. Each enhancement requires the consumption of a white card. The host is advised to be cautious with expenditure, for luck cannot alter fate. Chen Nan. Excellent. This was precisely the flavor he relished. Even a penguin would have to offer a cigarette and call him Big Brother. This wretched system must have undergone profound training at a tech giant. Even Kelly would have to acknowledge him as her junior. Chen Nan cursed under his breath. Just wait. Once I gather enough bricks, they'll exploit you to the fullest. The immediate concern was communication. He resolutely directed his thoughts towards proficiency in English. In the Marvel Universe, English was the universal currency, even more so than the common tongue of the cosmos. His peak English capabilities, honed post-examinations, had long since faded, with reliance on past glories for his scores. The drawing process was as smooth as a Dove chocolate melting in a moment. Instantaneous and effortless, a warm current surged into his mind, and a wealth of vocabulary and grammar became instantly clear. The system's might invigorated Chen Nan, survive, and thrive. The first step was to escape this wretched place. Amidst the toil of labor, he engaged in brief exchanges with those nearby, his heart plummeting to the depths of the Mariana Trench. This place is indeed a concentration camp Nazi in nature. Each day unfolds in a manner unworthy of human existence, with death lurking ominously in the shadows. Just moments ago, a relatively attractive woman was brutally dragged away by soldiers, and the outcome is all too predictable. The people surrounding her remain numb, despairing, and indifferent. Not even a flicker of their eyelids betrays their apathy. As the day dragged on, akin to the Sisyphean task of pushing a boulder, he finally awaited the meager slop that passed for nourishment. Chen Nan mechanically shuffled his feet while furtively scanning the crowd, hoping to discover a mutant anyone capable of igniting a flicker of flame would suffice. Regrettably, the results of his search revealed nothing but a congregation of ineffectual individuals, Jews who were even more feeble than himself. The Soul Strong label was affixed to the soldiers standing atop the platform, guns in hand. Forget it. I must not squander this opportunity, Chen Nan mused, fixing his gaze upon the most robust-looking guard. It's you. It'll take a vitality card. It's surely better than my own pathetic state. He concentrated his thoughts and locked onto his target. Exceptional Soldier Physikia, white card acquired. A warm current surged through his body, his muscles slightly swelling, and an unmistakable boost in strength and endurance coursed through him. Chen Nan was nearly moved to tears. This sensation, it was akin to transitioning from a mere 3-second man to suddenly consuming a comprehensive restorative elixir, brimming with confidence to endure a battle for 20 minutes. He was on the verge of performing celebratory push-ups when, just as he prepared to draw another white card, the chilling sound of anguished cries erupted from the cold iron gates of the camp. The crowd stirred as they beheld a mother and child being violently torn apart by soldiers. The mother clung desperately to her child, whose cries were so intense it seemed he might suffocate. The soldier impatiently cocked his weapon, the sharp click resounding with ominous intent. The bystanders remained apathetic, as if they had long since acclimatized to the daily spectacle of heart-wrenching separation. Chen Nan instinctively shook his head in dismay, ready to resume his monetary investment endeavor. However, as his gaze fell upon the heartbroken little boy, a string in his mind seemed to snap with a resonant twang. Wait a moment, this scene, this golden-haired little boy, this desperate wail, the forcibly separated mother and child. Good grief. Is that little Magneto? Chen Nan's pupils dilated, his heart racing. He abruptly lowered his head, feigning work, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on the boy, Eric Linshare. Indeed, when the soldier ultimately yanked Eric away from his mother's embrace, dragging him in a different direction, an explosive fury and despair erupted within the boy, akin to a volcanic eruption. His youthful face contorted, emitting a primal roar from his throat, causing the surrounding metal bars, the soldier's belt buckle, and even the iron shavings on the ground to vibrate with a faint yet distinct hum. He had awakened the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Meanwhile, within Chen Nan's line of sight, a golden card radiating a dazzling brilliance slowly materialized. Magnetic field manipulation. Chapter 2. Oh wow. A few grand characters glimmered brightly. Chen Nan's eyes nearly blinded by the spectacle before him. A virtual card radiating with the molten gold-like brilliance hovered in his vision, emanating an indescribable glow. The electromagnetic force. One of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Truly, a golden legend. His inner self danced with unrestrained joy. If only he could draw such a card in a game, it would surely be the talk of the forum for an entire year. He couldn't help but fantasize. What if it were the Phoenix's power? Just the thought of that apocalyptic scarlet flame sent adrenaline racing through his veins. How exhilarating would that be? Perhaps he would ascend into the sky, spiraling upwards. This dazzling prize was none other than the future manifestation of the frail figure in the muddy pit. A boy consumed by despair, Eric Lancelot. Moments ago, he had witnessed his loved ones being threatened, and an intense fury surged through him, piercing his fragile exterior like a high-voltage current. He erupted. An invisible force surged forth, as if a giant's hand had tightly grasped the iron implements of the entire concentration camp. The bars twisted and groaned, iron barrels shot forth like cannonballs, and soldiers lost their weapons in a bizarre and terrifying manner. This sudden supernatural power fell upon the chaotic scene like a bucket of cold water, freezing all commotion in an instant. Eyes filled with fear, numbness, or astonishment were fixated on the trembling little figure in the mud. Above them was the Black King, Sebastian Shaw. This mutant, hidden beneath the guise of a Nazi officer, no longer bore the habitual amusement and control in his deep, abyss-like eyes. Instead, they flickered with genuine astonishment, soon replaced by a treasure-like greed. He stroked his chin with interest, his gaze locking onto Eric in the mire like a precise probe. A kindred spirit, a raw gem of immense potential yet to be polished. He had found it. At this moment, Chen Nan's heart still raced from the recent metallic storm. But he forced himself to observe cautiously, like the numbed cattle around him. He blended into the crowd within this death factory known as Auschwitz, where human lives were worth less than grass. They fed on scraps fit only for swine, crammed into filthy pens, each breath tainted with rust and despair. He knew that when the sun rose tomorrow, the Black King would undoubtedly summon Eric, using the most brutal methods to compel the boy to reveal that devastating power once more, akin to a tamer whipping a wild beast. Survive. Escape. This thought seared into Chen Nan's heart like a branding iron, and the only glimmer of hope lay in the system and the cards he could draw. The system. Draw cards. Let it be the mastery of the magnetic field. He screamed silently in his mind, clutching at a lifeline. Ding. The target, Eric Lanshier, possesses the core ability of magnetic field manipulation, initial awakening, rated golden. A gentle reminder. Extraction requires 24 hours. Success rate, 22. It is suggested to move closer. What a disappointment. Chen Nan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, internally lamenting the absurdity of it all. 24 hours? 22? Is this some sort of jest? Though he grumbled inwardly, his body remained honest, cautiously inching like a wary gecko through the crowd towards Eric's direction. Ding. Distance to target, 5 meters. Extraction time reduced to 22 hours. Success rate increased to 32. Oh, a pleasant surprise? Chen Nan's eyes lit up. Although the extent of the surprise was minimal, it was sufficient to prove that the system's advice was not entirely nonsensical. He contained his excitement, deciding to wait for the cover of nightfall. Time passed slowly under the weight of oppression, and finally, the whistle signaling a break sounded, not out of mercy, but merely to allow the cattle to toil a few days longer. The prisoners, dragging their leaden legs, flowed like phantoms into the fetid barracks, instantly cramming the small space like sardines in a tin. Chen Nan, like a slippery loach, deftly maneuvered to the corner where Eric was huddled, the darkness serving as the perfect concealment. Hey, buddy, he greeted in a deliberately lowered, slightly weary voice. I'm Luke. What about you? Luke, Eric echoed, the name rolling off his tongue with an air of familiarity in the shadows. His body shifted almost imperceptibly. After a long pause, a voice, dry and filled with confusion and fear, finally emerged. Eric. Upon answering, he reverted to the silent silhouette, stubbornly gazing at the small iron window, through which a fragmented starry sky, cut apart by barbed wire, was visible. Freedom? That was merely an unattainable, cold mirage. At this moment, he was still separated from the future, storm-bringing Magneto by countless nights steeped in despair. Chen Nan glanced down at the virtual interface in his mind. Distance to target, 0. 2 meters, shoulder to shoulder. Extraction time, 1 hour. Success rate, 75. Yes, he gestured victoriously in his mind. To endure these critical 60 minutes. Chen Nan initiated a conversation with Eric, speaking in a light tone. The boy remained mostly silent, occasionally responding with a word or two in a mechanical manner, while more often, his body trembled uncontrollably, an embodiment of deep-seated fear and confusion. Are you afraid? Chen Nan asked, feigning ignorance, his voice barely above a whisper. Me? Eric's voice emerged from the depths, carrying an empty indifference. He suddenly lowered his head, burying his face deep between his knees, as if seeking a semblance of warmth from the illusion, isolating himself from the world's frigid indifference. Eric's shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably, suppressed sobs rolling in his throat, ultimately transforming into whispers of despair. They have slain my father, my uncles, and aunts, leaving only my mother. They capture Jews like one would catch mice. Work, incessantly toil, until one collapses or is shot dead. I do not know what has become of my mother. I am so frightened, terrified of never seeing her again. So afraid that she too. His subsequent words were swallowed by a choked gasp. He was merely a child thrust into a nightmare. Chen Nan sighed inwardly, gently patting the boy's frail shoulder, and spoke softly. Hold on, Eric, survive. We will surely escape this wretched place. These words were directed not only at Eric, but also at himself. Just as he finished speaking, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Golden ability card, magnetic field control, beginner, successfully extracted. Would you like to merge immediately? Merge. Chen Nan did not hesitate. Power. What he needed most at that moment was strength. An extra ounce of power could mean a greater possibility of prying open the gates of hell. A suppressed groan lodged in his throat, as though someone had thrust a searing iron directly into his skull and was now stirring it madly. It felt akin to an electromagnetic pulse bomb detonating in his mind, a violent, tearing pain instantaneously sweeping through every nerve. His body became entirely ungovernable, akin to a zombie, crashing straight towards the cold, hard concrete floor. Thud! A dull sound echoed as his head struck the ground, instantly swelling into a large bump. Following this, his blood felt as though it was boiling, his skin ablaze as if one could fry an egg upon it. Beads of sweat cascading down and rapidly soaking his thin prison garb. The surrounding prisoners merely cast a numb glance, devoid of any interest in discussion. In this hellish realm, fainting, burning with fever, or dying silently is more commonplace than eating or drinking. A fallen beast? Merely a reduction in the tally of rations for tomorrow. Compassion? That is rarer than gold here. Luke? Luke, wake up. Please wake up. Eric's voice carried a hint of urgency as he fervently shook Chen Nan's burning body. The only person he had just met who had shown him a sliver of kindness. Was he to vanish like the others? Don't bother, a hoarse voice interjected coldly. Imbued with the fatigue of having seen life and death, unless you can conjure some antipyretic, it's up to him whether his life is resilient enough. Antipyretics? Those are meant for humans, not for us beasts. Medicine? Where could one find such a thing? Desperately grasping at a thread of hope, Eric inquired eagerly. Huh. The only response was a mocking scoff, piercing his heart like a dagger. Indeed, what are they? Not even worthy of comparison to livestock. Despair surged like a frigid tide, engulfing Eric in an instant. He could only grasp Chen Nan's hand tightly, futilely praying for a miraculous intervention that seemed ethereal. Time crawled agonizingly, each second laden with suffering and supplication, until, 2.5 hours later, the searing corpse on the ground finally convulsed. With a pained groan, Chen Nan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air. The sensation was akin to emerging from a pool of molten lava, only to be cast into an icy abyss. Yet, almost immediately, an unprecedented and wondrous sense of control awakened deep within his soul. Ding! Magnetic field control, beginner, successfully integrated. Luke, you're awake. How wonderful. Thank God. Eric's voice brimmed with the exhilaration of a narrow escape. Hush! Chen Nan, disregarding the need for explanation, immediately gestured for silence. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, radiating a newfound sharpness and intense excitement. He concentrated, directing his thoughts toward the corner of the barracks, specifically the dilapidated window reinforced with barbed wire. Then, under Eric's wide-eyed gaze, which seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets, a spine-chilling creak echoed as the cold, resilient wire twisted and contorted as if shaped by invisible hands, morphing into a rather irregular helix. Chen Nan exhaled a long breath, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. He flashed a remarkably genuine smile at the astounded Eric. It feels a bit unfamiliar, yet quite delightful. Eric's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he pointed at the twisted wire, then at Chen Nan, his mouth opening and closing several times before he managed to utter a dazed inquiry. How did you do this? Incredible, I assent it. Chen Nan lowered his voice, a hint of triumphant pride in his smile. This is what lies hidden within us, not just us, Eric. Many individuals harbor something, astonishing within their being, merely awaiting a key to unlock it. Everyone, all of them. Eric's voice suddenly rose in pitch, then quickly subdued as he realized his mistake, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented, almost fervent light. Can I possess such power as you do? The allure of power was akin to the most exquisite poison, especially for him, trapped in despair and yearning to save his mother. If it could save my mother, if it could free me from this hell, I would do anything. Chen Nan observed the burning desire in his eyes, but could only shake his head in resignation. Where's the key? To be honest, I do not know. I'm rather clueless about such matters. He watched as Eric's expression dimmed, then added, perhaps it lies in extreme emotions? Anger? Fear? Intense longing? Or perhaps in profound focus? He fished out a rusted piece of thin iron he had surreptitiously picked up from his pocket and placed it into Eric's eager palm. Each individual discovers their key in a distinct manner. Holding it, one tries to sense and contemplate the thought that if the desire to rescue one's mother is fervent enough to ignite one's very soul, perhaps the door shall unlock. Eric grasped the cold iron piece tightly, as if it were a rare treasure. Immediately closing his eyes, furrowing his brow, his muscles taut, as if he were engaged in a silent struggle of will with the iron in his hand. Moments trickled by. Sweat beads forming on the tip of his nose, his cheeks flushed with exertion, yet the iron piece remained unyielding. Chen Nan observed his gritted teeth in silent disdain. It seemed that mere thought was insufficient. Must one truly invoke the level of parental sacrifice to elicit a response from the universe? Outside, the leaden sky maintained its somber demeanor, and the cold raindrops incessantly fell, each drop resonating like a heartbeat. The following morning, a resounding crash. Bang! Bang! The violent pounding on the door and the soldiers' ferocious shouts shattered the quiet of dawn. Get out, you swine. Time to work. Hurry, hurry. The dazed crowd, like a herd of sheep driven forth, moved silently and swiftly towards the entrance. Several Nazi soldiers, akin to ravenous wolves, scanned each passing prisoner with piercing gazes, as if searching for something elusive. Suddenly, the lead officer's hawk-like eyes locked onto a cowering figure, Eric. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he pointed a finger. You. Come here. Me? Eric's face drained of color, his body stiffening like a stone. There was no need for explanation or inquiry. The soldiers beside him lunged forward like tigers, roughly seizing the frail Eric and dragging him out as though he were a sack of refuse. A wave of immense terror instantly engulfed the boy. An instinct for survival compelled him to cry out in desperation, Luke, help me. Chapter 3. In a flash, Chen Nan's mind raced. Having only recently begun to grasp the intricacies of the magnetic field, with limited range and poor precision, confronting this armed group of soldiers would be tantamount to suicide. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the most perilous of places, Black King Sebastian Shaw. It was only by leveraging his resources and power that a chance could be seized. A gamble. Wait. All eyes, including those of the fierce soldiers, turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice. You lowly Chinese laborer. Chen Nan parted the crowd, locking eyes with the commanding officer, and calmly stated, Stop your fruitless search. Take me to see Mr. Sebastian Shaw. He seeks more than just one kindred spirit. He gestured towards the bewildered Eric, a faint smile playing on his lips, and then pointed to himself. So do I. Is there truly anyone unafraid of death? At this moment, the air seemed to congeal. The soldiers exchanged glances, while the officer squinted, his keen gaze roving over Chen Nan, as if appraising the authenticity of this unexpected peer. Is he a madman or merely insane? Chen Nan was acutely aware that he was gambling, cognizant that the next layer of hell had swung open its gates before him. And his stakes were undeniably advantageous. The Black King sat regally in his expansive office, a testament to his wealth and taste. He resembled a professor returning from an academic conference, his large glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, his hair meticulously arranged. Yet beneath this sophisticated facade lurked a mutant ability potent enough to instill terror across the globe, coupled with a deeply ingrained ruthlessness and boundless ambition. He scrutinized the uninvited young man before him, Chen Nan, with keen interest. Energy absorption, quality, golden. Only Chen Nan could perceive a dazzling virtual card radiating golden brilliance. Suspended before him, it represented Zhao's core ability, a terrifying force he had developed over more than a decade. Chen Nan's heart raced uncontrollably, as though he were gazing at a mountain of gold before him. A peerless beauty danced before him, tantalizingly veiled, and yet he was told he could only gaze, not even allowed to touch. This was more painful than death. Chen Nan raged silently at the system. The prolonged extraction time, compounded by a pitiful 25 success rate, seemed to mock his powerlessness. System, can you provide an explanation? Is this reasonable? Chen Nan lamented. The target's energy absorption capability, owing to prolonged development and practical application, has far surpassed its initial state in both energy level and complexity. Thus, the difficulty of extraction has naturally increased. It is not weakness, but an overwhelming strength. While this was logically sound, it only deepened Chen Nan's frustration. He sighed silently, feeling as though the golden mountain had receded further from his grasp. It was the Black King who broke the silence, leaning slightly forward, his hands crossed atop the polished desk. His gaze behind the lenses sharp as a hawk's. Who are you? What do you seek from me? His tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Cooperation. Chen Nan replied succinctly, maintaining an outward calm. He understood that in the presence of such a cunning fox, any hint of anxiety could be magnified infinitely. Cooperation? The Black King's brow subtly arched, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, the audacity. It had been years since anyone had dared to confront him with such composure. He could count them on one hand. What do you propose to collaborate on? Chen Nan met his gaze unwaveringly, speaking with calm conviction. I can locate mutants. The pure gold fountain pen that the black-clad man toyed with gently fell onto the tabletop, producing a crisp sound. The relaxed expression on his face instantly faded, replaced by a cold scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible skepticism. How will you prove it? Zhao's voice descended into a low murmur, evidently suppressing his excitement. How I accomplish it is of no concern to you. Chen Nan deftly redirected the conversation, casting out a tempting bait. However, I can assist you in locating the individuals you seek, mutants. What do you say to this collaboration? The pupils of the Black King constricted slightly. The search for mutants was the crux of his current strategy and the foundational framework for the future of the Hellfire Club. He had invested countless efforts and resources, yet had achieved nothing. He remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on the cover of a hefty, ancient tome on the table, seemingly weighing the pros and cons rapidly. Ultimately, he raised his head. I require proof. Is he not? Chen Nan casually gestured towards Eric, who huddled in the corner, and of course, there Esme. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually pointed at the tabletop. The gold pen that had just been set down by the Black King seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, elegantly levitating half a foot above the surface, gracefully rotating and tracing beautiful arcs as if infused with life. The Black King abruptly stood, his formidable presence enveloping the room. His gaze intense. What manner of collaboration do you envision? I demand the second chair, Chen Nan stated without hesitation, presenting this audacious ultimatum. The Black King erupted with an overwhelming aura, the temperature in the office seemingly plummeting several degrees. He fixed a penetrating stare upon Chen Nan, a gaze potent enough to instill fear in an ordinary person. Yet, this suffocating pressure lasted no more than 3 seconds before the frost on the Black King's face suddenly melted, erupting into a low, slightly appreciative laughter. Ha, good. You have audacity. I admire bold young men. I can agree, but there is a condition. You must locate at least 2 mutants to join us within a year. Agreed. Chen Nan extended his hand to a fruitful collaboration. The Black King reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly under the bright lights. Xiao smirked inwardly. Young man, your appetite is considerable, but you are too inexperienced. When it comes to schemes and stratagems, you are far from adept. A year's time? Ample for my people to uncover your secrets, to discern what you truly possess. Even if you manage to find mutants, ultimately, everything will still belong to me. He possessed absolute confidence in his abilities, having established himself in an invincible position. At that moment, both men harbored ulterior motives, yet their outward demeanor remained congenial. The old fox calculated more astutely than anyone else. Yet alas, no matter how resounding your calculations may be, they cannot shield you from an overwhelming descent. The Black King released his grip, donning a merchant's warm smile, as if the earlier tension had never transpired. Since we are collaborating, feel free to express your desires, whether they be monetary or otherwise. As he spoke, he gently clapped his hands, the crisp sound reverberating through the spacious office, as the heavy oak door swung open silently. A figure emerged, seemingly stepping out from the most enchanting of dreams, instantly capturing Chen Nan's attention. The woman approaching exuded an aura of primal desire. Her chestnut curls cascaded freely. Her cat-like eyes narrowed with a bewitching glimmer, and her rose-tinted lips parted as if to whisper hidden temptations. Clad in a form-fitting military dress that accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous hips, each step she took radiated a lethal elegance, embodying all sensuality as if she had emerged directly from the depths of desire. Chen Nan had never encountered such a captivating beauty in his life. Even the young Eric found himself transfixed, his eyes glued to the enchanting newcomer, utterly forgetting his fears. The Black King was quite pleased with Chen Nan's momentary distraction, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He proclaimed, "What do you think? She will assist you in your work and attend to your every need. Are you satisfied?" He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words, the implication unmistakable. Marilyn was a prized asset, selected from thousands of orphans and trained by the finest female operatives. Marilyn inclined her head slightly and bestowed upon Chen Nan a smile capable of melting the iciest of hearts, her captivating eyes winking at him with a hint of electric allure. She then gracefully retreated, her long, shapely legs encased in military fabric swaying with each step. What a steal! Chen Nan chuckled to himself, relishing the prospect of free indulgence. A sugar-coated shell? I shall savor it thoroughly, he mused. In response to the Black King's probing inquiries regarding his background and abilities, Chen Nan attributed them to Eastern mysticism. As anticipated, the Black King, realizing he could glean no substantial information for the moment, kindly waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to ensure Chen Nan had ample opportunity to rest. He plotted in his mind, young people, full of vigor, when faced with a beauty like Marilyn, they are bound to lower their guard and become loose-lipped after a time in the lap of luxury. Intelligence work, after all, demands patience and finesse. He could afford to wait, whether it took 3 years, 5, or even a decade. With the privileges afforded to him by the Black King, Chen Nan could navigate the confines of the camp with ease. Unfortunately, aside from the Black King and Eric, he had not discovered a third hidden mutant. Alas, it appeared that the rare elite monsters in the European realm did not refresh frequently, he thought with a tinge of regret. He decisively utilized his remaining 2 card-drawing opportunities for the day. Excellent soldier physique, too. I feel as though I could fell a dog with a single punch. Chen Nan tightened his fist, reveling in the surge of power within him. I suppose I am now on the verge of becoming a formidable force akin to Captain America, he mused. As he reveled in his newfound sense of power, a gentle and rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Chen Nan, assuming someone sought his attention, approached and opened the door. To his astonishment, standing outside was the very embodiment of desire, Marilyn. Chapter 4. She had exchanged her military attire for a daringly cut, deep-necked silk robe, her chestnut curls cascading loosely, exuding an air of languid charm. Leaning against the doorframe, her gaze was dreamy, red lips slightly parted, as she held a tray bearing a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant goblets. Mr. Chen, her voice, languorous and husky, caressed his senses like a feather brushing against the heart. It's a long night. I've brought you some soothing wine. Her eyes, almost tangible, roamed over Chen Nan with unabashed seduction. Yet, amidst the depths of her alluring gaze, he detected a faint, almost imperceptible hint of disdain and scrutiny. Had it been the former Chen Nan, he might have been entranced by her exquisite beauty, oblivious to this subtle anomaly. But in this moment, Marilyn's self-assured facade appeared as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. Very well, Chen Nan replied with a slight smile. However, in the next instant, before Marilyn could react, he sprang into action. With a classic princess carry, he hoisted her onto his broad, sturdy shoulder as though she were a mere sack of flour, despite her startled exclamation. For such a proud little mare, a firm hand was necessary. A thorough reprimand would surely tame her spirit. Ah, Marilyn gasped in surprise. Shoo. Chen Nan paid no mind to her struggles or screams, delivering a playful yet firm pat on her remarkably pert dairy, producing a crisp sound. This unexpected gesture caused her to freeze, her indignation overtaking her initial shock, her movements ceasing. Quiet down, woman, he commanded, striding into the room with an air of undeniable authority. Wasn't Xiao tasked with looking after me? Then let us start with obedience. He deftly kicked the door shut, sealing off the outside world with a resounding thud. Bearing this enchanting creature, Chen Nan made his way toward the impressively spacious bed. Marilyn writhed futilely on his shoulder, her luxurious silk robe slipping to reveal large swathes of alabaster skin, further enhancing her disheveled allure. A genuine sense of unease began to seep into her heart. Unfazed, Chen Nan pressed his weight against her, leaning in closer. Marilyn, resigned and filled with indignation, closed her eyes, bracing for her impending fate. Yet, unexpectedly, the anticipated rough treatment did not occur. Instead, she felt a gentle breath near her ear, causing her to tremble involuntarily. As she was about to express her arrival, Chen Nan's voice, lowered and composed, interrupted her. Cooperate with me. At least you are serving only me. If you fail to comply, once I have utilized you, I shall discard you, and you will be offered to another old man as a mere bargaining chip by Sebastian. Surely, you do not wish to become one of those wretched women in the camp, catering to countless men. Marilyn was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on Chen Nan, as she had never considered this possibility, as if struck dumb. Hush. Chen Nan gently cautioned her against overreacting. Marilyn understood his implication. There were undoubtedly listening devices nearby. She quickly composed herself, glaring at him in indignation. Whether or not there were surveillance devices, Chen Nan could easily surmise, even without employing a magnetic field probe. You should be well aware of your choices. Serve me diligently, and you shall not be wronged. Otherwise, it shall be as I mentioned, he threatened, fixing his gaze on her exquisite visage, before gesturing subtly towards a firearm not far away. A chilling creak resonated through the air, causing Marilyn's eyes to widen in disbelief as she looked at Chen Nan. The weapon was forged from alloy steel, not mere paper or flimsy material. She rubbed her eyes vigorously to confirm her perception. How did you do that? A sorcerer from Tokyo University? She inquired, her mouth covered in astonishment. He simply shook his head slightly. I can manipulate any metal, but not solely metal. It is merely that the magnetic field of metals is particularly strong. Control over metal? Marilyn was profoundly shaken. In a world embroiled in chaos, if he could indeed command metal, was he not akin to a deity? The magnitude of his power was unfathomable. Could he not easily sway the fates of nations, including the formidable Germany? Well, how do you feel? You are an astute individual and should grasp the implications. What will be your decision? Chen Nan teased, his gaze fixed on her. To him, enticing a woman was merely an experiment. What faith could these agents possibly hold? As undercover spies, they all placed their bets in multiple arenas. She could betray the Black King just as easily as she could betray herself. It would not be long before she sought Charles, extracting his telepathic abilities for direct mental control. However, before undertaking such a venture, he needed to locate someone immune to mental domination. Otherwise, approaching Charles would be perilous. If such an individual could not be found, he would have to wait for the Black King to create a helmet that could shield him from telepathic influences. Who knew how the Black King had acquired that helmet? That was a conversation for another day. For now, he could not risk proximity to Charles. Cursed be it, the unguarded nature of telepathy is truly formidable. No wonder the majority harbor disdain and wariness towards Charles. But I digress. Does Marilyn harbor hatred for this world? She is aware of her own animosity. Yet, in these chaotic times, who can live according to their own desires? She, too, is merely an ant swept along by the currents of history. After weighing the pros and cons, Marilyn resolved to choose me, Chen Nan. Have you truly decided? Chen Nan chuckled lightly. I have indeed decided. I will follow you. At the very least, you do not appear to be excessively unscrupulous, and your strength is formidable, Marilyn stated earnestly. Congratulations on making the right choice. However, to portray your role effectively, you must commit to it fully. Therefore, I shall begin now. Wait. Marilyn's expression tightened with anxiety, but at this moment, she was no longer in a position to make any decisions. Chen Nan had already commenced. An hour and a half later, Marilyn fully paid the price for her thoughts. Damn it, those beasts. In the following days, Chen Nan showed no urgency in seeking out mutants, apart from the occasional foray beyond his doorstep. He was wholly absorbed in diligent labor. One must sharpen their tools to do good work. How can one muster the strength to toil without being well fed? He had yet to find the opportunity to extract the golden energy absorption card from the Black King, which tantalized him endlessly. That day, the Black King could no longer endure. It is indeed true that a gentle abode can be a hero's grave. He directly approached Chen Nan, saying, My dear, though beauty is rare, we cannot become so enamored with it. We have serious matters to attend to. The Black King urged helplessly. Such youthful vigor. I fear you might perish in the embrace of a woman's tenderness. Should you fall, I would surely suffer. Very well, I shall set out tomorrow. But I have my own pace. Do not rush me or disrupt my rhythm, Chen Nan replied, stretching contentedly. Marilyn, truly an unparalleled beauty. If she continued to absorb the cards of exceptional soldiers in the coming days, it would indeed be unbearable. No wonder emperors have historically met with untimely ends. Who can resist the allure of 3,000 beauties in the harem? Even Ultraman would trigger a warning light. The Black King was not genuinely collaborative. This cunning and treacherous individual was merely biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate Chen Nan. And Chen Nan, too, was no saint. We both knew the unspoken truth, each harboring ulterior motives. The Black King was aware that he would not genuinely assist Chen Nan, maintaining a facade of harmony. Both Chen Nan and the Black King intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate one another, each aspiring to claim dominion over the flames of hell. With Chen Nan's affirmative response, the Black King felt a sense of relief, having achieved his objective. Beast, are you not supposed to be out searching for your kind? The following day, Chen Nan had just turned away from Marilyn when he heard her grumbling with a toothy grimace. He smiled faintly, savoring the moment as he embraced her delicate, snow-like form, and said, Let's tidy up and be on our way. After indulging in their intimacy for a while, Chen Nan finally rose. He sought out Eric, who entrusted him with several coins, advising him to make good use of this time to hone his mutant abilities. At this moment, the little mustachioed man was already showing signs of defeat, ensnared in the quagmire of the bear's war and unable to escape. In the film, Eric wielded his magnetic powers to eliminate the guards, creating chaos and facilitating an escape for a group of people. The Black King, unconcerned with finances, hastily provided substantial funds upon hearing that Chen Nan was to seek out mutants. His primary target was Wolverine or Captain America, who knew where Wolverine might be wandering at this time. It was essential to note that Wolverine's regenerative abilities were the very power he yearned for above all else, nearly akin to immortality. The world was perilous. Yet as long as he remained alive, invincibility would eventually be his. Although unaware of Wolverine's or Sabretooth's whereabouts, he certainly knew where Captain America could be found. So he would make do with him. Chapter 5. The U.S. Army Training Base. Hey, have you heard? The 107th Regiment has produced a monster. His sniper rifle never misses. Melchi whispered conspiratorially, a mysterious look on his face. Come on, Melchi, scoffed a nearby soldier, a 100 hit rate? That only exists in movies. Have you been duped by recruitment posters? Nonsense. This is what everyone in the 107th has witnessed with their own eyes. How could it be false? Melchi insisted, growing agitated. He single-handedly took down 30 German officers, sending those cowards retreating a full 60 kilometers. Is that really true? Do you have any photos? Another soldier inquired. Here. It was published in the newspaper. Melchi proudly unfolded the paper. Oh my, he's Asian? A soldier named Tom exclaimed, his tone laced with disdain. From an agricultural country? Shut your mouth, Tom. Melchi snapped. Do you want to be reprimanded? Racially discriminatory remarks are prohibited in the barracks. Tom shrugged dismissively. So what if he's a yellow-skinned monkey? Aren't their countries dependent on our support? All right, Tom, if you have the guts, go find him on the front lines for a one-on-one. Someone nearby jeered. I'm just curious how he managed it, Tom retorted, somewhat deflated, shifting the topic. But those Germans are in for it now, haha. The discussion continued to intensify. After leaving the Auschwitz concentration camp, Chen Nan headed straight for the 107th Infantry Regiment, destined for service by Steve Rogers. Unfortunately, at this moment, Steve was still a frail figure, easily toppled by a gust of wind, far from his moment of glory. Chen Nan could only seek amusement on his own for the time being. This is infinitely more exhilarating than traversing the battlefield in a video game. Once a master sniper within the confines of the game, the visceral shock of a headshot in real combat is an entirely different affair. Witnessing a head explode within the crosshairs for the first time, he retched uncontrollably while threatening to escape. As a mere rookie, none could mock one another. Even a psychologist was dispatched to provide him counsel after 1, 2, or even 10 harrowing encounters. Yet, as the killings continued, he gradually grew accustomed to it. With his astonishing marksmanship, Chen Nan's name soared to prominence like a rocket. It soon became apparent to him that the battlefield was teeming with talent. The thrill of drawing cards was utterly intoxicating. In the 107th Regiment's training camp, the diminutive Steve Rogers closely followed Agent Peggy Carter. Clad in a sleek military uniform that accentuated her long legs, she exuded an air of poise and an alluring, lethal charm. As they walked, the fervent discussions among the soldiers echoed around them, all centering on a singular name, Chen Nan. In the military, only prowess and marksmanship command respect. Carter, Steve inquired cautiously, his tone imbued with curiosity. Who is the individual they are all discussing? At that moment, Peggy's emotions were a tangled web. She had accompanied Steve because Dr. Erskine, the scientist poised to alter Steve's destiny, had defied the odds and selected this seemingly fragile young man. Chen Nan, Peggy replied, her voice unwittingly imbued with warmth as a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. The legend of the 107th Regiment, the harbinger of death on the battlefield. The idol of every soldier. She paused, seemingly lost in the recollection of astonishing battle reports. Initially, his Asian heritage had garnered skepticism, yet within a month, he transformed into the most dazzling meteor of the North African battlefield. Alone, he infiltrated the German command and executed their major general with a single shot. The Germans, in a frenzy, dispatched over 100 of their finest special forces to hunt him down. Incredibly, Peggy recounted, her voice tinged with disbelief. Not only did Chen Nan escape, but he also dispatched over 50 special forces operatives, including their ace sniper. What was his name? Matthias. Just from Peggy's description, Steve felt his blood surge with excitement, as if he had witnessed the heart-stopping scene firsthand. What immense strength must he possess to single-handedly alter the course of battle? Steve mused, his fists tightening instinctively. Filled with yearning. Indeed, Peggy affirmed, her eyes brimming with admiration. He is so formidable that the mere utterance of his name sends shivers down the spines of our enemies. Wherever he is deployed, the Germans dare not show their faces, relying solely on drugs and alcohol to muster the courage to face him. They have laid countless traps to eliminate him, disseminated false intelligence, and set heavy ambushes, only to have him emerge unscathed. Peggy spoke eloquently, while Steve listened in astonishment. It was one miracle he could believe in, but could one rely on sheer personal capability to alter fate repeatedly? It sounded rather fantastical. Is this truly feasible? Steve couldn't help but mutter softly. The next moment, a piercing glare shot towards him. Your inability does not equate to his impossibility. Peggy shot him a disapproving look. You, a mere rookie, have yet to even experience the battlefield. What do you understand? Her disdain was unmistakable. She simply could not fathom what Dr. Erskine saw in this frail young man who could barely withstand a punch. I truly cannot comprehend Dr. Erskine's thoughts, Peggy murmured under her breath, just loud enough for Steve to hear. With so many promising candidates available, if only Chen Nan could have received that serum, she left the thought unfinished. But her meaning was crystal clear. Steve's expression darkened, his heart heavy with bitterness. Indeed, he too was at a loss. Damn the political necessities. Peggy cursed quietly, feeling a deep sense of injustice for Chen Nan. Such a powerful and perfect warrior, yet due to his origins, he was stripped of the very opportunity to compete. Those grandiloquent slogans could not mask the inherent filth beneath. Meanwhile, Colonel Phillips was suffering a headache as he looked at Dr. Erskine. Erskine, you cannot be serious, right? You truly intend to select Rogers? Phillips's tone was filled with disbelief. Not merely serious, Phillips. He is the only option besides Chen Nan, Erskine replied with unwavering conviction. Phillips rubbed his temples vigorously. When you brought this 90-pound sickly cat into the base, I kept silent, thinking perhaps you intended to use him as a control group. But I never imagined. As the two approached the training ground, Phillips observed the scrawny figure of Steve, who stood out awkwardly among a group of burly men. His movements clumsy. He shook his head repeatedly. His arms, I feel a mere needle could pierce right through them. Look at him. He seems on the verge of tears. Yet Erskine's gaze was filled with hope. Phillips, the quality I value is not physical prowess. Do you have any idea how much effort we have invested in this project? Phillips exclaimed, somewhat agitated. I even have to humble myself before those senatorial gentlemen. I am aware, and I fully appreciate your sacrifices, Erskine reassured him. Then why not choose Hodge? He is as strong as an ox, with exceptional military qualities. He is the perfect soldier template. Phillips pointed toward a tall, robust soldier who was effortlessly completing the training. Hodge. No, Erskine decisively shook his head. He is a bully. He paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Phillips. What about Chen Nan? Is he not the most suitable candidate? Phillips was momentarily rendered speechless. Professor, are you jesting? To appoint a person of Asian descent as Captain America? The voices of the populace could drown us. Listen, Professor. Phillips sighed. Relying solely on kindness would not win this war. He resolved to shatter Erskine's delusion of Steve's benevolence. Striding towards the training ground, he abruptly opened a wooden crate filled with training grenades, seized one, pulled the pin, and hurled it with all his might towards Steve and his fellow recruits, bellowing at the same time. In an instant, chaos erupted on the training field. The robust soldiers reacted with astonishing speed, panic-stricken as they scattered in search of cover, their movements leaving only fleeting shadows. Yet, one figure remained unmoved, Steve Rogers. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged towards the hissing, lethal projectile, pressing his body against it, eyes tightly shut, bracing for the anticipated cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 6. Steve's shout shattered the training ground. Run. Grenade. Comrade Steve, valiantly remaining in place, resembled a fish out of water, floundering for an eternity. Yet where was the expected explosion and searing pain? The scene descended into an eerie silence. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately fixating on the ominously still weapon. Good grief. A false alarm. It seemed Comrade Steve had just performed a solo pantomime. Colonel Phillips, witnessing the entire spectacle, felt a slight shift in his heart at Steve's foolish kindness. However, this old proud man's demeanor remained as steadfast as the steel cables of the Brooklyn Bridge. He cleared his throat, maintaining his stern expression. A commendable display of courage, but your physical prowess, ahem, still leaves much to be desired. Dr. Erskine, standing nearby, wore a mysterious smile, as if he could see through it all. He thought to himself, so you're stubborn, are you? Well, your critique of weakness, though still lacking in comparison to your previous remarks, has now reached an epic level of concession. In the quiet of the night, Dr. Erskine approached Steve's small cot like a concerned father, sharing his heartfelt reasons for selecting this small sprout of kindness. Integrity and a heart of gold were worth 1,000 times more than mere muscle. He also alluded to the enigmatic origins of the fateful blue serum, the super soldier serum. Finally, the doctor spoke with a gravity akin to reading a will. Steve, listen. You do not need to, nor may you ever become, a perfect soldier, but remember, always, always be a good person. Just as Steve was engulfed in this soul-stirring wisdom, preparing to embrace a pivotal moment in his life, Chen Nan had silently slipped back to New York from the smoke of the European battlefield. His objective was simple and direct, the super soldier serum. As for the script orchestrated by the Red Skull to assassinate Erskine, he was well aware. Whether Erskine lived or died was of no consequence to him, as it was merely a plot device. However, that blue serum must belong to Chen. Or more precisely, in the future, there could only be one living master of the super soldier serum formula, and that would be him, Chen Nan. Erskine, the doctor? In Chen Nan's meticulously crafted blueprint, it would be best for him to remain a quiet corpse. The following morning, Agent Peggy Carter appeared with a striking presence, beckoning Steve to get into the vehicle, heading straight for the secret base. Apologies, Director Carter. The soldier driving wore a pained expression. Colonel Phillips had ordered to wait for Major Chen Nan. He is coming too? Peggy's elegance faltered momentarily, revealing a hint of excitement as she instinctively glanced at Steve beside her. Indeed, the young man's initial enthusiasm quickly waned, replaced by an air of awkwardness. His innate goodness made him feel as though he were pilfering someone else's belongings. God bless, let there be no altercation. Peggy silently crossed her fingers in her mind, knowing full well that Chen Nan might not be particularly eager to become a super soldier. Before long, Chen Nan's understated vehicle appeared. The driver, upon hearing that familiar voice, suddenly surged with adrenaline, flooring the gas pedal. How thrilling it was to escort his idol. This would be a tale worthy of recounting for generations. The car twisted and turned, eventually halting in front of an antique shop exuding an aura of rich history. Peggy thought to herself that her idol was so close. She needed to find an opportunity for a photograph. Yet her professional training urged her, Agent Carter, remain composed. The mission takes precedence. She could only transform her fervent enthusiasm into a demure, yet slightly regretful gaze. As Chen Nan stepped out, his casual glance swept over the surroundings, vendors selling cigarettes, newsstands, and shoe shiners. The level of professionalism was rather amateurish, as if they had "I am a spy" written across their foreheads. A barely perceptible smirk graced his lips. Was this all? He entered the antique shop, the doorbell chiming melodically. From behind the curtain emerged a kindly old lady, her demeanor warm and inviting. Without preamble, she delivered the coded message. "The weather is quite nice today." Peggy, ever the professional, smiled in response. "Indeed, it is delightful, but I prefer to carry an umbrella." The old lady nodded, uttering not a single superfluous word, before turning to rummage beneath the counter. Accompanied by a faint mechanical whir, a heavy bookshelf slowly slid aside, revealing a steel passageway behind it. At last, Peggy found an opportunity to engage her idol in conversation, suppressing her excitement as she endeavored to maintain her professional demeanor. Nodding at Chen Nan. Meanwhile, the soon-to-be protagonist, Steve, was still grappling with the reality of his imminent transformation into a stronger version of himself. The grand door swung open, revealing another realm within. Soldiers, armed to the teeth, were scattered about, while figures in white coats hurried past, their path illuminated by an array of instruments emitting a mysterious and formidable glow. Dr. Erskine greeted him warmly, gesturing towards an apparatus resembling an oversized metallic coffin. "Come, young man, undress and lie down," he beckoned. Chen Nan followed suit, his justification resounding with an air of gravitas. Safeguarding a pivotal experimental subject was his duty. Erskine, upon seeing his preferred candidate, wore an expression of regret. "Chen, I apologize regarding the selection process. You are the most exceptional among us." Yet, Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Professor, no need for explanations, I understand." Internally, he was acutely aware. The notion of a person of Asian descent representing America was simply unfathomable in any era. In a hushed tone, Erskine expressed his genuine remorse. Chen Nan chose silence, leaning nonchalantly against the railing, prepared to witness the birth of Captain America unfold before him like a live science fiction spectacle. Erskine nodded, turning to immerse himself in his work. The blue super soldier serum was gradually administered into Steve's body. Subsequently, Howard Stark activated his life ray apparatus, which resembled an enormous barbecue grill. A piercing scream suddenly engulfed the laboratory. Inside the transparent chamber, Steve's form twisted and expanded, as if an unseen force were tearing and reshaping him. The staff, observing the wildly fluctuating readings on the instruments, trembled in fear. "Is the power too high? Should we lower it?" "No, don't." Steve, within the chamber, gritted out two words between clenched teeth, his gaze resolute as that of a bull. Time trudged forward amidst the cacophony of wails. When the chamber door finally swung open, steam dissipated, revealing not the frail Steve Rogers they once knew. Instead, a figure emerged, glistening with sweat, embodying the sculptural perfection of ancient Greek artistry, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and a remarkable physique that left a stunning visual impact. Gasps echoed throughout the laboratory, particularly among the female staff, whose eyes ignited with fervor, fixated on the freshly forged physique. Erskine and Howard led the applause, and Chen Nan stepped forward at the opportune moment, a genuine smile upon his face. "Congratulations, Steve." Steve, taken aback and somewhat uncomfortable, hastily extended his now enormous hand. "Thank you, sir." He understood that, to some extent, it was the misfortune of this officer that had afforded him this opportunity. Chen Nan chuckled softly, shaking his hand. "This is what you deserve," he remarked, his tone laced with a subtle implication. "The world would be far less intriguing without you." With that, he released Steve's hand, and others surged forward, encircling the newly transformed American figure to conduct various examinations. At that moment, before Chen Nan, a pink card materialized quietly in the void. Super soldier physique. Chen Nan was taken aback. "Wow, this thing actually qualifies as a pink card? What a treasure." He summoned it with a thought. An 80 probability? Rounded up, it was practically a gift. In the base's restroom, a torrent of scalding warmth surged through his limbs, ruthlessly yet efficiently cleansing and transforming his body. Muscle fibers were optimized and reorganized on a microscopic level, bone density subtly increased, and his metabolism accelerated as if turbocharged. Years of accumulated hidden injuries and residual toxins, mingled with a layer of greasy filth, were expelled from his body in a deluge of sweat. Hiss! Chen Nan felt the surging power within him. His muscle contours became clearer and more streamlined, not exaggerated like Steve's, but rather refined and compact. With this punch, could he start at 5 tons? He mused. Unfortunately, he hadn't drawn Steve's signature passive aura. Otherwise, even Thanos would have to wrestle with him first. What thrilled him even more was that the super soldier serum seemed to have upgraded his processor as well. His thoughts were clearer and sharper than ever, and the concepts of magnetic field manipulation from his physics books suddenly clicked into place. Double happiness. Chen Nan's eyes lit up, and he immediately called out in his mind, "System, don't rest. Invest heavily in magnetic field manipulation." Chapter 7. Chen Nan had not been idle these past few months. He had been frantically collecting white cards to enhance his physique, akin to a hamster hoarding food, occasionally stumbling upon a few rare green cards. The effects were indeed noticeable. He could deliver 2 tons of force with a punch, making him a veritable monster among ordinary people. However, this wretched thing had a limit. No matter how many cards he smashed, his punching power stubbornly remained stuck at 2 tons, unwavering. Fine, he conceded. Looking at his amassed 76 cards, he gritted his teeth. Ding. As you wish. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a resplendent, familiar-looking furnace crashed into Chen Nan's consciousness space. The gaudy design nearly blinded him. Holy smokes. Chen Nan nearly spat out old blood. System, could you be any lazier? You didn't even bother changing the skin? Just directly copied Kelly's enhancement furnace? Host. You are mistaken. The system retorted seriously. Appearance is merely superficial, the essence can be the same. Formalism is to be avoided. If you are dissatisfied, I can switch to a cyberpunk style? Wait, no? Chen Nan quickly waved his hands, feeling a mix of familiarity and annoyance wash over him as he looked at the furnace. This will do. It looks friendly. Today, grandfather insisted on letting Kelly, or rather, this wretched furnace, experience what it truly means to be blessed by fortune. The underdog shall rise. He rubbed his hands together. After such a lengthy endeavor, wasn't he at time to indulge a little? He forcefully stuffed the emblem representing magnetic field control into the furnace, reluctantly tossing in 10 white cards as fuel. The furnace roared to life, vibrant lights swirling within, emitting an exasperating noise. Chen Nan held his breath, his eyes nearly bulging into the furnace. Crack. A sound sharp enough to shatter one's heart rang out as the light extinguished, and the emblem lay dim at the bottom of the furnace, accompanied by a disheartening message. Enhancement failed. What the hell? Chen Nan roared inwardly. 10 cards. 10 cards, and all I got was a noise. Refund it. No. Return the cards. Host, please remain calm. The system responded lethargically. Enhancement carries risks. Investments require prudence. Bad luck cannot be blamed on society. Nor can one fault the furnace for a poor draw. I can't believe this nonsense. Chen Nan's frustration reached a boiling point, and the gambler's mentality surged forth. Go all in. Going all in is a form of wisdom. 30 cards. Let us do this. Once again, 30 white cards transformed into shimmering light, entering the furnace. This time, the furnace trembled more violently, the light blinding, and the sound morphed from a monotonous hum to a rhythmic thumping akin to a heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Nan clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Clang, clang, clang. 3 melodious success chimes resonated. The furnace erupted with brilliance. Magnetic field control 1. The emblem reignited, now adorned with a small 1 marker. Phew. Chen Nan finally exhaled, relieved. It worked. It was indeed worth going all in. Teacher Zhou did not deceive me. Would you like to continue? The system temptingly inquired. Continue? No way. Chen Nan scoffed. Kelly's allure equated to financial ruin. He resolved to gradually amass more white cards. He decisively exited the enhancement space. Magnetic field control 1 signifies an approximate 10% enhancement in foundational abilities in the perilous Marvel world. Every fraction of increased capability is a lifeline. He needed to attend to urgent matters. Old skin was likely on the brink of demise. Without a moment to wash up, Chen Nan dashed out of the restroom, but alas, he was still a step too late. As soon as he stepped outside, a tremendous explosion erupted from the experimental area, followed by a cacophony of gunfire and the panicked screams of the crowd. By the time he arrived, chaos reigned. Erskine lay on the ground, his chest stained crimson, breathing shallowly. Upon seeing Chen Nan, the old man's murky eyes flickered with a complex emotion, bitterness mixed with understanding. Indeed, you guessed correctly. He struggled to utter a few words. Chen Nan swiftly stepped forward, crouched down, and firmly grasped Erskine's wrist, causing the system interface to promptly appear, with a clear objective. Complete formula for super soldier serum. Hang in there, old man. Just hold on for 1 more minute. 1 minute. Chen Nan spoke urgently, his face etched with concern, while his mind raced with calculations. The formula. The formula is of utmost importance. Please don't succumb now. Erskine coughed up blood, his complexion ashen. Thank you. But I can't. I'm sorry. He seemed to misunderstand Chen Nan's concern, feeling a flicker of guilt in his final moments. Don't speak. Conserve your strength. Chen Nan, while hastily extracting information, earnestly encouraged him, fearing that the old man might succumb due to a surge of emotion. Think of your wife. Think of your research achievements. Hold on. Underneath the doghouse, Erskine summoned the last of his strength, intermittently revealing crucial information. Just as his voice trailed off, his head tilted, and he fell silent. In that last moment, success. The formula was in hand. A great weight lifted from Chen Nan's heart, though a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his face. The laboratory was in chaos. An assassin had snatched the last vial of serum and made a swift escape. The freshly minted super soldier, Steve, roared in pursuit, as gunfire erupted outside. Chen Nan, however, was indifferent. His objective had been achieved. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by the street chase, he slipped away from the base like a ghost, his sights set on Erskine's residence. The formula for the super soldier serum must be in his grasp. Outside Erskine's modest abode, a diligent German shepherd erupted into frenzied barking at the unfamiliar visitor, shattering the tranquility. "Shoo, good dog, quiet." Chen Nan attempted to soothe it. "Woof, woof, woof." The German shepherd remained undeterred, barking even louder. "Unappreciative, are we?" Chen Nan frowned, channeling his energy into a precise, powerful strike aimed at the dog's head. The shepherd yelped, rolling aside in apparent distress, and fell into a temporary silence. With swift efficiency, Chen Nan kicked open the somewhat rudimentary doghouse and successfully unearthed a sealed metal box from within. "Huh, after much searching, I find it." The old man hid it quite cleverly. Chen Nan weighed the box in his hand, grinning widely, before vanishing swiftly into the neighborhood. A few days later, in the bustling backstage of a lively theater, the deafening music had just ceased, and the air was thick with the chaotic scent of makeup and sweat. Chen Nan stood amidst the crowd, coldly observing Steve Rogers, who was surrounded by a throng of beautiful cheerleaders clad in revealing outfits, basking in the limelight. The freshly minted ambassador of the American Dairy stands amidst a sea of laughter, playfully flirting with the young ladies around him. A seemingly casual hand rests upon the waist of one girl, provoking a flurry of playful protest. As the performance concludes, the backstage area transforms into a realm of glamour, with Steve enveloped by a throng of admirers, basking in the adulation befitting a hero, or perhaps a star. His laughter is unrestrained, and his gestures grow increasingly audacious. Chen Nan pushes through a pair of giggling girls, approaching Steve directly. Her voice, though soft, slices through the enchanting atmosphere backstage like a shard of ice. "Soldier Rogers, so you've gloriously retired and begun to relish the pleasures of retirement, have you?" Caught in an embrace with a blonde beauty, Steve's movements freeze, his smile faltering. He turns to face Chen Nan, a fleeting moment of discomfort flickering in his eyes before it is masked by a facade of nonchalance. He shrugs, tightening his hold on the woman beside him, eliciting a delighted gasp. "Retirement? Huh." He scoffs, his tone laced with self-mockery and a feigned indifference. "Those bigwigs believe this costume holds more value than my military uniform. A singing, dancing jester is far easier to manage than a potentially troublesome super soldier, don't you think? Ah, the return on investment. Long live understanding." Pausing, he leans down to inhale the fragrance from the neck of the beauty in his arms, his voice muffled, tinged with a nearly deliberate indulgence. "Besides, this life, lavished with excess, soft comforts, what could be wrong with it, right, darlings?" He lifts his gaze, donning a flamboyant smile once more, his hands roaming restlessly among the girls, attempting to drown out the chilling reality Chen Nan has brought forth with the cacophony of revelry and debauchery. The backstage erupts again in a cacophony of laughter and flirtatious calls, temporarily obscuring the silent undercurrents swirling between the two. Chen Nan remains silent, casting a glance at the gaggle of giggling girls before turning to leave, dismissing them as mere frivolous distractions. Chapter 8. Yet, were these dazzling women placed before him prior to his journey through time? Chen Nan muses that he would have been the envy of many had he been fortunate enough to ride even one. How could Steve Rogers be so captivated? It appears that this Captain America has not savored the finer things in life. Nevertheless, were it not for the assistance of the super soldier serum, he would merely be that inconspicuous, frail figure, coughing every few steps down the streets of Brooklyn. As the ancients say, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first sharpen their will and toil their bones. Steve's current burden is to leap upon the stage and smile before the cameras. Yet, one wonders if, after prolonged indulgence in this sugary existence, he might begin to yearn for the days when he was cornered by the stench of alleyways. Perhaps it is only when something befalls the one he cherishes most, Bucky Barnes, that he will truly awaken. The official propaganda machine has been operating at full throttle, catapulting Steve and his star-spangled shield into every corner of America and its allied nations. Posters plaster the streets, and broadcasts resonate with tales of his heroism, his fame rivaling that of the president, even suggesting a potential surpassing of it. America craves a symbol, a perfect idol with golden hair and blue eyes that conforms to mainstream aesthetics. As for the true heroes of the battlefield, oh, they are of little consequence. Thus, Chen Nan's name was artfully forgotten in the briefings of the frontline barracks. The outside world, not a ripple was stirred. Those few lines of lead type in the military newspaper serve as his sole official testament to existence. How could the gentleman seated in Washington promote a man of Asian descent? Would that not proclaim to the world that the great America had fallen, requiring an Oriental to uphold its image? Such an idea would be a profound insult to the grandeur of the United States. Outside, Steve is deified, while inside the barracks, Soldiers target his poster as the most favored target. Bullets whiz through his handsome visage, leaving behind grotesque holes. Hey, look at my marksmanship, right through the captain's front teeth. The soldiers chuckle. Were it not for the rigidity of the printed paper, they might have considered employing it for more practical purposes, such as their behinds. Steve's treatment in the barracks is akin to that of a despised rat, with everyone clamoring to take shots at him. The overwhelming news coverage suggests that the victory of the entire war hinges upon Steve. Ironically, this celebrated war hero, adored by millions, has yet to even catch a whiff of the battlefield smoke, let alone personally vanquish an enemy. Clown, the soldiers affectionately refer to their national idol in private. Chen Nan has returned to the European front. As a soldier, he must once again face the fray. Upon seeing him, Marilyn is exuberant. The reunion inevitably reminiscent of a newlywed couple, her pent-up excitement almost driving her to madness, though she knows that nothing compares to the real thing. In truth, the war is nearing its conclusion. The German forces are mired in the quagmire of the Soviet Union, rendered immobile. The scales of victory have long since tilted, as their Italian allies, with their characteristically imaginative flair, have successfully hindered the Germans, astonishing the world. Meanwhile, another ally of the Axis, exhibiting ferocity to an extreme, resembles a rabid dog that refuses to release its grip, dragging America into the fray, leaving the little mustached man both astonished and exasperated. The Dark King behind Chen Nan evidently possesses a keener instinct, witnessing the imminent collapse of the Third Reich. He does not wish to be the fool buried in its foundation, like Schmidt, still conspiring amidst the chaos. As the war draws to a close, even the star, Steve, has been dispatched to the front lines, not to fight, but to perform for the troops. Clad in a resplendent, form-fitting uniform and bearing the illustrious title of Captain America, he endeavored to uplift the spirits of soldiers who had been mired in mud and blood for the better part of 6 months. The soldiers, upon encountering the bosomy, long-legged young women accompanying the morale-boosting delegation, gazed with fervor akin to a pack of frenzied teddy bears. Steve's speech and performance? They resembled a grievous miscalculation. One audacious soldier expressed his discontent through a bold act, launching a ripe tomato that traced an elegant arc before splattering against Steve's shield with a resounding smack. As juice erupted, Steve's face bore an expression of forced composure that belied his embarrassment, akin to a masterful satirical painting when juxtaposed with the ketchup adorning his shield. The soldiers erupted in a cacophony of jeers, whistles, and boos, their enthusiasm for his presence magnified 100-fold. "Hey, Captain, sign here, right here." A cheeky soldier playfully dropped his trousers, exposing half of his posterior. In an instant, the air filled with whistles, bizarre calls, and the sound of slapping thighs. As the atmosphere of merriment reached its zenith, Steve's face flushed as crimson as the shield that had just been struck, and amidst the thunderous cheers of the soldiers, he awkwardly retreated from the stage that had been meticulously prepared for him. No sooner had he departed than the vivacious female troupe took to the stage, igniting the soldiers' fervor. This was the spectacle they yearned to witness after braving the hail of bullets, short skirts, long legs, and ample bosoms performing exuberantly. In the midst of the relentless rain, Steve, feeling dejected, retreated backstage to retrieve his sketchbook, idly drawing a monkey. At that moment, he felt more like an object of amusement than the caged creature itself. Peggy, having observed him, remarked with a hint of playful amusement, "The performance was quite splendid." "Ah, thank you for the compliment," Steve replied, forcing a wry smile. Just then, a military ambulance sped into the camp. The wounded, carried on stretchers, bore grievous injuries, their groans wrenching one's heart. Steve furrowed his brow, and Peggy, following his gaze, quietly explained, "Schmidt's forces launched a raid on Azano. We dispatched 200 men to intercept them, but fewer than 50 returned alive. Among your enthusiastic audience earlier, there were survivors from the 107th Infantry Regiment. The rest are either deceased or captured." "The 107th Infantry Regiment?" Steve exclaimed, his face draining of color. "Bucky, my brother Bucky, is in the 107th. The sketchbook fell from his hands, and without a moment to consider Peggy's response, he plunged into the cold downpour, heading straight for Colonel Phillips' command post. Colonel Phillips, with his back to the door, was organizing documents and did not turn around, his signature sardonic tone wafting through the air. "Ah, look who has arrived." The illustrious figure adorned with the stars of America, orchestrating triumphs from the rear command center. "What grand victory have you strategized today? I demand the list of casualties from Azano." Steve's voice was urgent, disregarding the jibe. "You are not yet entitled to issue commands to me," Phillips retorted, his gaze icy. "I merely wish to ascertain whether Sergeant Bucky Barnes is on that list." Steve suppressed his agitation, desperate to know if he was still alive. Phillips scoffed, continuing to shuffle papers. "The condolences I have signed today could form a mountain, but I have not pinned that name." "And the others? What of the captured soldiers? Are you preparing a rescue?" Steve pressed on. "War requires a focus on the greater picture." Philip's response was cold and formulaic. A focus on the greater picture? Steve realized that the military would not risk venturing deep behind enemy lines for the lives of mere dozens of ordinary soldiers. Where are they? The exact location of the enemy? Steve's voice deepened, imbued with undeniable resolve. 30 miles behind enemy lines. We must traverse the most heavily fortified heart of Europe to dispatch troops for a rescue. Such an action would only result in greater losses of good men. Do you understand? Phillips did not conceal his disdain, reiterating Steve's status as a mere fool. Steve's gaze swept across the map on the table, committing a coordinate to memory. Accustomed to Philip's derision, he stormed back to his tent, resolute. Others might abandon Bucky, but he could not. Bucky was the most significant person in his life. A part of what made him Steve Rogers. Wait, Peggy's voice called after him, her expression earnest beneath her umbrella. Perhaps you should consider seeking assistance. If he were here, this matter could become significantly easier. Who? Steve abruptly halted. Chen Nan, Peggy revealed. A sudden realization struck Steve as he slapped his forehead. A glimmer of hope in his eyes. How could he have forgotten him? Peggy volunteered to find Chen Nan. However, upon reaching his quarters, she found herself at a loss. Sir? He has stepped out, a soldier replied. Where did he go? When will he return? Peggy inquired. The soldier shrugged. It's uncertain. The whereabouts of the commander are beyond our knowledge. Peggy felt helpless. Yet, Steve's solitary quest to rescue his friend, though perilous, was already scripted. He was destined to succeed. To redeem his name from that of a fool, and emerge as a true idol of the military. The enemy's bullets seemed to possess a mind of their own, energetically ricocheting off his vibranium shield. Sparks flew, a dazzling spectacle, yet they could not touch the man behind the shield. It appeared that Steve's presence bore the aura of a protagonist, rendering the brutalities of war suddenly simple, even somewhat surreal. He not only rescued Bucky and most of the captives, but also successfully obliterated a significant HYDRA base, seizing crucial intelligence in the process. This remarkable operation became an excellent fuel for the military's propaganda machine, transforming Captain America, Steve Rogers, from a mere stage clown into a battlefield legend overnight. While the tactics employed may have been cliché, betraying allies and eliminating burdens, they proved to be consistently effective. With Steve in their grasp, they began to undermine Chen Nan's influence among the soldiers on the front lines. A formal transfer order, cloaked in grandeur, cited concerns for his safety affecting the morale of the troops at the front, thereby relocating him to the rear for his protection. In New York, Westchester County, the military believed this to be a subtle demotion, unaware that Chen Nan had long grown weary of this war game. What he desired, serum samples and the super soldier physique, were already within his grasp, and the military's compliance played right into his hands. He merely needed to bide his time, waiting for Steve to fulfill his destiny, only to excavate him later as a sumptuous gift for the Black King, in exchange for greater rewards. At this moment, he appeared in Westchester with a clear objective, unrelated to the future professor, Charles Xavier. Chen Nan had not yet devised a foolproof strategy for restraint. Maintaining distance was wise. His target was the young blue sprite residing in Charles's estate, Raven, the future Mystique. Acquiring her would mean obtaining the universal key to unlock all the beautiful faces of the world. Just imagine the allure of being able to behold Earth's most breathtaking visages at will. Chapter 9. The dazzling neon lights of New York had yet to intertwine into the sleepless brilliance of a future metropolis, but the initial form was already taking shape. Post-New Deal America was greedily devouring the windfall and opportunities brought by war. Yet, Westchester appeared as a forgotten paradise amidst the clamor. The grass spilled over the country paths, and the soil basked lazily in the warm sun. A chosen land indeed. Marilyn walked along the rustling country path, her footsteps as soft as a sigh. Chen Nan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the boundless fields, the ocean serving as a wall, with granaries lining the backyards to the north and south. However, a different surge of heat coursed through his chest. Having arrived in this world, how could he leave empty-handed? He ought to sow seeds of light in this land. And for himself, his gaze drifted towards the east, where smoke, war, hunger, and death still reigned. You didn't come to this secluded corner merely for the fresh air, did you? Marilyn suddenly inquired, tilting her head. To find someone, Chen Nan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as the image of the rumored, adorably awkward young shapeshifter flickered before his mind. And, while I'm at it, to lay some groundwork for the future. Before New York's skeletal structure is entirely enveloped by a forest of steel, he added nonchalantly, to purchase some land. Marilyn let out a soft "oh," a trace of mild skepticism glimmering in her eyes. Land? What value does that hold? It is not her fault. How could she foresee the impending global real estate frenzy? Even in the 1990s, few held a favorable view of the property market. This notion, to her, seemed as ephemeral as the morning mist weaving through the trees. They found a restaurant on the street, which, though not particularly welcoming to those of Asian descent, at least did not refuse them service as blatantly as it would have for a person of African descent. The entirety of the Western world was rife with discrimination against Asians, a perception steeped in ignorance and backwardness that he found impossible to alter. When Marilyn inadvertently inquired about Grey Cat Alley, Chen Nan realized he could not recall the precise location of the Charles residence. Nonetheless, a vague sense of direction sufficed. And following the guidance of others, they arrived, knowing that no one would question their intentions under the pretense of seeking refuge with relatives. Given the stature of the Charles family, it did not take long for them to locate a similar dwelling, unmistakably a hallmark of affluence. The opulent mansion before them silently narrated the grandeur of the Charles lineage. This was indeed the place. Chen Nan understood he had found it, yet he chose to approach quietly, without drawing attention. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the two of them waited patiently beneath a tree, as Marilyn refrained from asking unnecessary questions. Suddenly, she broke the silence. "Are you looking for the mutant child?" "Yes, how did you know?" Chen Nan responded, somewhat taken aback. "Well, that little one curled up on the windowsill is the answer." Marilyn gently nudged Chen Nan, her finger discreetly pointing toward a low window ledge where a small figure pressed against the glass, peering out warily. "Well, that was effortless." Chen Nan chuckled, rewarding Marilyn with a grin before stealthily approaching the diminutive figure. "What a troublesome creature." Marilyn rolled her eyes in exasperation, lamenting that he couldn't simply take advantage without resorting to mischief. As Chen Nan drew nearer, the vigilant little raven caught sight of him and scampered away like a frightened rabbit. "Run? You won't escape." Chen Nan smirked, and then swiftly retrieved a few coins from his pocket, tossing them toward the fleeing child. The coins morphed midair, transforming into a thin sheet of metal that landed in front of little Raven with alarming speed. Thud! The small girl, dashing with her short legs, collided headlong into the metal, crying out in pain as she clutched her forehead and plopped down onto the ground. As she struggled to flee once more, Chen Nan blocked her path. Leaning down gently, he gazed at her. The little girl looked up at him with fear-laden eyes, a gaze that tugged at the heartstrings. "Are you hungry?" Chen Nan's voice was as soothing as the moonlight. Little Raven nodded, her stomach growling. Ever since her parents had discovered she bore a resemblance to a monster, she had been abandoned. Had it not been for her ability to shapeshift in order to pilfer some food, she would have perished from hunger long ago. Observing the girl's pitiful demeanor, Marilyn hastily retrieved the bread she had purchased earlier that afternoon from her bag. However, little Raven hesitated to accept it, fearing the food might be poisoned. For she was acutely aware of her monstrous nature. "Please eat, for we are kindred spirits," Chen Nan said with a gentle smile. And with a subtle wave of his hand, the metal barrier that obstructed her vanished. Raven's cerulean eyes suddenly sparkled with illumination, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Breaking through the immense solitude that had long burdened her, it dawned on her that there existed another misunderstood soul in the world. She had always believed herself to be a monster, the sole aberration in existence, as if abandoned by the entire world. "What is your name?" she whispered, her voice as faint as a whispering breeze. "I am Raven," she replied. "May I glimpse your true self?" Chen Nan inquired softly, gazing into his eyes, which radiated pure warmth. She nodded vigorously, and the fade upon her skin receded like the tide, revealing her blue scales shimmering in the moonlight. The once well-fitted dress now hung loosely, presenting a living embodiment of otherworldly beauty. Behind her, Marilyn gasped in surprise, and the light that had ignited in Raven's eyes suddenly dimmed, her body instinctively curling inward. "I remain a little monster." Marilyn clearly lacked understanding of the mutant world. She assumed it was merely a matter of possessing some extraordinary abilities. Yet upon witnessing little Raven, her body adorned with blue spots, she was taken aback and felt a sense of discomfort. Such uniqueness, how fascinating. Chen Nan's voice broke through, and within his gaze, she saw surprise and admiration, devoid of any trace of disdain. This moment brought tears to little Raven's eyes, as it was the first time she had received such an affirming look after revealing her true form. "Indeed, I am not alone. He is my kindred spirit. He does not despise me like others do. Please eat." Chen Nan placed the bread in her small, azure palm. Raven nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains, before devouring the bread voraciously, likely starved. "Slow down. Have you been wondering all this time?" Raven paused, sorrow washing over her, and then nodded. "From now on, follow me." Chen Nan's warm hand rested gently atop her scaled head. "No more wandering. No need to steal. You shall attend school and learn." Raven lifted her tear-brimmed blue eyes, without hesitation placing her icy little hand into his broad palm, her unique visage beaming with a radiant smile. Even if this were merely a fantasy before her demise, at least in this fleeting moment, she felt a long-lost warmth enveloping her. Under the moonlight, that peculiar cerulean smile blossoms radiantly in the darkness. At this moment, the wandering blue soul is gently embraced, finding a place to belong. For Reuven, The encounter beneath the moonlight is a collision of solitude with solitude, as well as a silent mending of wounds through warmth. At this instant, the warmth emanating from Chen Nan's palm melts away her long-frozen fears, revealing that there truly exists a haven in this world that accommodates her out-of-place blue essence. When that cool sound gently lands, what rekindles in Reuven's eyes is not merely the starlight of acceptance, but also the realization that on some night, someone might crouch down and tenderly convey to you, your very existence is a miracle. Chapter 10. The moonlight flows like silver, tenderly enveloping two figures, one large and one small, their hands tightly clasped, their shadows stretching long upon the ground, akin to two fish swimming in close embrace. The smaller figure occasionally bursts forth with a cheerful giggle, shattering the night's tranquility like the sound of silver bells. Marilyn lags a step behind, her gaze fixed on Chen Nan, filled with a dreamlike astonishment. Is this gentle man, speaking softly to the little girl with eyes as warm as a spring breeze, truly the same man she knows, rough, cold, and direct in demeanor? Indeed, everyone harbors hidden facets of their personality, and such a sudden shift in demeanor can be quite astonishing. Let's go. Chen Nan's voice carries a rare brightness, reminiscent of a university student. We shall indulge in a feast. Yes, yes. Reuven immediately leaps with joy, the tip of her blue tail flickering playfully beneath her skirt. I want steak. A big steak. And chocolate. As she mentions chocolate, her voice involuntarily drops to a conspiratorial whisper, revealing a hint of delight in her secret indulgence. Just a small piece can keep her hunger at bay for quite a while. Chocolate. Chen Nan pauses, glancing down at her. Yes. Reuven nods vigorously, her large eyes sparkling with innocence and a touch of cunning born from life's trials. A soft sigh escapes Chen Nan's throat, pondering whether this little girl survives by way of thievery. Her youthful voice pricks at his heart like a tiny needle, stirring an indescribable pang of bittersweet emotion. Reuven's astuteness is ingrained in her very being. As she steps onto the brightly lit path, the shimmering blue scales that adorn her vanish like the tide, reverting her, in the blink of an eye, to that slightly soiled yet still adorable little girl in a white princess dress. When the sizzling, aromatic steak is placed upon the table, Reuven is momentarily entranced. Her gaze fixed on the steaming dish, her eyes wide and unblinking, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. A thin veil of mist quickly clouds her vision. She suddenly lowers her head, swiftly wiping her eyes with the back of her small hand, her voice laced with a barely detectable tremor. I'm sorry, brother. I miss home. Chen Nan's voice was gentle, a soft smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ruewen inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Go ahead and eat. Chen Nan gently pushed the knife and fork towards her. Once she was satiated, with a warm belly, her heart felt less empty. In the pristine, well-lit restaurant, bathed in warm, gentle light, with tempting dishes on the table and her kindred brother by her side, everything felt exquisite to Reuven, akin to a delicate soap bubble that might shatter at any moment. She discreetly pinched her thigh. Ouch. It was real. Hastily lowering her head to conceal the sudden surge of tears, she devoured her meal as if striving to absorb this fleeting warmth and secure it within her. Having dined well, the next logical step was to reside in the finest hotel. One must indulge when the opportunity arises, especially when it did not cost her a dime. Initially intent on securing a separate room for Reuven, Chen Nan found his plans thwarted when the little girl transformed into a koala, clinging tightly to his arm, her small face contorted in distress. No, brother, I'm afraid of the dark. It's terrifying outside. Her performance was Oscar-worthy. Marilyn, observing from the sidelines, rolled her eyes, internally critiquing, afraid of the dark? This girl had more courage when sleeping under bridges or sneaking into abandoned houses. This little blue-skinned creature was cunning. She huffed in exasperation. Chen Nan shrugged helplessly at Marilyn, his expression clearly conveying, what can I do? All right, let's squeeze in together. Marilyn felt an immense sense of frustration. Were it not for her physical condition temporarily restricting her from engaging in certain beneficial nighttime activities, she would never tolerate this little light bulb. Gritting her teeth, she resigned herself to endure this evening of minimal desires, feeling quite dejected. The hotel boasted a vast bathtub, a luxuriously soft bed that one could sink into, and the very air was imbued with the scent of wealth. Comfortable. Marilyn sighed contentedly. Yet, in the next moment, her mood soured. Enough lying around like a corpse. Go help Reuven scrub her back. I bet she's covered in dust. Chen Nan's voice interrupted her reverie, and Marilyn, reluctantly opening her eyes, muttered in annoyance. How bothersome. Despite her irritation, she complied, secretly apprehensive about being alone with Reuven. In her mind, Reuven was a little oddity, and even though her psychological fortitude was formidable, there lingered an unsettling feeling. Chen Nan relaxed, a thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the system interface to gaze at the shimmering, orange-hued, shapeshifter ability card in his backpack. Pondering, he rubbed his chin, perplexed. System, Are you certain you haven't misidentified the color? WWII's shape-shifting ability could at best be classified as pink rarity, but orange level? That seems exaggerated. In a certain chaotic timeline referred to as the Ultimate Universe, WWII's abilities were developed to their utmost potential. Not only can she flawlessly mimic appearances, but she can even temporarily borrow the superpowers of others and briefly access their memories. The system's voice carried a hint of seduction. Hiss! Chen Nan gasped in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. The ability to imitate was already a divine skill, but to replicate memories? This was akin to exploiting a cheat code that could crash the server. The system's alluring voice sent a shiver down Chen Nan's spine. Huh. Enhancing the power of the Phoenix. Do they expect him to invest the hard-earned cards he had painstakingly gathered? Considering the system's notoriously low odds, he could very well face a streak of failures, and currently, he had no enemies to contend with. The probability of enhancing the Phoenix power would only be lower. The system remarked, I am willing. Chen Nan scoffed dismissively. Though this place was not a game, it bore a striking resemblance. And while there were no eternal weapons in the game version, here lay the most formidable abilities. Chen Nan's avaricious nature stemmed from his fear of poverty since childhood. He could neither afford to lose nor to gamble. He was, as they say, a frugal player. If he were a wealthy player, it would not matter. They could throw money around with each version update, but he could not. Without further ado, he decided to fuse the card, but then he abruptly halted. System. Can the card's abilities be bestowed upon others? Yes, the system replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. Why would he need the transformation ability for himself? Unless it was for Bucky or Steve, he would rather let his friends enjoy it first. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Only those perverse individuals online would entertain such ideas. Chen Nan stowed the card in the system's backpack, deciding to keep it for himself for now, perhaps to be used by someone else in the future. As for who that might be, he had yet to determine. He would not waste a premium orange card without absolute trust. Having resolved the card matter, Chen Nan felt a wave of comfort wash over him and planned to head downstairs to buy a bottle of liquor to celebrate, spending Black King's money. He had just stretched lazily, his relaxed muscles tightening like iron in an instant, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk as it scanned the heavy night outside. There was hostility. His instincts, honed amidst the carnage of the battlefield, coupled with his now heightened senses, allowed him to perceive this targeted malice with exceptional clarity. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of Chen Nan's mouth, yet his expression turned cold. TSK, it seems my little life is quite coveted? After barely 2 days of peace, visitors have come knocking once more. He raised his voice, directing it toward the bathroom. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, I'm stepping out for a moment to buy something. Having spoken, he vanished in a flash, silently merging into the shadows beyond the door, as though he had never existed. Chapter 11. The streets outside the hotel were enveloped in the cloak of night. Far quieter than the tumult of the future, echoing with the sound of one's own footsteps. Chen Nan turned into a narrow alley beside the hotel, flanked by 2 silent buildings that formed a familiar battleground amidst the city's interstices. Since he had come this far, why hide? He stood his ground, his voice not loud, yet reverberating clearly against the walls. As his words faded, the darkness seemed to be torn asunder, and a dozen figures surged forth with unabashed malice, swiftly blocking both ends of the alley. Chen Nan found himself encircled, yet his expression betrayed no hint of disarray. Instead, a smirk played upon his lips. I sensed the bloodlust from upstairs, yet who would have thought them so foolish? His gaze swept over the group, akin to surveying a herd of sheep that had wandered into the arena. Do you not comprehend whether you are assassins or mere street thugs? A brawl? In this day and age, must one resort to such antiquated tactics? The quickest method should be to set up a sniper on the opposite rooftop, a distant bang, and a clean finish, no? Are you fools, or are we the fools? The leader, clad in black, scoffed. Who doesn't know of your prowess with a sniper rifle? To play such games before you? Do you desire a long life? Boss, why waste breath on him? One of the men glared fiercely at Chen Nan. Without his gun, isn't he just a toothless tiger? Let us finish him. Wait. Chen Nan suddenly raised his hand, signaling for a pause, his voice booming. What? Seeking mercy? Too late. The leader retorted coldly, excitement flickering in his eyes at the prospect of claiming the sniper's head, a tale to boast about for generations. No, no, no. Chen Nan replied with a smile, as though discussing the evening's supper. I am merely curious, which boss has taken such care of me? I ought to understand the reason for my demise, should I not? Humph. You wish to comprehend the ghost? How unfortunate. We have our professional ethics. The leader's tone turned frigid. Send him on his way. Without a gun, he is nothing. The thrill of the killers was palpable. With so many of us armed, even the sniper will be reduced to a sieve. Chen Nan couldn't help but scoff inwardly at their demeanor. The myth of his sharpshooting prowess was merely him manipulating the trajectory of bullets with a subtle magnetic field. Indeed, Marksmanship was his least impressive trick. In the next moment, the assassins pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. Several bullets, laden with the scent of death, hurtled towards Chen Nan. However, mere centimeters from him, the bullets seemed to collide with an invisible, warped wall, their trajectories skewed in an uncanny manner, clattering to the ground and sparking as they fell. The killer's pupils dilated, horror creeping onto their faces. Yet, a figure had already moved like a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the night. The physique of a super soldier endowed him with inhuman speed and strength, while his command of the magnetic field rendered him as if directing an invisible army. He scorned the notion of seizing a weapon. The adversaries before him served merely as practice dummies to stretch his muscles. His right fist, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a breaking wind, struck the foremost assassin squarely on the nose. A sickening crunch echoed alongside a piercing scream, abruptly silenced. His left hand shot out, resembling an iron clamp, seizing the wrist of a nearby assailant with ferocity. Another crunch resounded as the handgun, along with the man's forearm, was twisted at a grotesque angle. His movements were so swift they left only an afterimage. Each punch and kick landed with precision on the body's most vulnerable points. Damn it! A warning bell rang in the leader's mind. As he lifted his dagger, an irresistible force collided violently with his chest. Agonizing pain engulfed him, the sound of splintering ribs distinctly audible. In the distance, the assassin's eyes widened in horror as their guns pointed erratically at Chen Nan, only to discover, with dread, that the trigger remained unpulled. In the next instant, there was no need to pull the trigger. Chen Nan had glided forward like a specter, effortlessly retrieving the dagger that had fallen to the ground. A flash of cold light. Blood sprayed forth. The skirmish had commenced and concluded in a mere 7 or 8 seconds. The alley was left with only heavy breaths. A deliberate act by Chen Nan as he adjusted his breathing, ensuring he didn't frighten off the next spectator. Had enough of the spectacle? He clapped his hands, brushing off non-existent dust, and cast his gaze into the deeper shadows of the alley. What is the matter? Afraid to come out for the curtain call? A voice, dripping with feigned arrogance, responded. A man clad in an exquisitely tailored trench coat and donning sunglasses emerged, elegantly twirling a silver revolver in his hand. The barrel still emitted a faint wisp of smoke. Clearly, he too had fired a shot moments prior, yet the fate of his bullet mirrored that of his minions. Intriguing. The man's voice elongated, dispelling the rumors. The sharpshooter was not only skilled with a firearm, but also adept at dodging bullets in close quarters. Of course, dispatching my inept subordinates hardly qualifies as a true feat. He gracefully raised his hand, the revolver aimed squarely at Chen Nan's forehead. Allow me to introduce myself, Knight. The unparalleled assassin who has never missed. Bang. Knight decisively pulled the trigger. At such close range, even divine beings would find it difficult to evade. The silver bullet whistled forth, targeting Chen Nan's brow. However, the lethal projectile inexplicably halted mid-flight, suspended in the air, trembling slightly as if ensnared by an invisible web. Mired in a visible quagmire. The arrogance on Knight's face instantly froze into a mask of terror as he realized that the hand gripping the gun was also firmly ensnared by an irresistible force, rendering it immobile. He could only utter a single word. Chen Nan made no extraneous movements. He simply curled a finger nonchalantly towards the suspended bullet, flicking it away like an annoying speck of dust. PFF. The silver bullet instantaneously altered its course, piercing with greater speed and precision into the heart of the night owl. As his sunglasses slipped away, the final image he beheld was that of Chen Nan, whose eyes revealed an unreserved disdain tinged with pity and mockery. His body fell rigidly, warm blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, spreading a dark red stain upon the frigid ground. Why all the fuss? What are you pretending to be? Chen Nan glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, his tone flat. Night owl? Never heard of him. The so-called title of sharpshooter was merely a clumsy label affixed by those who failed to comprehend his true prowess. He turned away, silently merging into the deeper shadows of the night, knowing that soon the wail of police sirens would grow nearer, ready to cleanse the scene. To him, this was akin to mindlessly crushing a few ants. Regrettably, there was no telepathy to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Yet this slight regret dissipated swiftly. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy appeared as fragile as thin ice. Indeed, the gunfire attracted onlookers and police, but that no longer concerned Chen Nan, the assassin. Upon returning to the hotel room, Marilyn remained somewhat dazed until the flashing lights and blaring sirens below jolted her into realization. Chen Nan nodded, appearing relaxed. Just a few nearsighted little assassins. Let us sleep. There are important matters to attend to tomorrow. He spoke as he walked toward the bed. However, trouble seemed more persistent than the assassins. Little Reuven clung to his left arm like a koala, her cherubic face nestled in his embrace. Almost simultaneously, Marilyn, with a hint of barely perceptible jealousy, grasped his right arm firmly, showing no intention of letting go. Chen Nan found himself awkwardly splayed out, trapped between the two. On his left was the little darling, and on his right, the grande dame. He was ensnared by this pair, unable to move. Resignedly, he abandoned the thought of struggling, realizing sleep was unattainable at this moment. Instead, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. Operating solo proved inefficient. Even finding someone required him to run about extensively, which was hardly befitting of a strategist. He needed Marilyn to seek out Xiao for some initial funding, to purchase a plot of land in the suburbs of New York, and to begin establishing their base. He silently calculated, considering a trip to Germany to track down the elusive Red Devil, a veteran of Hellfire, whose teleportation ability he coveted. After securing Red Devil, he would need to pay a visit to Wolverine, or perhaps his more volatile brother, Sabretooth, both of whom possessed precious healing factors. As these intricate quests and convoluted timelines danced through his mind, Chen Nan's consciousness gradually blurred, though the sweet burdens of the two women pressed heavily upon him. Rendering him somewhat breathless, he succumbed to a profound slumber amid this weighty bliss. Chapter 12. For the past few years, Riven has scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, remaining perpetually vigilant even in slumber, only awakening around noon. Last night was the most restful she had experienced, free from worries about exposure or personal safety. Had it not been for Chen Nan calling her for lunch, she might have continued sleeping until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Chen Nan was well aware of Riven's propensity for deep slumber. Thus, he refrained from disturbing her dreams until mealtime. In the restaurant's private room, Chen Nan, as usual, ordered a copious amount of food to indulge himself, knowing well that the expense was not his concern. His body now demanded substantial energy to sustain its formidable strength. Adhering to the principle of energy conservation, darling, Marilyn set down her fork, curiosity piqued. What is Riven's superpower? Is it, like yesterday, something akin to beast transformation? Chen Nan, putting down his knife and fork, replied with exasperation. Her ability is to mimic anyone, even animals. She can transform into them. Mimic? Imitate? Disguise? Marilyn blinked, her instincts as a covert operative causing her some confusion. Is this a requisite skill for us? It sounds rather underwhelming. Riven's fork clattered onto her plate. The rivalry among women has never been confined by age, especially when confronted by a stunningly voluptuous woman daring to question her prowess. Humph. Riven lifted her chin defiantly, preparing to demonstrate. In an instant, Marilyn was startled to find herself facing a doppelganger seated across from her. Oh my God, she stammered, pointing at her replica, her tongue tied. Besides the absence of any distinguishing marks on the neck of the other, she could find no flaws in the imitation. See, this is what I mean by mimicry, Chen Nan observed with a smile, fully entertained by the spectacle. She can be anyone on this planet. Riven, satisfied with her display, reverted to her original appearance, arching an eyebrow at Marilyn in challenge. Now do you recognize my prowess? Gifted, Marilyn gazed at Riven, her voice laced with awe. After training for a century, or even a millennium, I feel like a novice learning to apply lipstick in her presence. She was utterly impressed. Such a power could indeed stir the tides of fate, rendering her own skills as an operative dim in comparison. Contact Black King this afternoon. Chen Nan wiped his mouth and added, have him send me $1 million. I intend to purchase some land and also scout for a plot in New York for the Hellwater Club. $1 million? Marilyn nearly choked on her juice. In this day and age, $1 million is a staggering sum capable of overwhelming many. Just over a decade ago, prior to the economic crisis, there were only about 30,000 millionaires in the United States. Rest assured, Chen Nan replied with unwavering confidence. Black King is only left with money. He possesses an unimaginable amount. Marilyn nodded, recognizing her role as merely a messenger. The grand games of the Titans were beyond her concern. After their meal, Chen Nan took Marilyn to seek out a real estate agent, intending to purchase a property without delay. Living in a hotel was not a sustainable solution, especially with the enchanting beauty of Marilyn by his side. However, with Raven's clinginess, there would always be a reason for her to linger. With more rooms, her justification would diminish. As they traversed the streets of contemporary New York, Marilyn's beauty indeed became a source of trouble. Catcalls, lewd remarks, and lascivious gazes inundated them. A few self-proclaimed gentlemen brazenly obstructed their path, clamoring for a duel with Chen Nan in defense of the lovely lady. The stench of racial discrimination was palpable. A duel? Very well. Chen Nan smiled broadly, yet his gaze hardened. Following the customs of the West, before he finished speaking, he deftly revealed a gleaming large-caliber revolver in his palm, the dark muzzle casually swaying. The previously agitated gentleman fell silent in an instant. Love may be precious, but one's life holds greater value. The crowd's eyes darted away, instinctively parting to create a pathway. Chen Nan blew imaginary smoke from the barrel, holstered his weapon, and quietly mused, a beauty brings calamity. What do you mean? Marilyn asked, perplexed. I meant to say you are so beautiful that you could halt the world, Chen Nan replied nonchalantly, gesturing ahead. There, the real estate agent. Inside the shop. The staff was momentarily entranced by the sight of Marilyn's striking eyes, overly eager to the point of obsequiousness. Good day. How may I assist you, beautiful lady? He completely disregarded Chen Nan standing beside her. We're looking to purchase a villa, Chen Nan interjected. Only then did the staff notice him, and the smile on his face vanished as swiftly as if it had been erased, replaced by a blend of disdain and superiority. Sir, I understand your feelings. But we cater to upscale communities and distinguished clientele, not slums or cheap lodgings. He stood tall, as if his identity as a white man endowed him with boundless strength, his posture miraculously straightening in the presence of an Asian man. Chen Nan sighed and replied, I once watched a film featuring a protagonist named WWII. The staff looked utterly baffled. Your grandfather, Chen Nan exclaimed, swiftly raising his hand, and with a resounding slap, a thick stack of cash landed squarely on the staff's face. The staff was momentarily stunned, about to utter an expletive, but before he could finish, another bundle of cash met the other side of his face. With that, the situation was perfectly symmetrical. The staff, clutching his face, felt his anger dissipate as he recognized the nature of the currency that had struck him. He fell to his knees, compelled by an instinctual respect for money. Esteemed sir, please forgive my ignorance. His voice quavered with excitement and pain. We happen to have a magnificent villa perfectly suited to your status. Long Island. Tranquil. Luxurious. Stop. Chen Nan waved his hand. I still prefer that defiant demeanor you displayed moments ago. Could you revert to it? The attendant responded, ultimately. They secured a nearly 400 square meter villa in the suburbs of Long Island for the sum of $17,000. For WWII. Possessing a stable and personal abode was akin to experiencing a luxurious paradise. The villa was already furnished, allowing for immediate occupancy if one's requirements were not too demanding. For WWII, who had never imagined having her own cozy space, this place felt like heaven. That very evening, they moved in, but neither Chen Nan nor Marilyn could cook, prompting the trio to decide on dining out to celebrate. They chose a modest-sized restaurant and, to avoid any unnecessary complications, reserved a private room. After ordering some dishes, they engaged in conversation. Just as they settled in and placed their orders, a cacophony of drunken boastfulness erupted from the adjacent room, the volume piercing through the walls. Have you ever seen an indestructible person? Don't believe me? Yesterday, at the Wild Wolf Bar, I witnessed a monster. He got into a scuffle over a girl and ended up cornered in an alley by a dozen armed men. Guess what? The gunmen all fell. That guy? Hey. He charged through a hail of bullets without losing a single hair. What else could he be but a monster? All right, Hans. I think the whiskey has gone to your head. Where do you find such indestructible people? Are you in a Western film? I swear. It's absolutely true. That guy is definitely a monster. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was intrigued. Chen Nan paused with his glass suspended in the air. Indestructible? Charging through a hail of bullets? This description could only apply to Sabretooth Victor or his brother Wolverine Logan. He squinted, a hint of a playful smile curling his lips. Wolverine was notorious for frequenting bars, yet perhaps Victor, with his more ferocious nature and slightly superior regenerative abilities, would be an even more fitting candidate. Chapter 13. Plans are ever subject to change. His journey to Germany would need to be delayed just a tad. The bars in New York were relatively sparse at this hour. Since the two enjoyed nightlife, locating them would be effortless. After a bout of violence, one must find a way to relieve stress. For instance, he had several dedicated female psychologists who often assisted in alleviating his burdens. The self-healing ability he coveted was right before him, lifting his spirits significantly, causing an involuntary smile to grace his lips. If one were to ponder who in the Marvel Universe feared death the most, it would be difficult to find another soul beside him. He had to tread carefully in the presence of Black King, for as long as he remained alive. He would ultimately be invincible. This was akin to the ancient emperors and today's affluent individuals fearing death. Living entailed boundless pleasures, but once death occurred, everything ceased, life extinguished meant finality. Marilyn suddenly noticed his seemingly elevated mood and teased, Did you stumble upon some treasure, causing such unexpected joy? He chuckled, expressing that picking up money was trivial, for he had discovered a true treasure that could secure his existence. Once I possess the ability to self-heal, no one will be able to kill me, he proclaimed. Congratulations are in order, Marilyn replied, equally delighted. The stronger Chen Nan became, the more she would gain, and the safer she would feel. They were like grasshoppers on the same string, destined to perish together if one of them fell. Raven, with her large eyes narrowed in joy, shared in his happiness, as her own contentment stemmed from Chen Nan's protection. However, Chen Nan found it rather bothersome that Raven was overly clingy, wrapping herself around him like a koala when they slept. Had it not been for Marilyn's inconvenient circumstances these past few days, he would have certainly sought out some thrilling escapades. In New York, there were numerous small gangs. And in an era devoid of surveillance, engaging in illicit activities proved far more lucrative than honest labor. To master one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Chen Nan awoke amidst a blend of happiness and torment, opening his eyes to find Marilyn stealthily indulging in breakfast. Shoo! She gestured quietly, then returned to savoring her delicious meal, her cheeks puffed out. He decided to let her be, waiting until she was sufficiently satisfied before rousing the lazy raven to wash up and brush her teeth. You two can manage lunch on your own. I have some matters to attend to and will return in the afternoon, Chen Nan instructed as he stood by the entrance, slipping on his coat. He leaned down to plant a kiss on Marilyn's enticing lips. Come back early, Raven exclaimed, darting out of the dining area like a little cannonball. Her bare feet pattering on the floor as she reached the door, her blue eyes filled with reluctance as she waved energetically. Goodbye, Chen Nan replied with a smile, pushing the door open. The Grey Dog Gang, just the name alone conveyed their lack of sophistication. Names like Grey Serpent or Black Wolf would have been far more intimidating. Even a name like Wild Dog would have sounded better. What ambitious gang would choose such a name? Chen Nan casually approached a street-savvy individual loitering nearby to gather some information, quickly honing in on his target. The rationale was simple. These local ruffians, the outcasts and rogues, were the true informants in the city's shadows. Their network of information was far more efficient and insightful than that of the uniformed officers bound by regulations. The stronghold of the Grey Dog Gang was a dilapidated bar, tucked away in a narrow alley. At this hour, the iron gate was firmly shut, with only a few lackluster thugs lingering outside, their low-quality cigarettes hanging from their lips, eyes wandering aimlessly as they whistled at passing young women, resembling a few unremarkable mutts on guard duty. The air was thick with the stench of cheap tobacco, subpar alcohol, and a faint hint of sweat, creating an atmosphere of despair. This was a haven for addicts, petty thieves, and bottom-tier ruffians, primarily thriving on the clandestine trade of illicit white powder. Chen Nan strode forward, the sound of his polished shoes echoing sharply against the damp cobblestones. Hey there, a punk with a rainbow-colored hairstyle, donning a tattered denim jacket, lazily lifted his eyelids and raised a hand in dismissal. The sun had yet to set. The evening was the appropriate time for amusement. His tone bore an impatience that suggested one ought not disturb his sunbathing. Chen Nan halted, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces marked by a rebellious air. I seek your boss to discuss a business matter. Lead the way, for this is beyond your purview. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable certainty. Upon hearing this, the previously languid and jovial punks exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Cats have their paths, and dogs their ways. What business is beyond those who roam the streets? Regardless of whether one is white, black, or gray, as long as there is profit to be made, they would dare tread through fire and brimstone. At least, that is what they proclaimed. The colorful-haired punk squinted, scrutinizing Chen Nan, lingering on his tranquil visage for several seconds. Wait, he said, flicking away his cigarette and grinding it underfoot, before turning to push open the creaking wooden door of the bar and slipping inside. Chen Nan stood leisurely in place, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the weathered brick wall, seemingly counting the seconds. Before long, the door creaked open again, and the colorful-haired punk emerged, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his face. Sir, he drawled, mimicking a clumsy courtesy. I regret to inform you that our boss is quite busy at the moment and cannot spare the time. Perhaps you might try your luck elsewhere. A chuckle escaped Chen Nan's lips. What could he possibly be busy with in broad daylight? Speak the truth. The punks felt a chill at his penetrating gaze. Their feigned politeness evaporated instantly as one rolled his eyes and scoffed. Fine. You wish to hear? Our boss declared he would not engage in business with you lowly yellow-skinned monkeys. Are you satisfied now? How pathetic. He spat, clearly viewing Chen Nan as a fool for his efforts. Pathetic? Chen Nan's smile transformed into a frigid glare, piercing and unyielding. Indeed, in this land, such deeply ingrained arrogance and disdain is like filth in a sewer, eternally resistant to cleansing. To alter the mind steeped in such haughtiness? It would be easier to see a sow climb a tree. Since pleasantries have proven futile, let us dispense with them. Chapter 14. Damn it. The other punk, who had remained silent thus far, erupted in a torrent of curses, lifting his foot to kick Chen Nan in the side. Yet, as the words yellow-skinned monkey lingered in his throat, his voice morphed into a short, strangled yelp, akin to a duck caught by the neck. With a swift and ghostly movement, Chen Nan struck first, delivering an impeccably precise kick to the punk's abdomen. The force was so immense that it caused the fellow's eyes to bulge as if they might pop from their sockets. His entire form contorted like a giant shrimp boiled to perfection, hunched over and clutching his abdomen before collapsing onto the ground with a thud, followed by a heart-rending wail for his parents. The colorful-haired ruffians were utterly stunned, their mouths agape, as if an egg could fit inside. On their territory, a single individual dared to act so boldly and with such ferocity. You're courting death. After the shock came a surge of rage, and they bellowed as they lunged forward. The outcome was inevitable. Bang! Another dull thud resonated, accompanied by the faint crack of bones splintering, as he flew backwards like a deflated balloon, soaring 2 to 3 meters before crashing heavily onto the cold stone pavement, his insides rearranged, stars flashing before his eyes. Unable to even scream, reduced to a curled-up figure writhing in agony, Chen Nan didn't spare them a glance, as if he were merely kicking aside 2 guard dogs. And he strode forward, forcefully pushing open the creaking wooden door of the bar. Inside, the atmosphere was dimly lit, heavy with the stale odor of alcohol mixed with the cheap scent of perfume. At the narrow staircase leading upward, 2 burly men, unmistakably professional enforcers, heard the commotion and charged down with menacing ferocity, courting death. Get him! In response, Chen Nan delivered 2 swift and precise kicks. Bang! Thud! Thud! The 2 men, together weighing over 400 pounds, tumbled down the stairs like discarded sacks of garbage, crashing amidst the chaos of tables and chairs on the ground floor. Chen Nan ascended the stairs with an air of composure. At the end of the second-floor corridor, laughter that was both licentious and raucous, mingled with shrill screams from women and some indescribable lewd sounds, echoed from a slightly ajar private room. Ah, found it. He approached the door without hesitation, lifted his leg. With a thunderous crash, the already substantial door exploded inward. Splinters flew. The scene within the room froze instantaneously, as several scantily clad women, heavily made up, turned pale with fright, their screams silenced. A bald man, his torso bare and adorned with grotesque tattoos, was surrounded by women. The instant the door was kicked open, his reaction was swift. The flesh on his face quivered as he began to curse, but before the words could escape his lips, his hand darted towards the coffee table. Whoosh! A Colt revolver, gleaming with a ghostly blue sheen, was snatched into his grasp, the dark muzzle aimed directly at the uninvited intruder. You bastard! Seeking death, are you? The bald leader, his visage contorted with rage, was poised to pull the trigger and eliminate the intruder. However, before the words "I'll take care of you" could even leave his throat, his vision suddenly blurred. Quick! Approaching the limits of his visual perception, Chen Nan's figure appeared as if by teleportation. The bald man felt an irresistible and terrifying force collide violently against his wrist, causing him excruciating pain and sending his handgun flying from his grasp. In an instant, a hand, akin to a vice, seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. He then felt the world whirl around him. Bang! Crack! The bald man's robust physique was hurled against the solid wall of the private room with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact sent a jarring shock through him, causing the cheap decorative frames on the wall to shatter and scatter across the floor. He felt as though his entire skeletal structure was about to disintegrate, his internal organs battered as if struck by a vehicle. Gush! Cough, cough, cough! He crashed heavily to the ground, a torrent of scalding blood erupting forth, staining the floor crimson. Curling in agony, he coughed violently, each spasm expelling more bloody sputum, his eyes wide with disbelief and profound pain. He glared at the Eastern man before him, who appeared as a demonic entity, his mind clouded with confusion. When had he ever offended such a malevolent force? Unfazed, Chen Nan leisurely crouched down, his polished shoe resting beside the bald man's face as he looked down upon him with a cruel, mocking smirk. Have you forgotten so soon, esteemed one? The incident at the door just moments ago? He extended his hand, lightly patting the bald man. Realization struck the bald man like a cold wave surging from his feet to the crown of his head, filling him with regret. Damn, had I known this yellow-skinned. No, this gentleman was so formidable, I would have gladly knelt to welcome him instead of conducting business. Boss, what's happening? Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and fierce curses surged from downstairs, akin to a tidal wave. The staircase echoed with thuds as 2 to 3 dozen members of the Greyhound gang, armed with clubs, knives, and handguns, charged up to the second floor under the command of a menacing middle-aged man with a buzz cut and cold eyes, instantly blocking the narrow corridor. Ha, kid, you're finished. The bald gang leader, seeing his reinforcements and especially the weapons wielded by Wilson and his underlings, felt a surge of adrenaline despite his pain and blood loss. He laughed grotesquely, his gaze towards Chen Nan brimming with resentment and the thrill of imminent revenge. Quick, shoot him, turn him into a sieve, he bellowed, envisioning the scene of Chen Nan sprawled in a pool of blood. However, the anticipated gunfire never erupted. Time seemed to freeze as the vengeful smile on the bald leader's face faltered, his disbelief growing as he stared at Wilson, who stood at the forefront with an unusually grave expression. Wilson, you wretched fool. He sensed that something was amiss. The leader, Wilson's voice was painfully dry, his hand trembling slightly around the revolver, and his forehead glistened with cold sweat. Our guns are all jammed. He lamented, his face a picture of despair. The henchman behind him, equally aghast, fumbled with their suddenly inoperative weapons, pulling the triggers only to elicit hollow clicks. What the hell? Jammed. All of them. The bald leader was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. 3 shotguns and several handguns, all malfunctioning simultaneously? The odds were more absurd than being struck by a meteor on the way out. Enough, Chen Nan said, calmly rising to his feet, as if merely dusting off his clothes. He surveyed the panicked and bewildered crowd before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Nonchalantly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and gently pressed downward into the air. A palpable yet invisible force enveloped the entire corridor in an instant. The next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before the astonished members of the Greyhound gang. The weapons in Wilson's and his henchmen's hands, be they revolvers, worn-out pistols, or antiquated shotguns, began to quiver violently, as if infused with life or manipulated by an unseen magnetic force. Then, to the horror of all present, these deadly implements obediently turned their barrels around. The black mouths of death no longer pointed at the enemies ahead, but were now firmly trained on their respective owners. A synchronized gasp echoed throughout the second-floor corridor, the air seemingly sucked from the room, as dozens of eyes widened in sheer terror and incomprehensible absurdity. Time appeared to freeze. The members of the Greyhound gang stood like lifeless statues, paralyzed, having forgotten how to breathe. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, temples, and backs like a torrential river. Was it a divine being? Or a demon? Perhaps some arcane sorcery from the east? Countless thoughts rumbled like thunder in their blank minds. Regardless of the nature of this entity, it was undeniably beyond the comprehension of these street thugs. In the suffocating silence, only the cold gun barrels emitted a silent threat of death. Just then, Chen Nan's voice, resonant and definitive, pierced the air, clear to every ear. Imbued with an undeniable chill. Wilson, is it? His gaze fixed on the pale-faced second-in-command. Eliminate him. He nodded towards the bald, mud-like figure on the ground, declaring, from this moment on, you shall be the leader of the Greyhound gang. These words struck like thunder, shattering the oppressive silence. Wilson's body jolted violently. He glanced at the terrified and despairing leader on the ground, then at the dark muzzles pointed at his forehead, and finally at the Eastern man who seemed to command everything like a deity. In a mere second of struggle, the instinct for survival and the desire for power swiftly overshadowed any lingering sense of brotherhood. A glint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in his eyes. Leader. Wilson stepped forward abruptly, his voice laced with a feigned tragic gravity. Forgive me. If you do not perish, we brothers shall follow you to the grave today. Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you for offending those who should not be offended. Once he finished this grandiloquent soliloquy, his movements were as swift as lightning, and he drew a gleaming dagger from his waistband with ferocity. With a swift motion, the blade glided mercilessly across the vulnerable neck of the bald leader. The leader's eyes bulged in horror, fixated on Wilson, filled with an extreme bitterness, resentment, and a touch of absurdity. He emitted a wheezing sound akin to a broken windbag as torrents of blood erupted like a fountain, instantly staining the shabby carpet beneath him. In a futile attempt, he reached out, as if grasping for something, but ultimately his hand fell helplessly, his body convulsing violently a few times before becoming completely still. In his wide-open eyes lingered an eternity of hatred and an inability to close them, especially at the thought of Wilson's words about taking care of his sister-in-law and nieces and nephews, which felt like a final curse piercing his heart. With a thud, Wilson decisively knelt, prostrating himself before Chen Nan with utmost reverence. From this moment onward, he was his own master. Chapter 15. Wilson was ruthless, decisive, and possessed a keen sense of timing. He understood all too well that his life now hung by a thread, contingent upon the whims of this mysterious master before him. Observing the humble figure prostrated at his feet, Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the type of perceptive individual he sought to serve him. Worthy of being his subordinate, had the bald leader met his demise, even if, through sheer force, the resulting resentment would have lingered, leaving him to suffer the indignity of descending from leader to servant. But Wilson was different. Chen Nan had elevated him from the position of second-in-command directly to that of leader, albeit only on the surface, which significantly surpassed remaining subservient. For him, it was a gift rather than a loss. To whom one serves is inconsequential. What matters is the stature of the one they serve. Climbing the branches of the great Chen Nan tree not only promised safety, but also a brighter future. Should calamity strike, there would be a tall figure to shield him. All right, rise, Chen Nan said in a calm tone, effortlessly weaving dreams of grandeur. Follow me, and I guarantee you a life of indulgence, 3 meals a day, with every meal including meat. Wilson stood up, overwhelmed with gratitude, waiting for the next instruction. The bar continued its usual business, and there were even possibilities for expansion. Chen Nan surveyed the dilapidated surroundings of the bar and shifted the conversation, stating that they needed to be more discreet for the time being, as their current strength was insufficient. He paused, then made a more enticing promise. After a while, he would enhance their capabilities, ensuring that each of them could take on 10 opponents, at which point they could truly showcase their skills. His words ignited a fervor among the Greyhound gang members, who erupted with excitement upon hearing this. Having witnessed Chen Nan's extraordinary Eastern sorcery, they were utterly convinced that following this boss would lead them to success. Silence. Chen Nan raised his hand, and the noise subsided instantly. He produced 2 sketches, stating, "Your task now is to locate these 2 individuals. They frequently visit this bar." The gang members approached one by one, carefully examining the images of Sabretooth Victor and Wolverine Logan. For individuals who had struggled at the bottom, finding people was a fundamental skill. As long as the targets mingled within New York's bar scene, they would not escape their notice. "Understood, boss." They echoed in unison. "Incorrect." Chen Nan corrected, pointing at Wilson. "He is your boss. From now on, refer to me as the employer." "Yes, employer," they replied in a harmonious tone, imbued with newfound respect. "Excellent." Chen Nan nodded. "Once you find them, notify me immediately. Do not alert them. Each has their own methods. I trust in your abilities." He then revealed a stack of crisp, green bills, which glimmered enticingly in the dim light. The sound of the rustling paper captivated everyone's attention. "This $5,000 is for you to share," Chen Nan declared, his voice stirring excitement. "The first to locate the individuals in the sketches will receive an additional $5,000. The bar erupted with deafening cheers. $5,000. In an era where the average worker earned merely $20 a week, this was an astronomical sum. Just the shared amount equated to more than 2 months' wages. And finding the targets could afford a house. Oh my goodness. This employer is undoubtedly a major player. The money is here. Seize it and get moving," Chen Nan exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Focus on motels and those, hospitable widows' homes. These 2 paupers never spend money on entertainment. They love to flirt with married women." The allure of money was boundless. The gang members hastily grabbed their share and dashed out like a flock of startled birds. They were well aware of which widows were lonely and which wives were seeking clandestine affairs. "Wilson." Chen Nan handed over the remaining $5,000 to him, casting a disdainful glance at the bar's dilapidated decor. "Take this money and clean up this place properly. From now on, we shall pursue a more upscale direction, understood?" "Yes, boss." Wilson quickly accepted the money and explained, "Previously, the bald guy took all the cash. This place attracts only the impoverished, and there is little profit to be had. Let bygones be bygones. Let us focus on the future." Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat disinterested. "You handle all matters concerning the bar and the gang. This is my number." He handed over a slip of paper. The intelligence network was his primary concern. As for whether this gang was involved in drug trafficking or gambling, it was of little consequence to him as long as it harmed the Americans. "Rest assured, boss," Wilson replied with utmost respect, bowing as he escorted Chen Nan out of the bar. Only when Chen Nan's vehicle rounded the corner did he dare to straighten up, releasing a long sigh of relief. Days passed swiftly, and Marilyn brought news from the Black King. The money would arrive shortly, inquiring about progress. Chen Nan replied succinctly, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. A mutant will soon join the club." On that day, Chen Nan sat at home with his eyes closed, attempting to refine his control over the invisible magnetic field. Mastery of the subtle details often determines success or failure. Suddenly, the phone rang, shattering the tranquility. "Boss, we found him. One of the individuals you were looking for." Wilson's excited yet respectful voice came through the line. "He is at 21, Lick Street, the Rose Hunter Bar. However, he seems a bit out of his mind, rambling nonsensically." "Excellent. Very good." Chen Nan's voice rose in pitch, barely containing his excitement. "Wilson, inform all participating brothers that each will receive an additional $100. I'm on my way." After hanging up, Chen Nan swiftly grabbed his jacket and rushed out, leaving behind a brief note. "Marilyn, I'm stepping out. No need to wait for me." Before his words could fully dissipate, he vanished through the door. Marilyn and Raven exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what could have brought him such joy. The Rose Hunter Bar, with its Clich-D name and shabby exterior, was evidently a low-end establishment. As soon as Chen Nan's car came to a stop, Wilson, who had been waiting, jogged over. "Boss, is he inside?" Without pausing, Chen Nan replied, "Yes. He is busy boasting." "All right, let me have a look. You all should go celebrate." Chen Nan waved his hand and pushed open the creaking door that reeked of cheap liquor and sweat. Inside the dimly lit, cacophonous bar, under the guidance of a subordinate, Chen Nan's gaze immediately fixed on a robust figure in a corner booth. It was none other than the saber-toothed tiger, Victor. He was animatedly proclaiming something about bullets not being able to kill him, and how he had torn apart 100 enemies on the battlefield. provoking laughter from the surrounding patrons who clearly regarded him as either a drunken fool or a madman. Ah, indeed it was him. Chen Nan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his mind clear. The sword-toothed tiger, that old rascal, was a straightforward brute. Capturing him? Quite simple. Subduing him and providing ample libations would suffice. Confirming the target's accuracy, he promptly withdrew from that dismal place. After waiting in the car for approximately half an hour, the bar door swung open once more, revealing the sword-toothed tiger, swaying as he emerged, an alluringly clad woman clinging to him, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. It must be said that the sword-toothed tiger's wild, rugged demeanor, overflowing with testosterone, indeed holds an allure for certain women, especially when paired with his muscular physique. Wildness signifies strength. He mounted a striking heavy motorcycle. The woman expertly seated herself sideways behind him, tightly embracing his waist. The engine roared like a beast, propelling the motorcycle forward in a burst that elicited excited shrieks from the woman. "Follow closely," commanded Chen Nan to Wilson in the driver's seat, and the car accelerated, maintaining a careful distance. In the motorcycle's rearview mirror, the sword-toothed tiger's previously drunken and complacent eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing through them. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and silently chuckled. This is intriguing. He licked his lips, and instead of speeding away, he slightly decelerated, as if awaiting something. Such an overt tailing ignited his innate combativeness. Curious to discover who dared to pursue him. Chapter 16, Victor Creed, or the Sword-Toothed Tiger. Even swathed in that tattered leather jacket, his sinewy muscles radiated explosive power. His eyes sparkled with a beast-like vigilance and primal ferocity, a wild aura almost spilling over. He noticed the leisurely following sedan, a mocking, sinister grin spreading across his face, his white teeth glinting ominously in the dim light. He provocatively raised his robust middle finger, then abruptly twisted the throttle. The motorcycle roaring as it plunged into a narrow alleyway. The back alley was darker and filthier than the front street. The pungent stench of decaying refuse permeating the damp air. Victor clearly had no intention of engaging in prolonged conversation. He roughly pressed the lust-driven woman against the cold, rough brick wall, spewing lewd banter while his sharp gaze swept toward the alley entrance. Chen Nan leaned against the thick shadows at the mouth of the alley, making no effort to conceal himself, merely observing quietly, his posture relaxed as if savoring a forthcoming performance, assessing his own prey. The instincts of a predator are remarkable. Suddenly, Victor halted all movement, his body tensing as he entered a state of heightened awareness. The calm demeanor and silent provocation of the figure at the alley's entrance, like an imposing saber-toothed tiger confronted with an affront, caused him to whirl around abruptly. In the darkness, his eyes gleamed with a sinister green light, instantly pinpointing Chen Nan's location. A woman, violently shoved aside, collapsed to the ground, emitting a piercing scream of agony, yet Victor did not even blink. "Crawlers." His voice emerged from the depths of his throat, deep and hoarse, laced with offended rage and a barely perceptible wariness. Slowly, he turned, his massive form resembling a moving fortress, exuding an oppressive aura as he advanced step by step toward the alley's mouth. "Who sent you? Tired of living?" Chen Nan stepped forth from the shadows, wearing an expression of near indifference. "No one sent me. I was merely passing by, curious to see if the legendary saber-toothed tiger is as resilient as a common tiger." Roar. Victor's fury ignited completely. He required no weapon. His body was the deadliest weapon of all. His leg muscles expanded like steel cables, and the concrete beneath him shattered with a resounding crack, spiderweb-like fissures rippling outward. He transformed into a violent tempest, roaring like a tiger, charging at Chen Nan with a speed and force capable of overturning a small car. Dragons descend from clouds. Tigers leap from winds. Chen Nan's eyes narrowed, his super soldier-enhanced reflexes allowing him to make a swift assessment. Unperturbed, he sidestepped gracefully, his movements as ethereal as a specter. Seemingly perilous, yet precisely evading Victor's colossal fist, which could have shattered boulders. Combat skills. To Victor, that was superfluous, sheer brute force sufficed. Bang. Crack. Victor's vicious fist crashed into the brick wall behind Chen Nan, shattering the bricks and sending dust billowing like smoke. The sturdy wall was indented with a terrifying dent from the impact. With one strike gone awry, his ferocity intensified. Victor growled, retaliating with a swift, lethal claw strike. His 5 fingers resembling tempered steel hooks, slicing through the air with a sound that promised to rend flesh, aimed directly at Chen Nan's ribcage. In the dim light, those claws, though not forged from Edmund alloy, still gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. A cold smirk danced on Chen Nan's lips, just as the claws poised to pierce his flesh. To Victor's shock, he felt as though his fist had collided with an invisible quagmire. The deadly claws were a mere inch from Chen Nan's garment, yet an insurmountable chasm prevented any further advance. The force restraining him was soft yet omnipresent. imbued with an eerie, spring-like resilience. What the hell? Victor roared in astonishment and fury. His pride, the claws capable of tearing through tank armor, now felt ensnared in a viscous mire. A magnetic field shield, my friend. Chen Nan's voice was laced with a hint of mockery. At the moment when Victor was jolted by this incomprehensible power, Chen Nan's right hand shot out like lightning, his fingers clamping down with iron-like precision on Victor's wrist, which was ensnared in the mire. His strength surpassed that of a saber-toothed tiger. Crack, crack. The chilling sound of shattering bones erupted in the eerie silence of the alley, eliciting a roar from Victor that was a harrowing blend of pain and fury. The bones in his wrist, along with his prideful sharp claws, were brutally snapped by Chen Nan. The excruciating pain ignited the primal ferocity within Victor, causing his healing factors to surge forth like a raging flood. Fractured bones and torn muscle tissue began to writhe and mend at a visible pace. At the same time, with a fierce determination to retaliate, his other hand clawed through the air, aiming for Chen Nan's head. Chen Nan merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the lethal claws to graze past his hair. In that instant, he focused his intent. Buzz. The metallic particles suspended in the air, rust flakes, discarded fragments, and debris shaken loose from the old lamppost were all ensnared by an overwhelmingly powerful magnetic field, accelerating towards Victor. Thud, thud, thud. Countless tiny metal shards transformed into a deadly storm of metal, shooting forth like a torrential rain, instantly piercing through Victor's outstretched arm, shoulder, and even half of his chest. Blood erupted like splattered red paint. Victor let out a heart-wrenching wail, his attack abruptly interrupted, as his healing factors went into overdrive. Flesh and tissue bubbling and writhing with a faint sizzling sound. Yet, the pace of his recovery could barely keep up with the horrific damage inflicted. Chen Nan offered him no respite. He forcefully pressed down on Victor's mangled hand while twisting his waist, driving his knee forward like a cannonball, striking with immense force against Victor's unguarded abdomen, which had bowed slightly from the pain. Ugh! Victor's massive frame was lifted off the ground, his eyes bulging as if his internal organs had been jostled out of place. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding steam locomotive. With fluid grace, Chen Nan twisted his body, using the momentum of his knee strike to unleash a powerful roundhouse kick, striking Victor's temple with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The sound reverberated through the alley like a giant hammer striking a drum. The saber-toothed tiger's robust body was sent flying like a discarded sack, crashing violently into a mountain of garbage bins on the opposite side of the alley. The metallic garbage bin emitted a piercing groan, instantly caving in and distorting, while refuse and filth splattered everywhere. Victor found himself compelled to lie amidst the filthy refuse, dizzy and disoriented, blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose, his body likely suffering multiple fractures. The self-healing factor was operating at full capacity, the flesh around his wounds writhing wildly in a desperate attempt to mend itself. Yet the excruciating pain and the jarring impact on his mind rendered him incapable of rising, leaving him to emit heavy, agonized breaths. Chen Nan ambled over with a deliberate pace, his polished shoes crunching on the damp ground, mingled with blood and debris, producing a clear and oppressive sound with each step. He paused before the struggling saber-toothed tiger, gazing down at this temporarily defanged beast from a position of dominance. Self-healing? A formidable ability. Chen Nan crouched down, a hint of cold mockery lacing his tone, but alas, your strength and speed leave much to be desired. Humph. Victor, unwilling to submit, forced a guttural sound from his throat. Despite being utterly beaten, the inherent defiance within him continued to blaze. Join me. Chen Nan's tone suddenly turned casual. Look at the life you lead. Broke enough to not afford a drink. Relying on women for support? Does that make you a man? His gaze swept over the faintly unconscious young woman nearby. Join you? Victor rasped, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. Food, shelter, and women? Food and shelter, perhaps. Chen Nan scoffed. But women? That's the job of a pimp. However, he cast a meaningful glance towards the distant ruckus of a bar outside the alley. Let me take you to a decent place, and you needn't worry about the lack of women. All right. Victor, with little hesitation, struggled to sit up, wiping the blood from his face, his eyes fierce yet resolute. I'm in. For him, it mattered little with whom he allied. Having food, a chance for conflict, and drink constituted a good life. In mere seconds after his declaration, Victor's gruesome wounds ceased to bleed, the torn flesh rapidly closing and healing, while the fractured bones emitted faint cracking sounds as they realigned. That terrifying vitality sparked a flicker of uncontrollable heat in Chen Nan's gaze. At that moment, 3 ethereal cards quietly materialized at the edge of Chen Nan's vision. Self-healing, orange; tiger claw, purple; beast scent, purple. Chapter 17. The extraction time for self-healing is 1 hour. I never anticipated the saber-toothed tiger's healing ability to be so potent, with a probability of 70. Chen Nan muttered, continuing to invite the saber-toothed tiger for drinks to secure his card-drawing time, intending to introduce him to Wilson. Thus, The saber-toothed tiger rode along on his dilapidated motorcycle, following Chen Nan to the gray cat bar for a drink. Card draw failed, damn it. Chen Nan cursed under his breath upon hearing the system's notification. From now on, I won't draw cards with less than an 80% probability. Who knows how close he must be to draw the Phoenix Force and the Chaos Force in the future, especially when the odds are exceedingly low. Nevertheless, he has prepared himself for the long haul. When the time comes, he shall draw cards at his leisure, confident that a month's time would suffice. The second round of card drawing commenced, and fortunately, Chen Nan's luck held steady this time, with a 70% probability ensuring that no cards were wasted. You all continue your revelry. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off. Just enjoy yourselves, Chen Nan said, waving his hand. Having achieved his objective, he was eager to vacate this chaotic environment. Upon returning home, he immediately began the process of merging with his self-healing ability. However, this fusion was not a tranquil affair. Instead, it was tumultuous and intense. As this immense and untamed life energy surged into Chen Nan's body, he felt as though he had transformed into a colossal furnace, rumbling with vigor. The cells, once enhanced by the super soldier serum, were akin to parched sponges, rejoicing and trembling with greed as they encountered a much-needed deluge. Within him, two formidable powers clashed and intertwined fiercely, the searing pain reminiscent of molten lava coursing through his veins, cleansing every nerve. His muscle fibers were torn apart and instantaneously reassembled, while his bone density felt as though it were being hammered repeatedly by an invisible force, producing a subtle hum only he could perceive. The temperature of his skin soared dramatically, even releasing wisps of visible vapor, as sweat emerged only to evaporate almost instantly. After enduring this agonizing trial, he experienced an indescribable transformation and elevation, as though an invisible shackle had been shattered. A profound sense of wholeness and resilience enveloped him. He could distinctly sense the unprecedented vitality of his cells, with his metabolic rate elevated to an extraordinary level. Each muscle brimmed with explosive power, now endowed with a near-immortal resilience and recuperative capacity. His bones, already strong, seemed to be coated in an intangible alloy of life, rendering them even more unyielding. For Chen Nan, this was a transcendence of the very essence of life. A fleeting spark ignited in his eyes, and his aura deepened, becoming more introspective yet akin to a dormant volcano, brimming with an almost eternal vigor. Chen Nan rose slowly, feeling the warm, unyielding life force within him, flowing like the mighty rivers, ceaseless and relentless. A small blade grazed his arm, and a wound appeared, only to vanish almost instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Haha, Chen Nan chuckled, exhilarated. This was the outcome he had long desired. The weight on his chest had nearly lifted, and his fatal weaknesses had dissipated. In the vast Marvel universe, frailty was all too common, even among the likes of Magneto, Professor X, Doctor Strange, and Ebony Maw. Their physical bodies are eternally a vulnerability. When confronted with close combat, they flounder in disarray, rendering them incapable of engaging in space warfare. The body is the true capital. Without life, one loses everything. For existence harbors boundless possibilities. Following Chen Nan's acquisition of self-healing abilities, the most immediate beneficiary was, ironically, Marilyn, who became the sole victim. In the endless cycle of indulgence, she found herself astonished by the effects of gluttony and the rejuvenating masks, which left her utterly astounded. Prior to departing for Germany, he did not take Marilyn along, opting instead to bring the saber-toothed tiger, as Marilyn was required to oversee the construction site. The cunning and insidious nature of the Red Devil has been honed through endless years of experience. His greatest abilities are teleportation and immortality. Possessing these two supreme powers has driven many to madness and envy, for who does not desire eternal life? The Red Devil has followed many, even Apocalypse. He is a quintessential opportunist, aligning himself with the strongest. He has morphed into a harbinger of chaos, subsequently aligning himself with the Black King, and upon the latter's demise, has found allegiance with the Magnet King. According to the narrative beyond the cinematic realm, this rogue must presently be lurking within the quaint town of G-Rulitz in Germany. However, penetrating the German-occupied territory is no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, under the guise of a fabricated identity and with the aid of the Black King, he managed to infiltrate the occupied zone. The war has reached a juncture where it is evident that the defeat of the German forces is merely a matter of time. As their defenses crumble and contract, the Allied forces have effectively sealed all air and maritime access to the occupied territories, compelling Chen Nan to fly to Allied territory and then hastily proceed with the saber-toothed tiger directly into the German-occupied zone. Meanwhile, the plot of Captain America continues to unfold, and one can occasionally glean from the newspapers the valorous exploits of the Howling Commandos. They have been devastating German defenses with overwhelming force, as if cutting through vegetables, dismantling munitions depots, and more. Under the military's exaggerated propaganda, Chen Nan's stature and reputation among the soldiers have been entirely supplanted by Captain America. Even the townsfolk of this small city are discussing how Steve Rogers has become their nemesis, filled with indignation. Chen Nan's ears have almost become calloused from the incessant military propaganda, which seems intent on dominating the narrative. Fortunately, his primary pursuits remain unaffected. Through the dual forces of wealth and sustenance, he has learned of rumors surrounding a certain ancient castle plagued by a demon. The descriptions of this demon suggest that they have merely caught a glimpse of a crimson tail. At this moment, Chen Nan is nearly certain that the so-called demon must indeed be the Red Devil, who has now found him. Following the address provided by his informant, Chen Nan, accompanied by the saber-toothed tiger, swiftly located the reputedly haunted castle by evening. The brutish Victor, without a word, commenced to pound on the door, for politeness and decorum are alien to him. Just as he was about to break down the door, Chen Nan suddenly shouted, "Victor, behind you." Victor harbored an unwavering trust in Chen Nan. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a roll, and at that very instant, a crimson tail spike pierced the space where Victor had just been. A chill coursed through Victor's back. Had it not been for Chen Nan's timely warning, his heart would have been impaled. Though endowed with regenerative abilities to heal his body, the agony was beyond immunity. One could only imagine the excruciating pain of a shattered heart. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur as the Red Devil emerged, swaying its scarlet tail, its curious gaze fixated on Chen Nan. "How did you ascertain my trajectory?" it inquired. "Magnetic field fluctuations," Chen Nan replied nonchalantly. "The moment the Red Devil teleports, a magnetic disturbance occurs. And being attuned to the Earth's magnetic field, such subtle changes could hardly escape my notice." "Intriguing. Are you also a mutant?" The Red Devil scrutinized Chen Nan with keen interest, nearly convinced of his identity. Nodding, Chen Nan continued, "Since we are kindred spirits, we should unite. I extend an invitation for you to join the Hellfire Club." "Huh. I have followed many formidable individuals worthy of my allegiance, but what makes you different?" The Red Devil scoffed. "Oh, so you mean that defeating you is sufficient? Yet, should you choose to flee, I cannot impede your escape," Chen Nan stated calmly. "Your arrogance is rather unbecoming." "Allow me to test your prowess," the Red Devil retorted with a derisive snort, opting for immediate confrontation, vanishing from sight with a resounding thud. Chapter 18, Victor, test his strength. Use your keen sense of smell to detect his essence the moment he strikes, and be attuned to the currents of the air, Chen Nan instructed the saber-toothed tiger. He relished the presence of such talent as the Red Devil. Those who had followed him in the past had met with misfortune. Thus he entrusted this one to Black King for assurance. This individual seemed to carry an aura of ill fortune, perhaps a harbinger of the devil's ominous presence. The saber-toothed tiger nodded solemnly. He had indeed been careless at the outset. Although his bulky form was somewhat sluggish and lacked the agility of a feline, his sense of smell was sharp enough to detect prey. Leaning against the castle's garden railing, Chen Nan absent-mindedly twirled several coins between his fingers while his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixated on the conspicuous figure in the center of the open ground. The Red Devil, with its dark crimson skin, stood out starkly against the twilight backdrop, its elongated tail curling with elegance. A hint of amusement and disdain graced its features as it assessed Victor, whom Chen Nan had pushed forward to engage in battle. A mere probing strike had already revealed that this beast-like entity, despite its keen sense of smell, was not as swift as he had initially assumed. Though he had long departed from the arena, the ferocity of the beast remained unmitigated amidst the throng of mundane women, particularly when subjected to the disdainful gaze of another monster. With a roar, without a moment's hesitation, Victor's colossal form surged forward once more, akin to a frenzied grizzly bear. Propelled by a gust of primal fury towards the Red Devil, his talons cleaved through the air, aiming directly for the heart of his adversary. Meanwhile, the curve of the Red Devil's lips deepened, and just as the talons were about to make contact, bang, a faint explosion resonated, accompanied by a whiff of sulfur, leaving only a wisp of dissipating crimson smoke in its wake. Victor lunged at emptiness, his immense inertia nearly causing him to collide with the stone pillar behind him. His speed remained sluggish, lacking the swiftness of a feline, possessing only the keen sense of smell. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, his beastly pupils constricting as he relied on an extraordinary olfactory prowess to instantly detect the sulfuric scent emanating from his left rear. "Here, you lumbering oaf," the mocking voice of the Red Devil echoed. Without a moment's thought, Victor swung his robust thigh backward like a steel whip, twisting his body as his other paw lashed out with ferocity. Bang! The Red Devil's figure vanished once more, leaving Victor's claws to slice through mere air. The combat morphed into a bizarre chase, with Victor utilizing his primal instincts and acute sense of smell to relentlessly pursue the ephemeral sulfur trail, launching attack after attack. His strength was potent enough to shatter stone, each strike infused with cataclysmic energy, yet the Red Devil eluded him like an elusive phantom. nimbly evading to the periphery of Victor's assaults, appearing precisely at the moments of his exhaustion or in the blind spots of his strikes. He was in no rush to retaliate. Rather, it felt as though he were toying with a cornered beast, occasionally leaving shallow yet stinging lacerations across Victor's thick hide with his razor-like claws, or unexpectedly striking at his joints with his tail. Too slow, clumsy beast. The Red Devil's voice drifted mockingly. Furious roars erupted from Victor as his wounds, aided by his self-healing factor, rapidly ceased bleeding and began to mend. Yet the pain and the mounting sense of frustration only fueled his rage. After several rounds, he had yet to seize even a corner of the Red Devil's attire, while he himself bore numerous searing marks. Sweat mingled with blood trickled from his brow, his breath grew labored, and his rhythm of attack noticeably faltered. Chen Nan observed silently from the shadows, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Victor's disheveled performance served only to affirm his preliminary assessment of the Red Devil's teleportation ability. Strange, swift, and unpredictable, the saber-toothed tiger's self-healing and primal instincts appeared clumsy and strained in the face of absolute speed and elusiveness, able to sustain him only temporarily. As Victor stumbled once more, the shadow of the Red Devil abruptly loomed above him, a glimmer of genuine malice flickering in its eyes. Sharp claws gleaming ominously as they aimed directly for the crown of Victor's head. Enough! Chen Nan's voice, though soft, distinctly pierced through the barriers of space. The coins he had been deftly manipulating had, unbeknownst to him, suspended in front of him, trembling slightly as they locked onto the descending figure of the Red Devil. The Red Devil hesitated momentarily in midair, its elongated, inhuman eyes finally focusing on Chen Nan, concealed within the shadows. The mockery that had previously danced in its gaze was replaced by a newfound gravity. The aura emanating from the being it had been observing was far more perilous than it had anticipated, emerging gradually from the sunset's remnants. Chen Nan did not cast a glance at the panting Victor. Instead, his gaze, as tangible as a physical force, fixated on the suspended Red Devil. The coins, now hovering above his palm, emitted a subtle yet piercing hum. Your tricks, Chen Nan uttered, his voice subdued but cutting through Victor's heavy breaths, are over. As soon as the words fell from his lips, he clenched his palm fiercely. A resounding hum erupted as an invisible, violent force field exploded outward from Chen Nan, enveloping the entire villa as if it had been thrust into a colossal magnetic furnace. Minute metal fragments, decaying iron nails, and even distant automobiles were seized by an unseen hand, emitting a grating metallic symphony as they broke free from their constraints, swirling like a magnetized swarm towards Chen Nan's palm. The Red Devil's pupils constricted sharply. It felt an unprecedented sense of confinement. The air around it thickened like glue. Every spatial gap required for teleportation seemingly crushed by this ruthless force field. Oomph! The Red Devil scoffed, its figure vanishing instantaneously. This teleportation was marked by an unmistakable urgency and struggle. With a resounding explosion, the scent of sulfur erupted 3 meters to Chen Nan's left. However, upon its arrival, it was not met with an opportunity for a surprise attack, but rather, whoosh! Dozens of metal fragments, accelerated to their utmost limits by the magnetic field, rained down like a tempest. Their speed was so astonishingly rapid that it nearly surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Each shard cut through the air with a shriek, precisely targeting the area where the Red Devil might materialize. The Red Devil managed only a muffled grunt as its body contorted, narrowly evading the majority of the lethal projectiles. Yet, a few razor-sharp metal pieces grazed its ribs and arms, drawing forth dark crimson droplets of blood, stripping away the elegance from its visage. It dared not linger and teleported once more. With a thud, it reappeared in the blind spot behind Chen Nan. The dagger shimmered with a chilling light. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, as he materialized, the decaying floor beneath him, along with a substantial, rusted iron pipe buried below, was violently upheaved and distorted by Chen Nan's magnetic force. It struck like a colossal steel serpent, viciously whipping towards his legs. The Red Devil, filled with dread, flicked his tail with great force, contorting his body in midair at an impossible angle, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Yet the twisted edge of the iron pipe still scraped a significant portion of flesh from his ankle, inflicting excruciating pain that momentarily hindered his movements. Your trajectory is all too clear. Chen Nan's cold voice resonated like a death knell, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the Red Devil. In that fleeting moment of agony, as the Red Devil's movements faltered, Chen Nan vanished once more. The explosive power of the super soldier positioned him perfectly to block the Red Devil's most probable teleportation path. Simultaneously, with his right hand splayed, Chen Nan directed his palm towards the Red Devil and pressed down with force. A resounding hum echoed, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds. No, this is impossible, the Red Devil roared, a mix of fury and fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. His once proud spatial abilities were brutally suppressed before this man. Chen Nan's figure approached like a specter, devoid of flamboyant techniques, relying solely on sheer speed and strength. A direct punch, unadorned yet as swift as lightning, surged forth, creating a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air and struck the Red Devil's face, contorted in horror. The impact resounded with a chilling thud, akin to a high-speed vehicle colliding head-on. The Red Devil, caught off guard, flew backward like a severed red kite. With a thunderous crash, he collided violently with the castle's thick stone wall, the tremendous force creating a gaping hole in the ancient, crumbling structure. Slumping down like a lifeless dog, the Red Devil's dark red skin bore numerous abrasions and bruises, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, while his elegant tail lay limply. He struggled to lift his head, but it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, the agony rendering even breathing a challenge. Producing only ragged gasps akin to a deflating bellows. The arrogance and mockery that once filled his eyes were now replaced with boundless pain, incredulous terror, and a profound fear in the face of overwhelming power. Chen Nan's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable coldness. Shall we have a proper discussion? The Red Devil, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded eagerly. I will heed your every word. Please, you speak. Chapter 19. You are quite astute. Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction. Had the Red Devil been resolute in his desire to escape, with his elusive teleportation, Chen Nan would indeed have been at a loss. Fortunately, this fellow was a typical opportunist. Living for too long has rendered one's bones frail, leading to a dependence on the strong. The longer one exists, the greater the fear of death becomes. Although one may claim to be immortal, they are not invincible, should the need arise. It is not a daunting task to take their life. Ahem, the Red Devil chuckled awkwardly. Isn't there an ancient saying in the East that those who consume food are the true heroes? After all this time, I understand this principle well enough. Preserving one's life is paramount. Who wishes to perish? Ah, it seems you have evolved quite well, Chen Nan remarked, casting a sidelong glance before shifting the topic. However, there is no need to accompany me. Instead, go and mingle with our club leader. Who? Sebastian Shaw. Is it him? The Red Devil felt a chill within. Oh, you know him? Nan inquired with intrigue. I have heard of him. He is known for gathering extraordinary talents. Unfortunately, mutants are exceedingly rare, so his harvest is likely meager. The Red Devil replied candidly. Then why did you not seek to ally with him initially? Isn't that preferable to hiding in this wretched place? Chen Nan's tone dripped with mockery. I never involved myself in politics. The Red Devil shook his head, adopting an air of sagacity. He associates with that lunatic crew. It is only a matter of time before he meets his demise. Look, isn't that fate already looming? Having lived for millennia, he had gained profound insight. Even someone as formidable as Apocalypse, who aspired to contend against the world, ultimately fell to the very mortals he deemed insignificant. How long could a mere mustached man persist? Enough of these trivial matters. They do not concern us. Chen Nan waved his hand, wishing to avoid further waste of time. I will take you to see the Black King. It is also imperative that you recuperate there. It might not be a bad idea to send this harbinger of misfortune to confront the Black King. The saber-tooth gazed at Chen Nan with admiration, longing for the strength, grace, and composure that he possessed. The Red Devil, though possessing a constitution far superior to ordinary beings, lacked the ability to heal himself. His injuries would take no less than 10 days to mend. Upon receiving his instructions, Sabretooth hurriedly dashed off to fetch a vehicle, and the group set forth towards the Auschwitz concentration camp. The Red Devil lay quietly in the back seat, bandaged and in his current state. He could not assure a swift teleportation for the two companions. Chen Nan, resting his eyes against the seat, appeared to be rejuvenating. However, he was preoccupied with 3 radiant cards suspended before him. High-speed teleportation, orange. Immortality, gold. Mental resistance, pink. Why was there no affinity for dark magic? Chen Nan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was the Red Devil not exceedingly sensitive to dark magic and energy? Ding host. Please note, the current incarnation of the Red Devil does not possess this ability. Not all individuals across parallel universes exist in their complete forms. So be it. Chen Nan resigned himself. My primary objective is indeed teleportation. The absence of dark magic affinity is inconsequential, as I am not currently in contact with magic. And as for the specific effects of mental resistance, the host's mental resistance, akin to the Red Devil, exhibits formidable defenses against telepathy. Ordinary telepaths find themselves utterly incapable of reading his mind or exerting mental control over him. For instance, telepathic abilities below the 4th level prove entirely ineffective. Even those at the 4th level struggle to exert control swiftly, as he possesses ample time to teleport away. Chen Nan realized that this individual, capable of languishing for millennia without succumbing, indeed possesses unique traits, and his abilities are impressively comprehensive. He had intentionally reserved today's card-drawing opportunity with the singular aim of acquiring teleportation. Alas, each target ability can only be drawn once. Once acquired, It cannot be drawn again. The card drawing duration is 2 hours with a mere 72 probability. Chen Nan furrowed his brow in frustration. Damned it, again below 80. Must I squander 2 or 3 opportunities anew? Never mind. It is but a daily draw. Let me secure teleportation first. Perhaps due to the Red Devil's diminished state revealing a greater vulnerability, this card draw proceeded remarkably smoothly, yielding immediate success. A smile involuntarily crept upon Chen Nan's lips, overshadowing his aim. Once upon a time, the abilities he most coveted were X-ray vision, for the sake of lottery tickets and breathtaking vistas, and teleportation, which he sought to facilitate his deliveries. An absolutely law-abiding citizen, he had never entertained notions of robbing a vault. Now, having grasped teleportation, how far could X-ray vision be? In the Marvel Universe, who possesses X-ray vision? Mutants remain a scarce resource. As nuclear radiation intensifies in the future, with millions of mutants emerging, what ability would be unattainable? For the second card, he unhesitatingly selected mental resistance. The golden immortality, though alluring, held little appeal for him and was exceedingly difficult to draw. The pink, mental resistance, boasted an 85 probability, readily attainable. With one draw remaining for the day, he casually attempted immortality, but predictably, the distance was insufficient, and the 60 probability resulted in failure. The vehicle jostled along the uneven road, swaying until it reached Auschwitz deep into the night. Along the way, checkpoints were stringent and numerous. Fortunately, the connections of the Black King were robust enough, and all documentation was in order. Xiao had already received the news, and as the distant headlights pierced the darkness, a surge of barely contained excitement welled within him. Upon catching sight of the distinctive red skin and tail, he instantly confirmed the presence of a mutant. It could only be a mutant. Chen, what is his ability? Xiao eagerly approached. Teleportation. Chen Nan replied with a smile, uttering those 2 words. Teleportation? Ah, does that mean incredibly fast movement? Xiao momentarily failed to grasp the concept, gesturing for Chen Nan to elaborate. No. Chen Nan shook his head. It does not mean running fast. He can appear instantaneously in any corner of the earth. For instance, he can simply whoosh and stand on the streets of New York. Gasp. Xiao inhaled sharply, his eyes alight with ecstatic brilliance. This is what it means to be a mutant. This is truly extraordinary. Very well, take him to recuperate. From now on, the Red Devil shall accompany you for greater convenience. Chen Nan turned to the Red Devil and asked, by the way, what is your name? Azazel, the Red Devil replied with a hint of aloofness. Azazel, is it? Xiao. He is entrusted to you. With no further words, Chen Nan turned and departed with the saber-toothed tiger. Xiao watched his disappearing figure merge with the night, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Such a formidable mutant, yet so readily surrendered? How naive. Upon leaving Zhao's territory, Chen Nan first visited Eric, who had indeed awakened the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, although his application was still somewhat clumsy. After offering a few words of encouragement, Chen Nan arranged for the saber-toothed tiger to procure some beer and grilled meat for him to enjoy. With all arrangements in place, Chen Nan closed the door behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. Eagerly, he reached into his system backpack and retrieved 2 extraordinary cards, hyperspeed teleportation and mental resistance. The cards floated in his palm, shimmering with resplendent hues. Chapter 20, System, Assist Me in Merging. Chen Nan inhaled deeply, gazing at the cards suspended before him, and calmly commanded, proceed. Understood. In the next instant, a torrent of intricate information regarding dimensional folding, spatial nodes, and teleportation anchor points surged violently into Chen Nan's mind. Gasping, he let out a muffled groan as veins throbbed at his temples. The intensity of this sensation surpassed that of replicating the self-healing factor, enveloping him in a chaotic whirlwind of cognition. The 2 experiences were clearly of an entirely different magnitude. It felt as though a multitude of cosmic panoramas detonated within his consciousness, revealing the folds of space, the fractures of dimensions, and the crevices between reality and alternate realms. A deluge of spatial coordinate information, capable of being processed instantaneously by a non-human intellect, inundated him, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. He realized that one cannot achieve greatness in a single breath, for the pressure of the dragon essence had nearly overwhelmed him. The headache was genuine, and the discomfort was palpable. Fortunately, his formidable willpower prevented him from succumbing to folly. The neural regions responsible for spatial orientation were reshaped by this tumultuous influx of information, painfully establishing a novel perception of spatial textures. He sensed his body transforming into a vast spatial coordinate apparatus, where the stability of the surrounding world became as malleable as rippling water within his perception. Once the teleportation ability had been merged, the system promptly proceeded to integrate the Red Devil's mental resistance. The unwavering mental barrier of the Red Devil was the culmination of millennia of existence, resisting psychic attacks. Chen Nan was bombarded with a myriad of twisted demonic illusions, accompanied by blasphemous whispers, an indelible mark of Azazel. Humph. A futile struggle. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated, rendering them utterly powerless before its external interface. An invisible force of rules transformed into an intangible, spiritual hammer. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated within the sea of consciousness. Those demonic phantoms, uttering profane whispers, shattered like fragile glass under the impact. Host, you have inadvertently stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Oh, how so? Chen Nan inquired with curiosity. Your originally frail human body was incapable of simultaneously accommodating an excess of mutated genes, leading to inevitable collapse. However, your fortuitous early integration of the saber-toothed tiger's extraordinary regenerative abilities has temporarily resolved the issue. Is that truly the case? Chen Nan suddenly grasped the implications. Yet upon reflection, he discerned the underlying message of the system. Temporarily resolved? Indeed, the genes remain stable for now, but through my calculations. Once you fuse with the power of the Phoenix's ability of rebirth through nirvana can also provide temporary relief. However, the forces of the Phoenix and chaos are inherently antagonistic. Your body will be unable to bear it. The system's response left Chen Nan in contemplative silence. Did the system imply that he must enhance his regenerative abilities? Was this not a predicament? The cursed probability of enhancement equated to pursuing a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. After months of saving white cards, he barely managed to enhance his control over the magnetic field by a mere 10%. The white cards were simply insufficient. Well, let the future unfold as it may. Discovering problems is certainly preferable to remaining oblivious. As the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Just as the system had stated, the amalgamation of two profoundly distinct powers, alongside previous integrations, imposed an unprecedented burden upon the genes within Chen Nan's body. Fortunately, the regenerative ability managed to stabilize him. Otherwise, he would indeed struggle to harness such a multitude of powers. The brief fusion process, lasting mere seconds, felt as lengthy as a century. He stood still, eyes closed, his body trembling slightly as if acclimating to an entirely new self. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and the space around him was no longer a fixed entity. He could distinctly perceive countless subtle wrinkles in the air. He could even glimpse distant coordinates, as if a mere thought could transport him there. Every place he had ever seen was now within reach. Simultaneously, an unparalleled clarity enveloped his recently cleansed soul. Any probing or assault at the mental level would be nullified by an invisible, silent fortress before it could even approach him. Chen Nan reveled in the surging power coursing through him, a satisfied grin curving his lips as he admired his body, akin to appreciating a flawless piece of art. Shall I give it a try? Yes, let us experiment. Giddy with excitement, Chen Nan felt as though he were on the brink of a mental break. And only teleportation could alleviate his symptoms. No ceremonial gestures were necessary. A mere flicker of thought sufficed. Bang! With a subtle sound, Chen Nan's figure instantaneously vanished from his original spot, reappearing almost simultaneously at a frontline U.S. military base 100 kilometers away. In the next moment, Peggy, who was indulging in a bath, was startled into a scream by the figure before her. Chen Nan was momentarily dumbfounded. How could he have thought of the military camp and ended up in Peggy's tent? This foolish brain of his would surely lead to his downfall. He quickly covered Peggy's mouth, fearing that if word spread of him spying on her while bathing, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Shoo, Peggy, it's me, don't scream. Chen Nan hastily gestured for silence, speaking in a nervous whisper. What an exhilarating situation. Agent Peggy, what's wrong? Peggy's voice was too loud, prompting inquiries from nearby female soldiers. Oh, a mouse jumped into the bath, but it's nothing, Peggy lied, her cheeks flushed. I never expected Agent Peggy to be afraid of mice. They are indeed quite repulsive, came the cheerful voice of a female soldier, which allowed Chen Nan to breathe a sigh of relief and release his grip on Peggy. What a scare that had been. Weren't you in New York? How did you end up in the military camp? Peggy asked softly, her face still red, despite having been seen in her vulnerable state. The thought that it was Chen Nan brought her a peculiar delight. What? You truly didn't recognize me? Well, the lighting is indeed poor at this late hour. Chen Nan lamented, regretting that he hadn't simply fled when he had the chance, torn by the fear of being identified by Peggy. Humph. I didn't expect Major Chen Nan to be this kind of person. Cough. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I certainly did not come here intentionally to watch you bathe. Am I that sort of person? Hard to say. Peggy rolled her eyes, filled with skepticism. Having seen how men could be, Howard was like that, and so was Steve. She had witnessed Steve kissing another woman firsthand. How can I explain this to you? It seems you'll need to see for yourself. Chen Nan scratched his head, suddenly having a bright idea. He then embraced Peggy, and with a sudden whomp, they vanished, reappearing in the grand hall of his villa in New York. Peggy was momentarily disoriented, a wave of dizziness sweeping over her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a brightly lit, luxurious villa. A sudden gust of cool air brought her back to her senses, and she realized she was dripping wet and clad in nothing but her skin. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dear, you certainly know how to have fun. Which respectable woman did you steal this from? Marilyn teased, her tone laced with mockery. Although she was unclear about why Chen Nan had suddenly appeared, it was evident that something untoward was afoot, which explained why he had wanted to keep her away. Raven, with a sulky expression and sharp little fangs, contemplated how to bite the voluptuous woman who had reappeared before her. It was then that Chen Nan realized the magnitude of the misunderstanding. He hurriedly pulled a blanket from the sofa and draped it over Peggy to shield her enchanting form. Peggy, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, fixed her intense gaze upon Chen Nan, questioning how he would wriggle out of this. Chapter 21. Even with a face as thick as a city wall, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming embarrassment that made him wish he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of thin air. His reputation was at stake. He lamented internally, wondering how one person could create such a monumental mess. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that honesty was the best policy. After all, the existence of mutants was a truth that could not be concealed for long, destined to surface eventually. In this room, Peggy Carter remained blissfully unaware, as there had been no formal reports of mutants, only speculative whispers from the streets. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nan resolved to reveal the truth to Peggy. Peggy, do you understand evolution? It's akin to our ancestors crawling out of the ocean, like primitive humans learning to forge tools, throwing stones to hunt, boiling water to drink. He searched for metaphors that Peggy might grasp, gesturing absent-mindedly in the air. Peggy, sharp-witted as ever, quickly grasped the essence of his words. In shock, she sprang to her feet, the blanket slipping away, revealing her exquisite, alabaster form to the cool air once more. Yet, the profound impact of his revelation left her completely oblivious to her state. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, "Are you saying you initiated some form of evolution? This superpower is a result of evolution?" "Precisely," Chen Nan replied, a wave of relief washing over him as he wiped his forehead, though it bore no sweat. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent person was indeed a comfort, sparing him the trouble of lengthy explanations. "And what exactly is this ability?" Peggy asked, striving to steady her breath as she settled back onto the sofa, clutching the blanket to her chest, her gaze brimming with curiosity about the unknown. "Spatial teleportation," Chen Nan stated succinctly. "It allows instantaneous travel from one point to another within Earth's confines." "Instantaneous?" Peggy repeated, her voice barely above a whisper, frozen in astonishment. Beside her, Marilyn gasped, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with shock. This ability, it was akin to the divine powers spoken of in myth and legend. To transcend the limitations of space, to disregard the barriers of distance, all with the mere flicker of thought. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze outside. After an indeterminate span of time, a cool wind swept through, brushing against Peggy's bare shoulder and jolting her from her stupor. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible frailty and lingering fear. Gazing at Chen Nan with a complex expression, "Do you think in the future many will become evolved humans like you? What will happen to ordinary people?" She had keenly caught the term evolved humans that Chen Nan had used. As for the future, who can predict it? Chen Nan shrugged, his tone casual. After all, at present, among over 2 billion people globally, there are hardly a few dozen, right? With such limited information, some unfortunate souls might awaken their abilities only to hide themselves away, thinking of themselves as monsters. Upon hearing this, Peggy's taut nerves seemed to relax slightly. She instinctively contemplated the long history of evolution, pondering whether such changes might unfold slowly over millions of years. Given the current pace of human technology and societal development, the sporadic emergence of evolved humans could indeed be momentarily disregarded. However, as this thought arose, another, colder and more brutal vision seized her heart. How did modern Homo sapiens completely extinguish the Neanderthals in their struggle for survival? Throughout history, encounters among different groups often heralded conquest and annihilation through bloodshed and fire. A primal fear, rooted deep within her genes, coiled around her like a chilling wind. She envisioned a possible future. On one side, ordinary people yearning for superpowers to become formidable. On the other, the dread of familiar faces transforming into strangers, suddenly dangerous. When a neighbor, who just yesterday fretted over mundane concerns, suddenly possessed the ability to soar or even attain immortality, while she remained ordinary and unremarkable, how would envy, jealousy, and hatred, poisons capable of consuming reason, spread like wildfire? Why should it be him? This thought alone could shatter any semblance of peace. "Take me back." Peggy's voice carried an urgency and firmness that was barely perceptible. She knew she must act immediately, even if only a small group of evolved beings existed. They had to be steered onto a controllable path, preparing for the unforeseen. A vague concept of a specialized department to handle such extraordinary events quietly took shape in her mind. She could never have imagined, nor could Chen Nan, that his awkward confession would profoundly impact the future, birthing the embryonic form of HYDRA's superpower division many years ahead of time. Nevertheless, Chen Nan was indifferent, for it wouldn't be long before the world learned of Magneto's ruthlessness. All right, Chen Nan said, asking no further questions. He stepped closer, his arm naturally encircling Peggy's waist. A subtle ripple passed through the air, and their figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance that belonged to Peggy. Marilyn watched the spot where they had disappeared, a victorious smile slowly curving her lips, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness. "Mary, oh Marilyn," she murmured softly. A hint of pride in her voice. "You truly are a little genius." This audacious gamble, where she wagered her entire fortune and life, had paid off. Chen Nan's strength had surpassed her expectations. Raven, who had been observing with a detached gaze, curled her lip in disdain, her eyes sweeping over Marilyn's impressive curves. Muttering under her breath, "Humph, what can this wretchedly endowed woman do besides making bothersome noises at night?" Within the confines of Peggy's temporary tent, a spatial fluctuation arose once more as Chen Nan brought Peggy back to their point of origin. As her feet touched the solid ground, it was as though Peggy had finally regained her senses. She cast a glance at Chen Nan, her expression complex, and then appeared to make a resolute decision. Instead of immediately retrieving her clothes, she deliberately began to change in front of him, her movements tinged with a hint of awkwardness, taking her time. Her fair skin glimmered under the dim light of the oil lamp, almost a blatant yet tentative invitation. However, Chen Nan merely observed with tranquility, his gaze devoid of the fervor Peggy had anticipated. Before she had even finished dressing, he calmly uttered, "Goodbye." As the words left his lips, his figure vanished as if he had never been there at all. "Umph," Peggy seethed, stamping her foot in frustration within the empty tent. How could he disregard the courage she had mustered? Did she possess no allure for him whatsoever? A wave of overwhelming defeat washed over her. Indeed, Chen Nan held little interest in Peggy Carter. While he acknowledged her intelligence, decisiveness, and the undeniable charm she exuded, her demeanor and appearance were not to his personal taste. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with another matter. "System," Chen Nan called out in his consciousness, "could you provide me with an attribute panel to peruse? This penguin-branded system of yours is rather lacking in service. Not even a straightforward set of data is available." "A trivial matter," the system responded flatly, imbued with a barely perceptible undertone suggesting it was time for this unrefined individual to broaden his horizons. No sooner had it finished speaking than a semi-transparent, technologically advanced blue screen materialized before Chen Nan. Host, Chen Nan, age, 23, strength, 60, standard value for average adult male. 1. Mentality, 63, standard value for average adult male. 1. Speed, conceptually transcendent. Unquantifiable abilities, magnetic field control, rapid self-healing, teleportation, mental defense items. None cards. White resource card 39 at the center of the screen. A miniature three-dimensional projection representing his physical condition rotated continuously, with each piece of data clearly displayed. Now this is more like it. Chen Nan gazed at the screen, particularly pleased by the infinite symbol denoting his speed, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Attack, defense, and escape form a trifecta. This configuration is assured. A few days later, Chen Nan returned to the lair of the Grey Dog Gang in New York, accompanied by the ferocious and formidable mutant, Victor the Saber-Toothed Tiger. He entrusted this headstrong creature to Wilson, tasking him with seizing territory. "Keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to cause any significant disturbances," Chen stated, wrapping the table with an authoritative tone. "Continue with the previous mission. Utilize all your channels to monitor any individuals or events that exhibit anomalies. No detail, however insignificant, should be overlooked." Wilson and his subordinates exchanged puzzled glances, although they were entirely mystified as to why their enigmatic boss was so fixated on hunting down peculiar beings. All doubts were swiftly overshadowed by the motivation ignited by the thick stack of glaring green bills that Chen had casually thrown down. "Understood, boss," they chorused in unison, their voices resonating with clarity. The power of money is invariably direct and effective, possessing the ability to teleport at will. Chen's thoughts had long since drifted away from the petty affairs of New York's gangs, as a bolder plan began to take shape in his mind. His objective pointed decisively towards Pfizer, the largest pharmaceutical giant in America. Thanks to the knowledge he had absorbed from a short video platform prior to his journey, he faintly recalled an exhilarating notion. What if he could traverse back to the era of the anti-Japanese war with a ton of penicillin? Historical records indicated that Pfizer had only recently begun the industrial-scale production of penicillin, having produced nearly 3 tons within a year. In the dead of night, Chen's figure materialized like a specter in the heavily guarded core storage area of HYDRA. Before him loomed mountains of wooden crates, each emblazoned with distinctive markings. The air was thick with a faint, characteristic medicinal aroma. This is it, the life-saving substance. A flicker of excitement danced in Chen's eyes, and he hesitated no longer. With a mere thought, the fabric of space rippled like the surface of water, opening a vast, invisible pocket. Crates of penicillin were seized as if by an unseen hand, vanishing instantaneously, transcending spatial barriers, and being precisely relocated to a desolate coral reef island he had previously designated in the Pacific. That night, Chen transformed into the most efficient Master Chen. Utilizing his magnetic field manipulation abilities, he warped and fused discarded metal ship hulls, crudely crafting several enormous makeshift containers to facilitate the transport. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, the vast stockpile of penicillin at HYDRA, potent enough to influence the course of a world war and symbolizing the hopes of countless lives, had been entirely evacuated. Within the warehouse, only the vacant floor and the lingering scent of medicine remained. This audacious heist, without a shadow of a doubt, dominated the front pages of newspapers worldwide, sending shockwaves across the globe. According to the black market prices at that time, the value of 1 gram of penicillin was nearly equivalent to the same weight in gold. In the severely resource-deprived eastern battlefields, the price of penicillin skyrocketed to a staggering $200, which equated to 200 grams of gold. The total worth was beyond estimation, marking it as one of the most bizarre and significant thefts in human history. The American government was outraged, and the military intelligence agencies deployed their finest operatives to conduct a thorough and clandestine investigation. They even suspected internal collusion within HYDRA, believing that employees might have smuggled the drugs into the lucrative eastern black market. However, no matter how they theorized or investigated, they could not explain one fundamental question: who could, under the cover of night, stealthily transport such a vast quantity of goods from a heavily secured warehouse without leaving a trace? This mystery transcended human comprehension. On a small island in the Pacific, Chen Nan gazed at the containers brimming with penicillin, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Success! A broad smile spread across his face, fatigue mingling with immense relief. These were treasures that could save lives. He had initially contemplated borrowing some equipment from the armory to accompany the shipment, but reconsidered. Why bother? When the enemy's armory was filled to the brim, with ample resources, they could even construct colossal warships like the Yamato. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vast ocean, landing on the war-torn lands of the East. Once the excitement waned, the harsh reality confronted him. He looked at the mountain of containers before him, rubbed his forehead, and muttered half in complaint and half in pride. Ah, such a laborious fate. These numerous crates must be transported across the skies. Yet, well, it's worth it. Meanwhile, in a remote area of the eastern battlefield, on the northwest Lust Plateau, Wei Daong, nicknamed Wei the Monk, was riding alone on a horse, executing an urgent communication mission. Suddenly, 2 sharp gunshots shattered the morning tranquility. Moments later, several ragged yet fierce bandits emerged, their old rifles aimed squarely at him, seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Wei the Monk's eyes. Seizing the opportunity as they searched him, he decisively fired several shots, swiftly eliminating them. However, just as he dispatched the last of the thugs and turned his weapon to seek the next target, a chillingly precise gunshot rang out from an extremely concealed corner he had completely overlooked. Chapter 22. At the moment the gunfire erupted, the monk's heart sank to the depths. He knew his fate was sealed. Yet, after several seconds of waiting, no sensation of pain registered in his brain, leaving the monk bewildered. Not only was the monk perplexed, but the bandit second in command, the lynx, hiding in the shadows, was equally bewildered. Despite firing a shot, his opponent remained unscathed. Had his escapade with the newly acquired bride the previous night rendered him incapable of aiming properly? As both parties stood in confusion, the monk was the first to regain his composure, promptly seeking cover. Meanwhile, the lynx found himself in a precarious situation. Upon hearing the crackle of gunfire, the monk instinctively crouched down, believing the bullets were aimed at him. To his astonishment, the nearby earth remained undisturbed, leading him to question the proficiency of the gunman. Just as he prepared to roll away and confront the lurking bandit, he found himself once again believing in the existence of the divine. The monk, who indulged in ale and had always dismissed the notion of deities, now felt a flicker of belief. Before him, the bandit's gun seemed to eerily hover, unmoving, as the outlaws quaked in fear, pleading for mercy. "Spare us, O divine being." The lynx, leading the charge, bowed his head in desperation. Yet it was clear that his pleas fell on deaf ears as gunfire erupted once more. After a series of shots, tranquility returned to the area. The coarse winds of northwestern Shaanxi swept through the newly established camp of the independent regiment, imbuing the scene with a sense of history. At this moment, Chen Nan silently appeared at the regiment's entrance, coinciding with the thunderous voice of Li Yunlong, who had just finished a tirade. "Ah, Chen, my brother, you have finally returned," Li Yunlong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over. His massive hand swung toward Chen Nan's shoulder. But suddenly he remembered the latter's mysterious capabilities and halted mid-motion, rubbing his hands together with a grin. "That lad brought back those old relics and that precious medicine. By golly, I represent all the comrades of the independent regiment in bowing to you." He feigned a bow, but Chen Nan raised a hand to gently deter him, an invisible force preventing Li Yunlong from bending down. "Commander Li, you are too courteous," Chen Nan replied calmly, surveying the curious and odd expressions of the soldiers around him. "As long as the items are effective, that is all that matters." "Effective? They are extraordinarily effective," Li Yunlong exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. "That new gun is 100 times superior to our old ones. And the medicine," he lowered his voice and leaned in closer, his face bearing an almost reverent seriousness. "Brother Chen, you are a living bodhisattva. That penicillin has saved several severely wounded men. Their wounds were festering, yet after receiving the injection, the swelling and fever visibly subsided. The old army doctor proclaimed it a miracle drug, 1,000,000 doses. He shook his head in profound gratitude, feeling as if he was dreaming. "Being able to save lives is what matters," Chen Nan nodded. "Remember, this is extremely precious. You must ensure it reaches the 8th Route Army headquarters. Its use must be strictly regulated and never wasted," he reiterated emphatically. "Rest assured, I'll guard it like my own eyes." Li Yunlong vowed, thumping his chest. "Brother Chen, you must stay with us this time. Let me express my gratitude properly. We shall prepare some sweet potatoes." "No," Chen Nan interrupted with a wave of his hand, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountains. "I have matters to attend to." These arms were conveniently taken from a Japanese regiment's warehouse, along with some supplies from their sponsored transport unit. "I trust you, Commander Li, to make good use of them." He succinctly explained the origins, as if he had merely plucked a few fruits from a tree. Li Yunlong was left utterly astonished. "You emptied a Japanese regiment's warehouse, robbed a transport unit, and you speak of it so nonchalantly? This brother Chen is truly extraordinary." Before Li Yunlong could utter any further words of persuasion, Chen Nan's figure began to blur, akin to ripples on water. "Take care. Slay more Japanese." "Ah, brother Chen." Li Yunlong reached out, but grasped only empty air, left with nothing but a few swirling dried leaves. Where had Chen Nan's presence vanished? He scratched his head and clicked his tongue. "Hey, this disappearing act is truly remarkable." Days later, at the command of the 358th Regiment of the Jinsui Army, Chu Yunfei beheld Chen Nan's unexpected reappearance, though he no longer drew his weapon. Yet the astonishment in his eyes remained unabated. "Commander Chu," Chen Nan stated directly, "the box of penicillin has been tested, correct? I possess a quantity far exceeding what you see before you. I entrust you to distribute it as much as possible to the hospitals in the stronghold resistance zones of the National Army. The soldiers on the front lines are in dire need." Chu Yunfei opened the box, gazing at the myriad of small glass vials shimmering with the light of life. Even with his resolute spirit, his hands quivered slightly. "How many lives does this represent? Mr. Chen's great kindness, I shall remember deeply. I will exert myself to fulfill this trust." However, as he raised his head, his expression grew complex. "Why, with such vast abilities, do you not?" "I have my own battlefield," Chen Nan interrupted once more, his gaze penetrating, as if transcending the roof to glimpse the smoke of another world above. "Remember, apply this to the wounded. Do not let the soldiers' blood be shed in vain." Chu Yunfei stood at attention, saluting solemnly. "Rest assured, sir. I guarantee it on my honor as a soldier." Chen Nan inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, and his figure began to fade once again, like ink dissolving in the air. "Sir," Chu Yunfei could not help but call out. "After this parting, who knows when we shall meet again?" Chen Nan's final words echoed faintly. "Guard this land well. I entrust it to you all." As his voice completely dissipated, only Chu Yunfei and the officers remained, staring blankly into the void, before solemnly rendering another military salute, which they held for a long time. They gazed at the heavy supplies in the warehouse, burdened with unimaginable weight and hope. On the lust slope, Chen Nan's form solidified for the last time. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where instead of the dust of northwest Shaanxi, he beheld a future filled with brilliant neon lights and joyous laughter. "It is time to return," he murmured, a trace of imperceptible anticipation in his voice. "Time waits for no one." The fabric of space subtly warped, accompanied by a faint detonation audible only to himself. His figure vanished entirely from the vast expanse of the Lust Plateau, as if he were a ghost of history that had never existed. Only the winds sweeping across the plains bore witness to the presence of one who had once graced this land, laden with suffering, leaving behind gifts and aspirations. Chapter 23. The smoke of war had yet to dissipate, and the scars of battle were particularly profound on the Eastern Front. The Allied forces, due to the widespread application of penicillin, managed to effectively control casualty figures. However, in a region plagued by scarcity of resources and nearly paralyzed transportation lines, this miraculous remedy had transformed into an unattainable luxury. Even the lower-ranking soldiers found it difficult to obtain, as the exorbitant prices and limited supply were compounded by stringent restrictions imposed by the Americans. Furthermore, the relentless bombings by the Japanese had already torn the fragile lifeline of transport into disarray. Thus, when a vast quantity of penicillin miraculously appeared in the hospitals of the eastern battlefield, the ensuing shock was akin to a tempest sweeping across the globe. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a global uproar. Naturally, the most restless of all were the American authorities, who were in a frenzy. Their ire swiftly fell upon the pharmaceutical giant Pfizer across the ocean. The logic seemed irrefutable. Who but Pfizer could be responsible for pilfering their own stock? Who had the audacity to circumvent layers of blockade to deliver such a substantial quantity of controlled substances to the East? This was tantamount to pulling the rug out from under them, thoroughly dismantling their strategy of leveraging penicillin as a bargaining chip to extract strategic advantages from the national government. Faced with a torrent of accusations and investigations, the higher-ups at Pfizer found themselves in a predicament, utterly at a loss. During an internal meeting, a responsible executive slammed the table and bellowed, "I have no idea how this happened. Our inventory shows no irregular losses, and our shipping records are impeccable. Is this medicine conjured up by a ghost? Who will compensate for our losses and our tarnished reputation?" This globally sensational incident, arguably the most bizarre pharmaceutical heist in history, ultimately concluded rather absurdly in a surreal twist of events. One side adamantly accused the other of misappropriation, while the other swore vehemently to deny any wrongdoing. With no concrete evidence and no perpetrator apprehended, all that remained was a chaotic mess and a world full of bewilderment. Time slipped silently away amidst the clamor and suspicion. Captain America, Steve Rogers, perished in a heroic struggle alongside the HYDRA leader, Red Skull, John Schmidt, as they plummeted from the sky. Their fates remained uncertain. Subsequently, the authorities formally announced his sacrifice. In an instant, global media erupted into a fervor of mourning. Every headline, every broadcast extolled the deeds of this heroic figure. Without Captain America, the dreams of the Nazi regime would have remained unshattered. He was sculpted into a symbol of the war's conclusion, a radiant legend. Washington, D.C. was enveloped in an unprecedented state funeral. High-ranking officials, societal luminaries, and military leaders congregated, the air heavy with solemnity. Before Capitol Hill, a grieving crowd surged like a tide. A sea of black extended endlessly, the muffled sobs intertwining into a profound ocean of sorrow. As a comrade who fought alongside Steve, Chen Nan received an official invitation. There lay the casket draped in the stars and stripes, symbolically accompanied by a solemn figure. The priest recited the eulogy with grave intensity, recounting the illustrious journey of how this Brooklyn lad ascended to become Captain America, each word resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The ceremony reached its zenith as the president approached, solemnly placing a pristine flag over the casket. The flag draped over the coffin signified the utmost honor for a soldier. As this poignant scene was broadcast to the world, countless individuals, stationed by their radios, could no longer restrain their tears, weeping openly in anguish. Following this, the hearse began its procession, carrying the hero's remains along the main streets of the capital, allowing him one last gaze upon the homeland for which he had given his life. The roads were submerged in grief. People clutched flowers and American flags, tears streaming down their faces, with some fainting from overwhelming sorrow. At that moment, the entire nation was engulfed in an unprecedented wave of mourning. As the hearse passed slowly by, countless tear-filled eyes followed the casket, and Chen Nan's extraordinary perceptiveness suddenly caught a few barely discernible, yet chillingly cold hints of malice. This threat did not emanate from external foes, but rather from those mingling among the mourners. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. A chilling thought flashed through Chen Nan's mind, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He had long suspected that the assassination attempt against him a few months prior originated from within. His very existence seemed to be an inconvenience to some. This grand national mourning lasted an entire day, followed by various commemorative events across the country. The war's end signified a massive demobilization of troops. Without hesitation, Chen Nan submitted his application for discharge. His purpose in enlisting had been fulfilled within the war's context. Standing before the familiar military headquarters, he cast one final, cold, resolute glance behind him. Should we meet again, do not blame me for being merciless. In the post-war period, a clandestine mission continued, the retrieval of the cosmic cube that had plunged into the depths of the North Atlantic. Simultaneously, Howard Stark was assembling a formidable force in search of his dear friend, Steve Rogers' remains. Chen Nan was aware of the general trajectory of history. Howard ultimately failed to locate Steve, yet fortuitously recovered the tesseract, which he entrusted to the nascent HYDRA. This enigmatic artifact, brimming with boundless cosmic energy, was one of Chen Nan's most coveted objectives. However, reality doused his aspirations with a harsh reality. Retrieving Steve was an impossibility. Given the technological advancements of the current era, conducting an accurate search in the frigid depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below the surface, proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. Chen Nan soon realized that for success to be within reach, he must first locate an individual, one endowed with extraordinary abilities. A mutant. In the original narrative, this character met a most unjust and ignoble demise, a veritable plot contrivance. Yet, finding such a mutant of color proved to be exceedingly difficult. 6 months later, Chen Nan successfully identified his target, a mutant named Cyclone, capable of generating small tornadoes. He casually handed this individual over to the ambitious Black King, Shaw, who was in the midst of recruiting. To Chen Nan, these mutants of ordinary abilities were of little use, better suited for Shaw's opportunistic endeavors. On one particular day, Shaw sent his men to locate Chen Nan. Unlike the outside world, which lay in disarray, this venue was adorned with crystal chandeliers casting mesmerizing glimmers, while luxurious Persian carpets absorbed every sound of footsteps. The air was thick with the intoxicating melange of fine cigars, aged wines, and opulent perfumes. Dapper aristocrats engaged in hushed conversation, their glasses clinking in conviviality. At the center of this gathering stood Shaw, exuding the demeanor of a triumphant magnate. The Red Devil, Azazel, and Cyclone, who were previously engaged in a pretentious discussion, visibly stiffened upon Chen Nan's arrival. An unmistakable flicker of fear crossed their faces, compelling them to rise in a near-reflexive display of deference. They would forever remember the anguish and despair wrought by Chen Nan's formidable prowess. "Ah, Chen, my old friend, it has been far too long," Shaw exclaimed, his arms wide open in an exuberant welcome, his face adorned with a smile that belied a subtle scrutiny and calculation lurking in his eyes. "Please, take a seat. There is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with you." Chen Nan, maintaining an air of indifference, settled into the sofa, prompting Cyclone to swiftly retrieve a bottle of exceptionally fine whiskey. Seeing this, the Red Devil eagerly stepped forward, respectfully offering a glass and pouring the drink with utmost reverence. Shaw observed this exchange, a barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his disdain for the apparent ineptitude of his companions. "Speak," Chen Nan commanded, swirling the amber liquid in his glass, its hue dancing under the light as he took a measured sip. Shaw cleared his throat, radiating an air of omnipotent confidence. "Chen, as you can see, our club has now begun to take shape, its influence growing by the day. Numerous titans of industry and social luminaries have joined our ranks, with even some powerful officials firmly bound to our chariot through monetary allure and clandestine means. In the future, the tendrils of hellfire will penetrate every corner of the political, commercial, technological, and even military realms." His eyes shimmered with unabashed ambition. "In order to manage this burgeoning organization more effectively, I intend to establish a core council," Xiao continued. "Of course, the council seats must be reserved for our most integral members, namely you and me." He gestured towards Chen Nan, then pointed to the Red Devil and the Torrent. "Additionally, these two were part of the original cadre, although you have always been averse to dealing with such tedious matters." Zhao's tone bore an intentional understanding, as if emphasizing Chen Nan's lethargy. "Yet you are undoubtedly a venerable elder of hellfire, with contributions that cannot be overlooked. Since I am referred to as the Black King, you ought to assume the role of the White King in our Hellfire Club. What do you think?" His excitement grew. "I plan to construct the titles of our core team based on the rules of chess. Besides the Black King and White King, we will eventually have a Black Queen and White Queen. What do you think of this concept?" Chen Nan set down his glass, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were listening to matters of little concern to him. Let him flounder. In the end, it would amount to naught. "Well, do as you please," he replied in a tone of indifference. "Ha! Excellent. That's settled then." Upon hearing this, the Black King Xiao was elated, bursting into hearty laughter. He mused silently. This fellow remains unchanged. As long as he receives his share of the profits, he cares for nothing else. There's nothing more. I shall take my leave. Chen Nan stood and prepared to depart, but paused at the door as if suddenly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, I heard there's an intriguing young man frequenting the casino lately, seemingly quite capable." "Ha! Chen, you truly are remarkable. Such intelligence never escapes your notice." Zhao's eyes sparkled instantly, as if he had stumbled upon a new quarry. He laughed heartily, clapping his hands in praise, his tone fervent. "Leave the rest to me. I will personally pay him a visit." Chen Nan nodded non-committally and stepped through the door. "I'll see you off." Xiao hurriedly followed, putting on a facade of utmost politeness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the calendar turned to 1961. The once youthful Blue Devil, Riven, had blossomed into a graceful maiden, radiating youthful vitality. Meanwhile, time seemed to have frozen for Marilyn, endowed with the immortal genes granted by Chen Nan. She had not aged. Rather, she resembled a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an intoxicating allure. With every subtle expression and glimmering glance, a captivating springtime allure swells, drawing one into a mesmerizing reverie. As she walks, her voluptuous and graceful silhouette naturally becomes the epicenter of desire. Over the years, Chen Nan has unexpectedly uncovered a facet of his enigmatic system. When he bestows the abilities extracted through the system onto others, the system astonishingly permits him to draw again. This implies a theoretical potential for infinite card draws. However, the consequence is that the abilities conferred upon others will proportionately diminish in strength, for the total amount of that unique gene remains relatively constant. Thus, dispersing a portion inevitably weakens the remainder. The system appears indifferent to such trivialities. After years of accumulation, Chen Nan's treasury has become remarkably substantial. A true paragon among the affluent. His interest in the plethora of ability cards is not particularly fervent, as he is acutely aware of a fundamental truth: quality trumps quantity. One cannot effectively wield a hodgepodge of inferior abilities without risking inefficacy. He has invested a vast amount of white cards to elevate his most vital skill, teleportation, to an astonishing level 10. The current teleportation exhibits no delay, covering distances exceeding tenfold within the earthly realm, executed without a hint of hesitation. Achieving level 10 in teleportation has cost him over 1,000 white cards accumulated over a year. His self-healing ability has also reached level 10. Yet the extent of its formidable restoration remains untested. His core offensive capability, magnetic field manipulation, a rare golden legendary card, demanded an exorbitant investment. A staggering 3,000 assorted cards were necessary to elevate it to level 10. This prolonged process of expenditure has rendered him accustomed to a string of failures, with 100 consecutive draws yielding not even a single green glow, a true testament to the trials of an unfortunate gambler. Chen Nan has similarly enhanced his mental defense to level 10, sufficient to withstand alpha-level telepathic assaults, though he harbors reservations about facing Charles, the pinnacle of alpha strength. On the ground, his loyal enforcer, the saber-toothed tiger Victor, has, through sheer brute force, expanded the Greyhound Gang's influence from a few blocks in New York to the entirety of the underground world of New York State, becoming a formidable force to be reckoned with. The Cosmic Cube, this treasure of spatial significance, was ultimately discovered by Chen Nan due to his foresight regarding the unfolding narrative. Yet, he remains unaware of its usage. Nonetheless, he is unperturbed, for he could always gather the Infinity Stones to forge his own Infinity Gauntlet. One evening, as Raven dined, she, as usual, regaled him and Marilyn with tales from school. "Darling, did you know? Today a new student transferred to our class, just a smidgen below Sister Marilyn." Raven's tone was imbued with astonishment, even tinged with a hint of envy that she herself was unaware of. "Oh," Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. To elicit such admiration from Raven, who was accustomed to the likes of Marilyn, a paragon of beauty herself, and possessed the ever-changing allure of mystique. One had to wonder what caliber of beauty this individual possessed. Was she more stunning than Marilyn? Chen Nan's curiosity was piqued. Raven pondered for a moment before responding. "Her name is Emma Frost." Chapter 24. On a sunlit afternoon at New York University, light filtered through the sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the verdant field. Beneath a tree, a figure sat quietly on a lounge chair, her fingertips delicately tracing the gilded cover of a poetry collection. As a gentle breeze lifted her hair, it revealed skin as fine and delicate as porcelain at her neck. Emma Frost. At 20, she resembled an unpolished diamond, radiating brilliance while exuding an air of aloofness. No amount of makeup could conceal the passage of time for an actress in her 30s, but Emma was blessed with the vibrancy of youth. Her fitted leather jacket accentuated the graceful contours of her shoulders and back, while her white mini-skirt enveloped her calves in sheer stockings. It was no wonder that in Raven's eyes, she was a match for Marilyn, and even the worldly Chen Nan had to concede this truth. Some individuals are indeed favored by the divine, while others seem to be mere remnants of clay, carelessly shaped by WWII's hands. As Chen Nan approached, Emma suddenly raised her gaze. Her icy blue eyes resembled a frozen lake, scrutinizing yet revealing an unintentional allure as her lips curled slightly. Chen Nan marveled inwardly. This was indeed the White Queen, where coldness and beauty blossomed as twin flowers, distinctly flourishing within her presence. The pages of the book in Emma's hands fluttered slightly. Moments ago, she had attempted to delve into the thoughts of this individual, only to encounter an invisible barrier. This sensation was utterly unfamiliar to her. Throughout her 20 years, her telepathic abilities had never faced such a blockade. Typically, she would probe the minds of those who approached her, fully aware that they all desired her. Since childhood, She had harbored disdain for everything around her, even loathing her ability to perceive the hearts of others, resenting how her telepathy had stripped her of an ordinary life. Yet, with the passage of time, she began to accept and even appreciate her gift. Her disillusionment with men had reached its zenith, particularly with her dysfunctional family, who were anything but normal. "Hello, Emma Frost," Chen Nan said as he seated himself upon the grass beside her. "Perhaps I should refer to you as partner?" Emma closed her book, aligning her knees neatly. "It seems you have done your research on me," she replied, her tone slightly frosty. She had encountered too many men who regarded her with such avarice and calculation, yet within this one, she sensed something different, like a hunter observing its prey, yet infused with a calm assurance. "Shoo!" Chen Nan gestured subtly around them. At this moment, not far from the basketball court, several boys held up their drink bottles. Their gazes fixated on Emma. From the windows of the classroom building, girls leaned against the frames, whispering furtively. This was hardly a place for conversation. Emma followed the direction of their stares, feeling uncomfortable as the prying eyes pierced her like needles. Rising to her feet, the hem of her white dress brushed against the grass. "Let's go to the place you mentioned," she said. Chen Nan drove a sleek black Cadillac, its metallic paint glistening with an air of sophistication under the sunlight. As Emma leaned into the passenger seat, the curve of her skirt accentuated her waist and hips, eliciting gasps from outside. "Goodness, she's actually going with that Asian guy?" One boy in a baseball uniform crumpled a soda can in disbelief. "Damn, that's Emma, the goddess of the entire school." A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with envy. "What is so great about being wealthy? I bet she'll ditch him within an hour." Another chimed in with a sour note. "Oh my God, can't you treat my goddess with a little more respect?" Someone lamented, lost in their fantasies, clearly a bit unwell. Unfazed by the commotion outside, Chen Nan glanced at Emma as he started the car. "You don't seem surprised at all." "Surprised by what?" Emma turned her head, her ice blue eyes sparkling in the light. "Surprised that someone could intercept my senses. Or surprised that you dared to take me away." Chen Nan chuckled, "Perhaps both." The CAF's private room was on the second floor. A mahogany table adorned with a brass lamp casting a cozy, dim light. As soon as Emma sat down, she noticed Chen Nan staring at her, his gaze scrutinizing, as if he had seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" She frowned, instinctively touching her cheek, wondering if something was amiss. Chen Nan remained silent, for at that moment, his mind was overwhelmed by the system's prompts. Two cards floated before him. One shimmered with a pale blue aura, labeled Telepathy Genesis, while the other glowed in orange-red, inscribed with diamondization. "System, this can't be right," he pondered internally. Shouldn't the White Queen's telepathy be weaker than the Professor's? Current potential versus combat power. The system's voice remained steady. The White Queen's abilities possess no upper limit characteristics. After merging with fragments of the Phoenix's power, she can transcend dimensional restrictions. The Professor, despite being the pinnacle of humanity, is constrained by the physical rules of the biological brain. Omega level is a certification of future possibilities, not a current combat ranking. Only then did Chen Nan realize. He had thought he could easily manage the situation, but it seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Had it been a golden card, he could have leisurely bided his time to acquire her mutant abilities. However, he now had to alter his strategy to obtain the Genesis-level telepathy, though currently feeble. Her potential was sufficiently enticing to warrant his utmost effort. Emma, noticing his prolonged silence, tapped her fingers on the table with growing impatience, inquiring, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" She observed the sudden quietness of the man before her, whose expression fluctuated ominously, stirring an inexplicable sense of wariness within her. This ability, bestowed upon her by a form of telepathic intuition, served as a warning when malevolent intentions were directed her way. Emma never doubted her instincts. She promptly resolved to encase herself in diamond form for protection. However, the next moment proved too late. In a scene reminiscent of a cinematic thriller, Magneto ensnared Emma tightly in steel, compelling her to relinquish her diamond form. At that instant, the chair beneath her warped and contorted, resembling a constrictor that ensnared her delicate frame before she could react. Creak, creak. The iron serpent tightened its grip, causing even the diamond-encased Emma to show signs of cracking. Should the diamond shatter, it would signify her demise, reducing her to a mere pile of fragmented diamonds. In this perilous moment, Emma chose to yield. She had no desire to meet her end here, for she was still young and wished to live. Resolutely abandoning her diamond form, her striking gaze fixed upon Chen Nan as she demanded, "What do you truly want?" "What do I want? I am not so crude," Chen Nan replied, casting a mischievous smile as he leaned closer to her. This immediately caused Emma's cheeks to flush. "How dare you? That is not what I meant," she retorted, flustered. "All right, I did not intend it that way," Chen Nan said as he returned to his seat, releasing his hold on her. "I require your cooperation. You must remain within a 2-meter radius of me for a week." "What?" Emma erupted, springing to her feet. "You expect me to stay within 2 meters?" Does that mean you will follow me to the bathroom? Calm down, Chen Nan admonished with a sidelong glance. I am merely informing you, not negotiating. You will be released in a week. Emma was utterly baffled by Chen Nan's intentions, her mind racing as she sought an escape route. Had it been anyone else, she would have subdued him long ago, yet this man left her utterly powerless. Do not overthink it. Escape is futile. When the time comes, I will allow you to leave, and I assure you, I will not harm you. Emma's fingertips glowed with a cold luminescence, but facing Chen Nan's self-assured demeanor, she restrained her impulse. You guarantee I will be freed after a week? She asked, her teeth clenched. I guarantee it. Chen Nan leaned back in his chair, adding, moreover, I will not cause you any harm. Emma scrutinized him for several seconds, her icy blue eyes brimming with tumultuous emotions before she finally let out a disdainful huff. It better be so. After requesting a leave of absence from school, Emma followed Chen Nan into the seaside villa, only to encounter Raven descending from the upper floor. Emma? Raven raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with mischief. You've arrived. Emma instantly comprehended the situation, pointing at Raven. You knew all along. Raven shrugged, a sly smile gracing her lips. It's not my fault. Who could resist someone so stunning? This fellow has a penchant for collecting. Emma was left speechless. Knowing there was no point in continuing the conversation, it was too late for words now. The ensuing week became the most tormenting period of Emma's 20 years. The villa was vast, yet the invisible chains of a 2-meter constraint felt suffocating. During her showers, Chen Nan stood vigil by the bathroom door, mere frosted glass separating them. The most exasperating moments occurred at night, when Marilyn's voice, laced with an enticing allure, seemed to seep through the walls, igniting a feverish warmth within Emma. Having never experienced such sensations, she would cocoon herself in her blankets, turning her back to Chen Nan, pretending to be oblivious to the world around her. Can't you ask her to lower her voice a bit? One night, unable to contain her frustration any longer, her voice bore a barely perceptible rasp. Chen Nan shrugged. You'll have to ask her. Emma shot him a glare, spinning away to muffle her head, berating him silently 1,000 times. Yet, despite her grievances, she had to concede that Chen Nan had not harmed her in any way. Aside from this, there was little else to note. On that day, the vexatious fellow finally unshackled her, and as Emma rubbed her swollen wrist, she directed a venomous glare at him, wishing she could unleash her wrath upon him, to make him understand the repercussions of a woman's vengeance. However, Chen Nan chose to ignore her and unceremoniously expelled her from his room. Is this what a primordial level card is like? Chen Nan murmured, his gaze fixated on the card suspended in the air, radiating a mesmerizing azure glow. It was an Omega-level telepathy. Chapter 25. Truly worthy of the 5 attempts and 120 hours invested to successfully draw the primordial card. This Omega-level telepathy indicated her latent potential, yet it required a modicum of Phoenix energy to fully manifest. Without such energy, she remained a mere level 4 mutant, far from reaching Charles's caliber, signifying that she had the potential for enhancement. Level 4 was sufficient. Nonetheless, she could continuously strengthen her telepathy in pursuit of its pinnacle. Merge. As the words left her lips, a chilling blue light ignited deep within Chen Nan's consciousness, and a suspended virtual card began to rotate slowly. Countless shimmering silver particles surged into his mental core like a torrent. In an instant, fragmented beams of light, sharp shards of thought, and the icy, potent sensation of mental acuity threatened to upend his mental realm. At that moment, he felt as though he were cast into an infinite cosmos composed of diamond stars and crystalline storms, a reflection of the White Queen's mental domain, cold, resplendent, and unyielding, yet tinged with a profound, veiled solitude. The colossal influx of information nearly obliterated his self-awareness, as the vast and intricate memories accumulated over time, coupled with exquisite mental manipulation techniques, proved overwhelmingly powerful. Fortunately, he had fortified himself with impenetrable walls that withstood this ferocious mental onslaught. What once resembled an untamed wild stallion, his immense mental prowess gradually lost its intensity, becoming more docile and ultimately settling into a serene calm. Chen Nan inhaled deeply, and his mental landscape suddenly expanded. He could perceive countless thoughts surging into his mind, akin to a cacophony of chaotic radio waves, yet at the core was the frigid presence of Emma. System enhance. Chen Nan intoned inwardly. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar, treacherous furnace appeared. The sight of it instinctively caused him discomfort, as all his painstakingly accumulated resources were lured away by its insatiable appetite. Nevertheless, the allure of enhancement was too compelling. After realizing the potential of telepathy, he could not resist the urge to experiment. Chen Nan assessed his assets, noting that he had utilized 6, 500 cards, leaving him with 11, 520. Let us enhance 1. 520 cards, he declared boldly. All in. Clang, clang, clang. After the enhancement concluded, Chen Nan slowly opened his eyes, hesitantly bracing himself for the outcome. Peering through squinted eyes at the numeral 5, He nearly coughed up blood. Truly a pitfall. This was merely the weaker Omega capability. If it were the Phoenix's power at such a level, who could fathom how many cards he would need to achieve a satisfactory enhancement? Just as they were regaining their composure, Chen Nan's mental tendrils, akin to invisible blades, precisely pierced towards Emma, who sat elegantly yet was secretly observing him not far away. Boom. There was no sound, yet a silent tempest erupted on their mental plane. Chen Nan's will, infused with the reinforced colossal power, violently collided with Emma's barrier, constructed solely from her pure mental energy, smooth and unyielding like an eternal glacier. Emma's diamond-like mental barrier flared with brilliance, countless facets refracting a piercing spiritual radiance that thwarted Chen Nan's intrusion. For a moment, she felt a flicker of confusion, as Chen Nan had not displayed any offensive telepathic intent. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, she summoned her mental strength for defense. Roar! Chen Nan's mental energy transformed into a colossal ice dragon, and within Emma's mental realm, she beheld Chen Nan standing atop the dragon's head, recklessly charging toward her diamond fortress. Under the formidable gaze of the frost-laden dragon, Emma felt as though her castle could be mercilessly obliterated at any moment. Her mind was entirely immersed in the realm of the spirit, rendering her a mere puppet devoid of soul in the tangible world. The red wine she once held had spilled, elegantly staining her chest and transforming the pristine white peaks into a crimson hue. Why is your psychic power so terrifying? In the ethereal domain, Emma stood atop the castle walls, incredulously shouting at Chen Nan. I possess many more capabilities that will unfold in due time. For now, I require your submission. Chen Nan replied with a calm demeanor. This was his inaugural attempt at telepathy, and he was still somewhat unskilled in its application, relying instead on surprise tactics. Had Emma, now crystallized, been impenetrable to him, he would have been unable to penetrate her world. He paused to survey this realm. Emma, I must admit, your world is as self-assured, beautiful, and resplendent as you are. It has utterly captivated me, Chen Nan exclaimed in awe. The entire landscape resembled a world of diamonds, exquisite and translucent, devoid of clouds, with countless specks of diamond dust floating, coalescing into delicate beams of light that swayed and shimmered with the ebb and flow of her thoughts. At this moment, the light formed a suspended river of stars, enveloping and shielding her from Chen Nan's assault. Beneath her feet lay an endless expanse paved with immaculate diamonds, surrounded by magnificent towers that soared into the sky. Standing atop the castle, she resembled a princess from a fairy tale, elegant, noble, and mysterious. Humph. Emma stood proudly upon the castle, scoffing. Even in the face of the frost dragon's threat, she appeared diminutive. Her response was as frigid as the polar winds, her barriers unwavering, and her sharp psychic energy pierced like icicles. Chen Nan felt a wave of intense dizziness. The abilities he had drawn were still not fully honed before Emma. The original master, despite his enhancements, and his power barely exceeded hers. At that moment, amidst their psychic confrontation, he detected a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple. It was not a vulnerability in the castle before him, but something concealed deep within its heart. Wrapped in layers of diamonds, it was so faint it was nearly invisible. Yet it exuded a sense of almost eternal loneliness. Chen Nan's heart stirred. At that instant, he relinquished all aggressive maneuvers, gathering the remnants of his psychic energy into a gentle breeze. This zephyr, imbued with the warmth of sunlight, deftly navigated around the formidable castle walls and precisely caressed that elusive ripple. He merely conveyed an image. The scene depicted the living room of a villa, where Raven was nestled on the sofa engrossed in a video game, a chip clutched between her lips, her feet propped on the coffee table, while Marilyn leaned against the bar, crafting cocktails, occasionally exchanging banter with Raven. He sat on the carpet, sifting through documents, occasionally lifting his gaze to meet Marilyn's sparkling eyes. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, elongating everyone's shadows, and the air was imbued with a sense of relaxation. Was this not the very scene Emma craved within her heart? A warm tableau she had recently experienced? The once impenetrable diamond barrier suddenly faltered in the gentle caress of a breeze. Deep within Emma's core, a nearly imperceptible sound echoed, akin to the cracking of glaciers. In reality, her elegantly poised figure quivered subtly. Her ice-blue eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the human soul, momentarily lost focus, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. She gazed at Chen Nan, her expression a tapestry of bewilderment, surprise, and a hint of vulnerability, as if her innermost secrets had been laid bare, stirred by that fleeting whisper of wind. The fragmented scene transformed into blue butterflies as he offered her a weary yet profoundly sincere smile, tinged with a trace of apology, and softly spoke. His voice slightly husky. Emma, this place might become your sanctuary, a realm where you needn't don your diamond armor. At least, it's worth a try. The White Queen fell into silence. Her invisible mental barriers had not entirely dissipated, still radiating a formidable aura. Yet the icy chill that had kept others at bay seemed to have thawed ever so slightly. In reality, she slowly raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the crimson-stained fabric of her bodice. The wine had long since cooled, yet her heart felt as though it were being warmed by an unseen force. A gentle tingling sensation. She gazed deeply at Chen Nan, then let her eyes wander over to his companions, who bore expressions of tension and anticipation. Ultimately, she imperceptibly inclined her head. No words were exchanged, but an intangible barrier on the spiritual plane had cracked open, granting passage. Yet, she remained proud. She chose to stay. And within Chen Nan's entourage, there emerged a queen possessing a heart as resilient as diamond. Chapter 26. What Emma yearned for was the essence of home. Beneath her diamond exterior and icy facade lay an insatiable longing for ordinary warmth, for the bonds of kinship, feelings that had never truly faded but were instead buried deep within her soul. In Emma's mental realm, he witnessed an expansive reservoir of psychic energy, a force that, paradoxically, enveloped her in eternal solitude. As an Omega-level empath, her thoughts could envelop the entire city, effortlessly manipulating the minds of thousands. This almost divine power birthed a fierce desire for control, yet it propelled her deeper into the abyss of loneliness. She could perceive the shadows lurking in the hearts of all: evil, selfishness, greed, desire, and more. The clearer her vision became, the heavier the sense of estrangement from the world weighed upon her. The more powerful she grew, the more isolated she felt. This became the eternal paradox of her soul. The diamond-encased body serves not merely as an indomitable physical barrier, but also as a manifestation of psychological defense. When the facets of the diamond envelop her entirely, she isolates herself from all mental intrusions, yet simultaneously seals off the outlets for her own emotions. That resplendent form transforms into a flawless prison. Heavier still is the curse of her origin. The cold exploitation by her father, Winston, who even sent his son to a psychiatric institution, coupled with her mother's descent into drug addiction, paints a grim picture. The betrayal among sisters was vicious enough to wish her demise. And her homosexual brother's life was fraught with tragedies, as were the fates of mutants and the anguished cries of children. She found herself powerless against it all. Her existence appears inextricably linked with suffering. In the garden of reality, the sunlight is just right. Emma rises slowly, her long, slender legs striding towards Raven, who is blissfully squinting, embracing the warmth of the sun. At that moment, Chen Nan's silhouette appears at the garden gate. Emma turns abruptly, her profound gaze locking onto this sole man who has managed to unlock her heart. A sense of dread washes over Raven as she realizes the gravity of the situation. She should never have mentioned Emma to Chen Nan. This was akin to inviting a wolf into her home. Emma saunters towards Chen Nan with a captivating sway, and under the watchful eyes of Marilyn and Raven, she alluringly raises her snow-white arm, gently resting it on Chen Nan's shoulder. Her eyes sparkle with enchanting brilliance as she gazes deeply into his, then delicately rises onto her toes and plants a fervent, lingering kiss upon him. Raven, in anguish, covers her forehead. She knew this brainless woman would attempt to steal her man. How shameless. I already possess Raven's friendship, Emma murmurs, her voice trembling with emotion, and now I yearn to savor the taste of love. Hardly had the words left her lips when she leaned down again, oblivious to her surroundings, and kissed him with a fervor that was both awkward and immensely passionate. So this is the flavor of love. Emma, release him at once. Raven, exasperated, rushes forward and forcefully pulls Emma away from Chen Nan, positioning herself like a protective hen between them. Hee. Emma responds nonchalantly, her smile radiant as she elegantly declares, "It's too late, Raven. From this moment on, I am Chen Nan's woman, and we shall learn to coexist better." "Fuck, you shameless hussy. Do you agree?" "I certainly do not," Raven retorts, hands on her hips, fuming. She has always been possessive. She could tolerate Marilyn as her elder sister, but now a seductress appears? "Oh, does your opinion hold any weight?" Emma replies, her head held high, deliberately accentuating her chest, casting a derisive glance at Raven's somewhat flatter figure. "I can bring far greater joy to my beloved, and what about you, You're simply too small." Ho, is that so?" Raven suddenly let out a cold chuckle, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Before Emma's astonished gaze, her form rippled like water and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into Emma's likeness. Moreover, her figure was even more breathtaking than the original, a full 2 sizes larger. The visual impact was nothing short of explosive. "Raven, you too are a mutant? This shape-shifting ability is rather impressive." Emma gasped, covering her mouth in shock. In the next moment, certain unspeakable images uncontrollably flickered in her mind. With a Raven like this, which man could remain indifferent? Humph. Observing Emma's reaction, Raven proudly lifted her chin. All right. Emma quickly waved her hand, her face displaying an offended displeasure. "Transform back. It feels utterly strange looking at another version of myself." You can change at will? Weren't you just flaunting your pride? Raven, with an air of defiance, turned her head away. I refuse to change. I still want to play his favorite game, just to vex you. Humph. Emma's gaze hardened. In an instant, Raven's expression went blank, her body uncontrollably reverting to its original form. Psychic control. What the hell have you done to me? Raven exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger in her eyes as she glared at Emma. Heh. Emma's lips curled into a domineering smirk. I merely wish to make it clear that, from now on, you cannot surpass me. Be obedient, and once I am satisfied, it will be your turn to serve dear. You, Raven, infuriated, stomped her foot. How dare you, a newcomer, be so arrogant? All right, everyone quiet down. Chen Nan hurriedly intervened, promoting harmony. A peaceful home leads to prosperity. We have serious matters to attend to. Internal discord is unacceptable. Fine. Dear, I will heed your words. Both Raven and Emma responded in unison, exchanging defiant glances and huffing indignantly. Chen Nan rubbed his temples, seemingly foreseeing the chaos that awaited him at home. As night fell, Chen Nan proceeded to the Hellfire Club as promised. Black King Sebastian Shaw had mentioned introducing an important figure to him, just as he alighted from the car. A slender figure wrapped in a gray trench coat collided with him, with a lady's hat, towering black heels, and a coat accentuating her mature elegance. She was even more alluring than she had been a decade ago. Peggy? Chen Nan was somewhat taken aback. Peggy, too, was surprised to encounter Chen Nan here. New York may not be small, yet their reunion felt remarkably serendipitous. After the war, she seemed to have been forgotten by the organization, relegated to a mundane job at a telephone company. Had it not been for her mission to investigate the rising Hellfire Club, she might have nearly forgotten who she once was. Chen Nan. Peggy paused in astonishment, and upon recognizing him, her surprise mingled with a hint of awkwardness and disbelief. It's been 10 years. He still looks so youthful and vibrant, while I have become a middle-aged woman. Recalling the last time they met over a decade ago, when she had attempted to flirt with him, she now felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The chasm of time loomed before her, leaving her somewhat disconcerted. It has been quite a while, she murmured. Yet, Nan exuded a graceful nonchalance, enveloping her in a warm embrace that instantly dissipated Peggy's unease, bringing a delicate flush to her cheeks. It has indeed been a long time, she replied, her voice softening significantly. Shall we find a place to sit? Chen Nan smiled invitingly. Certainly. Peggy gestured towards a nearby CAF. That one over there. The two walked side by side towards the CAF. Years had slipped by, and the world had irrevocably changed. A wave of desolation swept over Chen Nan. As old friends gradually faded away, they resembled leaves falling in the wind. What solitude would one endure, a century hence, when familiar faces turned to dust, leaving only oneself to confront the relentless passage of time? Eternal life? Chen Nan sighed softly, his tone tinged with an indescribable loneliness. Perhaps it was not a gift, but rather a punishment. Peggy found herself at a loss for words. She could not truly grasp the melancholy that accompanied such an eternal perspective. Gazing at Chen Nan's still youthful and handsome profile, a pang of bittersweet envy surged within her. I finally understand why you invoke jealousy, she murmured, a hint of self-mockery in her voice. The immortality that ancient emperors sought throughout their lives is something you possess effortlessly. This must be what it means to be favored, yet remain fearlessly discontented with what eludes you. Chen Nan offered a silent, knowing smile, pushing open the CAF door and stepping inside. With a tumult of emotions, Peggy followed him in. After ordering coffee, they settled by the window. Peggy, what about you and Steve? Chen Nan attempted to alleviate the subtle tension. He seemed quite taken with you. Didn't you two ever pursue anything further? Humph. At the mention of this, Peggy huffed dismissively. While she had once harbored feelings for the transformed Steve, that sentiment had remained fleeting. Chen Nan's sudden entrance and departure had left an unspoken resentment deep within her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Nan rubbed his nose, catching the underlying sentiment in her words. Ahem. So, have you settled down? He clumsily redirected the conversation. Why, have you? Peggy retorted, turning the tables. Ahem. You know I am opposed to marriage. Chen Nan coughed lightly, suddenly feeling rather unworthy. No, he felt exceedingly unworthy. Is that so? Peggy rolled her eyes elegantly. A philanderer with several women at home, certainly not one to marry. Chen Nan's face flushed crimson. Ahem, isn't it the state law that allows only monogamy? If it's truly untenable, we could always go to Hong Kong, he jested. Men. Peggy's voice held a teasing tone, yet her eyes concealed a trace of sorrow. Did she not even qualify to be one of them? Sounds as if you do not need a man. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow in playful rebuttal. People? Peggy had regained a semblance of her former haughtiness, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, after all these years, I can manage just fine on my own. Who needs a wretched man? It makes no difference whether he's here or not. Go ahead, boast all you like. Chen Nan shot her a sidelong glance. Subsequently, The two deftly sidestepped the sensitive topic and began discussing the ever-charismatic Howard Stark. After a while, Chen Nan glanced at his watch. It was nearly time. Peggy offered a benevolent smile. Go on, don't let anything hinder your important matters. Chen Nan nodded, foregoing niceties, and rose to settle the bill. At the door, he embraced Peggy once more in farewell. Seizing a moment of her distraction, he leaned in close, as he had in years past, and teased in a lowered voice. Ah, still the same delightful sensation, even softer now. Peggy's cheeks flushed crimson, the melancholy of parting dissipated by this familiar levity. How insufferable. I'm not that young anymore. She retorted, her tone playful yet annoyed. Chen Nan grinned mischievously. Get lost, Peggy exclaimed, feigning an attempt to stomp on his foot. All right, Chen Nan said, tempering his jest. Slipping a business card into the pocket of her trench coat and giving it a gentle squeeze. I know things haven't been easy for you. If you need anything, reach out to me anytime. At least we, the survivors of war, can find warmth in each other. His words were laden with implicit meaning, causing Peggy's heart to leap, nearly bursting from her chest. Well, you certainly look well maintained, he added cheekily as she stood momentarily stunned, swiftly dodging her approaching high heel and waving goodbye as he departed. Watching him walk towards the Hellfire Club, then glancing at the gilded card in her pocket, Peggy felt her cheeks burn. Finally, with a frustrated stomp of her foot, she turned and hurried away, her demeanor betraying a hint of retreat. Chen Nan chuckled softly, reining in his thoughts. Before him stood the opulent edifice known as the Hellfire Club, now awash in wealth, power, and unbridled desire. Black King Shah, indeed, was a connoisseur of human nature, weaving a vast net that ensnared countless affluent elites. Yet, his ambitions were grandiose, akin to a tiger attempting to devour the heavens, ultimately leading to his own demise. But what did it matter? He shook his head and strolled inside. Chapter 27. The Hellfire Club, where crystal chandeliers refracted an almost hallucinogenic brilliance of luxurious splendor. Men donned impeccably tailored suits, while women, or rather the women of the night, adorned themselves minimally. Their serpentine waists swayed in rhythm with the languorous music, each lazy glance and casual bend exuding the most primal signals of temptation. Truly, it was a dazzling spectacle. In such a den of temptation, which man could remain unperturbed? The adage that men remain boys until death found its most vivid illustration here. There may be no eternal 18, yet this place forever thrived with fresh, alluring maidens, flowing with the sweetness of youth. Long, breathtaking legs cast serpentine shadows in the play of light, complemented by the proud curvature of their forms. Chen Nan strolled in, greeted by a chorus of reverent and even obsequious salutations that echoed around him. Good evening, Mr. White King. White King, Mr. Chen. A serene smile graced Chen Nan's lips as he merely nodded in acknowledgement to the accolades. He traversed the bustling hall, rife with fervent desires, and approached the understated yet immensely formidable bronze door at the rear. As he pushed the door open, an imperceptible furrow formed on his brow. The dimly lit interior stood in stark contrast to the raucous brilliance of the outside world. The anticipated Black King, Sebastian Shaw, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a tall woman stood with her back to him, gazing out the window. She turned slowly, adorned in a meticulously tailored black velvet gown that elegantly accentuated her alluring curves. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, with an enchanting smile that hinted at an air of control over all. Who are you? Chen Nan inquired calmly. Where is Shaw? The woman laughed lightly, her laughter infused with an innate charm and a lethal allure. What an intriguing young man you are. Oh no. Her gaze lingered on Chen Nan's face, imbued with a hint of curiosity that bordered on familiarity. Perhaps I should say, a being like myself, forgotten by history and humanity for over a decade. Your appearance has changed not at all. Eternal life, Chen Nan mused, the phrase resonating within him like a stone cast into a deep pond, sending ripples of realization. In his recollection, the number of characters in the Marvel Universe endowed with prolonged existence was scant. Yet, to encounter a woman so composed in the very heart of Hellfire's secret chamber was almost unbelievable. The answer was on the tip of his tongue. His keen gaze fixed upon her, an imperceptible certainty in his demeanor. You are Selene, the Black Queen? The ancient being rumored to have lived for over 17,000 years. A superhuman traversing the shadows of history. In her presence, even Apocalypse seemed youthful. Though her mutant abilities were not the most formidable, the malevolent wisdom gleaned from centuries and her uncanny manipulation of life energy were far more daunting than mere physical strength. Selene's smile deepened. How astute, White King. No wonder you stand alongside the Black King, recognizing me at a glance. She glided a few steps forward, her movements as graceful as a languid wildcat. However, the Black King devised a little something in the Soviet Union to sever my telepathic control. What about you? Her voice lowered, laced with seductive undertones. As she inched closer to Chen Nan, the warm breath almost brushing against his ear, radiating confidence and vulnerability. Chen Nan, maintaining his composure, subtly stepped aside to increase the distance between them, his expression still one of serene tranquility. Beware of Lady Celine, and the unspoken understanding and caution shared with Xiao. You must have already perceived it. Do you believe I would stand before you unprepared? Indeed, Celine smirked lightly, her tone laced with mockery. This subtle rapport is truly admirable. While you both appear to coexist amicably, I suspect you are secretly contemplating how to discreetly eliminate one another, thereby monopolizing the infernal flames, am I right? A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his features. It seems you have allied yourself with Xiao, intending to use your telepathic abilities to control me, thus securing your own allegiance with him. He stepped forward, a smile playing upon his lips. A beautiful scheme, indeed. He elongated his tone deliberately. I hold little interest in ancient women who have lived for over 10,000 years. Celine's smile abruptly froze, her delicate cheeks paling from shock and indignation. Her greatest secret, that which had endured for 17 millennia, was effortlessly unveiled by this seemingly youthful man before her. His unabashed remark about her being an old woman pierced her proud self-esteem like a sharp thorn. After living for so long, who dares to label oneself as such? If your eyes are mere ornaments, why not donate them to someone in need? Her slender fingers clenched subtly within her sleeves, but in an instant, the fury that had surged within her receded like a tide, replaced by an even more alluring and captivating smile, as if her previous outburst had never occurred. How increasingly intriguing, she purred, her voice regaining its languid magnetism. Indeed, it was Xiao who sent me to find you. He genuinely hopes I might employ some subtle tactics to influence you. However, she gestured with elegance. It seems you are not only immune to my abilities, but also fully aware of my trump cards. She stepped forward, her gaze piercingly fixed on Chen Nan. So, if I were to change my mind and express a willingness to cooperate, what would you think? It appears there is no animosity between us. Chen Nan gently shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he pushed past her enchanting form. My dear comrade Celine, do you believe I resemble a naive fool? It would be rather amusing to plant a ticking time bomb beside myself. No, sincerity must indeed be proven. Celine's tone carried a hint of seduction. Prove it, Chen Nan inquired with interest. For instance, have you managed to control Xiao? He tentatively posed the question. The helmet Xiao acquired, capable of shielding against Charles's telepathy, is indeed a clever trick. Celine let out a light, somewhat dismissive laugh. Control him? No. That would be far too mundane. Her gaze lingered on Chen Nan's face, imbued with an unmistakable sense of inevitability. My sincerity lies in the fact that I can become your woman. Her words were gentle, yet resolute, as if she firmly believed this was a condition no man could refuse. She possessed an almost overwhelming confidence in her allure. Her beauty was a weapon she wielded with great success, and few could resist her. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief, and he broke into a wicked grin. Ah, now that's an intriguing proposition. Why not dance first to prove your point? Just like those captivating dances performed by the ladies outside. His tone carried a distinct note of mockery. Celine's breath momentarily hitched, her gaze shifting unpredictably as she scrutinized Chen Nan's playful countenance, her delicate teeth grazing her lower lip. In the dimly lit chamber, shrouded in shadows, only the two of them remained. Ultimately, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Very well, she replied. She decided to take a gamble. She did not believe this man could truly remain unaffected, for no man was completely impervious to temptation. Oh, Chen Nan arched an eyebrow, his face alight with feigned surprise, quickly transforming into an expression of eager anticipation. Then I shall eagerly await the outcome. Taking a deep breath, Celine's graceful form began to sway gently to an inaudible rhythm. Initially, her movements were somewhat awkward, but soon, her innate charm and timeless allure began to unfold effortlessly. Her motions were more languid and rhythmic than those of the social butterflies outside, each turn and lift of her hand imbued with lethal seduction. The soft straps of her black gown slipped away as she undulated like a serpent, revealing her smooth shoulders. The dim room became entranced by her dance, an intoxicating atmosphere silently permeating the confined space. The gown, like the night itself, gradually cascaded to the floor, unveiling her breathtaking curves. Chen Nan watched her, realizing that time had left no trace of aging upon her. What was revealed was a youth and perfection that could ensnare any gaze. As the final veil of fabric fell away, Celine seemed to sway unsteadily, as if intoxicated, and with a delicate stumble accompanied by a waft of fragrance. She fell gracefully into Chen Nan's embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him. She lifted her eyes, glistening with moisture, her voice as light as a feather brushing against the heart. This dance is for you alone, and this body has revealed its entirety to no one else in millennia. Her fingertips, tentative yet tantalizing, brushed against Chen Nan's chest, causing him to stiffen momentarily before he chuckled, a hint of barely perceptible derision lacing his laughter. His hand firmly grasped her shoulder, halting her advance, as he coldly mused, "Is that so? What about Marcus or Elibert?" Huh. The enchanting smile that adorned Celine's face abruptly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. She abruptly propped herself up, breaking free from Chen Nan's embrace. Her eyes sharp as blades, fixed intently upon him. "This is not right." Her voice, tinged with extreme astonishment, rose slightly in pitch. "How could you possibly know of their existence? Is your telepathy stronger than mine?" This realization enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of threat. Apart from this explanation, she could not fathom how a person could possess knowledge of secrets long buried by the passage of time, unless he, like her, had traversed an unimaginably protracted existence. "Who are you?" Chen Nan raised his index finger in a gesture for silence, a cryptic smile gracing his face. "Shu, my abilities are rather unique. I can not only glimpse into the annals of history, but also foresee fragments of the future. Otherwise, do you think I could know so much that I should not? Is that so?" Celine's voice dripped with skepticism. "These are mere side issues." Chen Nan waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. "What intrigues me more is why you, having chosen Xiao as an ally, now seek to betray him." Celine retracted her astonishment and resumed her former regal posture, declaring, "It was not he who found me, but rather I who chose him." Yet, there was a hint of regret in her tone, a recognition of her misjudgment. "I initially believed his ambition and power would serve as my strength, but alas, I underestimated the rapid inflation of his ambition and his miscalculation of his own abilities." She gazed at Chen Nan, her expression turning direct and aggressive. "After our recent exchange, I have formed a new judgment. Your strength seems more aligned with the future I desire." "Oh," Chen Nan chuckled playfully. "It appears Zhao's trust has ultimately been misplaced. Yet, why do I sense a peculiar inclination? Despite my mistreatment and humiliation of you, you seem ever more eager to cling to me." "I am also a woman," she replied softly. "Throughout the long years, I have encountered numerous men, yet I have never met one who could inspire a sense of trust and companionship until now." Her tone bore a touch of vulnerability. She then rose again, leaning forward with her crimson lips, her intentions unmistakable. However, what awaited her was Chen Nan's unceremonious palm, which he gently pressed against her smooth forehead, disdainfully pushing her away. "Cooperation is one thing. Do you desire to indulge in youthful pursuits? Perhaps in 100 years. When I am old, I might consider it," he retorted, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Huh, men." Celine could not help but scoff, her lips curling in disdain, her gaze pointedly dismissive. Thus, their conversation, laden with probing and calculation, concluded, and the two reached an unspoken agreement, establishing a fragile bond of cooperation. As for the sincerity behind it all, and the extent of mutual exploitation and covert caution, it is likely that only they themselves are fully aware. Chapter 28. Celine, like a silent specter, continues to lurk within the very heart of the Hellfire Club, as Chen Nan's eyes and ears deeply embedded beside the Black King. Her ethereal gaze personally guides him away. In a secluded chamber isolated from all clamor, Celine stands gracefully at the edge of the shadows, reporting to the Black King, who sits in the commanding position, with a calm voice. "Regrettably, the White King seems to possess a device similar to your helmet's function, completely shielding my telepathy." Xiao's distinctly articulated fingers lightly tap against the smooth armrest of his chair, enveloped in silence for several breaths. After a moment, he dismissively waves his hand, as though he had anticipated this disappointment. "Never mind, we need not expend energy on him for now. After all, that fellow is merely a lackluster individual, content to languish in the comforts of mediocrity." His tone drips with disdain, depicting Chen Nan as a mere simpleton, only capable of safeguarding his limited domain. The Black Queen nods slightly, turning to take her leave. Xiao's words provoke a cold smile within her, clearly a clumsy attempt at sowing discord, insinuating that her allegiance to the White King is futile. Perhaps Celine's previous musings were not unfounded. When Chen Nan returned to the villa, ignited by an uncontainable fury, Emma, almost imperiously displeased, forcefully pushed aside the provocatively inclined Raven, her teeth clenched in ire. However, the new driver's reckless force brought about dire consequences, resulting in a grievous wound. In the following days, the Hellfire Club appeared to return to a tranquil surface. The confrontations between Chen Nan and the Black Queen Celine shifted outside the club. Approximately once a week, there would be tentative skirmishes, carefully restrained to avoid any disruption. Of course, this nearly drove Celine to despair, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing to sink her fangs into someone. Each time she was summoned merely for trivial games. Little did she know Chen Nan's ulterior motives. The closer their encounters, even the more intimate negative contacts, hastened his card draw. In a short span, her once proud mutant abilities were quietly appropriated by Chen Nan. Life absorption golden. Telepathy, golden. Necromancy, golden. Dimensional magic, golden. Dark celestial body, golden. Rapid healing, golden. The treasures hidden within the millennia-old ice mountain that is Selene were finally unearthed by Chen Nan, delivering a profound shock to him. This woman is nothing short of a walking repository of mutant powers. Each ability she possesses is unparalleled, with the weakest hovering near the threshold of alpha level. Heaven rewards the diligent. Chen Nan sighed deeply in his heart, relieved that the month-long ordeal, akin to the relentless efforts of WWII, had finally borne fruit. Heaven knows the toll it took on him to acquire these abilities, his lips nearly worn raw from the endeavor. The cards floating before him shimmered with vibrant colors, though not all were suited for his personal use. However, just because he would not utilize them did not imply that others could not. He unhesitatingly integrated the alluring golden card of Life Drain into himself, believing that possessing an additional means of survival was always prudent. While Selene's telepathy was not the pinnacle of abilities, it certainly ranked among the finest. He bestowed this golden card, along with another equally precious card of Transformation, upon Marilyn. Years of interaction and control had molded Marilyn into his perfect shape. Chen Nan even delved into her innermost thoughts with the newly acquired telepathy, akin to Su Chu's relationship with Boss Chow. As the captain of the protective Umbrella Corporation, Marilyn managed a vast commercial empire for him, necessitating a keen insight into human nature and the ability to adapt her identity at will. When Chen Nan calmly revealed that the essence of his ability was the replication of multiple powers, Emma's jaw dropped in astonishment. Replication ability? The emergence of such a power placed one atop the mutant hierarchy, instilling fear in any adversary. At that moment, Marilyn had already acquired immortality, formidable telepathy, and the ability to transform at will, making her the most perfect guardian and executor of Chen Nan's commercial empire. Chen Nan, understanding the importance of balance, gifted the orange card of Rapid Healing to Emma. Her diamond form was impervious, yet rigidity also implied vulnerability. With the acquisition of Rapid Healing, Emma would no longer fear the ambushes of most mutants, even able to disregard various lethal toxins, thus fulfilling a crucial link in the defensive chain. As for the life-saving golden card of Shadow Star, Chen Nan first bestowed it upon Raven. Her abilities leaned more towards infiltration and transformation, rendering this immunity to physical damage essential for her. Subsequently, Chen Nan exploited the card draw loophole once more, extracting the seed of this ability from Raven, weakening it to a version that retained approximately a quarter of its original effect and merging it with Marilyn, Emma, and others. Although diminished in power, it was sufficient to shield them from conventional firearms and most physical assaults. Regarding the remaining cards of Dimensional Magic and Undead Manipulation, Chen Nan chose to proceed with caution. The hidden Supreme Mage, Ancient One, who safeguarded Earth's dimensional barriers, was not easily trifled with. Currently, Chen Nan's core strength lay in physical attacks, and he lacked effective countermeasures against the enigmatic powers of magic, deeming the risks of exposure too great. Thus, he opted to temporarily seal these two cards away. Chen Nan could not help but chuckle in disbelief. His ability panel was almost entirely filled with life-preserving skills, with his most formidable offensive capabilities being the control of magnetic fields and telepathy. The remainder were all defensive. Indeed, he had deeply ingrained the fear of death into his very being, as evidenced by his skill tree entirely devoted to defense. He shook his head in self-deprecation. Yet he understood better than anyone that survival ultimately led to invincibility. As for Peggy, Chen Nan's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Well, it would take another decade or so of trials for her to truly integrate into this family. This woman harbored an allegiance to the Americans, her convictions far too righteous. In a household where relationships had devolved into chaos, members needed to possess a hint of eccentricity to coexist harmoniously. For a considerable time ahead, Chen Nan dared not assign any new superpowers to those around him. At this moment, his core attribute panel vividly materialized before him. Host, Chen Nan, age, 72, using the standard value of an average adult male as a reference. Mentality, infinite. Conceptually transcendent speed, conceptually transcendent, unquantifiable abilities, magnetic field control, rapid self-healing, super speed teleportation, telepathy, life absorption. Shadow celestial body items, cosmic cube cards. White card 11136. Beneath the night sky, the Hellfire Club shimmered with brilliance, a dazzling spectacle in the heart of 1960s New York. Already a thriving metropolis, the neon lights of Hellfire flickered, illuminating the bustling street outside. High-ranking officials, wealthy magnates, gang leaders, and ambitious young women striving for their futures poured into the establishment. In the shadowed street across from the club, an unremarkable Ford sedan lay in wait. Behind the car's window, CIA agent Morales' gaze resembled that of a searchlight, meticulously fixed on the entrance of Hellfire. Her keen professional instincts had already detected the unusual aura surrounding this elite private club. My God, Colonel Hendry, the Mafia Godfather, Rockefeller board members, the Italian ambassador. Morali's colleagues gasped in astonishment, while she swiftly recorded notes, realizing that the depths of the Hellfire Club were far more profound than she had imagined. Furrowing her brow, a strong intuition told her that a secret transaction capable of shaking the very foundations of the nation was underway here. The presence of Colonel Hendry, who held core military secrets, further ignited her most sensitive instincts. Hey, look at that girl. A three-piece. Stunning. At that moment, her partner, a somewhat greasy middle-aged male agent, was peering through binoculars, nearly drooling onto the lens as he greedily scanned each alluring woman entering the club. Morali shot him a disdainful glare, decisively shedding her conservative trench coat that concealed her figure, revealing the meticulously chosen battle attire underneath. She adorned herself in a perfect, curve-enhancing little black dress, complemented by a hint of allure from her black stockings. For the sake of her mission, she was determined to go all out. With a low hiss, she pushed the car door open and seamlessly merged into the crowd at the club's entrance, where elegance and allure intertwined. Her swaying figure and feigned charm rendered her indistinguishable from the high-class socialites ahead. Colonel Hendry, newly introduced to this intoxicating world, had yet to appreciate the enchanting figures dancing in the hall when a cold, magnetic female voice interrupted him. Colonel Hendry? Turning towards the sound, he beheld the Black Queen, a black rose blooming in the night, descending gracefully from the shadows of the spiral staircase in her floor-length gown, her stunning visage adorned with an air of frosty aloofness. I am, and you are? A flicker of confusion and wariness crossed Colonel Hendry's eyes. Celine, Mr. Shaw's partner. The Black Queen asserted with an undeniable tone, please follow me. Mr. Shaw is awaiting you. She slightly inclined her body, indicating the direction. After a moment's hesitation, Colonel Hendry followed the mysterious figure clad in black toward the club's more clandestine areas. Meanwhile, Moira endeavored to navigate the throng, her senses alert to the opulent yet eerie surroundings. Her striking beauty and deliberate attire immediately attracted the attention of several roguish admirers. Hey, sweetheart, are you alone? Darling, care for a dance? Shall we discuss life tonight? The incessant and bothersome advances made her stomach churn, and she feigned a polite excuse. I'm meeting someone, while anxiously searching for Colonel Hendry amidst the crowd. Just as she found herself encircled by a group of persistent men, a strong, warm hand unexpectedly wrapped around her slender yet taut waist. Pardon me, gentlemen, this enchanting lady is my companion. A deep, slightly mocking male voice resonated in her ear, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Moira's body tensed instantly, a surge of fury igniting within her. How dare he take advantage of her? Instinctively, she nearly bent her knee to deliver a blow that could incapacitate this rogue behind her. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Her body, save for her head, became utterly immobile, as if bound by invisible ropes. Panic surged as she frantically attempted to discern the man behind her. Her gaze fell upon a handsome East Asian visage, a playful smile gracing his lips, and his deep black eyes gleaming with interest as they scrutinized her. Who else could it be but Chen Nan? Indeed, I had an appointment with him, Moira exclaimed, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor of relief and realization. The gathered men, upon witnessing the scene, shrugged their shoulders, dispersing with a sense of regret and understanding. In such a place, vying for a woman's affection is the height of folly. TSK. Chen Nan lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Moira's sensitive ear. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, laced with mischievous teasing. Not bad, your acting skills. Are you new here? Quite the novelty, aren't you? Moira felt as though she might explode from anger. Fuck, you're the one selling, she hissed under her breath, her cheeks flushed with indignation and embarrassment. Oh, Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, his fingers playfully tapping along the curve of her shapely hips, producing a crisp sound. Is that so? Then what brings you, dressed like this, to such a place? Little wildcat. His gaze seemed to penetrate the flimsy fabric, revealing her concealed essence. Moira was momentarily at a loss, her mind racing to concoct a plausible, non-revealing explanation. Fine, she declared, as if ready to gamble everything, grinding her teeth in a low growl. I'll tell the truth. I'm here to snag a rich guy. Oh, Chen Nan elongated his tone, a knowing and ambiguous smile spreading across his face, as if he had just heard an amusing joke. That's more like it. Honesty is indeed beautiful. Before she could respond, Moira felt herself lifted effortlessly into the air by Chen Nan, who disregarded her struggles as he strode purposefully toward a secluded private booth within the club. The heavy velvet curtain fell silently behind him, isolating them from the clamor and prying eyes outside. Chapter 29. Moira was utterly dumbfounded. No way. Was her romantic escapade destined to conclude in this godforsaken place? Too hasty. She hadn't even experienced a proper courtship yet. Ugh, what was she thinking? The pressing matter at hand was to find an opportunity to incapacitate this insufferable man. Mora was on the verge of calling for help, believing at the very least she deserved a more romantic setting for such a sacrifice. Just as her plea was about to escape her lips, she stifled it. For in that critical moment, the narrow booth sofa emitted a mechanical whir, and with a sudden motion, it rotated, revealing a gaping opening in the wall, a deep, mysterious passageway. Behind the sofa lay another world. The secrets of Hellfire? Mora's heart raced like a drum. This was about to become serious. A fervor akin to martyrdom swiftly overwhelmed her fear. After all, it was better to face the bite of a rabid dog than to cower in terror. Following a brief yet intense internal struggle, she finally convinced herself. It was then that she realized the numbing sensation in her body had quietly receded, and she was free to move once more. Without delving into why the anesthesia wore off so swiftly, Mora's attention was drawn to the muffled voices emanating from the far end of the secret chamber. Like a nimble kitten, she stealthily crept closer and crouched by the concealed opening connecting to the adjacent room, holding her breath and straining her ears to listen intently. "Would you care for another drink?" came the composed voice of Black King Sebastian. Colonel Hendry on the opposite side coolly declined the offer. "No need, Mr. Shaw's tone remained unchanged but carried an undeniable weight. "I hear you have rejected the proposal to deploy Jupiter missiles in Turkey? Hendry, I urge you to reconsider." "We have discussed this, Mr. Shaw." Colonel Hendry sat upright, his demeanor grave. Deploying such missiles in Turkey or at the doorstep of the Soviet Union would be akin to igniting the fuse of nuclear war. "Absolutely out of the question." Colonel Shaw's voice suddenly chilled, his smile devoid of warmth. "I do not solicit assistance. I merely express my opinion. Thus, I shall reiterate. I hope you will reconsider." This was a blatant threat, yet Colonel Hendry stood his ground, even with a hint of disdain. "If you insist I reconsider something, it can only be another glass of your fine wine, which is indeed quite good." He set down his glass and prepared to leave. Shaw's face betrayed no anger. Instead, he calmly nodded slightly to the torrent. The torrent understood the cue, elegantly twirling a finger, and in an instant, a miniature whirlwind materialized, surging towards Hendry. "What did you put in the wine?" Hendry exclaimed, bewildered, suspecting he was hallucinating. Shaw merely responded with a knowing smile as the whirlwind struck mercilessly, swiftly growing in intensity, and violently slammed Hendry against the wall. The excruciating pain jolted him into reality. This was no illusion. The world around him collapsed and reformed. At that moment, another cold female voice echoed directly in his mind. "Thinking of escaping? Or hiding? Colonel Hendry, no matter where you are, I will find you. There exists no fortress that can shield us." It was the voice of the Black Queen. Shaw observed the panicked colonel with a malevolent grin. "Quite shocking, isn't it? This is genetic mutation, a new chapter in human evolution." He then turned to the Black Queen and inquired, "Where's Azazel?" Upon hearing Shaw's question about Azazel, Mora's heart tightened, fearing there were others in the room, and instinctively she turned to check. Abruptly, she found herself face to face with a pair of eyes, close at hand, gleaming with mischievous delight. It was that damn man. She had no idea when he had silently approached from behind. "Shoo!" Mora gasped, nearly whispering in his ear, "Please, just give me a few minutes. Don't make a sound." She feared Chen Nan's impatience. If any noise were to escape, it could alert the dangerous individuals next door, and both of them would be doomed. Chen Nan's lips curled into a playful smirk. "Oh really? If you flee, wouldn't I be at a tremendous loss?" "Humph. I believe it's wiser for you to cook the rice thoroughly first." As he spoke, he feigned an intention to remove her short skirt, sending Mora into a panic. Desperately shaking her head and silently pleading with her eyes, the Black Queen in the adjacent room cast a disapproving glance at Chen Nan, who seemed engrossed in this forced game. Men, they are perpetually amused by such antics. The entire club was enveloped in her psychic influence. She was already aware of Mora's subtle movements, but chose not to interrupt Chen Nan's amusement. Suddenly, Mora felt a chill on her leg. She clamped her mouth shut to suppress a scream. In that moment of terror, a flash of red light accompanied by a faint scent of sulfur illuminated the adjacent room. It was the Red Devil, Azazel, who appeared so abruptly that he nearly collided with Zhao's face, causing Zhao to flinch slightly in surprise. "Let us not keep our colonel waiting." Zhao quickly regained his composure and commanded. The Red Devil grinned wickedly, extending his hand toward the paralyzed and terrified Hendry. "Come, comrade." Hendry gazed at the inhuman crimson visage and finally understood the gravity of the situation. He hesitated in despair for a fleeting moment before tremblingly extending his hand, too frightened to resist. In the next instant, a flash of red light engulfed them, and they vanished without a trace. Witnessing this supernatural spectacle, Mora was left dumbfounded. Were they human or ghost? Nevertheless, she had acquired the information she sought, and this scoundrel still wished to take advantage? To hell with that. She shot a venomous glare at Chen Nan, disregarding the need for retribution, and swiftly fled the Hellfire Club like a startled rabbit. Bursting through the door, the night breeze hit her, and she suddenly realized that Chen Nan had ominously followed her. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Had it not been for her mission, she would have settled the score right then. Instantly, she donned an exceedingly seductive smile, turning to beckon Chen Nan. Her voice dripping with sweetness. Darling, come here. I actually prefer it in the car, don't you think? It's much more thrilling, isn't it? Yet internally, she thought. Once we're in the car, I'll show you what real pain feels like. All right. Chen Nan seemed enchanted, eagerly following her. Once inside the car, Mora's demeanor shifted instantly. She swiftly waved her colleague in the driver's seat away. With the door closed, she promptly produced her credentials and slapped them onto Chen Nan's handsome, yet infuriating face. Look, I'm not here for sale. Understand clearly. I'm an agent. Now, I must report to my superiors. You stay put. Unfazed, Chen Nan responded with a mischievous grin. Oh, still playing dress-up, are we? Agent miss. I quite like this setup. Mora thought to herself, this scoundrel is beyond saving. She felt as though her sanity was on the verge of shattering, and in her fury, she drew her gun and aimed it directly at him. Chet, open your eyes and see clearly. If you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I will blow your balls to smithereens. After cursing, she barked sharply. Name, occupation, identity. Reveal them at once. Playing with guns? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering and relaxed. I am more proficient than you. As for my occupation, I am a partner of Hellfire, Chen Nan. What? A partner? Mora felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire being freezing in place. A profound sense of absurdity enveloped her. Had she truly performed such a display of probing for secrets in front of the club's owner? And even harbored the audacity to report him? The reason for the guard's indifference at the entrance became painfully evident. She was nothing more than a clown. Her mind went blank. An overwhelming sense of defeat and fear of exposure leaving her utterly disoriented. Could she kill him to silence him? Even if she had the guts. Could she really do it? Her voice faltered, dry and strained as she struggled to form her words. Do you know what monsters are hidden in the club? Do you know their schemes? Of course, Chen Nan replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Then, are you involved in it as well? Mora's heart sank to the depths, fearing he might also be one of those concealed monsters. Not at all. Chen Nan's unexpected response brought a wave of relief, as if she had clutched a lifeline. Can you draw a clear line with them? I can report what happened tonight to my superiors. We need to stop them. The moment she uttered those words, she wished she could slap herself. It was utterly foolish. It was tantamount to asking someone to betray their own partner. As she wallowed in regret, Chen Nan's reaction left her utterly astounded. Suit yourself, he shrugged, feigning indifference. Aren't you afraid it will implicate you? Mora questioned incredulously. Chen Nan looked at her, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. How about we make a wager? If you report it and your superiors believe you and decide to take action, I'll help you stop Xiao and his crew. But if you lose, he deliberately prolonged his words, his gaze lingering on her. Then we will finish what we started in this car. Do you dare to gamble? Mora gazed at his confident expression, a stubborn resolve igniting within her. She was convinced the intelligence she possessed was sufficiently shocking, and her superiors would not brush it aside. At the very least, they would initiate an investigation. Fine, I accept your wager. She clenched her teeth, responding with unwavering determination. Chapter 30. Moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a shadow of disappointment and helplessness upon Mora's figure within the car. The phone receiver had long since gone dead, but the final, violent slam echoed in her ears as if it had just occurred. Are you under the influence? Colonel Hendry cannot simply vanish into thin air, unless he has miraculously traversed 3,000 miles in mere minutes. Listen, do not squander my time. Colonel Hendry is 3,000 miles away. Mora's knuckles whitened as she gripped the steering wheel, incredulously turning her head to glance at the composed man in the passenger seat. The leader had asserted that Colonel Hendry was situated 3,000 miles away. A barely perceptible tremor laced her voice. Indeed, Chen Nan replied with a knowing smile. As if discussing the weather. The Red Devil can appear anywhere on Earth, at any time. Mora inhaled deeply. The frigid air stung her lungs. Yet it clarified her muddled thoughts ever so slightly. The man's mention of genetic mutations and the Red Devil's unfathomable abilities was anything but ordinary. A stubborn conviction reignited within her. It appeared she needed to seek an expert in genetic mutations. Chen Nan nodded slightly, a fleeting glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes before it was replaced by his customary teasing demeanor. Finally grasping the situation, I see, he chuckled lightly. I wish you success in your endeavors. His gaze shifted, unreservedly aggressive as it swept over Mora. However, shouldn't our wager come into effect now, Agent Mora? He smirked, gesturing towards the spacious back seat with a knowing nod. Mora's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indignation and her professional instincts compelled her to arm herself instantly. When did I ever agree to that? Do you dare believe I wouldn't handcuff you right now? She retorted defensively, yet her grip on the steering wheel betrayed her unease. Ah, indeed. Chen Nan chuckled, a mix of understanding and mockery in his tone. Women, he shrugged, smoothly unbuckling his seatbelt. I wish you luck in uncovering evidence against Xiao. He added with a final remark, but do not play with fire, or you shall be burnt. As he feigned opening the door to exit the vehicle, Mora felt the tension within her release suddenly. Wait, wait, she exclaimed, hastily pushing the car door open. Could you assist me in making a call to validate this? They would certainly take your words into serious consideration. Chen Nan halted, turning back to her with a look that bordered on incredulity. Agent Mora, he said, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority, I can lend a modicum of assistance to deal with that old fox Xiao, but I would prefer to transition from partner to the sole owner of the club. However, he leaned slightly forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the air. If you naively believe you can leverage my name to inflict any involuntary substantial losses on the club, I shall ensure that you, along with the entire CIA behind you, truly comprehend the meaning of blood's price. I assure you, the cost will be so heavy that it will remain etched in your memories for a lifetime. Mora's body trembled violently, and it dawned on her the caliber of ruthless individuals she faced, those whose unscrupulous tactics knew no bounds. Whoever could assemble such a formidable group under the banner of the Hellfire Club must be even stronger and more merciless. Are you also a genetic mutant? She asked, her voice tense as she gazed intently at Chen Nan. A cryptic smile danced across Chen Nan's face. What do you think? Before she could process the words, Mora was horrified to find her body entirely beyond her control. Her legs moved of their own accord, her arms involuntarily opened wide, and she leapt into Chen Nan's embrace with an eager and almost fervent demeanor. Then, she precisely rose onto her toes, clumsily attempting to deepen the kiss. To an outsider, it would undoubtedly appear as an uncontrollable and passionate farewell. Mora's eyes widened in shock, filled with a mix of horror and shame. What had he done to her? Time seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Yes, indeed, just too clumsy, Chen Nan remarked with a smile. Damn it, you rogue, you devil. Mora trembled in anger, only to realize that the force controlling her had vanished. This shameless scoundrel had taken advantage of her and was now expressing disdain. Chen Nan, seemingly displeased, reached out and effortlessly pulled her back into his embrace. Still daring to glare at me? It seems the interest from earlier was insufficient, believe me. You know what I mean. Faced with Chen Nan's threat, Mora's courage and rage evaporated in an instant, replaced by a forced, almost obsequious smile. How could I dare? Chen Nan snorted, satisfied and smug. You change your tune quite swiftly. All right, you may leave now. Okay, you carry on. Mora, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly laughed, while inwardly cursing. Bastard. What skill is it to bully a woman? Chen Nan seemed to see through her silent maledictions. Before departing, he shot her a glance, playfully smacked her ample backside, and then domineeringly draped his coat over her. Wrapped tightly in his coat, warmed by his lingering heat, Mora watched his tall figure disappear behind the door, her emotions a tumultuous mix. An indescribable sensation rippled through her, akin to stones cast into a lake, sending out concentric circles of disturbance. What a domineering man, she murmured softly, her gaze unfocused. Rejecting her colleague's offer to escort her home, she dialed the number of Armando's cab service to take her back. Armando, a black taxi driver, was one of the few individuals she trusted in this city. When the call connected, Armando was catching up on sleep in his cramped apartment. Upon hearing it was Mora in need of a ride, he sprang from his bed without hesitation and swiftly started his somewhat antiquated yellow taxi. The wait was brief. Mora, wrapped in a trench coat, stood on the street, lost in thought as she gazed at the brightly lit entrance of the Hellfire Club. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Nan was quietly observing her from behind a one-way glass window on a higher floor of the club. As Armando's striking yellow taxi screeched to a halt by the curb, Chen Nan's gaze shifted to the cheerful black driver who leaned out from the driver's seat. A black man. Chen Nan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He harbored unfavorable stereotypes about this demographic. Lazy, high crime rates, synonymous with trouble. Almost instinctively, his mental faculties probed the edge of Armando's consciousness. Yet, just as his psychic tendrils brushed against the fringes of Armando's awareness, Chen Nan's movements abruptly froze. Then, an uncontrollable wave of elation surged through his mind, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Armando, Darwin, he murmured softly, his eyes igniting with a remarkable brilliance. What is this? A fruitless search yielding effortless fortune. Armando greeted Mora warmly, opening the car door for her. Weary, she settled into the back seat, and the taxi merged into the flow of nocturnal traffic, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Chen Nan withdrew his gaze, lightly tapping his fingertips against the cold glass. As a plan rapidly took shape in his mind, he turned away from the window, his silhouette fading into the darkness. Meanwhile, Armando safely delivered Mora to her apartment building. After she expressed her gratitude and exited the vehicle, he watched her figure vanish through the door before restarting the engine. The yellow taxi wove through the veins of the city. In the midnight heart of the metropolis, neon lights flickered, and the streets were sparsely populated. At that moment, Armando noticed a tall, impeccably dressed Asian man standing by the roadside, waving him down. With practiced ease, Armando pulled over. "Hey, buddy, where to?" he greeted with habitual warmth, taking a look at the passenger through the rearview mirror. An Asian? In this society dominated by white supremacy, their status seemed only marginally better than that of blacks. Nevertheless, Armando knew that Asians were often more industrious and adept at accumulating wealth. Chen Nan opened the door and slid into the back seat, casually handing several generous bills to the front. "Just take a leisurely drive. Let us enjoy the midnight view of New York." His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Armando accepted the cash, his face lighting up with a smile. This passenger was indeed generous. The two engaged in a casual conversation, a rare encounter with someone willing to travel at such an hour and seemingly eager to listen to him speak. Once, those haughty white passengers either remained silent or wore expressions that could hardly conceal their disdain. The vehicle glided smoothly into the night, while Armando's exuberant chatter filled the cabin. It seemed as if he had a reservoir of words to share, ranging from amusing anecdotes to juicy gossip, interspersed with his love and grievances about the city, flowing forth with great enthusiasm and animated gestures. Chen Nan leaned back in his seat, quietly listening, his gaze drifting through the window, capturing the vibrant cityscape. Occasionally, when Armando turned excitedly to him, he would offer a faint response. The atmosphere within the vehicle was peculiar. On one side was Armando's one-sided, lively monologue, and on the other, Chen Nan's profound silence and observant demeanor, while the comedian's innate talent shone through. Armando's attention shifted from the window to the rearview mirror, where he saw the driver's dark face, illuminated by a bright smile. "Do you wish to earn more money?" he asked, without having to toil like a beast or endure discrimination. Armando's smile instantly froze, his hearty laughter abruptly ceased. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel, and the sparkle in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a profound mix of bitterness, resignation, and a weariness born of long-standing acceptance. He exhaled deeply, the sound reverberating heavily in the suddenly quiet cabin. Chapter 31. Armando's shoulders slumped as he let out a heavy sigh, laden with accumulated bitterness. "Alas, sir, I am merely a black man. Even if I excel academically and graduate from a prestigious institution, what does it matter? In the end, this is all I can do." He attempted a self-deprecating smile, hollow yet filled with bitterness and discontent. "Life seems to be of such lowly worth. Just think, without us, who would tackle those dirty and laborious tasks? Can we truly count on those noble white gentlemen to do it?" Armando, Chen Nan's voice was steady, tinged with curiosity. "Don't you feel, that there is something about you that sets you apart from others? Different?" Armando paused, then shook his head with a chuckle. "I am just an utterly ordinary person. If I must say what makes me special, perhaps it is that my mind functions reasonably well." He hesitated, his tone steeped in resignation. "But there are many intelligent people in this world. I am not irreplaceable. How about working with me?" Chen Nan proposed. "I am in need of a driver, though, to be honest, I might not go out much." "Are you serious?" Armando suddenly turned his head, his eyes lighting up, staring incredulously at Chen Nan in the rearview mirror. Years of driving a taxi had honed his ability to read people, and he quickly discerned that this passenger was no ordinary individual. Driving for such a wealthy client was, indeed, the ultimate dream of their profession: less work, more money. Chen Nan nodded slightly, absolutely certain, but he shifted his tone, a hint of amusement lacing his words, suggesting that to become my driver, he must first undergo a minor trial. Armando felt a pang of anxiety, yet soon rationalized the reasoning. Driving for a prominent figure necessitated unwavering loyalty and reliability. A test was only to be expected. He promptly nodded. "Sir, please command me." "Excellent." Under Chen Nan's guidance, the yellow taxi swiftly halted at the entrance of a secluded park. The night was profoundly dark, shadows of the trees danced in the dim light, and the glow of the street lamps appeared particularly feeble. Armando followed Chen Nan into the hushed garden, surrounded solely by the chirping of insects and the thumping of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. An inexplicable chill crawled up his spine, and a terrifying thought pierced his mind. Could it be a kidney operation? He had heard tales of immense profits in this line of work. "Mr. Armando," he stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his steps faltering. "Ah, is this your only resolve?" Chen Nan chuckled lightly, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. "To earn substantial wealth, one must possess both courage and meticulousness. We have arrived." He halted, tilting his chin towards the front. Armando awkwardly scratched his head, gazing in the direction Chen Nan indicated, only to behold a dark, artificial lake, its surface glimmering coldly under the faint light. "Is the test swimming?" "Jump in," Chen Nan's voice commanded. "Unless I permit you to surface, you are not to emerge. Should you succeed, the position of driver will be yours." "What?" Armando gasped, his face paling. "Hold my breath? What if I drown?" Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he began to reconsider. Chen Nan seemed to perceive his retreat, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Armando felt his belt tighten suddenly, an irresistible force lifting him into the air. His eyes widened in terror as he flailed his legs, but Chen Nan merely waved his hand dismissively. Splash! The thunderous sound of his plunge shattered the silence. The frigid lake water surged into his nostrils, choking him into a fit of desperate coughs. The terror of death enveloped him instantly. Oh God! A demon! I must be encountering a demon. The instinct for survival compelled him to swim frantically, arms and legs thrashing against the water. Yet, a stronger force, like an invisible chain, ensnared his legs, dragging him mercilessly toward the abyss of the lake. The icy water pressed against his chest. Despair and regret entwined around him like aquatic weeds. This was the end. How could he have been so foolish as to trust this madness? Just as consciousness teetered on the brink of being consumed by darkness, an extraordinary sensation coursed through his cheeks. To his astonishment, Armando discovered that the skin on his face split open like a living creature, contorting, and then began to move fluidly in the water. Reminiscent of the gills of a fish. Can he breathe underwater? The euphoric thrill of miraculous survival coursed through him like electricity. Yet, immediately following was a fear even deeper than drowning. A monster. He had transformed into a creature with gills like a fish. This was more terrifying than death. On the shore, Chen Nan beheld the grotesque transformation of Armando's body at the lake's bottom, a satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. Indeed, it was him. Taking a deep breath, joy surged within him. Omega-level mutant Darwin, possessing the extraordinary ability of survival of the fittest. Chen Nan raised his hand again, and with a mere gesture, the drenched Armando tumbled awkwardly onto the cold grass by the shore. He sat there, vacant-eyed and despondent, as if his very soul had been siphoned away by the recent upheaval. Chen Nan lightly nudged his leg with his toe. Hey, have you come to your senses? What are you daydreaming about? All right, let's head back and prepare. You need to report to Umbrella Corporation tomorrow. Report? Armando recoiled as if burned, desperately waving his hands and shaking his head, his face a canvas of terror. No way, sir. Look at me. I'm a frightful sight. It would scare anyone to death. What frightful sight? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, a hint of bemusement playing on his lips. Go look at yourself by the lake. And see clearly. What are you saying? Armando exclaimed, dashing to the water's edge. In the dim light, he gazed into the surface, his terrified expression revealing that despite his disheveled state, he bore a perfectly normal human visage. Where were the gills? No, they were gone. The gills had vanished. Ha! God bless. This is wonderful. The immense surprise sent him into fits of laughter, the despair he had felt moments before fading away like a bad dream. All right, let's drive. Chen Nan calmly announced an address, then leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The car fell into silence, the only sounds being the engine's hum and Armando's labored breaths. However, beneath Chen Nan's tightly shut eyelids, in the depths of his consciousness, a card radiating vastness and depth, shimmering with a brilliant blue light, floated quietly. Survival of the fittest Genesis. Armando's core ability, indeed Omega level. This was the ultimate evolutionary power capable of adapting to any extreme environment, its potential deemed limitless. In the movie, he was swiftly defeated by the Black Emperor. Yet within a broader context, Darwin could even evolve to absorb gamma radiation and develop dimensional travel abilities. If he could successfully merge with this survival instinct. Chen Nan's heart raced with excitement. At that point, with his innate regenerative abilities, it would be nearly impossible for him to be killed on a material level, unless faced with a concept-level annihilation or rule-level magic. As for whether he could withstand such forces, even Chen Nan himself could not assert. At this moment, a formidable reality presented itself before him. The time required to draw the primordial level card would likely pose a significant challenge. As Armando endeavored to concentrate on driving, the cabin enveloped in silence. Chen Nan, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly spoke again, his tone unassuming yet imbued with an irresistible allure. Armando, that was merely the first trial. Should you succeed in the forthcoming challenges, I will reward you with $10,000. Upon hearing this, the intensely focused Armando was startled into slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched violently against the pavement, even emitting wisps of smoke. He suspected he might be hallucinating. What? $10,000? Oh my goodness, I would gladly sell bait for that. Chapter 32 in Chen Nan's eyes. Any matter that could be resolved with money was trivial. If even money could not sway one's heart, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the art of physical persuasion. Armando's abrupt stop, the screeching of tires, revealed the tempest of emotions brewing within him. For a driver of his background, the offer presented by Chen Nan seemed akin to a treasure from a fantastical tale. His astonished reaction was precisely what Chen Nan desired. Observing Armando's wide eyes filled with disbelief, Chen Nan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke in a nonchalant manner. Armando, there's no need for such astonishment. All I require is for you to undergo a simple trial. He paused, his gaze scrutinizing, to cultivate your endurance against solitude. I will arrange for you to spend 7 days in a quiet room. Noticing Armando's throat constrict, Chen Nan elaborated, rest assured, I will supervise your condition from outside, preventing any potential collapse. If you cannot endure this minor trial, then you might as well return to driving your taxi. Upon hearing the simplicity of the challenge, Armando's anxiety dissipated instantly, his ebony chest pounding with excitement. Boss, you can rest assured. I will complete the task. Excellent. Report to me promptly tomorrow. Understood, boss. Armando's voice boomed with a fervor that radiated exhilaration and joy. Now, take me home. Chen Nan had no intention of wasting 7 days. He swiftly employed his mental prowess to plunge Armando into a deep hypnotic state, casting him into a dimly lit chamber. As long as this towering figure remained alive during his card drawing, Chen Nan was indifferent to his fate thereafter. However, scarcely had Chen Nan's mental control infiltrated for a minute when an invisible barrier of mental resistance spontaneously formed. What? Chen Nan furrowed his brow. The rate of evolution is akin to a low-tier version of Doomsday. Aside from lacking in physical strength, the speed of adaptive evolution is utterly absurd. With no other recourse, Chen Nan reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon his efforts, setting up a military cot outside, proceeding methodically with his plans. Beep. Card draw failed. Beep. Card draw failed. Beep. Card draw failed. Today's card draw has concluded. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Chen Nan was taken aback. Could it be this dreadful? The following day. Beep. Card draw failed. Beep. Card draw failed. Just as Chen Nan was on the verge of expressing his displeasure with the system once more, beep. Card draw successful. Beep. Card draw commencing. Estimated duration approximately 105 hours. Please maintain a safe distance from the drawing area. Wow, that nearly startled me to death. Chen Nan let out a long sigh of relief. The successful draw after 5 consecutive failures compelled him to utter an expletive. Time languidly trickled by in the monotony of waiting, with only Raven and Emma alternating in delivering meals and engaging in conversation with him. As for Armando in the hidden chamber, this man's racial talents were indeed astonishing. He could instinctively flip through books and even mutter incomprehensibly, exemplifying self-entertainment. The torturous 5 days finally elapsed, and the long-awaited prompt resonated. Beep. Congratulations, host. Card draw successful. Survival of the fittest. The melodious notification at that moment was akin to divine music. Chen Nan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening with strain, and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Armando, the trial is over. You have passed. Leaving behind this statement, Chen Nan's figure vanished in an instant, activating his super-speed teleportation, and the next moment, he found himself on a desolate island miles away. Fusion, he commanded without hesitation. Beep. As the host wishes. The azure survival of the fittest card shattered in response, transforming into a dazzling cascade of light that cocooned Chen Nan entirely, the radiance seeping into every cell of his being. Chen Nan uttered a sound of confusion. Unlike the intense sensations of tearing and reassembling experienced during previous fusion abilities, this time the fusion was eerily tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. System? He inquired within his mind. Survival of the fittest is a capability embodying the essence of fundamental rules, its transformative effect operating on a deeper level of life coding. It does not directly enhance the body. Rather, it imprints adaptive rules into your very genetic sequence, the system elucidated. Enlightenment dawned upon Chen Nan. Indeed, in the face of such power, science appeared utterly feeble. Unable to comprehend further, he resolved to personally test the strength of this omega. Casting his gaze upon the surging sea beneath him, Chen Nan leaped forth. Splash! The instant his body plunged into the frigid waters, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The skin on either side of his cheeks quivered slightly, revealing delicate fissures that rapidly restructured within. In an instant, thin yet resilient gill flaps, intricately laced with microscopic blood vessels, took shape. Oxygen-rich seawater was efficiently filtered in, banishing any sensation of suffocation. He moved through the water with the grace of a fish. Indeed, Chen Nan understood this instinctively. After adapting to the environment for the first time, his corresponding abilities became effortlessly controllable, as though they had been unlocked. With a mere thought, the gill flaps on his cheeks discreetly vanished, returning to their normal state. Upon re-entering the water, the gill flaps re-emerged instantaneously, eliminating the need for a lengthy evolutionary process each time. As for extreme tests involving fire or blades, Chen Nan had no inclination for such self-inflicted torment. He was acutely aware that even the energy absorption of an alpha-tier pinnacle like Black King Shao paled in comparison to the fundamental chasm posed by Omega-level survival of the fittest, which truly touched the essence of the rules. A seemingly minor difference in tier belied a vast, existential divide. He summoned his attribute panel, prompting the system to reorganize according to his preferences. Host, Chen Nan. Age, Strength, 78, Standard value for an ordinary adult male. 1. Spirit. Infinite speed. Conceptually transcendent. Unquantifiable abilities. Alpha tier. Magnetic field control. Rapid healing. Hyperspeed teleportation. Life absorption. Shadow celestial body Omega tier. Telepathy. Survival of the fittest items. Cosmic cube cards. White resource card 11230. Oh. This arrangement is far more pleasing to the eye. Chen Nan gazed contentedly at the panel, its levels clearly delineated and easily comprehensible. Upon returning to the villa, he found Marilyn had just arrived as well. Recently, Emma had chosen to take a leave of absence from school to assist Marilyn in handling various affairs. Emma, what is the progress on the procurement of the super soldier serum materials? Chen Nan inquired, setting aside the newspaper. The front page displayed headlines concerning Howard Stark embroiled in treason accusations, with little else of significance to note. Ah, darling, you're back, Marilyn called, changing her shoes while responding to Emma, who was busy organizing documents. As you know, WWII been keeping that serum formula under wraps for quite some time. She shrugged helplessly. Thus, progress has been slow. We must tread carefully, sourcing those sensitive materials in batches from various regions around the globe to avoid drawing attention. One of Chen Nan's core objectives in establishing the Umbrella Corporation was biological genetic engineering and the reproduction, if not surpassing, of Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum was the initial step in his grand design. It was not that he wished to delay. Rather, before acquiring telepathic abilities, he could not fully trust the research team he had recruited. The formula for the super soldier serum had long been lost in official records, and the consequences of its leakage would be dire. Only after recently mastering telepathy did he dare to unveil that precious formula. Originally, I believed that possessing the formula would allow for rapid duplication. However, I was unprepared for the realization that the greatest obstacle was not the technology itself, but rather the raw materials. The military has imposed stringent global controls on the key medicinal ingredients required for serum production. This compelled Chen Nan to resort to utilizing various shell trading companies as a facade, navigating through the murky waters of the global black market and gray channels. But, my dear, Emma raised her head, her blue eyes glimmering with a hint of concern beneath her golden locks. Are you certain that possessing both the formula and the materials guarantees success? I have researched, and it appears that when Dr. Erskine created Steve, he required an immense amount of energy. Energy? A mysterious and confident smile curved Chen Nan's lips. That has never been a concern. I possess a wealth of secret energy. Even 1,000 New Yorks combined would pale in comparison. Oh, do boast, Emma retorted, casting him a playful yet skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Are you planning to siphon energy from the Earth's core? Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Chen Nan shrugged nonchalantly, setting down his teacup, his gaze flitting between the two ladies, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight, considering the presence of these two lovely women? His insinuation lingered in the air. I am quite fired up at the moment. Emma and Raven exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes already ignited with desire. The longing from the past few days instantaneously rekindled, and they paid no mind to their surroundings. Hey, you three. Marilyn observed the trio entwined in a fervent embrace, exasperation and amusement evident as she rubbed her forehead. Have you all lost your minds? Are we still having dinner? I shall go prepare the meal. Then do hurry, dear. Emma chimed cheerfully, poking her head out with a grin. Marilyn paused momentarily, exclaiming, what a spectacle. Meanwhile, Chen Nan basked in his triumph, while Moira, having immersed herself in an ocean of data for several consecutive days, was on the verge of exhaustion, meticulously sifting through the lists of the world's leading geneticists. Ultimately, a paper authored by Charles Xavier caught her attention. His forward-thinking discourse on genetic mutations was bold and innovative, with impeccable logic. Her intuition whispered that this was the breakthrough she sought. To persuade the obstinate superiors of the existence and threat of mutants, she required compelling evidence. And this young Oxford professor, Charles Xavier, might just be the pivotal key. Chapter 33. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the bedroom as Moira meticulously groomed her hair in front of the mirror. She then changed into a sharp trench coat, her fingertips hovering over the phone keys for a brief moment before ultimately dialing Armando. At that moment, Armando was relishing a hot dog, hastily devouring it while steam still rose from the coffee on his breakfast plate. The phone suddenly rang, and in a flurry, he tossed the hot dog back onto the plate, wiped his fingers on the tablecloth, and bent down to answer with a deliberately respectful tone. Good morning, boss. The voice of a woman emanating from the receiver startled him momentarily, prompting him to sit upright. I apologize, I mistook you for the boss. Moira, I'm afraid I can no longer offer you a ride. You're no longer driving a taxi? Moira's voice came through the static, tinged with surprise. With a hint of excitement, Armando shared, I am now the personal driver for Mr. Chen Nan, no longer in the taxi business. However, my friend is reliable. I can inquire on your behalf. Wait, you are Chen Nan's driver? Mora's voice suddenly escalated, her astonishment palpable even through the receiver. Weren't you just a straightforward taxi driver? How did you come to be Chen Nan's personal chauffeur? The pairing of these two seemingly unrelated individuals is more absurd than the sensational news in a newspaper. Yet, she suddenly recalled something and her tone turned urgent. I know your boss. Could you arrange for me to meet him? Armando's coffee cup trembled in his grasp. It was not surprising that his boss knew such a stunning woman. However, he hesitated to commit verbally, replying, I will ask the boss for his thoughts. Please hold on. After hanging up, he promptly dialed Chen Nan's number. Disturbing the boss during his slumber was indeed a risky endeavor, but what if it hindered Mora's opportunity with him? In the bedroom, Chen Nan was ensnared in the embrace of Reuven, who clung to him like a koala. The sunlight was just beginning to filter through the curtain seams when the phone rang, sounding like a death knell. He carefully shifted Reuven's arm from his waist, only to have Emma roll over and press against him again. The previous night, several young ladies had partied until the early hours, and now they were sound asleep. Damn it, who's disturbing the peace at this hour? Chen Nan grabbed the phone, his voice still laced with remnants of sleep-induced irritation. Boss, it's Miss Mora seeking you. Armando's tone was laden with guilt, as if he wished to swallow the receiver whole. Mora? Chen Nan furrowed his brow as he sat up, the blanket slipping to his waist. What does she want with me? Is the core plot about to unfold? The character of Mora, whether in the Cuban Missile Crisis or the Apocalypse, seemed like a wind-up toy, consistently delivering her timely notifications. I didn't dare to ask. Armando's voice dropped even further. All right, send me her number. Chen Nan rubbed his temples, and just as he hung up, a warm sensation suddenly pressed against the back of his neck. Reuven, having awakened unbeknownst to him, rested her chin on his shoulder, her breath carrying a sweet warmth. Emma, beside them, propped herself up, still drowsy but managing a smile that tugged at the corners of her lips. As Chen Nan dialed Mora's number, he felt a gentle tug on his wrist from Reuven. Responding to the receiver, he uttered a soft hello, only to feel a soft pair of lips brush against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Chen Nan. Mora's voice was uncertain. It's me, go ahead. He replied, striving to maintain a normal tone while his fingertip pressed against Reuven's restless little head. I need Charles's assistance, but my status is insufficient. Could you accompany me? Mora's voice faltered momentarily before rising sharply. What does that sound on your end? Is someone feeling unwell? Chen Nan mused to himself, truly a spy. His peripheral vision caught Emma diligently preparing breakfast, and he managed an awkward smile. I can accompany you, but what about the remuneration? He intentionally elongated his tone, only to swiftly retract his words as a sudden pain gripped his waist. I must be compensated with a date. Fine. Mora's voice hinted at her displeasure. Yet she hesitated not long. All right, let us meet at the usual place. With a decisive click, Chen Nan ended the call, leaving Mora speechless. What was the rush about? She isn't wrong, he thought. The dynamics had indeed shifted. 2 hours later, at the phone booth outside Hellfire, Mora was genuinely desperate for a restroom. Nearly beside herself with urgency. This jerk, is he even a man, making me wait so long? I curse you to never rise again. Just as she was grinding her teeth in frustration, a Cadillac screeched to a halt, its window rolling down to reveal Chen Nan, who peered out, his gaze scrutinizing her. Is that what you're wearing? You still have that same trench coat from last time. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some. You dare critique my outfit after making me wait 2 hours? Mora retorted, flinging open the passenger door and slamming it shut with a resounding thud that rattled the windows. Do you understand the meaning of inner beauty? Wait and see. It will dazzle you. Chen Nan rubbed his sore ear. Have you taken leave of your senses? Try waiting 2 hours yourself. Mora shot him a glare, her tone softening slightly. Charles just finished his graduation speech and is likely celebrating at the bar. We need to hurry. All right, Chen Nan replied, starting the engine and casting a glance at the irate Mora beside him. Suddenly, he felt this trip was worth the while. He was curious to see what the man who had so recklessly captivated hearts with his psychic allure would look like now. Upon their arrival at the bar, they were met with the blaring sound of jazz, assaulting their eardrums. At the bar, a blond man held an extraordinarily long glass. Tilting his head back to pour the liquid down his throat, the drink cascading down his chin and onto his shirt, eliciting laughter from those around him. He set the glass down, and amidst the catcalls, he strode directly toward a sultry beauty in a red dress. Just as his fingers were about to graze her waist, an obstruction appeared in his path. This utterly unreliable scene makes me question whether I've found the right person. Professor Charles, your speech was truly captivating. Mora's voice was almost drowned out by the noise. May we converse? Charles turned, his blue eyes slightly glazed with inebriation. They brightened upon recognizing Mora. His hand instinctively moved to encircle her waist. Thank you, beautiful miss. Chen Nan stepped forward and discreetly pushed him aside. Charles, already unsteady, stumbled back 2 steps. crashing against the bar. His glass clattered to the floor, shattering into a myriad of pieces. The raucous bar fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes converging upon the scene, filled with astonishment and intrigue, while a few of Charles's friends rolled up their sleeves. Mora's heart sank. Trouble was brewing. She watched as Charles steadied himself against the bar, the drunken haze in his eyes dissipating slightly as he fixed an intense gaze on Chen Nan. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps he should not have been involved in this evening, or perhaps she should not have come at all. Chapter 34. Apologies, I have overindulged. I presume she was unaccompanied. Let us not overreact. Charles hastily explained to the gathering crowd, yet his attention remained captivated by Chen Nan, whose indistinct aura seemed akin to his own, yet imbued with an ineffable tranquility. Mora's taut nerves finally relaxed, silently relieved that this minor friction was merely a false alarm. She swiftly recalibrated her focus, delving into the matter at hand. Professor Charles, she spoke in a lowered voice, laced with inquiry. I have perused your paper wherein you posited that genes undergo continuous evolution, potentially reaching a critical juncture that may incite fundamental transformations. She paused, locking her gaze with Charles's. For instance, the emergence of a unique ability. I believe this has already transpired. Do evolved beings, or rather mutants, truly exist in our world? Mutants. The very utterance of those three syllables was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, and Charles's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The carefree demeanor he had worn vanished entirely as he instinctively pressed his fingers against his temple. Mora's presence, coupled with her astute inquiry, was no mere coincidence. She had undoubtedly witnessed the existence of mutants firsthand. Without hesitation, he delved into Mora's thoughts, a torrent of fragmented memories flooding in. The Hellfire Club, the exalted Black King, the enigmatic Black Queen, and that heart-stopping ability of teleportation. Charles's heart sank as he realized that the hedonistic Hellfire Club harbored a multitude of his kind. What startled him further was the revelation that the man referred to as a companion by Mora was unmistakably the White King. If mutants were surfacing within the upper echelons of the Hellfire Club, what of this White King himself? Charles's gaze swiftly honed in on Chen Nan. His formidable telepathic ability silently activated. Chen Nan, perceptive as ever, sensed the pressure of Charles's fingers on his temple and the weight of his scrutiny. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely swirled the champagne in his glass, then extended his index finger, deliberately tapping his own temple with a nonchalant air, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. He remained unfazed, as though relishing a performance detached from himself, allowing Charles's mental prowess to surge toward him like a tide. Charles's brow furrowed suddenly, and upon observing Chen Nan's unmistakable gesture directed at himself, clarity dawned upon him. The opponent possesses equally formidable, if not superior, mental defenses, and in this silent confrontation, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Observing his distracted demeanor, with fingers pressed against his temple, Mora assumes he is still under the influence of alcohol and gently suggests, Professor, you seem to have had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps we could continue this discussion tomorrow? Will you be available then? She certainly does not wish to present the ramblings of a tipsy professor to the rigid superiors at the CIA. Charles swiftly suppresses the tumult within, donning a gentle smile once more. No, Ms. Mora, I believe you are already aware of the answer to that question. His tone shifts to one of grave seriousness, adding, this matter is of utmost importance to me as well. If I can assist you, I shall do so with all my might. Mora nods appreciatively and prepares to depart. May I speak with Mr. Chen alone? Charles' gaze turns toward Chen Nan, speaking in a subdued manner. Mora pauses, glancing between Chen Nan and Charles before nodding to Chen Nan and stepping outside. I am quite curious, Charles states directly, his voice laced with a subtle probing tone. Your Highness, why do you wish to assist CIA agent Ms. Mora? Although his question appears casual, it conceals a sharp edge. Chen Nan realizes this inquiry is rather unreasonable. Having gleaned from Mora's memories the Black King Zhao's insane ambition to reignite a world war, Charles understands that he must avert this catastrophe. Yet, the White King's demeanor is shrouded in mystery, seemingly detached, yet wielding an unfathomable power capable of altering the entire game. His stance represents the most significant variable in this contest. Chen Nan's expression deepens into a wry smile. Meeting Charles' inquisitive gaze, he replies nonchalantly, Charles, have you never heard that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain? Charles chuckles awkwardly at the response. It is refreshingly candid, almost stark. Yet it adheres to a certain brutal logic. Very well, Chen Nan sets his glass down, adopting a relaxed posture. I will refrain from intervening. You may act as you wish. He deliberately emphasizes the word wish. I'm not particularly interested in this game of war. He then pivots the conversation, seemingly casually revealing a crucial piece of information. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder. Xiao possesses a specialized helmet designed to block mental communication. My data waits. Good luck. Charles, With that, he strides out with measured grace, for nothing, not even the sky collapsing, shall impede his rendezvous with the lady. At the entrance, Mora paces anxiously, immediately approaching Chen Nan upon his exit. What did he discuss with you? Discuss? Chen Nan shrugs casually, his tone light. He merely inquired about my stance. I informed him that you are free to do as you please, while I shall remain an indifferent observer. Mora gazed deeply at him, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chen Nan, you conceal yourself too well. You seem to perceive everything yet behave as an aloof spectator, relishing the amusement of manipulating the masses, don't you? She attempted to discern any flicker of emotion within his gaze. Humph, Chen Nan chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with unmasked aggression as they deliberately roamed over her open neckline. Depth is subjective. It depends on how far one delves. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Mora? He intentionally distorted the meaning of depth. Get lost. Mora's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shot him an exasperated glare. This scoundrel, scarcely engaging in earnest discourse, effortlessly resorted to lewd banter. Get lost. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence while smirking mischievously. I understand your urgency, yet certain formalities, such as arranging a proper date, are indispensable. He deliberately elongated the word urgent. Mora found herself amused by his audacity. A crafty idea struck her as she turned her gaze. With a charming smile and playful glint in her eyes, she replied, All right, a date it shall be, but... She intentionally prolonged her tone, laced with a hint of mischief. You mustn't be too concerned about your wallet, all right? You know, my meager salary barely sustains me. She resolved to take him for a hefty sum, seeking revenge for his previous teasing. Not a problem. Chen Nan grinned wickedly, his arm naturally encircling Mora's slender waist as he led her towards the dazzling streets, declaring, The most important thing is to enjoy our date. The so-called date was merely an excursion of strolling, dining, and shopping. Mora occasionally stifled a gasp as a restless hand roamed her waist or back. Damn it. Keep your hands to yourself. She protested softly, only to receive an even more audacious chuckle from Chen Nan. As Mora's attention was captivated by the sparkling diamonds in a shop window, Chen Nan suddenly remembered that it had been ages since he had accompanied the women in his life on a shopping spree. It would be wise to bring back a gift, perhaps a diamond necklace? These glittering trinkets have always been an irresistible temptation for women. Madam, Chen Nan raised his hand, casually signaling a sales associate. Sir, how may I assist you? The well-trained associate approached briskly, her expression perfectly embodying enthusiasm. With a discerning eye, she quickly assessed that this distinguished patron undoubtedly possessed substantial wealth. Yes, Chen Nan's long fingers nonchalantly tapped the glass display. This one, and that one as well. Please wrap them up. His tone was as casual as if he were purchasing vegetables at a market. The professional smile on the associate's face was instantly replaced by overwhelming surprise, her voice quivering with excitement. Of course. Please hold on a moment. She hurriedly opened the display case, carefully retrieving the exquisite necklaces, wrapping them swiftly as if fearing this affluent client might change his mind at any moment. Damn rich people. Those insufferable playboys. Mora silently seethed, her heart brimming with envy as she observed from the sidelines. Oh my, when shall I experience this extravagant feeling of spending money like water? Dinner, shopping, movies. Mora felt as though she were walking on air, watching Chen Nan frivolously squander several $1,000s without batting an eyelash. Is money so easily earned? At last, they arrived at her apartment building. The night was gentle, and parting loomed. Mora gazed at Chen Nan's smiling profile, an inexplicable sensation blossoming within her heart. Having a boyfriend like him might not be so dreadful after all. What? Are you reluctant to see me go? Chen Nan perceptively caught her fleeting moment of distraction, leaning closer with a mischievous grin, his voice low and enticing. How about inviting me up for a cup of coffee? His gaze was ardent, the implication unmistakable. Mora's face flushed crimson instantaneously. She was no naif. She understood well what this classic excuse for coffee truly signified. A flurry of blush-inducing, heart-racing images flashed through her mind. Such wishful thinking. She abruptly jolted, blurting out an attempt to conceal her inner turmoil. TSK. Chen Nan feigned a sorrowful sigh. Mora, you truly lack understanding. His tone was tinged with a hint of grievance, as if accusing her of letting down his day's generosity. Who says I lack understanding? Mora instinctively retorted, her voice barely above a whisper. It's just too fast. At that moment, her head bowed, her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of courage washed over her. She rose on her toes, swiftly planting a gentle farewell kiss on the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. Plop. Then, like a startled rabbit, she turned and dashed into the apartment building, not daring to look back, leaving only the urgent sound of her heels echoing in the corridor. Observing her hasty retreat, Chen Nan touched the corner of his mouth where she had stolen a kiss, a broader smile illuminating his eyes. He called out towards her vanishing silhouette, raising his voice. Well, At least you have a bit of conscience. Off you go. Come visit my place next time. My cat can do a backflip, you know? Moira's voice floated back from deep within the hallway, laced with embarrassment and disbelief. You're kidding. I don't believe it. Unless I see it with my own eyes. Chen Nan chuckled softly to himself. Come on, once you arrive, you won't be able to leave completely. After his joyful drive home, an unexpected figure appeared before him, Peggy. She was seated in a garden wicker chair, anxiously and awkwardly chatting with Emma and the others. Chen Nan, you're finally back. Upon seeing him, Peggy rushed over as if grasping a lifeline. There's been a major incident. Colonel Hendry has gone missing. Chapter 35. Colonel Hendry is missing? Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback by the news brought by Peggy, but then a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Xiao has ultimately taken action, signifying that the countdown of life for that ambitious Black King has already commenced, even if he currently appears to have the upper hand. Peggy Chen Nan's tone seemed calm, yet it carried an air of unruffled confidence. Let us speak plainly. There is nothing to conceal. Her gaze swept across Marilyn, Emma, and others by her side, all of whom she trusted implicitly. A flicker of surprise crossed Peggy's eyes. Was this man not known for his steadiness? Yet, since he was so forthright, she decided to be equally candid. Very well, Peggy stated earnestly. We have strong suspicions that the disappearance of Colonel Hendry is linked to your Hellfire Club. And Xiao himself has also vanished. She fixed her gaze firmly on Chen Nan's eyes. Thus, as the current White King of the Hellfire Club, you are likely to become a focal point of investigation. The leadership hopes you will cooperate actively to assist us in locating Xiao or Colonel Hendry. Cooperate? Chen Nan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Does your leadership suggest a show of courtesy before resorting to force? And what if I refuse? Peggy furrowed her brow. Chen Nan, I am aware that you possess certain unique capabilities, but individual strength is ultimately limited. If you do not consider your own well-being, should you not think of them? She cast a pointed glance at Marilyn and the others, inwardly cursing the greed of this scoundrel, surrounded by such radiant faces. Huh. Chen Nan chuckled lightly, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. All right, I'll tell you without hesitation. Colonel Hendry, in your evaluations, has probably been deemed deceased. Has he not? Indeed, he is dead. He paused, his tone flat. As for Xiao, he is likely frolicking in Miami at this very moment. However, with your capabilities. He shrugged, the contempt in his words evident. His presence there would merely amount to delivering a meal. Peggy's expression darkened slightly. Whether it is merely delivering a meal is not your concern. I just hope this matter does not involve you. Her voice carried a subtle urgency. Let us discuss this further once we apprehend Xiao. To this, Chen Nan spread his hands, a hint of mockery in his smile. I wish you the best of luck then. In today's world, the conventional forces trying to capture Xiao is akin to chasing a mirage, unless it involves Charles, the righteous mutant, and Magneto, who has a deep-seated grudge against Xiao. What do the CIA's so-called elites stand to achieve? He scoffed inwardly. Humph. Peggy raised her chin proudly, releasing a dissatisfied huff. This man has never regarded the authority of America since enlisting and continues to exhibit such behavior. Be cautious. Had you not remained reclusive for these years, the higher-ups would have long been dissatisfied. Despite her admonition, Chen Nan remained unfazed, even leaning in closer. Lowering his voice with a mischievous grin, there will come a day when you will seek my assistance. When that time arrives, do ensure you are prepared to be favored by me. As for those assassinations, do you think anyone would still dare to take them on? A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Peggy's cheeks flushed instantly with a blend of embarrassment and anger as she retorted and turned to leave. In a contest of flirtation, she would be no match for this seasoned rogue. As she watched Peggy's silhouette disappear beyond the door, Marilyn approached with concern. Darling, that old fox Shaw is as cunning as they come, evident from his methods against the Jews. Collaborating with him is akin to courting disaster, especially with so many formidable mutants by his side. Fear not, Chen Nan reassured her, his tone resolute. How can you be so certain that each of his underlings is utterly loyal to him? A glimmer of treachery flashed in his eyes. Marilyn's eyes widened suddenly. I just remembered. His core members were all recruited by you later on. Astute, Chen Nan praised, gently squeezing her cheek. Even after many years, she retained the keen instincts of a top agent. It seems Peggy is utterly oblivious to your capabilities. Emma's voice, laced with a lazy amusement, chimed in as she withdrew her gaze from the door, regarding Chen Nan with a playful smile. So, my dear White King, what are your plans next? Will you remain comfortably seated and reap the rewards, or will you deliver the fatal blow yourself? Naturally, I shall strike first, Chen Nan replied with an air of certainty, his lips curling into a cold smile. He is nothing but a cornered dog now. My Hellfire Club shall not be dragged down with him. What I await is the day when Shaw's ambition is fully revealed, becoming the target of all. Once Shaw is dead, everything he has painstakingly built will become mine. The following morning, as Moira accompanied Charles to the CIA in an attempt to convince the higher-ups of the existence of mutants, Chen Nan's operations were already set in motion. He led Emma, Raven, Victor the Sabretooth, and the anxious Armando straight towards the Hellfire Club. If Shaw has his plans for a third world war, let him play with fire and burn himself. The grand vessel of the Hellfire Club must not sink alongside him. Victor, Armando. Chen Nan halted before the entrance of the understated yet luxurious building, his voice leaving no room for debate. Guard the door, not a single fly shall pass. Understood. Victor snarled, stepping forward with a formidable presence that sent a shiver down the spines of the previously lackadaisical guards. Excuse me, sir. But we are not open during the day, stammered the new guard, summoning his courage. Chen Nan chuckled lightly. New are we? You don't even recognize me? The guard, feeling weak in the knees from the scrutiny, nodded awkwardly. Blind as a bat. This is the White King. Beside him, an experienced guard, alarmed and shaken, barked a stern reprimand and swiftly struck the newcomer with a resounding slap. This seemingly bullying act was, in truth, an effort to save the Na'vi youth. He understood all too well the principle that when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. The novice guard, momentarily stunned by the blow, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and knelt down, fervently pleading for mercy. Yes, I am sorry. Lord Bai, Chen Nan, gestured for him to rise. His gaze sharp as a hawk, sweeping over the club staff who had gathered at the sound of the commotion. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly, penetrating every corner of the opulent foyer. Rise. I am here today for but one matter. He paused, each word deliberate and resonant. From this moment forth, the Hellfire Club shall be governed solely by Lord Bai. There shall be no more Lord He. As his declaration echoed, the space fell into a profound silence. Inside and out, all the meticulously attired wait staff, managers, and security personnel froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances, as if even their breathing had stilled. The implication of his words, that the internal strife between Lord He and Lord Bai had reached its conclusion, with this man as the victor, was as shocking as thunder. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though it could crush a person. In the vast foyer, countless curious and uncertain gazes converged upon Chen Nan, enveloping the room in a suffocating stillness, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 36. Chen Nan's gaze was calm and profound, slowly surveying each face in the hall. His piercing look seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of those present, compelling them to lower their eyes. Unable to meet his stare, within the Hellfire Club, an invisible pressure permeated the air, rendering it almost suffocating, with breaths taken cautiously. In this tense moment, a subtle smile crept across Chen Nan's lips, transforming the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice clear and steady. Everything within the club continues as usual. No one will be dismissed. On the contrary, he paused, savoring the instant spark of hope in their eyes. Salaries will be increased by 20%. A wave of ecstatic jubilation erupted after a brief silence. A salary increase. What could soothe hearts and dispel fears more effectively than tangible wealth? Joy illuminated the faces of the staff in an instant. Amid the cheers, Chen Nan subtly inclined his head, exchanging a knowing glance with Emma at his side. Emma comprehended the situation instantly, her eyes honing in with precision. An invisible mental force radiating like ripples, enveloping each individual present. You. Emma's fair finger abruptly rose, pointing at a grinning waiter amidst the crowd. And you. And you. Her fingertips danced, consecutively selecting several individuals. Those marked by her icy touch found their smiles abruptly frozen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with incredulous terror, questioning how their meticulously concealed intentions had been unveiled. Emma's voice sliced through the air with a chilling clarity. Do you still wish to inform Xiao? The weight of her words struck like a hammer upon their hearts, leaving the named individuals quaking in fear, their faces pale as parchment. Chen Nan approached leisurely, ultimately halting before them. The intangible pressure emanating from him rendered them utterly terrified, instinctively retreating, their throats constricted, unable to utter even a plea for mercy. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Nan's lips, laced with a hint of mockery. No need to be anxious. If any of you wish to inform Xiao, feel free. I shall not impede you. He leaned slightly forward, his voice low yet resonant, reaching the ears of all. Do inform him to tread carefully. He might not reach me before someone else decides to eliminate him. Straightening up, he waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away flies. Very well. You may take your leave. The individuals exchanged uncertain glances, utterly bewildered by the authenticity of Chen Nan's words. Was this a release or a trap? One audacious soul dared to test the waters, cautiously shifting his feet. Upon encountering no obstruction, he bolted away as if granted a reprieve. Witnessing this, the others scrambled to escape, desperately fleeing the stifling atmosphere, fearful that any delay might prompt Chen Nan to reconsider their fate. Chen Nan observed their panicked retreat with a tranquil gaze. What significance do ants hold in their relentless quest for sustenance? He found no merit in troubling such minor characters, nor did he care whether they chose to betray him. His attention shifted back to those who remained, his tone unperturbed. If any of you fear entanglement and trouble, you may also leave. Employment is readily available elsewhere. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, yet none dared to depart. After all, the Hellfire Club's offerings surpassed all others in both compensation and prestige. Excellent, Chen Nan remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Then let us proceed as usual. Attend to your duties. He waved his hand once more. The tension dissipated, and everyone returned to their respective roles, a silent cleansing having been executed. The heavy hand had struck those with ulterior motives, while the sweet dates had comforted those who stayed, serving as a clear warning. He conveyed to all that their every action lay within his purview. Only by adhering to their tasks would they reap the rewards. After dismissing the employees, Chen Nan, accompanied by Emma, strode directly into the innermost sanctum of the Hellfire Club, Zhao's private chamber. Are we on the brink of a full-scale war? Emma's voice quivered with repressed excitement. Like Raven, she harbored a deep-seated yearning to shatter the oppressive order of this world. Moreover, the veneer of camaraderie between the White King and the Black King had long ceased to be a secret. With a light chuckle, Chen Nan acknowledged the situation with an all-knowing clarity. In truth, over the years, he had merely observed Xiao toil diligently to expand his Hellfire Empire. His gaze swept across the opulent decor lining the corridor, as if surveying his own dominion. Why toil for a promotion when one could seize it outright? Was this not a tad unscrupulous? Yet, Chen Nan felt no turmoil within. The laws of the world were inherently ruthless. Resources, after all, belonged solely to the virtuous, and his martial virtue was the most formidable of all. Without delay, they effortlessly dismantled the security system of the vault that Xiao had left behind in his hasty retreat. The heavy alloy door slid open soundlessly, revealing the treasures within, even with prior mental preparation. Emma and Raven were momentarily struck speechless by the sight before them, a mountain of cash. Fresh bundles of U.S. dollars stacked like bricks, reaching nearly to the vault's ceiling. Beside the sea of money stood several imposing safes, which, when opened, revealed meticulously arranged gold bars. Under the glare of the vault's overhead lights, the gold glimmered with a dizzying, resplendent glow. A rough estimate suggested that there were perhaps 5 or 6 tons of gold here. Raven let out a shriek. Unable to contain herself any longer, and, with the exuberance of a child, she dashed into the fragrant mountain of banknotes, rolling joyfully amidst the wealth. WWII struck it rich. Even Emma and Marilyn, accustomed to grand spectacles, were momentarily dumbfounded by the raw opulence laid bare before them, especially the visual impact of the gold surpassing any numerical concept. They stood frozen in place for a good 7 or 8 seconds before regaining their composure. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Nan's eyes, yet he quickly returned to his calm demeanor, barely lingering on the gold and cash. He bypassed the heart-pounding wealth to venture deeper into the recesses of the safes. His true objective lay not in these mundane possessions. His gaze keenly settled upon a few unassuming black filing cabinets in the corner. Opening the cabinet doors, he discovered an array of meticulously organized documents, categorized by year and region. The irrefutable evidence of Xiao bribing American dignitaries, the meticulously detailed ledgers, were the genuine treasures beyond compare. The document clearly records the names, positions, bribe amounts, dates, locations, and methods of every corrupt official. Each name represents a lever capable of prying into the nation's interests. With this information, the vast black gold empire that Xiao has painstakingly built over the years is now entirely under Chen Nan's control. Oh, the Black King. As Chen Nan peruses the ledger in hand, a smile gradually spreads across his face, culminating in a heartfelt exclamation, "You truly are a good person." Meanwhile, Xiao leisurely enjoys the impending world war aboard a luxurious yacht in Miami. At that moment, the Black Queen receives a phone call, her expression transforming into one of remarkable brilliance as she inhales deeply. "I understand." After hanging up, she is seething with anger. How dare that scoundrel take action without informing me? Clearly, he does not trust me. Humph, let us see how he deals with Xiao. In the end, he will still rely on me to take action. The Black Queen snorts coldly and exits the cabin, promptly relaying the news to Xiao. Oh, really? He's quite decisive. Isn't he? Let him stir up trouble. He can do as he pleases. Xiao chuckles nonchalantly, his calm demeanor leaving the Black Queen perplexed. How can he be so composed? She cannot fathom his thoughts at this moment. Her own territory has been compromised, yet he remains unfazed. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao's next move is already in motion. In his plans, Hellfire holds no value anymore. The next step is to head to Russia, allowing them to feel the threat from America, leading to an accidental spark. Then, with a resounding explosion, the Cold War requires merely a spark to ignite the powder keg. Hellfire? In the midst of a world war, what purpose does it serve? Xiao has also uncovered a terrifying reality. The rapid advancement of technology has led to increased radiation, causing a surge in mutants. If nations were to hurl nuclear bombs at each other, the sight of the atmosphere saturated with nuclear radiation would indeed be a grand spectacle. Zhao's thoughts are not unfounded. Comics illustrate the mutant explosion resulting from rising nuclear radiation and radioactive materials. Yet, curiously, the only places that have benefited from nuclear bombs, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, seem to have few mutants. This baffles him, and he decides not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Chen Nan has called upon all shareholders directly. Chapter 37. The Hellfire Club at night remains ensconced in a haze of opulence and indulgence. However, just beyond a heavy soundproof door, the atmosphere in the secret meeting room is as contrasting as ice and fire. What unfolds here is not the elegant game of the upper class, but rather a fiercely intense argument akin to the squabbles of the streets, completely shattering the grand FA8 that the participants have meticulously maintained. Mr. Xiao has merely stepped away temporarily. The future of the club must be navigated under his leadership. Chen Nan, an outsider. What does he understand of the traditions and might of hellfire? A shareholder, his hair white and face flushed, pounded the table in fury, spittle nearly splattering onto the face of the person across from him. Tradition? Might? Zhao's strength has led us to the precipice of ruin. The young shareholder supporting Chen Nan retorted without hesitation, his finger nearly poking the other's nose. Transformation? I see it as subversion. As usurpation. Another voice joined the fray. Let us not forget Zhao's methods. Wait for his return. Wait for his return? Who knows if he will ever come back? We must consider the survival of the club. The clamor escalated, words becoming increasingly sharp, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Several fence-sitters remained silent, resolutely deciding not to express their stance until the fate of the Black King became clear. To seek profit and avoid harm, an ironclad rule in business. Chen Nan sat at the head of the long table, leaning against the high-backed chair, his slender fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythmic, soft sound on the smooth mahogany surface. The lines between allies and adversaries had become starkly defined. The number of shareholders supporting him paled in comparison to Xiao's staunch supporters. More numerous were those who, amid the tumult, sought to cling to driftwood. The performance had nearly reached its climax. Tap, tap, tap. The sound, though soft, pierced through the noise, instantly plunging the meeting room into silence. All gazes converged upon the youthful Asian face at the head of the table. A faint, inscrutable smile played at the corners of Chen Nan's lips, his gaze keenly fixed upon Kroll, who had just been the most vociferous. Well then, gentlemen, have you had your fill of shouting, Mr. Kroll? He slightly raised his chin, gesturing toward the thick folder emblazoned with the Hellfire insignia before Kroll. Why not take a look at the accounts in front of you? Perhaps it will help you to calm your mind. Kroll blinked in surprise, then let out a derisive snort, the flesh on his face quivering in disdain. Huh, the accounts? Chen Nan, do you think a few numbers can prove you are more adept at making money than Sebastian? Preposterous. He harbored deep contempt for this sudden upstart attempting to ride atop the old aristocrats. He rudely seized the folder, reveling in the anticipation of exposing a ruse, and abruptly flipped it open. Yet, that scornful smile froze instantly. As he turned page after page, arrogance swiftly faded, replaced by incredulous shock. Beads of sweat began to cascade from his shiny forehead unbidden, splattering onto the yellowed pages, leaving behind darkened spots. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he flipped through the pages, his complexion shifting from red to white, ultimately paling to a ghostly gray. In those eyes, wide with terror, lay the raw essence of fear and an unfathomable despair. Secret records of bribery involving high officials, staggering evidence of tax evasion, and even undeniable proof of meticulously concealed and brutally executed murders. These sordid secrets, which he believed had long been buried beneath the weight of time and wealth, now lay before him like the most venomous curse, stark and exposed. Thud! With a dull thump, the once arrogant and imperious Kroll collapsed to his knees, paralyzed by a wave of overwhelming fear. In a frantic scramble, he rose, tears streaming down his face as he cried for mercy. Sir, I was wrong. I was foolish. I was ignorant. I was blind. My shares, all my shares are yours. I beg you, I implore you, grant me a chance to live. His desperate pleas echoed hauntingly in the deathly silent conference room. Gasp! Every shareholder present drew in a sharp breath, their scalps prickling with alarm. What had transpired? How had Kroll, who just moments ago had been as unyielding as stone, suddenly transformed into a whimpering dog begging for mercy? All eyes converged on the ledger, discarded by Kroll like a hot potato, the answer glaringly evident. Chen Nan slowly rose, looking down from his elevated position at the trembling Kroll, and then sweeping his gaze over the ashen-faced shareholders, his expression still adorned with a calm, yet sardonic smile. Heh! He chuckled lightly, breaking the suffocating silence. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in their ears. Had I known it would come to this, why bother from the outset? Fear not, I am not one to relish in total annihilation. He strolled over to Kroll, bending slightly as if to bestow a benevolent gesture, and said, "Kroll, you do possess a sense of timing. Since you are so perceptive, let us consider that little unpleasantness as bygones." Straightening, he surveyed the shareholders, who were fixated on the damning records before them, and continued with a hint of amusement, "By the way, gentlemen, are you not inclined to reflect on your respective achievements? Perhaps you yourselves are on the verge of forgetting how you painstakingly arrived at this point. In this arena of fame and fortune, where success is often stained with the blood of ambition, whose history of struggle could withstand the most rigorous scrutiny?" Chen Nan observed the grotesque display of these usually pretentious old men, his smirk deepening with scorn. He understood that without bloodshed, the power of the Hellfire Club was now firmly within his grasp. While Chen Nan orchestrated his rise within the Hellfire Club in New York, a fierce pursuit unfolded in the waters near Miami, thousands of miles away. In the frigid depths of the ocean, Eric wielded formidable magnetic forces, transforming a heavy anchor into a colossal hammer of destruction, striking fiercely at an opulent yacht. Metal contorted, and the shrill sound of tearing was swallowed by the sea, as the yacht was effortlessly obliterated under the onslaught of such violent power, akin to a mere toy. However, as the fragments sank into the abyss, Eric, in a fit of rage and despair, discovered that his nemesis, Shao, had escaped unscathed aboard a small submarine, gliding away serenely amidst the turbulent waters. Yet, this endeavor was not without merit. In his pursuit of Shao, he forged an enduring bond with Charles Xavier. Burdened by the sting of failure and the uncertainty of the future, Eric and Charles were compelled to return to New York in search of strategies. To the Hellfire Club. Eric's voice was low and hoarse. In his eyes, Chen Nan was a beacon amidst the fog, the sole individual capable of discerning Zhao's next move. The atmosphere in the upper lounge of the New York Hellfire Club stood in stark contrast to the opulence and revelry below. The decor was elegant and understated, and the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a dazzling city skyline. Chen Nan personally welcomed the weary Eric and his companions. "Eric, it has been a long time," Chen Nan smiled, gesturing for them to take a seat. With a casual snap of his fingers, a silent attendant appeared, pouring fine wine for each guest. From the moment Eric entered, his piercing gaze remained fixed on Chen Nan's countenance. Time seemed to have halted for this man. He retained the youthful composure he had exhibited years ago when guiding Eric outside the concentration camp, an enigma of profound depth. At that moment, Eric's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. "Sir," he spoke, his tone imbued with a complex sentiment, "you remain exactly as you were back then. It seems time has lost its potency upon you." Chen Nan raised his glass, gently swirling it, the ice refracting the light and casting fragmented reflections in his deep-set eyes. A faint smile graced his lips, tinged with an ineffable melancholy, perhaps. "Yet, is this not a curse? When those around you wither like autumn leaves, and you are left standing alone, observing the cyclical passage of seasons, what awaits is an interminable solitude that envelopes the world." He sipped the fiery liquid, its sharpness sliding down his throat, and then shifted the conversation with candor. "Speak, what brings you to me? Surely it is not merely to reminisce. May I implore you to assist us in locating Shao? This pertains to the lives of countless innocents," Charles implored earnestly. "Charles," Chen Nan set down his glass, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group before resting on Charles. "Find him, and then what? Do you believe that in your current state, you can confront him merely by locating him?" His tone carried a subtle note of scrutiny. "What?" Eric furrowed his brow, failing to grasp Chen Nan's underlying implication. "Wait." Beside him, Moira astutely grasped the pivotal information and exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you implying that Shaw is the greatest threat? That he is the most formidable mutant?" Chen Nan sighed softly, shaking his head, his tone laced with unmasked disappointment. Their reaction was indeed sluggish. Consider the likes of the Red Devil, the Tidal Wave, and the Black Queen, powerful mutants with diverse abilities and rebellious spirits. Why would they willingly follow him? Merely because of his wealth and influence? Such a rationale pales in comparison to absolute power. Chen Nan's words struck them like a hammer, awakening them to a harsh reality. For so long, Shaw had seemed to them more like a shadowy puppeteer, an instigator, rather than a warrior charging into battle. This revelation sent a chilling wave through the group. Then what exactly are his abilities? Eric suddenly rose, his hands pressing against the table in excitement. "Energy absorption," he declared. "His power is to absorb any form of energy. Remember, I said any energy." The room fell into an oppressive silence, everyone stunned into speechlessness by this nearly unfathomable ability. Energy is omnipresent. Does this not imply that physical attacks would be utterly ineffective against him? Suddenly, Eric's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as he recalled something, eagerly questioning. What about mental control? Can he absorb psychic energy? Can he withstand telepathy? Chen Nan's lips curled into a knowing smile. That is indeed a domain his defensive system cannot penetrate. Pure mental power is naturally difficult to defend against effectively. Then let us act, Eric exclaimed, slapping his hands together. his voice rising in fervor. Charles can subdue that woman and control Shaw's mind, even if just for a fleeting moment. Charles, Moira, and others nodded in agreement. This plan indeed appeared viable. A commendable idea, Chen Nan remarked with a smile. In that case, I wish you success. Hurry to seek out more reliable mutant allies. Time is of the essence. Moira did not expect Chen Nan's demeanor to be so detached, her brow furrowing. You do not intend to join us? You should be more aware than anyone that if we fail, Shaw will not spare you. You have taken everything from him. With you around, can Shaw still rise again? By the way, I can offer you a hint to avoid some detours. Then can you provide Shaw's location? This concerns countless lives, even if it merely delays his plans. Moira implored earnestly. I can, but I have a condition. Speak. Chapter 38. Moira's decisiveness in the face of critical issues was beyond doubt. Chen Nan was no indecisive figure either, getting straight to the point. The condition is simple. I want one of your CIA researchers. His name is Hank McCoy. Convince your superiors to release him and allow him to leave the CIA to join my umbrella corporation. He had not intended to plunge into this murky situation prematurely, but the name beast Hank McCoy suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. This genius scientist, bearing the moniker of Beast, is a renowned figure in the hallowed halls of wisdom within the Marvel Universe. Moira's knowledge of Hank was limited to a single line in a file, and she held no authority to make decisions. She acquiesced to Chen Nan's conditions and hurried back to seek approval. Charles and Eric, realizing that their combined strength was insufficient to confront Shaw, promptly set out on a quest to locate their mutant allies. The living room fell into a serene silence, leaving only Chen Nan and a few others. Emma, like a languorous feline, nestled contentedly in Chen Nan's embrace, nuzzling gently against him. Her voice tinged with a hint of worry as she murmured, Are we truly going to assist them in dealing with Shaw? I can't shake the feeling that involving the CIA is unwise. To eliminate Shaw, the two of us, along with our embedded insider, should suffice. This is our family matter. Enlisting outsiders to cleanse our ranks would be tantamount to betraying the entire mutant community. Emma's concerns were not without merit. Once external forces infiltrated the internal strife among mutants, the nature of the conflict would drastically change. A playful smile danced upon Chen Nan's lips as his fingers intertwined with her soft tresses. Who said we should rely on them to eliminate Shaw? His life must be taken by my own hand. Then why grant them the position? Emma tilted her head, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her ice-blue eyes filled with confusion. Aren't you afraid they might succeed? Chen Nan chuckled lightly, his tone resolute. Them? They are destined to fail. Moira returned to the heavily fortified CIA headquarters and conveyed Chen Nan's request accurately. The leadership showed little hesitation. In light of the paramount importance of locating Shaw to avert nuclear war, permitting the release of a researcher was a trivial matter. The following morning, Moira visited Chen Nan's residence once more, bearing news. Upon opening the door, she immediately spotted Emma affectionately nestled beside Chen Nan. A wave of sourness surged within her as if she had bitten into a lemon, prompting her to instinctively avert her gaze. Chen Nan, however, seemed oblivious to her discomfort. Smiling casually as he said, Seeing you arrive so promptly suggests you've successfully negotiated. Indeed, Moira nodded, her gaze flitting between Emma and the smiling Marilyn beside her, hesitating as her thoughts lingered unspoken. Though personal emotions should not intermingle with work, Marilyn stretched lazily, sitting upright and casting her insightful gaze upon Moira with a playful smile. What you wish to convey is that while the leadership has agreed, the condition is that Chen Nan must first disclose Shaw's location before Hank McCoy can be released. Am I correct? You. Moira's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Marilyn. How could her thoughts be so transparently discerned? Another Charles? Had she guessed correctly? Marilyn chuckled softly, her fingertips twirling a strand of her hair. Although I possess a somewhat unique ability, I did not utilize it just now. Well, Chen Nan patted Emma, signaling her to rise. Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion? What is there to discuss? Moira's tone was tinged with a hint of annoyance and inexplicable sorrow, akin to having just bitten into an unripe lemon. Do you not all know? As an agent, the absence of secrets in the presence of these two left her with an unprecedented sense of insecurity. The CIA was diligently preparing, and the recruitment efforts for Charles and Eric had not ceased. Hank, employed by the CIA, brought Charles into a room filled with intricate circuits and colossal metallic spheres. The prototype of the brainwave amplifying device was situated there. Charles's own telepathic range was limited, yet this machine, as Hank calculated, would suffice to extend his perception across the entirety of North America. Are you certain you do not wish to shave your head? Hank persistently urged, feeling an inexplicable dissonance between the smooth metallic sphere and Charles's thick hair, as if a bald head were the perfect companion for the machine. Do not even think about touching my hair. Charles shielded his head, reacting vehemently. What a ridiculous notion. Without this meticulously styled curly hair, how could he? The romantic Charles Xavier, Triumph in the realm of love? Hank shook his head in disappointment but proceeded to activate the machine. As the humming intensified, Charles's consciousness was instantaneously magnified. Countless indistinct figures flashed rapidly through his mind, vast as the stars in the cosmos. He beheld those scattered among the crowd, his kin linked by blood. Click, click. The nearby printer began to spew out paper furiously, each precise coordinate being recorded. Yes, we succeeded, Hank exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist in triumph, his labor finally radiating the light it deserved. Mora was equally ecstatic, her overwhelming excitement momentarily causing her to forget herself as she turned and enveloped Chen Nan in a robust embrace. In the next instant, she suddenly realized the implications of her action. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she released him as if jolted by electricity, hurriedly lowering her gaze to adjust her already orderly attire, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Chen Nan regarded her with a sly smile, causing Mora's ears to burn, prompting her to quickly turn her head to examine the printed coordinates. Indeed, some hidden mutants appeared on the list. These names, in this era of scarce mutants, seemed obscure, comprising both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Chen Nan remained uninterested. His focus was steadfastly on the formidable Hank and the boundless potential of the brainwave amplifier behind him. In his eyes, the strategic value of this machine eclipsed even the legendary Infinity Stones. After all, the future of nuclear energy is likely to result in a surge of mutants, particularly following the infamous Chernobyl disaster. Although Emma possesses a high ceiling for her psychic abilities, their range is rather limited. Perhaps one must await a certain opportunity, such as when the mischievous god Loki descends upon Earth with his scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. The subsequent recruitment process revealed a lack of interest. Most mutants yearn to find their kin for solace. Yet, there will always be exceptions. Recently, Charles and Eric have been experiencing an unprecedented streak of success, adding 6 new companions to their recruitment list, their confidence soaring. Today, driven by a peculiar sense of curiosity, Chen Nan decided to accompany them. 2 cars came to a halt outside a bar reeking of cheap beer and tobacco. The trio pushed open the door, their gaze instantly locking onto a solitary man at the bar, dressed in a tattered leather jacket that enveloped his sinewy muscles and sporting a defiant beard. He possessed an exceptionally chiseled long face that was hard to ignore. Is he the one you wagered on? Charles glanced at the relaxed Chen Nan beside him, confidently raising his chin with a chuckle, prepared to concede. Oh, we'll see about that. Chen Nan shrugged, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Eric was puzzled by Chen Nan's unwavering certainty, especially given the previous recruitment's remarkable smoothness. He soon comprehended the implication behind Chen Nan's smile and witnessed what true lowliness looked like. Chapter 39. Charles cheerfully adjusted his collar and, with his signature charming smile, elegantly approached the bar. He extended his hand gracefully, his voice soft and magnetic. Hello, my friend. I believe we. His words were abruptly cut off as the man, puffing on a cheap cigar, didn't even glance back, delivering a coarse greeting. F off. Charles was utterly taken aback by the sudden barrage of profanity. His pride in his amiability and poise crumbled in an instant, as the man offered no acknowledgement, only the most primal of salutations. Wolverine, Logan, a breath of fresh air in the mutant world. Chen Nan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. This classic scene was even more entertaining than he had anticipated. Eric stood by, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief, realizing that Chen Nan had indeed predicted this. They had hit a brick wall right from the start. Huh, you lost, Charles. Chen Nan gleefully patted Charles on the shoulder. A bet is a bet. Chen Nan was all too familiar with Wolverine's fiery temperament and his colorful history. All right, Charles resignedly shrugged, decisively conceding. To negotiate with such a person? He feared he might be met with a tirade before he could even speak. Remember our wager, Chen Nan said, a sly grin spreading across his face, imbued with a sense of triumph. From now on, you are forbidden to employ telepathy on anyone around me. I have faith in your character, Charles. Charles felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His attempts at persuasion had failed miserably, leading to public humiliation and the loss of a significant bet. This excursion to the bar was indeed plagued by misfortune. Meanwhile, Chen Nan was in high spirits, reveling in the superiority brought by his godlike perspective. It was akin to possessing a second golden finger of a time traveler. He disregarded the disgruntled duo and sauntered towards the bar, intrigued by the figure of Wolverine before him. As one of the most popular characters in the Marvel Universe, he appeared particularly downcast in reality. His well-worn leather jacket, cheap beer, and cigars on the table spoke volumes about his dire circumstances. Chen Nan understood that once the future bestowed upon him an adamantium skeleton paired with nearly indomitable regenerative abilities, he could walk confidently in almost any environment, barring formidable foes like Magneto. All right, we must be on our way. Time is of the essence, Charles urged, collecting himself. No. Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively. his gaze still fixed on Logan. "You all go ahead. I wish to have a private conversation with him." "Very well," Charles replied, shaking his head in resignation. Harboring little hope, he doubted Chen Nan could persuade the stubborn Wolverine without resorting to mental control, which was merely a temporary solution rather than a lasting one. Wolverine didn't even lift his eyelids, engrossed in his cheap beer and smoke. Chen Nan snapped his fingers. "Bartender, bring him 2 bottles of the finest Lagavulin." "Certainly, sir." The bartender's eyes brightened as he swiftly procured the drinks. A patron arriving in a Cadillac was clearly not short of cash. Finally, Wolverine raised his head, casting a cold glance at Chen Nan. "Kid, are you trying to bribe me? You think I'm some street beggar?" His voice was steady, icy, and tinged with a primal wariness. Unperturbed by the glare, Chen Nan smiled. "These 2 bottles are merely a warm-up. Later, I intend to introduce you to an old friend. Win against him, and you'll pocket $10,000. Lose, while he deliberately elongated his tone, you'll graciously allow me to extract 2 liters of your blood." "Fuck. 2 liters?" Logan's pupils constricted as he nearly sprang to his feet, astonished. Did this guy truly regard him as a walking blood bank? Was he speaking in earnest? "What is the matter?" Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with just the right amount of provocation. "Are you afraid? To handle a stubborn mule like Wolverine, one must go against the grain." "Huh." Logan let out a short, mocking laugh, a competitive fire igniting in his eyes. "Afraid? Free money offered up? I'm no fool. Bartender, keep the drinks on hold. I'll be back for them." His invincible regenerative abilities gave him unmatched confidence. Over the years, aside from his equally troublesome brother Victor, he had yet to encounter anyone who genuinely posed a threat to him. Chen Nan observed his demeanor reminiscent of a legendary warrior, nearly bursting into laughter. He hastily followed. Secretly amused, he eagerly anticipated a self-healing card that rivaled that of the saber-toothed tiger, Victor. The black Cadillac departed from the bustling bar district and, in less than 20 minutes, came to a halt at a secluded and desolate park entrance. Chen Nan had already utilized his telepathic abilities to clear the area, and now the park was enveloped in silence, save for the whisper of the wind. As Wolverine, Logan, stepped into the park, he abruptly halted, his keen, beast-like senses detecting an unsettling familiarity in the air. His muscles tensed instantaneously, and his claws nearly sprang forth uncontrollably. "Victor?" he growled, his voice echoing through the vastness of the park, laced with disbelief. "Is it you?" A deep, mocking laughter emerged from behind a sturdy tree, imbued with a sense of playful reunion. "My dear brother, Logan, it seems the low-quality spirits have finally dulled your senses. Have you become so sluggish?" A tall figure emerged from the shadows of the tree, revealing a familiar face adorned with wild contours and an equally recognizable voice. It was indeed Victor, the saber-toothed tiger. Logan stood utterly stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Before him, Victor appeared as robust as ever, yet draped in a tailored, expensive suit, polished shoes, and meticulously groomed hair, an image starkly contrasting with the savage, bloodthirsty brother he once knew. "Damn it! Is this truly my brother who once reveled in the mud and danced with death?" Logan thought, recalling the old adage, "Worry not for a brother's plight, but dread the day he drives a Range Rover." "What's the matter?" Victor, incensed by Logan's bewildered expression, tugged at his tie. "Does my success not sit well with you?" He keenly detected the fleeting jealousy and disbelief in Logan's eyes. "Is it really you, Victor?" Logan's voice was dry, tinged with an unrecognized sense of loss. "I can hardly recognize you. We promised to wallow in poverty together. How did you manage to thrive secretly?" "You can too, Logan." Victor's tone softened slightly, imbued with a hint of persuasion. "Align yourself with the right crowd. Enjoy the finer things in life, rather than enduring this miserable existence of uncertainty, scavenging, and cheap bars." He genuinely wished to extend a hand to his brother. At that moment, the chasm that threatened to divide them had yet to fully unravel. Yet the twisted bond of brotherhood remained. "Damn it!" Logan's fury ignited, as he pointed accusingly at Victor's suit, as if it were a symbol of his fall from grace. "Victor, you have fallen. How could you willingly become a mere enforcer for an ordinary individual? Where has your once all-encompassing pride gone?" He cannot fathom the transformation. Where is the brother who viewed the common folk as nothing more than ants, reveling in reckless abandon? The times have changed, and it is you, my dear brother, who remains foolish and obstinate. Victor shook his head, an expression of almost pity flickering in his eyes, as it seemed the boss was indeed correct. He flexed his neck and wrists, the joints emitting a disconcerting crack, gradually advancing towards Logan, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air. "To subdue you, mere words shall not suffice. One must overpower you." The gazes of the two brothers clashed fiercely in the air, intertwining old grievances with new ideological rifts. The atmosphere in the park appeared to solidify, a fierce confrontation destined to unfold, poised for ignition. Chapter 40. The brothers' encounters are predominantly combative as Logan's claws tore through the air, poised to meet Victor's assault, he was confronted with a harsh reality. It had been over a decade since he departed from the iron-willed military, and Wolverine seemed to have forsaken that tempered fighting spirit along with it. He languished in a haze of alcohol and wandering, allowing the dull blade of time to dull his once sharp edge. In contrast, Victor resembled an unyielding beast, ever faithful to his master Chen Nan, relentlessly expanding his dominion. Victor's movements were as swift as lightning, infused with primal ferocity. Each strike was both precise and lethal. Logan's once proud combat skills appeared clumsy and sluggish in Victor's eyes. In every aspect, regeneration, speed, or strength, the saber-toothed tiger was inherently superior. While Logan's years of neglect rendered him akin to a rusted machine, all he could rely upon was his astonishing regenerative physique. With a swift motion, Victor's claws effortlessly tore through Logan's leather jacket, leaving gruesome wounds that exposed bone beneath his resilient flesh. A wave of agony surged through him, yet the wound writhed and healed before the naked eye. Logan roared in retaliation, but Victor easily parried and evaded, delivering heavier blows to his chin, ribs, and abdomen. The fraternal struggle rapidly devolved into a one-sided onslaught, with Logan resembling a heavy sandbag, mercilessly tossed about by Victor's ferocious strength. Chen Nan observed calmly, utterly unconcerned with the outcome, for without adamantium, Wolverine stood no chance against the saber-toothed tiger. Enough, Victor. Chen Nan's voice, though not raised, instantly halted Victor's violent motions, the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes receding like a receding tide. With a swift motion, his claws retracted, and he straightened his imposing figure, resembling the most loyal of sentinels as he respectfully retreated to Chen Nan's side, even bowing slightly. Victor. Logan gasped in disbelief, his voice twisted by pain and shock. He gazed at his wild and unruly elder brother, who had always disregarded rules, now seemingly tamed like a fierce beast, reverently obeying Chen Nan's commands. This sight pierced him more deeply than the wounds he bore. His brother had become a docile dog, bowing beneath another's feet. It appeared that his hopes of this tempestuous lone wolf cooperating were nothing more than a fool's dream. Chen Nan's voice remained calm and unruffled, yet tinged with a hint of regret and coldness. After speaking, he noticed with disbelief that he could not move under the terrified gaze of Wolverine. He had never encountered another mutant. He had always wandered alone, never imagining such horrifying beings existed. It began to dawn on him that Logan had been brought directly to the Umbrella Corporation's secret base hidden within the desert's heart. Everything here exuded a chilling atmosphere, the air saturated with the scents of disinfectant and unknown chemical agents. Essex gestured toward an elderly man with graying hair and an almost pathological fervor in his eyes, introducing him as Logan Howlett, a level 4 regenerative mutant. Draw his blood, do not hesitate. Your primary task is to study the fusion of regenerative genes. You wouldn't want to meet a grim fate, would you? Regeneration. Dr. Essex's eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance as he approached the immobile Logan, inspecting him like a rare treasure, licking his cracked lips, his face adorned with an almost greedy, obsessive smile. Hee. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Boss, you have bestowed upon us the finest gift. That gaze sent a chill down Wolverine's spine, even one accustomed to life and death. Could this old man be perverse in that regard? Chen Nan then turned to Wolverine. For now, you shall remain here, well-fed and cared for. All we require is your cooperation with Dr. Essex, contributing a mere blood sample each day. Logan's heart plummeted. Had he really become a human blood bank? Of course. Chen Nan's tone shifted abruptly, the feigned gentleness vanishing, leaving only a chilling threat. Should you contemplate resistance or attempt escape, you ought to be acutely aware of what constitutes the most dreadful torment for an immortal being. For instance, being confined within a specially designed lead coffin, submerged in the Mariana Trench, 10,000 meters deep. There, eternal darkness reigns, unrelenting water pressure surrounds you, and absolute silence prevails, leaving you alone with your incessantly regenerative abilities. Endlessly tormented in solitude and fear. Chen Nan's description struck like an ice pick, causing Logan's body to shudder involuntarily. Perhaps being treated as a blood bank wasn't so bad after all, merely a few blood draws, akin to being bitten by mosquitoes. Logan attempted to numb himself with such thoughts. Yet, remarkably, he found himself in the system. A compensated blood donor? Over time, Essex even allowed him some freedom. As Logan gradually acclimatizes to his newly appointed role at the desert base, thousands of kilometers away, a group of newly assembled young mutants is enduring the most excruciating and humiliating lesson of their lives. The fledgling warriors, meticulously formed by Charles, have encountered a devastating blow from the Black King. Was it a battle? If one could even label it as such, it was, in reality, a one-sided massacre. Charles's carefully selected young mutants possess dazzling abilities, yet they are as fragile as fine porcelain, lacking combat experience and possessing weak mental fortitude. They are utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught and bloodshed brought forth by the Red Devil, the Dragonfly Demon, faced with the formidable strength and enticing promises displayed by Xiao. Experiences an instantaneous collapse of her inner defenses, she betrays them. Had it not been for Xiao's deliberate mercy and his intention to recruit, the Red Devil alone could have annihilated them all. The harsh reality, akin to icy water, extinguished the fervor and pride of all the young individuals. Within the CIA base, the bodies of fallen guards lay strewn about, while the surviving agents wore expressions of ashen despair. The young mutants, resembling wilted birds battered by a torrential downpour, found solace in Moira, who sought out Chen Nan. Zhao's assault on the base resulted in devastating losses, with many guards sacrificed. The newly recruited mutants, as Moira's voice dripped with frustration, felt like lambs led to slaughter in the face of Xiao and the Red Devil. Ultimately, Salvador chose to side with Xiao. That flamboyant dragonfly demon? Chen Nan scoffed, her tone replete with unabashed disdain. She has always been a woman of questionable morals, instinctively drawn to power. This outcome is hardly surprising. With morale shattered, how could the team possibly continue? Moira sighed, her eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Chen Nan guided Moira to Charles's home, where the young mutants languished in despair, their fighting spirit extinguished. What's this? After just one beating, you all lie here like corpses? Chen Nan approached them, her lips curling into a merciless sneer. You've only lost a few to the Red Devil, and you're nearly wetting yourselves in fear? You've lived through failures for over a decade or two. Can't you withstand this setback? Moira, listening in despair, covered her forehead, regretting inviting this ancestral figure to bolster morale. This was akin to pouring oil on flames, or rather, directly pouring salt and sulfuric acid onto an open wound. The young mutants, humiliated by this barrage of scorn, felt their faces flush, mortified yet unable to retort. Chen Nan's words stripped away their fragile facades, revealing the fear and helplessness that lay within. Heaven has bestowed upon you an unusual favor, granting you extraordinary powers. Chen Nan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over every face marked by shame or rage. And what have you done with it? Engaged in street performances or pursued romantic conquests? Intelligence is a valuable asset, he remarked, tapping his temple, his tone frigid, yet regrettably, you seem devoid of it. In a brawl, you merely charge in with your eyes closed? When faced with formidable foes, you tremble. You cannot even conceive the most rudimentary tactics of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses? With such inadequacies, do you still aspire to thwart Xiao? Return home and cradle your bottle. Do not venture forth to meet your demise. Silence enveloped the lawn, broken only by heavy breaths and suppressed sobs. Chen Nan's address was akin to the biting winds of winter, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within them. The harsh reality lay bare before them, cold and merciless. Allow me to be frank, Chen Nan concluded, his tone taking on a semblance of admonition. To confront Xiao is to plunge into a treacherous abyss. At this moment, you would create naught but a ripple. Now is the time to retreat. Perhaps leading an ordinary life is not such a misfortune after all. As he prepared to turn away, deeming his efforts futile, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the periphery of the crowd. There stood an inconspicuous young man, seemingly absent from the film. A pink card of invisibility. In mere moments, he secured this pink card into his possession, a most unexpected prize. Outside the estate, why? Moira inquired, her dissatisfaction palpable. Do you expect them to assist? Do not jest. I shall personally resolve matters concerning Xiao, for I have never relied upon them. Chen Nan replied nonchalantly. You. Moira shot him a glare, exclaiming, why did you not mention this sooner? I have been tirelessly anxious and sleepless on your behalf. At that moment, a car halted beside Moira. Moira, you are terminated. The agent stated, your actions have inflicted unimaginable losses upon the CIA. The monsters you summoned have attracted an even more savage breed. You must be aware that in America, lives are paramount, and the military has taken decisive action. Chapter 41. A cold document was roughly tossed to Moira by a man, leaving her in disbelief for a considerable time. All her efforts to avert war culminated in utter negation and distrust. Moira stood frozen, her fingertips whitening as they clenched the document, her mind a void, a profound sense of desolation nearly engulfing her. At that juncture, a voice tinged with amusement shattered the stillness. It seems the CIA's vision is unworthy of your value, Miss Moira. Chen Nan appeared at her side, gently patting her shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Our umbrella corporation is in need of a security supervisor. Moira was jolted awake by a firm tap on the shoulder, abruptly raising his gaze. Forget about the supervisor for now. We must swiftly stop Xiao. Chen Nan exclaimed, what kind of resolute bourgeois warrior has been cultivated here? Yet, it must be said that action was indeed imperative. After enduring for many years, the time had finally come to reap the harvest. Zhao's ability to absorb and release energy was precisely what Chen Nan coveted, as it could seamlessly compensate for his own shortcomings in close combat explosiveness. Utilizing Hank's manufactured transport aircraft, Chen Nan and his companions set forth towards the waters off the coast of Cuba. Below, The colossal naval fleets of both the United States and the Soviet Union loomed like iron beasts, tensely poised upon the azure surface of the sea. An invisible haze of gunpowder lingered, suffocating the air. The commanders on both sides were taut with anxiety, their fingers hovering over the communication buttons, awaiting the domestic command that would transform this maritime expanse into a hellish battleground. In a world freshly scarred by global conflict, no one truly wished to ignite this powder keg, yet the wheels of history had commenced their silent turning. Beneath the shadows of these steel leviathans, in the stillness of the deep sea, a ghostly nuclear submarine lay in silent ambush. It was time. Xiao slowly rose, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I will charge. You all hold this position. He advanced towards the compartment adjoining the reactor at the submarine's stern. The others sensed the palpable aura of danger emanating from him, their hearts racing. The plan had finally been set into motion. The Red Devil thrust the output power of the nuclear reactor to its limit in an instant, a tumultuous torrent of nuclear energy surging forth. Eagerly consumed by Xiao's body, he let out a gasp of satisfaction as power surged wildly within him. Simultaneously, the Red Devil's form erupted into a crimson haze, instantaneously manifesting in the command room of a Soviet warship. His scarlet gaze swept across the astonished officers and sailors, and in the next moment, the chilling glimmer of death slithered forth like a venomous serpent. With each teleportation, the air was filled with the dull thud of blades slicing through flesh and the haunting cries of terror. His speed was so extraordinary that the soldiers scarcely had time to discern the assailant's appearance before they collapsed in pools of blood. The atmosphere above the confrontational waters was taut with tension, when suddenly, an unidentified aircraft intruded abruptly into both parties' radar range. Both American and Russian commanders furrowed their brows, their calls for inquiry sinking into silence. This enigmatic intruder rendered an already precarious balance even more fragile. The submarine had been cloaked, an effect of the Black Queen's abilities. Wait. Inside the transport aircraft, Emma was meditating, suddenly exclaiming softly as she sensed something. The shield had been lifted. The Red Devil was orchestrating a massacre aboard the Soviet warship. She opened her eyes wide in alarm, urgently issuing a warning, while her formidable mental powers surged forth, attempting to forcibly control the Red Devil. However, it was as if the Red Devil had anticipated this. At the moment Emma's power reached him, his form dissipated once more into crimson smoke, leaving behind only a missile launch program that he had violently activated. A missile, trailing a long plume of flame, roared away from its launch pad, hurtling directly towards the American fleet. In a moment of peril, Chen Nan narrowed his eyes, and an invisible force akin to the most precise of shackles instantaneously seized control of the errant missile, causing it to trace an uncanny, acute angle through the air, as if manipulated by an unseen giant hand. With tremendous force, it redirected its course, plummeting towards a Soviet warship that had already been ravaged by the Red Devil. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted into the sky. The orange fireball expanded instantaneously, cleaving the vessel in two, while the munitions cache detonated in a horrific secondary blast, tearing the steel giant apart as easily as if it were a mere paper toy. The massive wreckage, engulfed in flames, slowly descended into the sea, stirring up colossal waves. This astonishing scene left everyone aboard the American and Russian ships in a state of petrified shock. The American commander gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell? Did they just blow themselves up or frame us? The Russians are truly despicable." Meanwhile, the Soviet commander turned pale, muttering, "This operational blunder is too outrageous. We must enhance psychological training when we return." The colossal blunder temporarily stifled the impending outbreak of conflict, yet an even greater shock was imminent. Before they could recover from the aftershocks of the explosion, the previously tumultuous sea began to churn violently. It was as if an ancient leviathan was awakening from the depths. Enormous whirlpools appeared from nowhere, as the water was forcefully displaced by an irresistible power. "My God, look below!" cried a sailor, his voice filled with terror. Under the gaze of countless astonished, bewildered, and incredulous eyes, a massive, pitch-black nuclear submarine was unexpectedly wrenched from the depths of the ocean as if pulled by an invisible deity. It defied all laws of physics. With water cascading from its hull, while its propellers spun futilely in midair, it hung suspended in the sky. The telescope slipped from the trembling hands of the commanders, and the soldiers on deck rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were witnessing a mirage or an omen of the apocalypse. Countless voiceless gasps converged into a sea of terror. The submarine's hatch was abruptly flung open, and the torrent emerged halfway, preparing to intervene. Upon seeing Chen Nan hovering like a deity, gazing down upon them, all hostility transformed into profound reverence. He quickly bowed deeply, his demeanor humbled to the ground. "Lord White King." Chen Nan's voice was calm and unyielding, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Withdraw." "Yes, Lord White King." The torrent, as if granted clemency, respectfully retreated into the submarine, his back drenched in cold sweat. The mercy of the White King was but a fade. For those who defied him, their fate was far more terrifying than death. In the next moment, Chen Nan casually waved his hand to the side. Boom! That nuclear submarine, weighing several thousand tons and symbolizing humanity's pinnacle of lethal technology, was flung away like a discarded toy by an overwhelming force towards a distant, desolate island. It tumbled through the air, emitting a grating metallic wail, before crashing down upon the island's rocky cliffs and sandy shores with devastating momentum. The earth trembled, and debris soared into the sky, while the submarine rolled several times under immense inertia before finally coming to a halt. The heavy hatch of the nuclear submarine was violently blown open from within. Chen Nan's calm gaze fell upon the man, Xiao. At this moment, Xiao finally grasped the essence of being utterly isolated. The Riptide, Red Devil, Card Emperor, Black Queen. Emerging from the wreckage of the submarine, Xiao gazed forlornly at them, shaking his head in disappointment. In truth, I did not wish to believe it. Yet you have been his pawn from the very beginning, haven't you? The Black King remarked self-deprecatingly at the Black Queen, realizing from the moment his position was exposed. Nevertheless, none of this mattered. As long as I eliminate him now, everything will be resolved, and you will have no further ambitions. The Black Queen made no denial. At this juncture, there was no need to conceal her identity any longer. However, one individual had not betrayed him, resolutely stepping out from the submarine to stand behind him. Then, she soared into the sky, unleashing a fiery assault upon Chen Nan and his companions, displaying an audacious performance devoid of hesitation. Faced with her reckless display, Emma immediately activated her telepathic abilities to invade her mind. Bang! The previously oblivious dragonfly demon suddenly became dazed, plummeting to the ground, while the saber-toothed tiger stepped forward with a sinister grin, swiftly dismantling her wings. The excruciating pain jolted her into consciousness, breaking the control, yet it was too late. Such foolish antics, launching an attack without knowledge of the opponent's capabilities, were indeed unwise. Black King, the sole loyal subordinate you possess is so feeble. She is one you recruited, isn't she? Chen Nan chuckled. Xiao instantly comprehended his implication, mocking him for once placing hope in the enemy's assistance for recruitment. Realizing that some matters must be undertaken independently. However, at that moment, he had no desire to engage in argument. His singular aim was to eliminate the individual before him. For banter held no purpose. Boom! Xiao raised his hand, unleashing an energy beam, while Chen Nan deftly waved to seize the nearby submarine's hatch to counter the assault. Your offensive capability must pertain to metal manipulation, and I shall venture a guess that you possess a second ability related to immortality, Xiao stated confidently, shrugging off the fact that his probing strike had been thwarted without concern. All right, Marilyn, everyone disperse. This is a battle between him and me, and I intend to engage him thoroughly, Chen Nan said with a smile. Eliminating Xiao is, in fact, quite straightforward. A mere teleportation to outer space would suffice to end his existence. The vacuum of space lacks oxygen, and within 15 seconds, consciousness would dissipate, leading to brain death within 2 minutes, given that his physiological mechanisms are akin to those of an ordinary person. In a vacuum, the low pressure would cause his bodily fluids to vaporize instantaneously, resulting in the rupture of his organs. Even if he possesses the ability to convert energy, the solar flux near Earth's orbit is merely about 1,366 watts per square meter. Solar energy is a continuous radiation rather than a momentary impact, rendering him incapable of accumulating sufficient energy before his bodily organs fail. Therefore, to eliminate him, one must take him into space. Chen Nan, however, could survive in that environment without concern. Yet, he could not hasten his demise. He needed to deplete all of Zhao's energies first, reducing him to an ordinary person. The ability to absorb energy was crucial. At the very least, he could not allow the Black King to perish prematurely. Manipulating metal was merely childish play. Xiao's voice dripped with condescension. He elegantly raised his hand, and Chen Nan, controlling several whistling steel bars, felt them collide as if against an invisible energy field. Xiao dismissed it with disdain, remarking that it merely provided him energy. He stomped his foot, and the rocks beneath him disintegrated into dust, unleashing a violent shockwave that tore through the air towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan's pupils constricted as he grasped the air with his hands, weaving invisible magnetic lines that intertwined and spun, forming a thick vortex shield composed of metal fragments and gravel. Boom! The shockwave collided fiercely with the magnetic vortex, erupting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar. The shield quaked violently, and the edges of the metal fragments melted instantaneously into molten iron that splattered everywhere. Chen Nan let out a muffled groan as the hard rocks beneath him cracked, and he was thrust back several meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His self-healing ability activated immediately, This was Chen Nan testing his capabilities by enduring the onslaught. Observing this, Xiao unleashed another punch towards Chen Nan, the air around his fist beginning to crackle with intensity before it even reached him. Chen Nan's eyes narrowed, and his figure vanished into thin air. Zhao's anticipated destructive punch struck only empty space, releasing a tempest of energy that gouged a crater several meters in diameter into the ground, sending sand and stones flying in all directions. He abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto Chen Nan, who had materialized on a twisted steel plate 20 meters away. Teleportation? For the first time, Zhao's voice carried a note of astonishment, quickly morphing into a chilling intent to kill. He still possesses teleportation. He had concealed his abilities rather deeply. Then, with arms outstretched, he unleashed a frenzy of energy absorption without restraint. An opportunity. At the moment when Xiao was immersed in the exhilarating sensation of energy, his mind utterly relaxed. Chen Nan's figure vanished once more. This time, he did not appear at a distance, but rather teleported directly behind Xiao. In the films, Magneto launches a surprise attack, swiftly snatching the helmet with electric cables, a helmet that harbors almost no magnetic field. Xiao instantly became alert, but Chen Nan's target was not his body. It was the dark silver helmet atop his head. You shall not succeed. Xiao, filled with a mix of fury and indignation, contracted the golden aura surrounding him, creating a powerful repulsive force aimed at pushing Chen Nan away. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a devastating elbow strike infused with annihilative energy, aimed squarely at Chen Nan's temple. A glint of ferocity flashed in Chen Nan's eyes as he stood his ground, unflinching. He braved the immense pressure and tearing sensation from the repulsive force and the catastrophic elbow strike. Crack! Zhao's energy-laden elbow strike, potent enough to split mountains, landed squarely on Chen Nan's temple. Thud! A dull sound of bones cracking echoed, as Chen Nan's head tilted at an unnatural angle. One side of his face instantly becoming a gruesome mess, his body hurtled away like a rag doll, crashing into a piece of submarine wreckage with a terrifying roar. Ha ha! Utterly delusional. Xiao cackled. He gazed at Chen Nan as if he were a corpse, convinced that if this strike didn't obliterate your brains, I would accept defeat. However, in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly silenced, his pupils constricting to the extreme. There, amidst the twisted metallic ruins, Chen Nan staggeringly rose to his feet, his head tilting ominously, emitting chilling cracking sounds as it realigned itself. The bloodied side of his face, muscles and skin writhing like a sped-up film, began to heal and regenerate, as if the lethal blow had never transpired. Self-healing. Zhao's voice for the first time carried an unmistakable sense of horror and absurdity. A magnetic field, teleportation, and now self-healing? This was entirely beyond his comprehension. A prime opportunity. The Black Queen jolted at this revelation. Without the helmet capable of blocking mental communication, he would be finished. Wait. Listen to Chen Nan's strategy. Emma quickly intervened, sensing Chen Nan's intentions, determined not to let anyone disrupt his plan. Following this, Zhao's initial roar of rage gradually transformed into a frantic cry of astonishment and anger. He understood that without the helmet, his demise was imminent, and he felt trapped, unable to escape. He felt as though he were a colossal whale besieged by a swarm of invisible piranhas, a cornered beast. Each attack could severely injure or even kill his opponent. But he needed to land a hit first. Stop. I concede. Xiao's voice bore a hint of exhaustion and fear he himself had not yet recognized. Quietly gathering the remnants of his energy, he prepared to unleash a devastating shockwave that would obliterate everything in his vicinity, including the resilient cockroach that refused to perish. However, Chen Nan awaited this very moment, intentionally presenting a flaw as he approached him. Xiao gazed at Chen Nan, who was drawing nearer, his face etched with defeat, while his lowered head flickered with malevolence. Just as Zhao's energy reached its zenith, poised to erupt, Chen Nan's form instantaneously transformed into a cascade of starlight. Simultaneously, an explosion of blinding brilliance engulfed Zhao's surroundings for dozens of meters. Ha ha. In the eye of the explosion, Xiao laughed maniacally. What does your self-healing matter? I witnessed you being reduced to mere dust. Do demonstrate your regeneration for me. But in the next instant, amidst the glaring radiance and swirling smoke, a figure emerged slowly, step by step, from the very core of destruction. Chapter 43. You. Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. He collapsed to the ground, as if his very soul had been drained. How could he still be alive? I distinctly saw him turn to powder. His eyes widened, vacant yet filled with an overwhelming agony of incomprehensible shock and the despair of being utterly crushed. That terrifying impact was not merely to annihilate Chen Nan, but to exhaust the last vestiges of his energy. Even absorbing some of the shockwave left him with an inconsequential amount of power. Chen Nan looked down at the weakened Black King, raising his hand to command the hefty chains scattered on the ground, which instantaneously morphed into serpentine steel, coiling around Zhao's limbs and torso, binding him firmly against the cold, armored plate. The chains were welded together by magnetic force, forming an iron cage. Zhao's lips moved as if to utter something, but only a sigh escaped, his once dominant gaze now vacant, fixating on Chen Nan standing at the edge of the pit. An invisible psychic intrusion swiftly penetrated his mind, reading his thoughts with clarity, confirming that he had nearly exhausted all his energy. Chen Nan looked down upon the utterly defeated Black Emperor, his voice cold and clear, cutting through the tumult of the waves. The helmet is commendable, Mr. Xiao, but alas, it cannot shield your arrogance nor prevent your demise. Your ambition deserves to be extinguished. The sea breeze wailed, sweeping over the shattered battlefield. Aside from the raging flames and thick smoke, all was hushed. The Black Queen gracefully approached, casting a glance at the Black King, now ensconced like a rice dumpling, before turning to Chen Nan with a radiant smile. My dear White King, congratulations, for henceforth, no one shall contest the Hellfire Club with you. Thank you. And what of you? Chen Nan replied with a cheerful demeanor. The Black Queen and the Black King are akin in nature. Yet the Queen's ambitions remain shrouded in deeper secrecy. As for me, a mere woman, what power could I possibly contend for? Haha. Before the Black Queen's words could fully escape her lips, the distant sea suddenly shifted its cannon's aim, targeting the island. Why? Mara gasped in disbelief. For the ambitious Xiao had perished, yet they still sought to launch an assault. Haha, with Xiao gone, we remain unscathed. As long as mutants endure, they shall never find peace. Chen Nan scoffed. Such a simple truth is known to anyone who has navigated the corridors of power for even a few years. Those not of our kin harbor treacherous hearts. Emma stepped forth, huffing coldly, ready to command the opposing commanders to fire upon each other. Mara, not a fool, quickly grasped the situation. She knew she too would be sacrificed. No matter how many times she might be reborn, she would meet her end. Everyone, I had believed the war was over, yet it persists. Vanquish them, Marilyn commanded sharply. No, Marilyn. Mara urgently intervened. Knowing full well that those were the elite navies of two nations, any losses would yield catastrophic consequences. Mara, just watch in silence. I will halt Xiao and the war. I cherish peace, yet I fear not the specter of battle. One decisive blow now will spare us 100 later. Chen Nan concluded, gesturing lightly, pushing Mara behind the crowd. They may not even open fire. Mara's anxious shout echoed from behind. Chen Nan, however, did not turn back. Laughing heartily, when their cannons turned towards us, that is the declaration of war. On the distant horizon, the colossal steel fleets of America and Russia, like sharks sensing blood, pivoted their immense turrets with a harsh mechanical whir, coldly redirecting their aim. The ominous muzzles no longer pointed at one another, but instead locked onto all surviving mutants upon the island. In an instant, Chen Nan's figure vanished from sight, reappearing proudly suspended in the void between the fleet and the island. Confronted by this forest of death forged from steel leviathans, he spread his arms wide, unleashing the overwhelming magnetic force within him like an unrestrained tsunami. A visible, horrific magnetic storm, warping space itself, instantaneously engulfed the entire maritime expanse. Its reach was vast, enveloping every vessel. The precise electronic instruments aboard the warships erupted in blinding sparks, radar screens disintegrated into static, and communication channels drowned in piercing noise. The soldiers, paralyzed by fear, witnessed the ship's several thousand tons of steel seemingly gripped by invisible hands, twisted and contorted like softened noodles. The heavy deck groaned with a metallic wail, buckling and cracking, while the keel emitted a deafening roar under the unbearable strain. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Chen Nan gestured into the void with outstretched hands. One after another, torpedoes surged forth, awakened like primordial beasts of annihilation under the overwhelming grip of magnetic force, crashing through the ocean's surface with a thunderous roar. They were propelled to their utmost limits by an invisible power, transforming into streaks of destruction that rent the air, blazing with the fury of friction as they descended like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophonous symphony of destruction erupted in a deafening chorus of collisions and explosions. In an instant, the side of a cruiser was brutally pierced by the bow of a submerged submarine, a gaping wound instantly engulfing the seawater. The vessel fracturing amidst the shrill sounds of twisted metal, capsizing in its wake. The colossal aircraft carrier had become the most conspicuous target, as heavy sections of its shattered deck plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the flight deck and penetrating several layers of compartments, triggering catastrophic chain reactions of fuel and ammunition explosions. The towering inferno and billowing smoke swiftly consumed the steel behemoth, transforming it into a burning torch of hell upon the sea. In a matter of mere seconds, the ferocious magnetic tempest gradually subsided, leaving no ship intact upon the surface. Instead, immense, charred wreckage floated, the remnants of vessels slowly sinking, while oil slicks ignited a continuous, eerie fire upon the water. alongside countless small figures desperately struggling in the frigid depths. The acrid stench of gunpowder, the burnt odor, and the tang of salt water mingled in the stillness of the battlefield. Once a symbol of humanity's ultimate might, the torrents of steel had become a haunting graveyard adrift upon the ocean, all under the wrath of a singular calamity incarnate. Hovering above this sea of devastation, Chen Nan's garments rustled in the heated winds as his indifferent gaze swept across the apocalyptic tableau he had wrought. A consequence of their own making. Few soldiers remained alive. The vast majority had been dragged into the depths by the capsized vessels. He took no heed of the few survivors, while all the mutants remained ensnared in a daze, pondering whether he was a god or a demon. Upon his return to the solitary isle, the expressions of those who beheld him were tinged with an inexplicable reverence. Let us depart. Grievances find their rightful owners. Chen Nan paid no mind to their thoughts, pulling the crab-like creature, Xiao, away. Are you seeking the one who issued the orders? And then what? Mora, despite knowing the truth, clung to a flicker of hope. Eliminate them, Chen Nan stated coldly and without mercy. Mora's pupils dilated in shock, her heart trembling. For this signified an unceasing vendetta. She was acutely aware of the command's origin. Who else but the Ministry of Defense? It was highly probable that it came directly from the president. Can we not discuss this? Mora's voice trembled imperceptibly, a quiet plea to Chen Nan, as she feared for the nation's stability. Chen Nan's gaze drifted past Mora, towards the distant Washington, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Even the orders of a president are no exception. Why, one may wonder, does he always seem unable to escape his fate? He paused, as if witnessing a preordained conclusion, and let out a sardonic laugh. Poor Aiken. Chen Nan ceased her gaze upon Mora and turned to the White Queen standing quietly beside them. Accompany Mora for a while. It would be best for her to avoid the public eye during this period. If she is summoned again, it could lead to complications. With those words, he seized Xiao, and their figures vanished instantaneously, for the transport aircraft could not possibly accommodate them all. On the surface of the sea, the fierce flames had yet to be entirely extinguished, though the tumultuous energy fluctuations had gradually subsided. The Red Devil and the Torrent, under the command of the Black Queen, acted as the most efficient scavengers, methodically clearing the battlefield and ensuring that not a single soul survived. It was only when the waters were stripped bare of life, leaving behind debris and silence, that they boarded the transport aircraft and departed. Much time passed. The American and Russian military, delayed in receiving responses from their fleets, finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Several reconnaissance planes rushed to the area, including a transport aircraft surreptitiously borrowed by Charles and his compatriots. However, it was all too late. What lay before them was a scene of murky, churning waters, floating cold corpses, and twisted remnants of steel. Life was utterly extinguished. Charles pressed his forehead in anguish, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's over. Without Hank S. Superfighter, his speed had diminished significantly, ultimately failing to avert this tragedy. Xiao had succeeded. The American and Soviet fleets had annihilated each other in a fiery clash, propelling both nations toward the abyss of total war, seemingly beyond redemption. In stark contrast to Charles's despair and anxiety, Magneto, Eric, silently observed the devastation below, his gaze calm and unperturbed. His singular objective remained, to eliminate Xiao. As for whether the two great powers would enter into conflict, that held no significance for him. In fact, he harbored a quiet hope for the arrival of war, a conflict capable of overturning the old order, preferably one that would unleash nuclear devastation. Essentially, he and Xiao were kindred spirits. Were it not for Xiao's hands stained with the blood of too many compatriots, they might have been natural allies. With the loss of life complete, Charles could no longer glean the truth from any mind. In the White House, the President's office. Mr. President, the voice of the Secretary of Defense was heavy as if laden with lead. Our Third Fleet dispatch to Cuba has confirmed total annihilation, with no survivors. What? The President sprang from his large chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Repeat that. Mr. President, I wish it were not true, but the evidence is irrefutable. The Secretary of Defense laboriously handed over a stack of photographs, captured by reconnaissance aircraft. The President, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within, cast his gaze over the devastated sea, his expression growing increasingly dark and furious. He sank back into his chair, his voice icy. What are your analyses? Is it mutual destruction, or is there another explanation? The preliminary assessment suggests it may be related to a group of mutants, the Minister of Defense replied cautiously. Maybe? The President's anger ignited in an instant, his voice rising sharply. Such a significant loss, and you dare to use maybe as an excuse? I received the fleet's final report. They witnessed a civil war among the mutants. The situation was critical, and I ordered a bombardment, the Minister of Defense said, lowering his head, though his tone still bore a hint of obstinate skepticism. Deep down, He could not fathom how a mere group of so-called mutants could annihilate the formidable fleets of both America and the Soviet Union. Damn it, the president roared. They are mutants, not aberrations. Enough. Dispatch a team to that small island immediately. Search for the bodies of the mutants. Bring back even a fragment of flesh or a single bone. His command was resolute and unyielding. Yes, the Minister of Defense dared not utter another word, respectfully acknowledging the order before retreating. As the heavy wooden door of the office closed, sealing off the clamor of the outside world, the president found himself alone. His countenance dark enough to draw water. Cursed Bolvar. He seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration. After expending astronomical sums from the national budget and years of research, we still have nothing of substance to show for it. Useless, dwarfish incompetence. The threats posed by the mutants and the ineptitude of the scientist left him with a throbbing headache. Satania, the president suddenly addressed the seemingly empty corner of the office. Inform him, 6 months. If he cannot deliver a machine capable of effectively countering the mutants within that time frame, all funding for his research will be immediately halted. The air appeared to shimmer slightly, and a crisp, emotionless female voice resonated. Yes, Your Excellency. In the desolate office, only the president understood the significance of that voice. Who would have imagined that this leader, wielding the power of the world's strongest nation, not only acknowledged the existence of mutants, but also harbored their presence within his own ranks? And his secrets extended far beyond that, delving into depths untouched even by his closest wife. Meanwhile, the Russians were equally aware of the mutants' existence and had made similar choices. In the Hellfire Club's secret chamber, the former Black King, once the master of this domain, now found himself a prisoner, an ironic twist of fate in the same location. His abilities had both advantages and drawbacks, such as his capacity to absorb and release all forms of energy. In pursuit of unparalleled strength, he recklessly absorbed immense nuclear energy, yet now felt as if he had been hollowed out. Confronted by the unfathomable Chen Nan, he understood all too well that even at his peak, he might not have been a match for him, let alone in his current state. How do you intend to deal with me? Zhao's voice bore an air of resignation akin to that of a fallen hero. The victor and the vanquished, he could accept defeat. Any outcome was acceptable to him. Your abilities are indeed unique, Chen Nan replied, his tone devoid of triumph. But alas, your strength does not align with your ambition. Your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Enough of this nonsense. Zhao abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with the final flickers of defiance and ferocity. A loss is a loss. I, Sebastian Zhao, can accept defeat. He never considered his loss a reflection of his inadequacy, but merely a consequence of misfortune and a momentary lapse in strategy. At this moment, he rejected any form of sympathy or humiliation. Upon hearing this, a faint smile briefly crossed Chen Nan's lips as he remarked, "Very well. Let us dispense with the trivialities. System, commence." He seated himself beside Zhao, closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation, or perhaps gathering some hidden reserve. Zhao regarded this formidable adversary with suspicion, perplexed by his intentions. Was he deliberating whether to kill or spare him? Even the lowliest creature clings to life, and deep within Zhao's heart, a flicker of hope for a turnaround still struggled for breath. Time flowed silently in the oppressive stillness. After an indeterminate span, Chen Nan's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. In the face of Zhao's horror-stricken gaze, Chen Nan placed a hand upon his shoulder, and in the next instant, the surrounding scenery shattered like a broken mirror, collapsing in a cacophony. A chilling sensation that could freeze the soul enveloped Zhao in an instant. Before him lay not the opulent Hellfire Club, but the boundless, resplendent, and frigid void of the cosmos. How magnificent! The breathtaking tapestry of the Milky Way unfurled before him. A sight more awe-inspiring than he had ever witnessed, becoming the final imprint upon his consciousness. The universe's absolute zero temperature almost instantaneously froze every drop of liquid and every cell within him. Zhao's vitality flickered like a snuffed candle, dissipating silently into the vacuum. Meanwhile, Chen Nan hovered at the very edge of this realm of life and death. The terrifying cold and vacuum tore at his body. Yet a more potent force surged within him, relentlessly healing his wounds with unprecedented speed, buying precious time for survival. This ability, akin to survival of the fittest, was dissecting the mysteries of the environment to its limits. How to combat absolute zero. How to survive in a vacuum. The structure of his cells rapidly adjusted and evolved amidst excruciating pain. To withstand the bitter cold, then he must push the cell's antifreeze capabilities to the utmost limits, until he feared not even absolute zero, lacking oxygen and energy, then evolve the ability to harness the boundless cosmic radiation and starlight for photosynthesis. Perfect. Chen Nan felt the tumultuous transformation within him and marveled at the sheer brilliance of survival of the fittest. Now, it was time to merge and enhance the energy absorption he had just seized from the Black Emperor. Chapter 45. Chen Nan sensed the surging power within him. as the two formidable abilities of survival of the fittest and energy absorption harmoniously intertwined, akin to a celestial union. While survival of the fittest was undeniably potent, it required time to confront the sudden energy crises, and energy absorption precisely filled that transient void. At the moment of completion, the world in Chen Nan's eyes transformed drastically. Invisible energy flowed through the air, sunlight, and even the gentle breeze, subtly integrating into his being. It was ineffably sublime. System enhance. Chen Nan eagerly summoned the system, adeptly accessing the enhancement interface. Are you certain? The system's voice carried a note of caution. You have just over 10,000 white cards. Do not forget that the host of the Phoenix Force may appear at any moment. Fear not, Chen Nan replied confidently, as the enhancement would merely double the energy absorption. If no results materialize within 5,000 cards, I shall cease immediately. Understood. The system ceased further commentary. As the energy absorption icon was cast into the enhancement furnace, Chen Nan resolutely. The cards ignited the furnace like fuel, causing it to tremble violently and erupt in dazzling white light. Clang, clang, clang. As the blinding light reached its zenith and gradually dissipated, the enhancement furnace ceased its quaking, and the result was vividly presented before Chen Nan. No way. Chen Nan widened his eyes in disbelief. 1,000 white cards had directly elevated energy absorption to 8. This signified that his current energy absorption limit had far surpassed that of the peak period of the Black King by 80%. Could this be the culmination of all the luck he had amassed over the years? Chen Nan found himself murmuring, a smile unable to be contained at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that accumulating good fortune truly bore fruit. System. It too was taken aback. Press on. Chen Nan, exhilarated, without hesitation. He was eager to discover just how fortunate he would be today. The same process concluded, and the enhancement furnace boldly displayed. 13. No way. No way. No way. Chen Nan could no longer contain himself, leaping in excitement and throwing his fist in exhilaration. 13. This was akin to being possessed by the spirit of a lucky sovereign. He had never experienced such fortune in his 2 lifetimes combined. Wait. Amidst the joy, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Was there a mutant in the Marvel Universe whose ability was particularly tied to extraordinary luck? If such abilities truly existed, would it not be akin to defying the heavens? Cease your musings. The system has doused that ambition with a cold splash of reality. Indeed, a future exists, known as Domino, who possesses the power to alter probabilities. However, such abilities hold no sway over the operational rules of the system. Chen Nan's exuberance was swiftly quelled, diminished by more than half. Oh well, he sighed, offering himself a modicum of consolation. If there was a first time, there would surely be a second. Preserving his luck for a future eruption when the Phoenix power was enhanced would suffice. Regaining his composure, he opened his attribute panel. It had been quite some time since he last gazed upon this opulent configuration. Host, Chen Nan. Age, strength, 83, standard value for an ordinary adult male. 1. Mind, infinite speed, conceptually transcendent. Unquantifiable beta-level abilities. Invisibility alpha-level abilities. Control of magnetic fields, 10. Rapid healing, 10. Supersonic teleportation, 10. Life absorption, shadow celestial body. Energy absorption, 13. Omega-level abilities. Telepathy and survival of the fittest items. Cosmic cube cards. White resource card, 8230 perfection. Though it may fall slightly short compared to that maniac's hoard. What merit is there in comparison to a lunatic? Once he absorbs the Phoenix power in the future, the chaotic forces shall be disregarded. Let those who stand in his way be cast aside. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Chen Nan observed the core members anxiously awaiting him. At this moment, the Hellfire Club truly coalesced under his command. Please, take your seats, he gestured nonchalantly. The group exhaled in relief, resuming their positions. They perceptively noted that Chen Nan's aura seemed to have deepened. Had he absorbed the power of the Black King? None were blind. When a single individual exhibited 3 to 5 distinctly formidable abilities, it spoke volumes. This was precisely why their loyalty was unwavering. To follow him was to follow the future. Now, let us commence our investigation, starting with the Minister of Defense. Ensure that none of his deputy ministers are overlooked. Unraveling the movements of these significant figures falls to you. Red Devil, Torrent, and Emma, your efforts are appreciated. Chen Nan's voice anchored their attention back to the present. Understood. The trio's eyes sparkled with excitement as they responded in unison. Such a bold and decisive action was infinitely more exhilarating than engaging in petty schemes alongside Xiao. Marilyn. Chen Nan turned to her. The day-to-day operations of Hellfire will be entrusted to your leadership. Raven. He directed his gaze towards Mystique. You will assist in learning from her. Card King. Victor. You shall oversee security. Hey, what about me? What about me? The Black Queen beside him immediately exclaimed with a tone of dissatisfaction. You wouldn't want to burn the bridge after crossing it, would you? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze. Are you certain you wish to remain in the inferno? Nonsense. The Black Queen rolled her eyes playfully. What would be the incentive for me to stay if not to assist you? Now that the fruits of victory are ripe, you wish to cast me aside? Chen Nan stroked his chin thoughtfully. You are a perplexing individual. I shall observe your future conduct. Conduct? The Black Queen's eyes sparkled as she suddenly flashed a seductive smile. Swaying her hips as she gracefully settled into Chen Nan's embrace, deliberately rubbing against him, for instance, accompanying you to bed. It seemed she had struck upon a delightful notion, her smile blooming further. Chen Nan, taken aback by her audacious gesture, could only chuckle incredulously, giving her a couple of playful taps on her pert dairy as he gently pushed her away. Behave yourself. The Black Queen let out a melodious laugh, seemingly unfazed. What a vixen. Raven and Emma exchanged glances, simultaneously muttering their disdain. Sighing dramatically, the Black Queen feigned a look of vulnerability. You affluent women are oblivious to the hunger of the impoverished. Yet, no one was swayed by her beguiling rhetoric. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Nan fell into deep contemplation, strategizing potential conflicts. The sole piece of good news was that, on American soil, he was virtually invincible. Locating the whereabouts of the Secretary of Defense posed no challenge for Emma, endowed with telepathic abilities, and soon the information was relayed back. In the dead of night, Washington, D.C., the Secretary of Defense, weary from a long day, leaned back in the rear seat of his armored limousine, surrounded by escort vehicles. The limousine glided smoothly towards a residence near Fort McNair. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded on a secluded road not far from their destination. A massive pickup truck barreled out from a side street, recklessly blocking the convoy's path. What is happening? The Secretary of Defense's eyes shot open, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Sir, there's a vehicle obstructing our way. The driver responded nervously. A wave of ominous premonition washed over the secretary. What a fortuitous coincidence, this could not be. He barked a command, Coke. Reverse. Get us out of here. Yes. The driver sensed the danger and promptly shifted into reverse. However, the sight reflected in the rearview mirror nearly sent him into a panic. The escort vehicles, one surging forward and the other reversing, collided with a catastrophic crunch. Damn it! The driver cursed in despair. The violent impact jolted the vehicle, yet the armored structure shielded its occupants, while the secretary's heart plummeted. This was no mere error. It was betrayal and assassination. Without hesitation, he drew his service weapon, chambering around and aiming it squarely at the door, his knuckles turning white with exertion. At that critical moment, the door lock beside him emitted a faint click, and to his astonishment, it was opened from the outside. The Minister of Defense reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets whizzed forth, striking only the tires of a nearby vehicle, sending sparks flying. Before he could discern the identity of his assailant, he felt a heavy weight beside him. As an eerie scent of sulfur mingled with blood filled the confined space of the car, a figure, with skin as red as molten lava and a visage twisted like a demon from the depths of hell, appeared beside him like a specter. The monster toyed with a glinting dagger, its crimson eyes gleaming with mockery, fixating on his face contorted by sheer terror. The red devil grinned widely, revealing a chilling smile. Old man, let us go. My master wishes to meet you. The Minister of Defense felt his body stiffen, his throat tightening, cold sweat soaking through his back. He fixated on the dagger, which seemed poised to slice through his throat at any moment, his Adam's apple bobbing laboriously. Ultimately, ensnared by boundless fear, he rigidly nodded. Chapter 46. For someone as prominent as he, occupying the pinnacle of power, the dread of death was only magnified. Thus, when confronted with the abduction orchestrated by Emma and her associates, the minister exhibited an unusual degree of cooperation, even displaying a hint of submission. The Red Devil's abilities manifested without warning, a violent distortion of space ensnaring them all, the scenery swirling chaotically like paint thrown into a vortex. Before the nauseating dizziness could fully engulf the minister's senses, his feet found solid ground. In the depths of New York's Hellfire Club, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The minister's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his stomach churning violently as he clamped his hand over his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat saturating the lining of his expensive suit. Is this the power of your kind? He gasped, his voice a fragile blend of relief and profound dread, gazing at the Red Devil as if it were a monster donning human skin. Huh, it's unusual, I assent it. The torrent scoffed, thrusting the unsteady old man forward without courtesy. Welcome to the future, Mr. Minister, we are the future. At that moment, the cold metallic door slid open behind the torrent, the clamor and opulence of the club crashing upon him, starkly contrasting with the minister's current state of mind. Listen, perhaps we can discuss this. The minister, propelled forward, barely maintained his composure, desperation urging him to speak urgently. Join the military. Just nod, and wealth, power, status, everything will be within your grasp. I promise. Shut up, old man. The torrent snapped impatiently. No, please listen. Consider what you could possess. I said, shut your mouth. The torrent's patience evaporated, and his tone turned icy. The minister's incessant entreaties buzzed in their ears like an irksome swarm of mosquitoes until they roughly shoved him into a luxurious, soundproof chamber. With a resounding clang, the door locked shut, isolating the smooth-talking politician from the outside world. At last, tranquility enveloped the space. Almost simultaneously, the clear telepathic voice of Emma echoed in Chen Nan's mind. He set down the hefty tome he had been holding and rose to his feet. The door to the secret chamber slid open silently, revealing Chen Nan's figure in the doorway. The Minister of Defense, Ho Ran, rose abruptly from his plush armchair. Upon recognizing the remarkably youthful visage before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a facade of feigned composure. He straightened his back. Adopting his customary authoritative tone, young man, you must understand the implications of kidnapping a Minister of Defense. In his subconscious, he instinctively regarded Chen Nan as the offspring of some mutant leader, young and therefore presumed to be easily manipulated or intimidated. Kidnapping? Chen Nan stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a casual flick of his wrist. A cold smile graced his lips as he looked down upon the pretentiously defiant old man. Consequences? Minister, who do you believe is aware that I invited you here as a guest? You. The minister's pupils dilated sharply, his voice rising in pitch due to overwhelming shock. Becoming shrill and piercing. You dare to kill me? The thought struck him like an icy gust, gnawing at his heart. He had never imagined that his opponent would exhibit such deranged audacity. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Chen Nan's smile broadened, yet his gaze turned as sharp as a blade, ruthlessly slicing through the minister's facade of strength. Did you naively think you could walk out of this door alive? Huh, wait, you cannot kill me. The shadow of death loomed ever closer, draining the color from the minister's face as his voice trembled violently with fear. I am the Minister of Defense of the United States. If I were to disappear, the entire machinery of the nation would mobilize. You would become the primary targets. Do you honestly believe you can evade the consequences of the law? His hollow, blustering threats reverberated within the confines of the chamber, his shirt soaked with sweat. Clinging to his icy back, he was terrified, truly terrified of this madman. A lunatic cannot be reasoned with. What else might they dare to do? Having effortlessly obliterated the most elite fleets of both the United States and Russia? Consequences? Chen Nan chuckled, as though he had heard a particularly amusing jest, uttering 4 words that struck the minister like a hammer to the heart. Huh, with the sentinel robots? You. In the minister's mind, a thunderous explosion reverberated. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as his body involuntarily staggered back, collapsing heavily into his chair. This is the nation's highest classified project. The realization that his adversary was privy to such information rendered him utterly paralyzed. He slumped in his seat like a withered husk, his lips quivering, unable to utter another word, lost in a haze of despair. Huh. Chen Nan looked down upon the thoroughly shattered old man, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. The Sentinel is indeed a remarkable asset, but regrettably, it has fallen into your hands, a true gem wasted. He paused momentarily before continuing. In truth, there is no animosity between us on a personal level. The error lies in your misjudgment of the situation and of us. I am not the narrow-minded, extremist racist you envision. Understand this, Minister. Mutant genes lie dormant within the bloodlines of every inhabitant of this planet. You and we are fundamentally the same. We have merely taken a step forward. As time progresses, the number of awakened mutants will only increase. Our mission is to advance evolution and inspire those yet to follow. He seemed to find his words overly profound and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, such grand philosophical inquiries would be lost on you. The power you rely upon may appear formidable. Chen Nan leaned forward, an intangible pressure emanating from him. But ultimately, it pales in comparison to what we possess. His gaze swept over the pallid face before him. Your life or death is, in fact, inconsequential, for you do not comprehend the true marvel of mutants. Suddenly, he raised his voice, calling out clearly to the door, Raven. The secret chamber door opened in response. The moment that figure entered, the last vestige of hope for the Minister of Defense was utterly extinguished. Walking in was another him, an identical visage, identical attire. Even the subtle expressions of shock and forced composure were mirrored. The true Minister of Defense gaped in horror, his throat emitting gasps as he trembled, pointing at his doppelganger as if confronted by the most terrifying nightmare. Now do you understand? Chen Nan's voice was calm, yet final, heralding his inevitable fate. How could he not comprehend? He was dead. Who would know? Who could discern? This flawless replica would effortlessly usurp him, commandeering all the power he once held. You ought to be grateful to me, Chen Nan remarked, observing the minister's despondent state. At the very least, I have allowed you a moment of clarity regarding your predicament. Have I not? Grateful? Humph. The minister scoffed derisively. Would a murderer expect gratitude from his victim? He had never encountered such shamelessness. Take him away, Chen Nan commanded, no longer regarding him, addressing the Red Devil, who had quietly appeared at the door. Clean this up and ensure our minister departs peacefully. The Red Devil's crimson visage bore no expression as he slightly bowed and led the minister away. He never wavered in his professional duties. In his final moments, the old man had displayed unexpected fortitude, enough to earn Chen Nan's begrudging respect. The chamber fell silent once more. Chen Nan gazed at the vacant chair, devoid of any victorious elation. Eliminating a significant figure was merely akin to suppressing one problem only for another to surface. In this vacuum of power, countless eyes were fixated on that very position. Those newly ascended, eager to prove themselves, would likely resort to even more radical measures. The Hellfire Club has become the epicenter of turmoil. Stabilizing the situation is of utmost importance. While he could easily unleash a bloodbath at the White House, such an act would not align with longer-term interests. Raven's shape-shifting ability is exceedingly precious at this moment, yet she is still too young. Chen Nan has made a decision in his heart. Marilyn is more suitable. He has gleaned sufficient fragments of information, habits, preferences, modes of speech, and key interpersonal relationships from the memories of that old man to inform Marilyn. The next day, Serge and Emma are frantically managing a group of shareholders who are as agitated as ants in a hot pan. The initial panic has escalated into a doomsday-like despair upon receiving the shocking news of the annihilation of the American and Russian fleets. It's over. Completely over. How dare you provoke such a catastrophic disaster? Are you trying to drag us all into hell? The shareholders cluster around, clamoring and spitting words in a frenzy. The air thick with panic and anger. Chen Nan furrows his brow and raises his hand in a gesture of calm. His voice, though not loud, cuts through the clamor. Gentlemen, calm down. His gaze sweeps across the faces filled with fear. The true culprit has already been vanquished. It was Sebastian who destroyed the fleet. What does that have to do with us? Before he finishes speaking, he gestures to the dealer, who understands and turns to enter the inner chamber. Moments later, the dealer emerges, dragging a heavy block of ice shaped like a person. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gaze, he thuds the icy figure onto the pristine, mirror-like floor. After a brief moment of shock, a shareholder trembles and asks, how could His Majesty the White King, so powerful, be? Chen Nan's eyes flicker with an elusive light as he smiles slightly, swiftly pulling over the Red Devil, who had been casually smoking, seemingly indifferent. Thanks to our brave Mr. Caesar, who delivered a decisive blow to Shao at a critical moment. The Red Devil, caught off guard, nearly drops his cigarette, staring blankly at Chen Nan. Chapter 47. Now, this is Mr. Caesar, whom you all know. He chose to abandon the darkness and resolutely embraced Shao as he entered space. You should understand the conditions of space. Thus, Shao was instantly frozen to death at absolute zero. Well, that is the situation. Feel free to investigate. The numerous shareholders exchange glances as they listen to Chen Nan's words. His tale is riddled with holes. Surely, the Ministry of Defense would not believe such nonsense, yet there is indeed no flaw in it. With no witnesses to contradict, he firmly asserts the claim. After all, he is capable of such feats. Anyone who doubts it may certainly try, Chen Nan quips with a shrug. Upon hearing this, they exchange glances once more. This is nothing short of a ruse. Who would dare to test it? Such a fate has indeed befallen us. Now that Chen Nan has devised a response, these individuals are compelled to reluctantly believe his fabrications. If he falters, it merely results in a minor financial loss. Joining the Hellfire Club was intended for collective solidarity to share in the capital interests of America. What is the essence of capitalists? This has been significantly validated within the Hellfire Club, collusion among themselves. They wield substantial capital, consequently exerting immense influence over the economy, culture, and all social activities. Ultimately, to safeguard and foster their own interests, they will inevitably seek political proxies in the form of a president. In the end, no matter how thoroughly the military investigates, they will uncover no traces of Chen Nan, for all communications have ceased. The magnetic field can control all electronic devices. A single electromagnetic pulse leaves behind nothing but a heap of scrap metal. The devilish red demon instills fear in military investigators, who refuse to believe that such a being could be the savior of the world. However, after experiencing what it truly means to embark on a stratospheric journey at the hands of the red demon, they were left terrified, hastily penning their reports. The investigative report was presented in an internal meeting, where some deemed it utterly absurd. Could such a humanoid entity possess a conscience? After much discussion with no clear resolution, the interim minister ultimately decided to let the matter rest and report it to the White House. Days later, Peggy unexpectedly arrived, bearing news. Although Chen Nan had already received prior information. Long time no see, Peggy. You look well. It seems your toys have resolved your issues without my assistance. Chen Nan remarked with a smile. Huh, a dog cannot spit out ivory. You rogue, Peggy retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot him an exasperated glance. Certain he had been prying into her thoughts. Ever since their recent flirtations, it felt as though a door had swung open, sending ripples through her previously tranquil existence. Every thought of him ignited a yearning that was irresistible. Had she truly aged? Or had her 40s suddenly transformed her into a ravenous creature? All right, come here, sit down and talk, Chen Nan beckoned her with a smile. Dismissing any notion of having pried into her thoughts, Peggy then settled onto the nearby chaise lounge, but in the next moment, she gasped as Chen Nan pulled her into his embrace. The scent she had longed for enveloped her, rendering Peggy momentarily flustered and softening her form. Though she feigned a modest struggle, Chen Nan, well aware of her subtle intentions, recognized her half-hearted resistance as she succumbed and became utterly pliant. Peggy cast a weary glance at him. Could you show me a bit more respect? I'm trying to discuss serious matters here. Others might think I'm an old cow courting a tender calf, while you're merely a young horse pulling a heavy cart. Is that so? You speak your piece while I indulge in my own pursuits. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs, which does not hinder our discussions in the slightest. Chen Nan, with a mischievous demeanor, leaned in closer to Peggy, speaking directly into her ear. Peggy, unable to endure his antics any longer, hurriedly sought to conclude the matter at hand. The council had just passed a special secret proposal to establish HYDRA. Ugh, how annoying, you rascal, she exclaimed. I'm discussing serious matters here. SHIELD will specifically address issues concerning unnatural abilities. By the way, I will assume the role of deputy director, primarily overseeing the coordination with the Avengers. Oh, the Avengers? Who will lead them? I suppose Charles should be appointed as their captain. And we should also establish a school dedicated to educating young mutants, Peggy relayed, her words flowing in a fragmented manner, yet accurately reflecting the progression of events along the predetermined timeline. And what about the fleet? How have they categorized that situation? Chen Nan inquired, leaning forward. Peggy sighed in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Nevertheless, her professionalism prevented her from showing it. This matter could only be left here, devoid of any clues. And she hoped to convey that the mutants from the Hellfire Club should refrain from causing trouble. Oh, I see. We will merely conduct our small business quietly. We have no interest in such matters, Chen Nan nodded, his response offering Peggy a sense of relief, as the higher-ups seemed equally uncertain. All of this was the result of compromise. Without absolute assurance, they would not act recklessly. What about Eric? Chen Nan asked, lowering his gaze, noticing Peggy's disappointment and dissatisfaction. Well, let us do our best to remain good people. Ugh, Eric is quite extreme and volatile, and he resolutely declined our invitation, Peggy said through clenched teeth, restraining Chen Nan. He understood that Eric fundamentally distrusted the sweet promises made by the Americans, choosing instead to rebel against them. It became evident that Charles's perspective was entirely misguided. While Eric's views may have been radical, they were not easily exploited. The sycophants often end up with nothing. Yet Charles believed his efforts would earn the White House's recognition. To entrust the future of all mutants to the potential benevolence of those cruel and hypocritical politicians? How absurd. In the presence of politicians who would devour you whole, Charles remains naively youthful. The seemingly benevolent politicians presented him with empty promises while secretly developing sentinels to combat mutants. Once the sentinels succeeded, it would mark a brutal cleansing of mutants. Feeling Chen Nan suddenly falter, Peggy's heart felt like a cat's claw, and she could no longer endure. I've tolerated this for over a decade. If I endure any longer, I might as well reach menopause. Peggy let out a fierce snort, immediately flipping the script. Chapter 48. As the sun rises and sets, and the tides ebb and flow, the ancient wisdom of Emperor Yu's water control resonates with Peggy, proving not the slightest bit outdated. Emma and Marilyn exchanged glances, wondering what extraordinary elixir their sister had consumed to be so utterly transformed. Months slipped away quietly like sand through fingers, and Marilyn gradually adapted to her new fabricated identity, rendering her meticulously woven role with remarkable depth. One day, Emma brought back pivotal news. The super soldier serum had finally overcome the technological barriers to mass production. Yet, a significant flaw emerged. It lacked the crucial life force energy. With a hint of sorrow in her voice, Emma lamented, "We can only produce a diluted version of the serum. To replicate the flawless effects of Steve, the life force energy is an indispensable catalyst. Moreover, the potential side effects could pose a danger." Side effects? Chen Nan scoffed at the notion. In his eyes, the serum was merely a tool. Whether for good or ill, he was indifferent. What he needed was a reliable and obedient instrument. Could such a super soldier serum truly turn the tide? It merely amplified the inherent good and evil within human hearts, and its bearers would ultimately remain shackled by their mortal limitations. Emma, do not fret over side effects. To stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in a mortal form? Chen Nan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. That is but a cinematic embellishment. Here, disobedience leads only to obliteration. As for the energy of the life force, Chen Nan regarded it as a mere inferior resource. The true, boundless reservoir of energy lay quietly within the cosmic cube he held. However, he had yet to master the art of safely and efficiently extracting this spatial energy. Yet, he remembered that there were others in this world skilled in such matters. At the headquarters of HYDRA, the United States adhered to a principle of prioritizing self-interest. As long as one possessed a brilliant mind, regardless of their past affiliations, they could not escape the clutches of American greed. When the Allied powers divided the spoils of defeated Germany, the Soviets seized cold machinery, while the Americans meticulously extracted the most valuable living assets, the scientists. Dr. Arnim Zola, once the technological core of HYDRA, was warmly invited to New York after the fall of Nazi Germany, becoming part of SHIELD's vast research institution. Dr. Zola, it is not easy to find you. A mocking voice suddenly echoed in the silent laboratory. Zola whirled around, his heart racing. The face he believed had long been lost to the annals of history now appeared before him, adorned with a playful smile, vividly reflected in his astonished eyes. "It's you," Zola exclaimed, his voice piercingly high with shock, nearly doubting his own senses. "It is I, Chen Nan, speaking in a relaxed tone, as if greeting an old friend after a long absence. To be honest, I find myself rather nostalgic for you old adversaries. Alas, Schmidt has been sent to some obscure corner by the cosmic cube. Is it truly you? How could you possibly remain unchanged?" Zola's voice quivered with fear. He forced himself to regain composure, attempting to rationalize the impossibility before him. "Have you also been injected with the serum?" "Yes, it must be so. The military would never squander your worth. Regrettably, your complexion has determined that Steve is their meticulously crafted emblem of America. Spare me your conjectures." Chen Nan impatiently interrupted, insisting, "Come with me." "Wait." Zola raised his hand in a final act of desperation, exclaiming, "You cannot kill me. I am now a scientist for AmeriCorp, a vital asset to SHIELD. Think carefully. He had grand ambitions yet to be fulfilled. He could not perish here." "Huh." Chen Nan's laughter was tinged with disdain. "Rest assured, I am not here to take your life. I have no interest in your insights or your tricks of evasion. Masquerading as HYDRA, you need only to do one thing. Teach my associates how to safely extract energy from the cosmic cube. Once accomplished, you may return to pursue your grand endeavors." Chen Nan casually revealed his intentions. What HYDRA, SHIELD, or global dynamics meant little more than a tedious game in his eyes. Upon realizing that Chen Nan did not intend to take his life, Zola's taut nerves relaxed slightly. However, the mere mention of the cosmic cube struck him like a thunderclap. The cosmic treasure he had pursued with relentless dedication lay within the grasp of this nemesis. A deeper despair seized him in an instant. Did he still have a chance to reclaim it? Zola understood he had no other choice. He suppressed the tumult within and obediently followed Chen Nan. The space seemed to fold under an invisible hand, and in the next moment, they found themselves deep within the arid western desert at the Umbrella Corporation's secret base. Hank awaited their arrival. The plan was straightforward. Extract a trace of pure energy from the cosmic cube, sufficient to catalyze an unending supply of nearly perfect super soldiers. Thanks to the relentless financial backing of Hellfire, the extensive equipment list Zola provided was swiftly fulfilled. The Umbrella Corporation, a publicly traded biopharmaceutical giant, also required flagship products to enhance its FAAD. Thus, the heavily diluted version of the Super Soldier Serum, a 1,000-fold reduction, emerged as the first health supplement. Zola's mysterious disappearance over the past half-month had placed SHIELD on high alert, scouring the earth in fear that this invaluable asset might meet with misfortune. Chen Nan would naturally not harbor this guest for long. After extracting its technical value, he meticulously orchestrated a kidnapping and extortion scheme. Zola was successfully rescued, returning to SHIELD in a state of disarray. Chen Nan was pleased to have Zola and the HYDRA behind him create trouble for SHIELD, diverting their attention away from his own mischief. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Nan operated with caution, initially conducting serum injection experiments through the Greyhound gang members he controlled. The results exceeded expectations, even subtly surpassing those of Captain America, Steve Rogers, from years past. Chen Nan attributed this success to the extraordinarily pure spatial energy of the cosmic cube. How could the mundane power of electricity compare to the primal forces of the universe? Once he confirmed the safety and efficacy of the serum, he confidently administered it to the women closest to him. The core combatants, such as Red Devil, Torrent, Card King, and Sabretooth, also embraced the serum enhancement. In Chen Nan's philosophy, power was always welcomed in abundance. He himself attempted to inject the serum, noting a slight enhancement. Yet for him, such an increment was scarcely significant. Under Chen Nan's meticulous packaging and marketing strategies, Future Number 1 became a nationwide sensation. This supplement, diluted from a complete super soldier serum by thousands of times, boasted negligible effects but was lauded as a miraculous elixir amid overwhelming promotional campaigns. Chen Nan mastered the art of hunger marketing. Don't let your child fall behind at the starting line. This slogan struck at the very heart of every family's vulnerability. Parents flocked to purchase it, spending lavishly and considering Future Number 1 an essential daily requirement for the entire family. Even the middle class soon found themselves priced out, as the cost equated to a week's salary for an ordinary worker. Chen Nan's scythe swung at the opportune moment. He swiftly introduced Future Number 2, priced at merely 1/3 of Future Number 1, claiming it to be only half as effective. The once hesitant middle-class families gritted their teeth, emptying their wallets once more. While the lower-class populace, Chen Nan never regarded them as target customers. The scythe always aimed for the chives still bearing fruit. The impoverished had nothing left to offer. On a misty night in the steamy bathroom, Marilyn closed her eyes, feeling the force of the scalding water behind her, when an uninvited thought suddenly intruded her mind. "Darling," her voice laced with post-coital languor and a hint of barely perceptible confusion. "Why have we not conceived a child all these years? Perhaps you simply haven't tried hard enough." Chen Nan replied casually, continuing his movements. "Get lost, you idiot." Emma beside her rolled her eyes, her damp golden hair clinging to her forehead. "The problem evidently lies with you." Chen Nan chuckled dismissively, nuzzling her neck, his voice thick with satisfaction. "Why worry about such things? Do you think I still need to continue my lineage?" His tone was relaxed, as if discussing a matter of little concern to himself. However, a barely perceptible hint of doubt flickered in the depths of his profound gaze. "Hey, is it you, system? Have you locked my genes?" Chapter 49. Chen Nan's suspicions were not unfounded. Aside from this elusive system meddling in affairs, his physique was unnaturally perfect. Thus, it must undoubtedly be the fault of this wretched system. "System, have you locked my genes?" Chen Nan once more questioned sternly within his mind. After a prolonged silence, the system reluctantly activated, exuding an air of drowsiness as if awakened from slumber. "Haha, the more powerful the creature, the harder it is to leave offspring. This is an unbreakable law of the universe. Do you understand?" "Nonsense." Chen Nan scoffed derisively. "Hey, how can a debater insult their opponent? Do you not understand the respect due to the laws of nature?" The system retorted, defending its position. "Haha, are you trying to bamboozle a 3-year-old? What about Zeus? His illegitimate offspring are scattered far and wide. How do you explain that?" Chen Nan coldly exposed its fallacy, refusing to be misled by such verbal games. This insipid contraption could not shed the blame for its inability to produce heirs. Perhaps Zeus's harem simply possesses superior talents? Why don't you try taking his harem for yourself? The system began to argue absurdly. "Get lost." Chen Nan replied angrily. "Has Zeus ever played with your kind of worthless women? He would find them utterly distasteful if they were stripped bare and thrown before him." The system obstinately refused to concede, leaving Chen Nan with no choice. Life must continue. Presently, another dark cloud loomed over America as the drums of war in Vietnam began to beat with increasing intensity. The fools in the White House, undeterred, sought to meddle with the ascending new China, truly oblivious until they struck the southern wall. War? Chen Nan remained indifferent. He was seizing the opportunity of low land prices, transforming into a voracious beast, devouring territory and establishing himself as a major landowner. Automobiles, computers, real estate, finance, wherever there were lucrative prospects, he was sure to be found. From the hospitals where infants first cried, to kindergartens, and even to the funeral industry at life's end. His ambition was to weave a vast net of capital that would ensnare the lives of ordinary Americans. This brazen expansion inevitably incited the ire of the old money Anglo-Saxon and Jewish elite. A covert coalition aimed at strangling Chen Nan silently commenced. As for official connections, the Hellfire Club had been entrenched for years, intricately woven and unperturbed. Engaging in illicit activities, the Greyhound Gang, a band of notorious villains, served as the sharpest of claws. Assassination? That would only lead to a confrontation with Chen Nan's own arsenal. With opponents left desperate, their final resort was to resort to slander and rumors, employing every conceivable tactic. In response, Chen Nan established a media company, and under Emma's formidable telepathic control, numerous voices turned against the opposition, swiftly inverting the battlefield of public opinion. Ultimately, it returned to the essence of commerce, price wars. Chen Nan scoffed with disdain. What did it matter to him if the American economy crumbled, leaving civilians unemployed, bankrupt, and destitute? The passage of 2.5 years had flown by like a fleeting shadow. He had grown weary of the tumultuous business landscape and resolved to savor the joys of life. One day, Peggy, weary and disheveled, arrived at his doorstep. Her face a canvas of suppressed anger and exhaustion. "Bad news," she croaked, her voice heavy with profound helplessness. "The mutant school has been forcibly shut down. The military is conscripting those children." Anger surged within her as she slammed her fist against the armrest of a nearby armchair, splinters flying. Why? Why must we always invade other nations? These wretched war profiteers trample over every moral boundary for their gain. Charles and I argued vehemently, but it was futile. Her voice dripped with bitterness. They are determined to send mutants on those filthy assassination and infiltration missions. At that moment, the American military found itself mired in the quagmire of Vietnam, with anti-war sentiments rising fervently at home and soldier morale plummeting. They hoped to reverse their fortunes by exploiting the abilities of children. "I'm sorry," she lamented. "They might even send those children to assassinate you or the upper echelons of South Vietnam." Chen Nan gestured for her to calm down, gently pinching her weary cheek. "Now do you understand why I have never aligned myself with Charles's path? His WWII pacifism and concessions will only ensure that mutants live in perpetual turmoil. There is only one inevitable outcome: death. He squandered the favor that God bestowed upon him." Peggy shook her head with a bitter smile, her eyes reflecting utter disillusionment with the authorities. "Even though I was once part of it, I cannot fathom this madness. Regardless, children should not pay the price for their greed and failures." Suddenly, she shed her facade of strength, resting her weary head on Chen Nan's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. "At this moment, all I want is to see you." Observing the fatigued Peggy, Chen Nan cradled her gently, carrying her into the bedroom and weaving a tranquil, sweet dream for her, his figure dissipating like smoke. In the next moment, he stood before Eric. The once mighty Magneto now exuded the aura of a successful businessman, yet the sharpness and decisiveness in his gaze remained undiminished. Under Chen Nan's guidance, he had harnessed his magnetic powers to locate mineral veins, establishing a lucrative iron mining company while covertly funding the mutant brotherhood he had founded. "Eric, you must journey to Vietnam and bring back every last child from the mutant school that was taken," Chen Nan stated plainly. Eric paused, his brows furrowing deeply. "Sir? How could Charles's students be in Vietnam? Has the situation escalated to the point where children are needed on the battlefield? The military has recognized the inherent abilities of mutants and wishes to utilize them as a secret weapon to swiftly conclude this chaotic war." Chen Nan replied in a calm tone, revealing the harsh truth. Understanding dawned on Eric. In conventional warfare, powerful mutants could indeed alter the tide of battle. Those children would be better off following you than Charles. Thus, I entrust this task to you. Chen Nan added that the Red Devil and the Black Queen would assist you, urging for swift resolution without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, a spark of ecstatic joy ignited in Eric's eyes. The Brotherhood had long been feeble and merely nominal. Now, not only could they rescue their compatriots, but they could also consolidate this vital force. It was akin to an unexpected windfall. "Understood. I shall act immediately," Eric declared resolutely. The humanoid beings, Red Devil and Hank, piloted their aircraft towards Vietnam, preparing to retrieve those mutant children. Vietnam, with its tropical rainforest, was stiflingly humid, and the battlefield was vast, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the Black Queen, a master of the mind, effortlessly hypnotized a high-ranking officer to obtain a pass and crucial intelligence. The group maneuvered their powerful off-road vehicle through mud and smoke, with the Red Devil expressing his inability to teleport to places he had never been or could not see. 2 days later, they finally located the secret camp where the mutant students were imprisoned. They found it, for reasons unknown. A flash of malice flickered in Eric's eyes as he slammed the accelerator. The steel beast roared as it crashed through the camp's fragile wooden fence, brazenly charging inside. The piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the night. The Black Queen, exasperated, sighed. "Could we not be more discreet?" Chaos erupted. The startled soldiers swarmed out of their barracks like bees from a disturbed hive, staring in shock at the audacious intruder. "Surrender the mutant students, or face merciless retribution," the Black Queen commanded loudly. Bang, bang, bang. After a moment of stunned silence, the response came in the form of gunfire. As the bullets rained down upon them, a cold smirk crept across Eric's lips. He even deemed it unnecessary to rise, simply raising a hand with casual indifference. The air seemed to freeze, and all the incoming bullets bizarrely halted mid-flight. The soldiers gaped in terror. In the next moment, Eric forcefully thrust his hand downward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The suspended bullets shot back with an even more terrifying velocity. The sound of gunfire was swiftly replaced by the gruesome cries of the wounded. As the air became saturated with the metallic scent of blood, more soldiers continued to pour out, aiming their weapons at the metallic butcher. Eric grinned menacingly, his signature shark-like smile appearing particularly sinister amidst the flames. He spread his fingers wide, and an invisible magnetic force unfurled like a vast net. Hundreds of submachine guns and rifles throughout the camp seemed to be drawn by an unseen thread, breaking free from their owner's grasp and soaring into the air. Aligning neatly before Eric, their dark muzzles ominously directed at their former wielders. "Descend into hell," Eric bellowed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Hundreds of tongues of fire unleashed simultaneously, as the metallic tide engulfed all that lay before it. Soldiers fell like mown wheat, blood mist swirling, their screams drowned by the deafening gunfire. Subsequent reinforcements were horrified by the hellish scene before them. Just as Eric's murderous intent surged, poised to transform the entire camp into an iron graveyard, a cold, powerful, and malevolent mental force pierced through his mind like an invisible spike. Buzz! Eric's body suddenly stiffened, his expression of savagery freezing in an instant. The ferocity in his eyes replaced by a blank stare. The torrent of metal he commanded lost its source of power, clattering to the ground. Thud! A bullet followed swiftly, tearing through the air and brutally embedding itself into Eric's unguarded heart. The bullet detonated in a blinding and desperate crimson bloom upon his chest. Chapter 50. An excruciating pain erupted, and Magneto was instantaneously immobilized. The Black Queen, Selene, was equally shaken. Among the soldiers lurked a telepathic mutant. What chilled her further was the betrayal of this mutant, who had the audacity to turn against their own kind. The assault was sudden and lethal. Oh. The fickleness of the human heart. A cold sigh crossed the Black Queen's mind. Recent triumphs had made her complacent, causing her to forget that the most terrifying thing in this world is not the malevolent spirits, but the unfathomable depths of the human soul. The vast majority of mutants were born to be viewed as monsters, struggling on the fringes of society, mired in despair. The military exploited this vulnerability. When greenbacks fell like a torrential downpour, how many could uphold that elusive loyalty? Betrayal seemed to have become a matter of course. The Black Queen's formidable telepathy surged forth like a tidal wave, precisely locking onto the mental fluctuations of the attacker in the shadows, severing that insidious connection. Almost simultaneously, Magneto, Eric, widened his eyes in disbelief, laboriously lowering his gaze to his chest, where a grotesque bullet hole oozed warm blood. Lacking the ability to heal, he could distinctly feel his life ebbing away with each drop of blood. A bitter self-derision flickered at the corner of his mouth as he finally comprehended the ancient adage, "Those who drown are often the very ones who can swim." He had prided himself as the master of magnetism, controlling all metals in existence, yet he had ultimately fallen to a trivial metal bullet. Magneto's magnetic field abruptly dissipated. Yet the torrential storm of metal would not cease with his demise. In the next moment, a deluge of bullets descended like a curtain of death, mercilessly engulfing him entirely. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Magneto's imposing figure was riddled with bullets, collapsing heavily to the ground. In the shadows, the Red Devil, Azazel, darted through the hail of bullets with ghostly agility. In his grasp, the dagger had long lost its edge, and his arm was pierced by a stray bullet. Yet he relentlessly claimed the lives of soldiers, driven solely by the desire for vengeance for the fallen Magneto. Bullets whistled through the air towards the Black Queen. Yet she was no fragile mage like Magneto. She was a true warrior, a perfect amalgamation of strength and magic. In the instant the bullets approached, her graceful form transformed into a dazzling array of starlit particles, effortlessly allowing the lethal metallic barrage to pass through her. Moreover, her formidable mental prowess simultaneously manipulated the minds of dozens of soldiers, rendering them mere puppets. "Selene, we must retreat." The figure of the Red Devil suddenly appeared beside her, his voice raspy with urgency and pain. The number of soldiers seemed inexhaustible. Despite his utmost efforts, he had only slain a few hundred, while the enemy continued to surge forth. Selene furrowed her brows, utterly astonished that they would encounter betrayal in this dire situation. There were mutants siding with the military. Perhaps even more than one. Her gaze swept across the area where mutant students had gathered, and her heart sank. The inexperienced students had already suffered casualties, their cries of terror and anguish intertwining amidst the chaos, the situation precariously fragile. After all, while the abilities of most mutants were indeed extraordinary, they bore fatal weaknesses or limitations. True powerhouses were indeed a rare find. She hesitated, her vast magical energy potent enough to effortlessly tear apart the military camp. But would the ensuing troubles bring about catastrophic consequences for the Hellfire Club? Just at that critical moment, the world abruptly descended into an eerie silence. All the roaring gunfire fell silent, bullets suspended in midair as if halted by an invisible hand, densely packed and frozen. The battlefield, once filled with the cacophony of explosions, was now enveloped in a deathly stillness, punctuated only by the gasps of soldiers in sheer horror. In the shadows, the treacherous telepath, unwilling to relent, attempted once more to invade Chen Nan's mind. However, her psychic energy was swallowed whole by an unfathomable force, revealing her position entirely. Chen Nan cast a cold glance in her direction, Without any visible movement from him, a bullet hovering before him seemed to come alive, swiftly shooting back. Thud. The bullet found its mark, embedding itself in her forehead. The astonishment and disbelief on the traitor's face froze instantaneously as her body fell rigidly to the ground. Eyes wide open in death. A wager unfulfilled? A smirk of icy mockery curled at the corners of Chen Nan's lips. He withdrew his gaze, surveying the trembling soldiers before him, their bodies quaking in fear, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every mutant student. Now, kill. Who dares? The long-suppressed fury and humiliation ignited in an instant. We dare. The mutants erupted in a roar akin to a thundering tsunami. They were once students forcibly conscripted into the military, enduring discrimination and oppression, treated as mere cannon fodder thrust to the front lines. At this moment, the flames of vengeance completely consumed their fear. Excellent. Chen Nan grinned menacingly, taking the lead as he strode towards the military camp's gates. I shall lead you to slaughter. Open fire. Open fire. Mortars. Rocket launchers. Reduce them to dust. The awakened officer screamed in hysteria. The soldiers, gripped by terror, squeezed the triggers. Heavy weaponry unleashed torrents of wrathful flames. They could not fathom that flesh and blood could withstand a tide of steel. Yet, as the onslaught approached within mere feet of Chen Nan, it was as if it collided with an invisible fortress, only to recoil with even greater ferocity. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted among the ranks of soldiers, screams rising in a cacophony. Artillery. Prepare the artillery. A pale-faced major bellowed into the communicator, his voice distorted by fear. Commander, there are still our comrades in the camp. The artilleryman's voice trembled with desperation. Blast it. Follow the orders. The major seized the artilleryman's collar. His visage twisted in rage, spitting words filled with venom. Look at that inside. Do you think they can survive? Fire. The artilleryman, witnessing the hellish battlefield before him, where comrades fell like straw before Chen Nan, despairingly shut his eyes and yanked the firing cord. Boom. Dozens of large-caliber howitzers roared in unison, their shells trailing tales of death as they tore through the air, hurtling towards Chen Nan and the mutant students behind him. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. The students' faces drained of color, their limbs turned cold, and overwhelming despair nearly suffocated them. Was this the end? Chen Nan casually crushed the throat of an advancing soldier, then gazed skyward, his expression tranquil and unwavering. He slowly raised one hand, fingers spread wide, directed at the deadly meteor shower. Buzz! An invisible force field suddenly expanded. An astonishing sight unfolded. The high-velocity shells, as if plunging into a quagmire, drastically slowed, eventually bizarrely hovering in the air above him. Chen Nan clenched his palm, as if an unseen titan grasped the shells, emitting a distressing metallic distortion before they erupted violently. The tremendous blaze and shockwave did not dissipate. Rather, they were devoured completely by him. Following this, Chen Nan lifted his foot and gently stomped the ground. Rumbling. Centered around him, a cataclysmic shockwave surged forth like the wrath of the earth, sweeping violently. The steel barriers of the military camp were torn asunder like mere paper. Flung into the air, the ground shattered like fragile glass, enormous fissures resembling monstrous jaws instantaneously engulfing nearby military vehicles, barracks, and terrified, fleeing soldiers. In the distance, an ammunition depot was set ablaze in a chain reaction, sending fireballs soaring into the sky and staining half of it crimson. The resounding blasts echoed relentlessly, as if the entire military camp were being ruthlessly trampled by an invisible giant's foot. Time seemed to freeze. The surviving soldiers stood petrified, gazing at the scene as if it were the descent of deities or demons. Smoke billowed, flames soared, the earth groaned, and amidst the debris lay the shattered bodies of comrades. Was this divine punishment or the arrival of hell? Clang. It was uncertain who first succumbed to despair, their submachine gun falling helplessly to the ground. Subsequently, like a cascade of dominoes, the remaining soldiers discarded their weapons, raising trembling hands high, their faces reflecting nothing but primal terror and the instinct to survive. Chen Nan coldly surveyed these demoralized soldiers, showing no intent to eradicate them. He turned, his voice calm and unwavering. Let us depart. Wait. Please wait. A voice, almost cracking with tension, trembled from the periphery of the camp. It was a middle-aged officer bearing the insignia of a brigadier general, who, despite the guards' fearful obstruction, stubbornly staggered through the swirling smoke and ruins, finally stumbling to stand before Chen Nan. When he finally discerned Chen Nan's profile, he froze in shock as if struck by lightning. Ah! An incredulous exclamation burst forth, laced with extreme astonishment, elation, and a disorienting sense of traversing through time. Instructor? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if to erase the apparition before him. Yet that face, that stern contour, those profound eyes, and the commanding aura that looked down upon all, even after nearly 2 decades, not a trace of change could be found. It was only when Chen Nan slowly turned to face him, locking eyes, and accurately uttered his name. Weir. Do you intend to stop me? Hiss. Brigadier General Weir Gerald gasped sharply, his heart struck as if by a heavy hammer. This was no illusion. It was truly him. The one who had descended like a deity amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, single-handedly turning the tide of battle, compelling the German cavalry to retreat 100 miles with but a single rifle. 2 decades had etched the marks of time upon his own face, and his body was no longer as agile as it once was. Yet the man before him retained the same appearance, youthful, handsome, and breathtakingly powerful. Time seemed to have lost its efficacy upon him. Weir's body trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, a torrent of words lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a choked sound filled with boundless emotion and reverence. In an instant, his thoughts were drawn back to that tumultuous era, where the air was thick with the fervor of battle and the acrid stench of gunpowder intertwined. It was a time that transformed him, encapsulated in that training ground and in the shadow of a figure he had revered for half his life. Chapter 51. Gazing upon the figure before him, resembling a deity or a demon, Brigadier General Will Gerard's heart was a tumult of emotions. This former idol and instructor had once appeared like a shooting star, illuminating the night sky with brilliance and captivating an entire generation, only to vanish as fleetingly as he had arrived. At some point, he had become a myth whispered among soldiers during their leisure, and at another, he dissipated like smoke, descending into the mortal realm and leaving no trace. Will had envisioned countless reunions in his mind, yet never anticipated that it would occur under such circumstances and with such a role. He bitterly shook his head, his throat tightening. Instructor, how could I dare to stop you? I know I cannot. Taking a deep breath, he laid bare the harsh truth. You may take these students, but they have already enlisted. Upon returning to the United States, they will be considered deserters. In such a large-scale conflict, I, a mere brigadier general, have no authority to approve their discharge. Chen Nan cast a brief glance at him and nodded slightly. In light of our past camaraderie, I shall not make it difficult for you. I will go directly to the Department of Defense. Thank you. Will felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Turning to the stunned communications officer and barking, what are you standing there for? Bring over the telephone. His heart was heavy with helplessness and bitterness. The toll of casualties weighed on him, yet he had to tread carefully before this figure of ruthless authority. Such is the cruel reality. Might makes right. The communications officer stumbled over, carrying the cumbersome field telephone. Chen Nan merely gestured, and the phone floated effortlessly into his grasp. It's me. I'm in Vietnam, processing the discharge of several mutant soldiers. His voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable tone of command. Understood. A succinct response came from the other end. The call ended so swiftly that Will was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the rapidity of events. What had he endured over the past 20 years to wield such casual influence over the Department of Defense? Who was on the other end of the line? Would you like to sit at the command center for a while? Will cautiously suggested, hoping to delay the inevitable, casting this hot potato aside. Will, I understand your intentions. Chen Nan replied, patting his shoulder. He paid no further heed and strode directly towards the group of mutant students huddled together, survivors of the chaos. The flickering flames illuminated the youthful faces, revealing their excitement, anxiety, and profound shame. Sir, I'm sorry, we caused Eric's death, Alex murmured, head bowed. His voice choked with sorrow and guilt. In the firelight, Magneto Eric lay on the ground, eyes wide open, frozen in disbelief and the final pang of resentment. The students surrounded him, heads bowed in silent mourning, still reeling from the shock. It is not your fault. Chen Nan's voice was remarkably calm, imbued with a weighty power. It was my own carelessness. He crouched down, exhaling a sigh, his fingers hovering near Eric's wound. Under an enigmatic force, blood-stained bullets were extricated as if drawn by an invisible hand, clinking as they fell to the ground, producing a crisp yet haunting sound. The surrendered soldiers around him shrank back, sensing a bone-chilling cold, for they had personally slain a being of immense prowess. Gently lifting Eric's lifeless body, Chen Nan began to walk slowly towards the camp's exit, his low voice seeming to converse with himself. Or perhaps offering solace. It is also my fault for not leaving the Black King's helmet for you. He paused, glancing back at the group of youthful faces. His gaze profound and resolute. Let us go. I will take you home. Instructor. Will called out anxiously from behind him. How could he dare to release them before receiving the official order from the Ministry of Defense? He could not bear such responsibility. A cold snort erupted like thunder, and without turning his head, Chen Nan waved his arm nonchalantly. Swoosh! A blinding silver light tore through the air, and a tempestuous energy surged across the ground. The earth seemed to be violently plowed by an unseen giant plow, sending dirt and stones soaring into the sky. In an instant, a chasm deeper than several meters and extending 100 meters, edged with flickering dangerous silver arcs, appeared. It loomed like an impassable divide at the camp's exit. A searing wave of heat rushing towards them, carrying a destructive aura. The soldiers were struck dumb with fear, trembling and frozen in place, their breath almost ceasing. Will was left utterly speechless, his face ashen as he gazed at the trench that separated life from death. This was the final warning. No one dared to cross that threshold. Outside the camp, Chen Nan swiftly contacted Hank to pilot a transport plane for their extraction, ensuring the students were secured. In a flash, he vanished from sight, carrying Eric's remains with him. At the umbrella base, Essex, get here immediately. Aren't you working on cloning? He urged. This is Eric. Clone him. Chen Nan's mental transmission resonated with undeniable urgency. Dr. Essex hurried over, and upon seeing Magneto's body, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Magneto, if his powers can be inherited by the clone, this is a divine gift for research. Body death time is approximately 3 minutes. The brain is not yet fully deceased. Essex proclaimed excitedly after a quick examination. If we can find Zola, perhaps we could attempt to upload and store his consciousness. How do you know Zola possesses such technology? Chen Nan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Haha, there is always some common language among mad scientists, Essex replied with a knowing grin. Individuals of this ilk possess an insatiable thirst for unraveling the mysteries of existence, transcending the grotesque limits of the mundane. Very well. You must first devise a means to sustain your cerebral vitality. Do not wait for my return with Zola, for he has succumbed to complete cerebral demise. Chen Nan resolutely decided, and his figure vanished once more. Moments later, he emerged in the laboratory, dragging a despondent Dr. Zola, whose expression mirrored a profound disillusionment with life itself. Wasn't it agreed that our collaboration would be a singular endeavor? Zola lamented internally, yet before Chen Nan, he could only muster the most obsequious smile and promptly engaged in the task at hand. After a thorough examination, he nodded. The conditions are, at best, reluctantly feasible. Thus, Eric's consciousness was meticulously extracted and uploaded into Zola's clandestine computing system, crafted from vacuum tubes and an extensive array of hard drives. Limited by the technological capabilities of this era, even with the augmentation of Marvel's advanced technology, the aspiration to clone a body perfectly compatible with his abilities, along with subsequent neural linking and consciousness integration, remained an elusive ambition. Chen Nan gazed at the cold data streams flickering on the screen, signifying Eric's consciousness. A complex smile gracing his lips. It appears, Eric, that you shall reside within this iron box for a decade or so. How fortuitous, you may indulge in some reading. Perhaps shedding the mantle of illiteracy. Damn it. Eric's vexed electronic voice resonated, the reality of being ensnared within a digital prison inducing palpable frustration and agitation. As time flowed inexorably on, the quagmire of the Vietnam War deepened, American soldiers lamented their plight, and the domestic anti-war sentiment surged with increasing fervor. President Aiken ultimately succumbed to fate, falling to the bullet of a mutant assassin, while the resounding blast of a Chinese atomic bomb in Lop No reverberated, irrevocably altering the global landscape. The beleaguered Americans finally opted for negotiations and withdrawal, recognizing that surgical strikes were futile and alternative measures must be sought. Peggy had long since lost faith in the authorities. Over the years, she had infiltrated the depths of HYDRA, silently weaving an intricate web targeting the rampant corruption among the higher echelons. Charles, once an idealistic and spirited leader of mutants, had, within a mere 8 years, descended into a state of utter despair. His ideals shattered against the iron walls of reality, he sought fleeting solace in the numbing embrace of alcohol, transforming into a disheveled drunkard with murky eyes. Charles, how have you come to this? Chen Nan pondered, gazing at the almost unrecognizable visage of his old friend. His heart heavy with emotion, he invited Howard, Peggy, and others for a gathering. Initially wishing to reminisce, he was taken aback by the depths of Charles's despondency. With your current state, is there any need for a brainwave amplifier? A bitter chuckle escaped Charles's lips as he took a large swig of his drink, the acrid liquid searing his throat, yet offering no warmth. I apologize, Chen Nan. I can't even protect my own students. What more can I do? He slumped against the chair's backrest, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, as if the stars there were eternally beyond his reach. And Eric, too, fell victim to my actions. Before him, I was but a coward. Alcohol flushed his cheeks with an unnatural hue, and his thoughts drifted. You know, I've been plagued by the same nightmare lately. His voice quivered with fear. Countless cold robots were slaughtering my students while I sat immobilized in a wheelchair, helplessly observing. The world was a wasteland, engulfed in flames, their desperate eyes pleading for my salvation, yet I was powerless to aid them. Charles painfully shut his eyes, his body trembling slightly as I watched them torn apart one by one until every mutant lay dead. He seized the bottle again, taking several swigs, as if to drown the terror and impotence that seeped into his very bones. Oh, Charles, it's merely a dream. Why frighten yourself so? Emma, seated nearby, elegantly sipped her drink, offering her indifferent comfort. Meanwhile, Chen Nan, who had been tearing into a roasted leg of lamb, suddenly froze. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharpening like a knife, locking onto Charles's dazed eyes, and asked, word by word, Charles, in that dream, did you see me? Yes. Oddly enough, you weren't in it at all. Charles was taken aback, his wine glass suspended midair. Chen Nan's question struck him with a jolt. In the haunting, blood-soaked apocalyptic vision that tormented him, there truly was no trace of Chen Nan. Huh, I told you, Charles, you're merely scaring yourself. Emma's bright laughter shattered the brief silence, imbued with an almost blind faith in Chen Nan. Come, let us drink. With him around, what genocide crisis could possibly be a threat? The atmosphere seemed to lighten as everyone raised their glasses, casting aside Charles's unsettling dream, dismissing it as a figment of his prolonged intoxication and stress. Only Peggy, while lifting her glass, keenly observed the fleeting seriousness that crossed Chen Nan's brow. My dear, it was just a nightmare. Why take it to heart? Peggy chuckled softly, attempting to dispel the odd tension. You do not understand. Chen Nan's voice deepened, carrying an ineffable gravity. While others might dismiss it with a laugh, he was acutely aware of the true nature of Charles's abilities. They were far more than mere dreams. They could very well be a glimpse into a chilling and cruel future along some temporal stream. In the future massacre of the Sentinels, why was I absent? This thought coiled around Chen Nan's heart like a frigid vine after its birth. Either he had perished before that apocalyptic juncture, or it was a parallel universe in which he had never participated. How could Charles's abilities transcend the barriers of time and space to glimpse another world's demise? The paradox of time and space resembled a tangled knot, growing increasingly vexing with each contemplation. Chen Nan pressed his temples firmly, opting to temporarily suppress this irritating train of thought. Never mind, he decided, waving his hand as if to disperse an invisible gloom. The following morning, Chen Nan had already established a telepathic connection with Essex, permitting Wolverine a prolonged respite, allowing him to breathe freely. Given that prophetic nightmare had materialized, it seemed that the script to reverse the future had silently commenced. He sought to ascertain whether the Wolverine from the future would indeed traverse back to seek Charles. Emma Frost's supple form nestled against him from behind, her silky blonde hair brushing against his shoulder. Darling, do you genuinely believe that dream will come to fruition? Perhaps. Chen Nan replied, clasping her hand with a calm demeanor. The answer will soon be revealed. Wolverine Logan's existence as a cowboy within the umbrella base abruptly ceased, and Chen Nan rubbed his throbbing temples. These visitors from across time always ushered in endless troubles. Charles's nightmare was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, signaling that the shadow of the Sentinel robots had never truly dissipated. No future of mine. This thought resurfaced once more. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that when the Sentinel crisis erupted, he had long since departed the Earth, perhaps even this universe. Being utterly oblivious to the calamities befalling his homeland instilled a sense of alienation within him. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that Bolivar Trask had never relinquished his research on the Sentinels. Yet, Chen Nan found it perplexing. Without Raven's unique genetic key, the Sentinel project was merely a castle in the air. No matter how they exerted themselves, it would be impossible to replicate that perfect killing machine from his nightmare. Meanwhile, the inebriated Howard Stark was currently arm in arm with the equally tipsy Charles, enthusiastically plotting their next adventure. In the afternoon, Peggy, exasperated, informed Chen Nan that these two unreliable individuals had ventured to New Jersey. New Jersey? Chen Nan paused slightly, the name evoking a faint sense of familiarity. Indeed, New Jersey housed a secret research base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Howard was far too audacious. Peggy's tone was laden with complaints, deeply troubled by the capricious antics of this old friend and father of her child. Yet, she too was rather hypocritical, indulging in the nightly revelries orchestrated by Chen Nan. Let them be, Chen Nan chuckled, shaking his head. It's just what Charles needs to lift his spirits. They are quite the kindred spirits. He hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth curving into a knowing smile. New Jersey. It seemed Howard was destined to meet his fated son sooner than anticipated. The cursed Time Management Bureau. Why do they not emerge to regulate these individuals who recklessly traverse and alter the timeline? Chen Nan lamented inwardly, soon mocking himself for being the true disruptor while they are the guardians of the sacred timeline. Wait. Chen Nan suddenly furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. I possess the cosmic cube. Without Thanos and the snap of his fingers, how could there be an Avengers Endgame? How could they traverse dimensions? A wave of intense disorientation surged within him, causing his temples to throb. Could it be that the future devoid of me as the Sentinel and this altered Avengers future are two parallel timelines? Good heavens! An even more terrifying thought exploded within him. In both futures, my presence is conspicuously absent. Am I destined to perish on both timelines? Chen Nan felt as if he were on the brink of madness. ensnared by the convoluted and intermingling timelines of the X-Men and the Avengers. Agitated, he grasped the shimmering cosmic cube, vanishing from his original location, reappearing in New Jersey. He was determined to witness how Howard would confront the impending historic meeting without the cube in hand. In New Jersey, within the secret base. God bless. Your timing could not be better. Dr. Hank Pym rushed in like a whirlwind, his face alight with the ecstasy of a great discovery, unceremoniously dragging Howard towards his laboratory. Hey, Hank, slow down. Howard, in a state of disarray, was being pulled along but did not forget to introduce. This is Professor Charles Xavier, a luminary in the field of genetics. Greetings, Professor Xavier. Pym cast a fleeting glance at Charles, offering a perfunctory handshake before his attention returned wholly to Howard. His voice trembling with excitement. Look, I have succeeded. This is the Pym particle. With it, my Ant-Man project is no longer mere talk. He solemnly placed a sealed vial containing an extraordinary golden liquid before Howard, his gaze burning with fervor. You truly created it? Howard received the vial, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the cool surface, the astonishment on his face gradually giving way to a deep-seated concern. He silently scrutinized the bright laboratory lights illuminating the sudden gravity of his expression. He set down the vial, his voice low and serious. Hank, heed my advice. Secure this substance. Its power is 100-fold more perilous than any weapon we know, even more so than the abilities of mutants. The fervent smile on Pym's face instantly froze, as if doused in a bucket of ice water. The flames of enthusiasm in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a profound anger and coldness born of doubt and denial. He snatched back the Pym particle, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression dark and terrifying, turning silently away and slamming the door behind him. Buddy, that was rather disheartening. Charles observed the entire scene, shrugging helplessly. Disheartening? Howard turned around with a sigh, fixing his gaze on Charles. Charles, do you truly comprehend the implications of this? The quantum realm, traversing through time and space. Just consider the consequences if this technology were to be misused or spiraled out of control. What would become of the timelines of the future and the past? The repercussions would be 1,000-fold more terrifying than your worst nightmares. Charles inhaled sharply, the weight of Howard's words resonating within him, amplified by his telepathic abilities. The thought of timelines being altered at will, history entwined into chaos, and the horrific spectacle of countless parallel universes clashing sent a chill racing down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The abyss of time and space, a perilous realm for mortal eyes to glimpse, bore the threat of irreversible doom with the slightest misstep. Meanwhile, in Dr. Pym's private office, a resounding crash echoed as an expensive ceramic mug shattered against the wall, shards scattering in all directions. Pym, like a wounded beast, paced the room restlessly, his chest heaving with rage, a low growl of fury suppressed in his throat. Deny me, deny my life's work? Howard, on what grounds do you presume to do so? His eyes flared crimson, fists clenched so tightly that they cracked. Years of relentless toil and dedication, now deemed the utmost perilous taboo? A surge of immense anger and frustration coursed through him, akin to a festering wound, and amidst this fury and despair, a bold thought emerged. Chapter 53, Hank Pym, already growing distant from Howard due to ideological differences, found the urge to act independently stronger than ever, nearly consuming his mind, perhaps like that umbrella corporation. If I am unwelcome here, I shall find my own refuge elsewhere. Just as he resolutely grasped his research notes on the desk, a cold voice, tinged with regret, pierced the silence of the office. The Pym particles are indeed a masterpiece of creation, capable of overturning the very laws of physics. Alas, such revolutionary applications may only exist within the realm of science fiction. Hank Pym turned in horror, his heart nearly stopping. A stranger, an Asian youth, had inexplicably appeared behind him. Pym's eyes widened in terror as he shouted, who are you? How did you get in here? Instinctively, he reached for the alarm button. Shoo! Chen Nan raised a finger in a silencing gesture, and to Pym's horror, he felt his muscles seize, rendering him utterly immobile. Unable even to move a finger, an invisible dread enveloped him, leaving him drenched in sweat. Chen Nan, entirely unfazed by Pym's terror, focused on the tightly held Pym particles. He extended his hand, and the vial, glowing with an extraordinary golden light, effortlessly floated into his palm. This small vial of liquid will become the key to reversing the tide for the Avengers in the future. Pym's eyes widened in desperation, his mind screaming, "Don't touch my creation, my life's work." Yet, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Chen Nan toyed with the substance that embodied his lifelong dream. Chen Nan sensed the profound despair and urgency within his soul as he gently placed the Pym particles back on the table. He drew a chair closer and sat down leisurely, finally turning his gaze toward the imprisoned Pym. Dr. Pym, remain calm. I am not here to seize your technological achievements. On the contrary, I can offer you unimaginable funding and resources, allowing you to pursue your research without distraction. There is but one condition. The results of your research and its applications must be shared with my company for mutual benefit. He snapped his fingers. Now, you may speak. With the restraints lifted, Pim gasped sharply, his breath still unsteady as he stared at Chen Nan in disbelief. To break away from HYDRA and operate independently had been his plan. Now, someone was offering support unbidden, whether an angel or a devil. As long as he could continue his research, Pim hesitated not. Declaring with resolute conviction, agreed. In Howard's office, what? You intend to resign? Howard sprang from his chair in disbelief, staring at the impassive Hank Pym before him. Yes, Howard. This is no longer suitable for me. Our paths have ultimately diverged, Pym replied, his voice calm and unwavering. Upon hearing this, Howard sighed heavily, attempting one last plea. Hank, I realize I may have been too dismissive of your research, but I must assert that the power contained within the Pym particles is perilously dangerous. The consequences of losing control are unimaginable. I do not wish to see you play with fire and endanger us all. Huh. Pym scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. You are so morally superior. You are truly remarkable. Look at the weapons you have created. The lives they have claimed could blanket the entirety of New York City. What right do you have to lecture me? With those words, he abruptly turned and slammed the office door, the resounding crash echoing through the air, leaving Howard frozen in place, his face pale. Pym's final words struck him like a hammer to the heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. In that very moment, above a clearing outside the New Jersey base, the fabric of space trembled violently, without warning. Two figures clad in peculiar attire tumbled forth from the void. Superheroes from the year 2023 had arrived. Almost simultaneously, within the Time Variance Authority at the edge of time. A colossal time computer monitoring the sacred timeline erupted with blinding red light and piercing alarm bells. The luminous flow representing the timeline flickered wildly, extending. Two distinctly different yet remarkably robust temporal branches, like two mighty dragons breaking free from their chains, tore through the singular sacred timeline at this pivotal point in 1973, growing uncontrollably. Highest alert. A massive anomaly has occurred at a critical juncture of the sacred timeline. Two high-risk branches have formed. A cold, mechanical voice announced. All agents. Emergency assembly. The commanding voice of the Chief Justice resonated throughout the entire facility. In a certain place in 1973, having just finished a vigorous bout, Wolverine Logan shook the droplets of blood from his claws and surveyed the unfamiliar era with a sense of bewilderment. The unfortunate souls he had dispatched were evidently henchmen of a local gang. Meanwhile, Iron Man Tony and Captain America Steve, having also traversed time, found themselves embroiled in yet another verbal spat. Hey, dear Captain, Tony remarked nonchalantly while chewing gum, his gaze wandering over the streets of the 70s. If we can't find the Pym particles in this antiquated era, does that mean we'll have to retire here? Just imagine. You cruising in a classic car while I construct a computer with vacuum tubes. Sounds rather exciting, doesn't it? Tony, focus, Steve replied, his brow furrowed, his tone serious. Nick Fury's notes are infallible. The Tesseract and Pym particles must exist at this juncture in time. Oh, Captain, of course, Tony shrugged. But a hint of gravity seeped into his voice. However, if we do manage to gather the gems, you are aware of the cost of resurrecting the deceased, right? When the time comes, will it be you or me who takes up the mantle? I will. Steve's response was resolute and unwavering. Tony met his steadfast gaze, nodding in silence, a gesture of trust. At Chen Nan's estate, the lawn trembled once more as several square portals radiating a dim yellow light opened without warning. A dozen Time Guardians, clad in identical uniforms and wielding peculiar temporal weaponry, leapt forth, their target unmistakably Chen Nan. Yet, the moment their feet touched the grass, a thunderous roar erupted. Time scarcely had the chance to unfold a single second. The well-trained Time Guardians, unable to even raise their weapons, were obliterated in an instant, their bodies exploding into a crimson mist. Blood splattered like ink, instantly staining the verdant lawn. The flickering yellow portals cast a ghastly illumination upon this hellish scene. Oh, a bunch of clone fools relying on their gear. Chen Nan's figure materialized in the center of the sanguine pool, a cold smile gracing his lips. His gaze fell upon the scattered, oddly shaped weapons. The equipment is commendable. He bent down to retrieve a time controller, and with a ripple akin to water across his skin, he transformed into one of the Time Guardians. Without hesitation, he stepped through the still open yellow portal. Upon entering the headquarters of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, Chen Nan was immediately enveloped by a formidable sense of oppression. Indeed, it felt peculiar. He mused silently, blending in among the hurried staff with remarkable observational skills and disguise. After navigating a labyrinth of corridors, he finally infiltrated the core area, the time control room. On the vast holographic screen, three robust streams of light, were frantically evolving and colliding. The sacred timeline served as the central theme, while two branches diverged from it. One of these timelines initially forked, only to gradually converge back toward the sacred timeline. The other, akin to a wild stallion, was racing away from the central theme at an astonishing speed. The critical juncture was set in 1973. Cursing silently in his heart, Chen Nan instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. He identified the source of the anomaly marked on the screen. It was his own actions at this very moment. His arrival at this place outside of time had caused his disappearance from the 1973 timeline. This explained why Charles' vision of the future lacked his presence, why he was absent from the Avengers timeline, why Thanos was able to snap his fingers. He fixated on the branch timeline that was veering away from the central theme and then gradually approaching the sacred timeline. 1973, his disappearance from the manor. 1974, Stryker led an assault on the Umbrella base, capturing numerous mutants. 1975, core members Emma, Raven, and Marilyn embarked on an unknown quest to find Chen Nan, ultimately vanishing without a trace. 2005, in desperation, Charles reformed the X-Men. 2006, the long-deceased Magneto, Eric, mysteriously resurfaced, engaging in a bloody battle against Stryker's forces to rescue his kin. That same year, Phoenix, Jean Grey, faked her death at Alkali Lake. 2023, Emma, Raven, Marilyn, and others, having been missing for nearly half a century, reappeared, battered and bruised, leading the remaining mutants in a desperate struggle against the onslaught of Sentinel machines. Ultimately, they gambled everything to send Wolverine Logan's consciousness back to the past. Scenes of a sorrowful future flashed rapidly before him, especially the images of Emma, Raven, and Marilyn searching in the snowstorm, amidst the ruins, beneath the endless starry sky, each silhouette infused with longing, exhaustion, and despair pierced Chen Nan's heart like the sharpest of ice picks. At that moment, Chen Nan finally understood. It was the timeline wildly diverging from the sacred timeline that represented his true path. So this was the revelation. Chen Nan's body trembled uncontrollably. His throat tightened, and an indescribable pang of sorrow mixed with overwhelming fury clashed violently within his chest. Chapter 54. The pain of emotions can be so profoundly etched, so heart-wrenchingly devastating. The decades of companionship had seamlessly woven them into the fabric of his existence, becoming the very essence of his being. Stumbling forward, Chen Nan collapsed against a massive luminous screen. Countless golden threads flowed across it, representing the projection of the sacred timeline. He clutched the control panel, adorned with enigmatic symbols, like a drowning man grasping for a piece of driftwood, desperately seeking to navigate back to the precise timeline where he first entered this Marvel universe. Yet, those flickering runes and shifting pathways were as incomprehensible to him as an ancient script. At last, he glimpsed a corner of the luminous screen, akin to a cursed window, forcefully revealing the future he feared most. Emma, once a proud queen, whose telepathic abilities should have allowed her to perceive all, now stood alone amid the ruins of her estate, her gaze vacant. Her once resplendent golden hair had lost its luster, untouched by the passage of time. In her grasp lay a shattered sapphire necklace, a gift she had once presented to Moira during a shopping spree. She had devoted her life, expending her psychic energy to scour every corner of the universe, until her spirit was utterly drained and the diamonds shattered without yielding a trace of her beloved. Her sorrow manifested as a palpable frost, numbing all emotion in its wake. Somewhere, Raven's blue skin had dulled, marked by weary creases. As she abandoned her FAAD and walked in a world increasingly fraught with conflict between humans and mutants, she had infiltrated the most perilous organizations, perused the most forbidden archives, and even dared to engage with the remnants left by time travelers. Each flicker of hope was mercilessly extinguished, ultimately leaving her curled in a desolate corner, her blue fingers caressing an old jacket left behind by Chen Nan, silent tears cascading down to soak the fabric. Her vitality waned, gradually depleted in the endless, hopeless pursuit, leaving only exhaustion and a profound yearning. Marilyn stood atop a skyscraper, the evening breeze caressing her weathered visage. It seemed that even immortality could not shield one from profound sorrow. Within the screen, her eyes, clouded with longing, searched the distorted, chaotic sky as if seeking a familiar silhouette among the myriad of shattered starlight. She waited a lifetime, from youth to twilight, ultimately fading into the world one fateful dusk, her body ravaged by Sentinel robots. Then there was Moira and Peggy, their figures flickering against the backdrop of despair. No, a beastly roar erupted from Chen Nan's throat, a sound laden with heart-wrenching anguish and boundless fury. The echo reverberated through the cold, empty corridors, igniting despair into an inferno of wrath that consumed all reason. His eyes burned crimson, all because of the possibility of being deprived of his return home, because of the rules that had caused their withering in despair. Return my time to me. Bring them back. He ceased his futile attempts to manipulate the cursed machine, whirling around like a beast thoroughly enraged. The piercing alarms resonated throughout. As the golden figures of the Time Guardians surged forth like a tidal wave, their energy rods gleaming with lethal golden light. He was acutely aware that his extraordinary abilities were rendered useless, yet the indomitable force ingrained within his very flesh and blood remained unyielding. Chen Nan distinctly felt the tumultuous surge of his mutant powers and magical energy being relentlessly suppressed. Nevertheless, the primal instinct for survival, embedded in his marrow, unleashed an unwavering roar within this realm devoid of magic. It disregarded the barriers of established rules, evolving and mutating at an astonishing pace, instantaneously deciphering and nullifying all temporal weaponry directed at him. The reset staffs, time-reversing cannons, reset bombs, none of the temporal forces bore any effect on him. Combat. This was the most primal and sanguinary of slaughters. He seized a time sentinel, employing it as a human shield, bracing against a barrage of reset beams. Witnessing the individual dissolve into particles amidst the azure glow, the time sentinel, no fool, quickly abandoned its astonishment upon realizing the peril, switching to a primitive dagger as its weapon. He snatched a reset staff, brandishing it not with finesse, but with sheer, unadulterated destructive force, striking mercilessly against the golden helmet. The metal crumpled, the skull shattered. With bare hands, he tore apart another sentinel, wrenching an arm free, blood splattering across his contorted visage. Reminiscent of a demon returned from the depths of hell, he slaughtered his way forward, unwavering in his singular goal. The tribunal, that lofty place where destinies were decreed. The corridor morphed into a battlefield, strewn with golden fragments, charred remnants. Viscous blood splattered across the cold, unyielding ground, and the violent wreckage of machinery lay dismantled. Chen Nan was drenched in blood, some belonging to his foes, but more from his own wounds, which constantly healed only to be torn anew. He surged forth like an uncontrollable tank, ablaze with hatred, crushing all symbols of order that obstructed his path. Boom. The grand door of the tribunal, emblematic of absolute authority, was brutally blasted open by the weapon he had commandeered through energy overload. Amidst the flying debris, Chen Nan's figure emerged at the threshold. He gasped, each breath heavy with the metallic scent of blood. His garments, tattered and soaked, clung to the ever-writhing wounds that sought to mend. Fresh granulations sprouted at the gaping tears, only to be rent asunder by the next anticipated strike. His gaze was imbued with a murderous intent, forged in the crucible of wrath. Locking onto the figure seated at the judgment bench, a woman garbed in dark robes, attempting to maintain her composure, yet unable to mask her trepidation. Chief Justice Lavina Laurel. With deliberate strides, he ascended the judgment seat, leaving a trail of viscous blood footprints in his wake, ignoring the trembling weapons of the remaining sentinels. His gaze cut through the air like a tangible blade, raking across Laurel's face. Speak. Chen Nan's voice rasped like sandpaper, each syllable dripping with blood. How do I operate that damn device to return to my precise moment in time? To the very second, he struck the heavy judgment table with a fierce blow, causing the solid surface to crack instantly. Otherwise, I assure you, your fate will be 1,000 times more agonizing than that of the filth outside. Laurel gazed at the bloodied figure before her, a terrifying amalgamation of inhuman vitality and a pure, destructive rage that conjured an oppressive force more fearsome than any temporal aberration. She had no doubt that this madman could accomplish everything he claimed. The rules and weapons were ineffective against him. He was trampling the iron laws of this place in the most primal and brutal manner. The cold grip of fear finally subdued her pride. Laurel's lips trembled as she met Chen Nan's gaze, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard and pointed to a smaller time controller that Chen Nan had overlooked. He knew that within the lost timeline, he was utterly ignorant of how to configure it, trapped from returning to the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau or the original timeline. He would choose instead to render that timeline a forsaken wasteland, exiling himself forever. Input the coordinate parameters, she stammered, her voice quaking uncontrollably. In the origin reset, I need your initial time anchor feature code and the highest authorization key. Chen Nan's bloodied hand clamped around her throat like a vice, lifting her entirely off the ground. He leaned in closer, the overwhelming scent of blood nearly suffocating her. No wonder, they had revoked her authorization. Input the coordinates, he commanded, his voice a low growl akin to the chilling winds of hell, imbued with an undeniable will for destruction. Then pray it sends me back before I tear you apart. The mingling sense of blood and fury, intertwined with a peculiar sense of cold order, permeated the shattered courtroom. The coordinates stained with blood. The trembling Chief Justice authorized the highest permissions, opening the portal. The dimly lit temporal portal, pulsating with unstable energy, abruptly activated in the center of the courtroom. Chen Nan's psychic senses could not penetrate it. He dared not extend even a fraction of himself into it. fearing that the portal would close and sever him in two. After a moment of contemplation, he sees the almost gasping Losrel and several paralyzed clerks beside her, dragging them forcefully into the unknown portal. Chapter 55. When his feet once again touched the solid ground of New York, his psychic awareness surged like an invisible tide, instantly covering the entire nation as he sensed the umbrella base was safe. A slight relaxation coursed through his taut nerves, and a faint, relieved smile played at the corners of his mouth. The Chief Justice, forcibly brought along by him, caught this glimpse of ease and hastily inquired with a tremor in her voice, "See, can I leave now?" Fear radiated from her eyes, apprehensive of being discarded after use. Chen Nan's smile abruptly froze as he slowly turned to face her, his gaze icy as it swept over her. "Ultimately, I should thank you. This ordeal has afforded me a long-forgotten, profound agony, and has granted me a deeper understanding of the preciousness of certain emotions. However, to exist as a mere puppet, drifting aimlessly through life, is devoid of meaning. Rather than allowing you to return and continue your existence as a marionette, I would prefer to liberate you myself." "What did you say? I cannot comprehend." Lorelai's pupils contracted sharply, horror etched upon her face as she recoiled, aware of certain truths due to her elevated position. "Cannot comprehend? No matter." A flicker of pitiful derision crossed Chen Nan's eyes as he remarked, "Then take your ignorance and depart." Before his words had fully dissipated, his fist, cutting through the air with a thunderous crack, was unleashed. Bang! Lorelai's form shattered like porcelain, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The nearby clerks, already paralyzed by fear, felt their trousers dampen instantly, trembling like leaves in a storm. "Enough." Chen Nan cast a cold glance at them, turning to leave, these pitiful clones. Just as those clerks believed they had narrowly escaped, exhaling in relief, they suddenly collapsed, lifeless, devoid of even a sound. To exist is a tragedy. Better to repurpose their remains for Essex to study these clone puppets. A cruel smile curved Chen Nan's lips. If these clones were aware that their fate was to become mere lab rats, they would likely regret not being terminated earlier, just as Chen Nan had noted. Shortly after the demise of the Grand Law Lorelei, she resurrected once more, resuming her monotonous duties. The entirety of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau seemed to have erased the memory of Chen Nan's massacre, everything reset. Only a few figures reunited, plotting something anew, returning once more to the correct timeline. Even Chen Nan felt a tremor of apprehension, for he had entered the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, only to inadvertently stray into another time, becoming lost. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late. He lacked the ability to manipulate the time device and could not find the way back. The Bureau had decisively chosen to abandon that timeline, casting him into eternal exile. Chen Nan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had returned to the moment he arrived in New Jersey, seemingly destined to relive it. "Halt! Who are you? Identify yourself." The patrolling security team discovered him, their expressions grave as they brandished their weapons, the patrol leader demanding answers with a harsh tone. "Identity? What identity?" The unreliable Lorelei. The transmission occurred prematurely. Noticing that Chen Nan did not immediately reveal his identity, yet remained composed despite the guns pointed at him, the leader sensed that this intruder was no ordinary foe. If a newcomer to the base encountered such a scene, they would surely panic and scramble to prove their innocence. Based on this observation, the patrol leader decisively pulled the trigger, believing that an intruder in their base who perished was simply a fate met in vain. Upon hearing the gunfire, the other soldiers immediately joined in the fray, transforming the air into a tempest of metal projectiles. At that moment, Chen Nan calmly raised his hand, and the torrent of bullets froze mid-air, suspended in silence. The soldiers, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were momentarily rendered speechless, their minds overwhelmed by the sheer shock. "I have no time to indulge you. It is time for you to sleep," Chen Nan stated with an air of tranquility. The bullets clattered to the ground, and before the soldiers could recover from their astonishment, they found themselves succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, the Iron Man, who had just traversed through time, was engaged in a separate mission with Steve when the sound of gunfire and alarms jolted them awake. "What? I wasn't informed of any other forces invading this secret base at this time," Tony exclaimed, hastily abandoning his search for the Tesseract. His nanotech armor swiftly enveloped him, for he was not one to underestimate any situation. Just as he thought he could momentarily relax, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a young man before him. "What the am I seeing things?" Tony muttered under his breath, instinctively preparing for battle, though he refrained from removing his helmet. "Tony, your armor is ineffective against me," Chen Nan remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh my God, who are you? How do you know me?" Tony's voice rose in astonishment. It was truly eerie that someone in this era recognized him. Yet, he quickly realized that his armor had no effect on this individual, further bruising his ego. He was about to unleash his repulsor blast upon Chen Nan, as failure was not an option for him. However, as he lifted his palm to fire, he was taken aback to discover that he could not control his armor at all. "What the?" Tony gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening at the realization that his suit was unresponsive. Listen, Tony, the Tesseract is in my possession, and you have arrived in the wrong timeline. Chen Nan's cold voice pierced through Tony's shock, prompting him to turn mechanically toward Chen Nan, as though he were gazing at a specter. Are you implying that such a formidable individual as myself should not be unknown to you? Chen Nan continued. I have already stated that you are mistaken. Tony nodded slowly, grappling with the notion that someone of such prowess could remain obscure. Damn, I knew this plan was flawed. How could quantum mechanics be reliable when faced with the unexpected? Clearly, a mistake has occurred. Wait, I have a question. How do you know of my existence? I do not belong to this era, Tony cautiously inquired, suspecting that Chen Nan might be from an alternate universe facing a similar crisis. You should hurry back. The Tesseract is in my possession. Thus Thanos will not have the opportunity to snap his fingers. Chen Nan did not respond to him, but instead urged him to leave, advising him not to waste time here. Meanwhile, Steve, who had already succeeded, approached with the PIM particles in search of Tony. Where's the Tesseract? He inquired, assuming that Tony had triumphed. For who could possibly withstand the might of the Iron Man armor in this era? Tony shrugged in silence and pointed towards Chen Nan. Steve paused for a moment, finally noticing Chen Nan. Sir, could you possibly hand me the Tesseract? I assure you, I will return it promptly, Steve said earnestly. But giving you the Tesseract is futile. The universe you traversed has already been rectified by me. Thus this is a parallel world. What? Are you suggesting we have traversed incorrectly? Damn. Steve instantly grasped Chen Nan's implication and couldn't help but curse, realizing their efforts had been in vain. Aware that Chen Nan recognized their identities, Steve understood he was not being deceived. Without further ado, he grabbed the still questioning Tony and departed to initiate another time jump. Watching their vanishing figures, Chen Nan smiled. This was indeed in line with Steve's decisiveness. In the midst of their banter, Chen Nan had already drawn a card, a pink card, Tony's nanotech suit. Upon returning to Pym's office, he gazed at the unconscious Pym and repeated the procedure, finding it oddly unsettling. When Dr. Pym resolutely decided to resign from Howard, Chen Nan's gaze lingered on a piece of paper on his desk. In 1987, Dr. Pym invented the first-generation armor, leading the Wasp to become lost in the quantum realm. In 1995, Pilot Carol, infused with cosmic energy from the Lightspeed engine, faced an invasion from the Kree. In 2012, the Chitauri invaded Earth, prompting the Avengers to unite for the first time to repel the assault. Further accounts of Ultron, Civil War, and Thanos' snap were meticulously documented. Undoubtedly, this was a memorandum left by Steve. Before departing, he attempted to leave a warning for this erroneous timeline. Clutching the thin piece of paper, Chen Nan could now be 100% certain. In this timeline, which he had profoundly altered, there existed at least 3 Captain Americas, Frozen Steve, Future Steve, and the elderly Steve who chose to remain in this era for the remainder of his days. With future Tony and Steve corrected and sent away, it was now time to address the blood-soaked, tearful timeline that had been torn asunder by the reversal of the future. Chapter 56, Winchester. Ever since Chen Nan's last visit, an exceedingly peculiar occurrence transpired with Charles. One day, while he was pacing in his study, contemplating the plight of mutants, a sudden and inexplicable agony surged from below his spine. His legs weakened, and without warning, he collapsed forward, crashing heavily onto the carpet. Ugh! The excruciating pain caused Charles to break into a cold sweat. What filled him with dread was the realization that, despite his desperate efforts, his legs felt as heavy as if they were leaden, completely devoid of sensation. He attempted to move, but below his waist lay a void of numbing silence. No, this cannot be. Trembling, Charles dialed the emergency number. Soon, the hospital's examination results emerged, striking him like a bolt of lightning. A severe, old gunshot wound was conspicuously present on his spine. It was this very injury that had led to his permanent paralysis. Charles was utterly bewildered. A gunshot wound? When did this happen? He had no recollection of it. It felt like an absurd nightmare. Upon learning the news, Chen Nan, although sympathetic to his old friend's plight, could only lament that this might be the cruel trial fate had bestowed upon the mutant leader. When destiny intends to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their spirit and toil their sinews. Given Charles's condition, Chen Nan arranged for Hank to stay and care for him, instructing him to remain vigilant. If Logan, that rough-hewn man, appears, notify me immediately. He must lie in wait, anticipating Wolverine's arrival, so he can extinguish the seeds of that dark future once and for all. Only through loss can one truly comprehend the piercing agony. Even the mere foresight of a possible future brings pain profound enough to leave indelible scars. Meanwhile, Emma and Raven were elated to learn that Chen Nan had finally decided to set aside his affairs and embark on the long-planned journey across America. Having been preoccupied with work for so long, they were now filled with joy as they began to pack their bags and chart their course. ready to set off on their adventure the next day. However, within the manor, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. The relentless agony of paralysis and persistent pain tormented Charles. Once the spirited leader of mutants, who now relied on a wheelchair for movement and needed painkillers and sleeping pills to find even a moment's respite. The use of his formidable psychic powers was beyond reach. Even focusing his thoughts had become an arduous task. As the immense disparity and suffering led him to contemplate the unthinkable, Charles managed to swallow a painkiller with great difficulty. Its effects offered slight relief from his torment. His voice, laden with exhaustion, inquired, "How are the children faring now? Though they had returned, I still worry." Hank adjusted his glasses. His tone flat yet tinged with an almost imperceptible weight. "They are not faring well. Abandoned by their families, they are homeless. After being rescued by White King, they could only be placed in the Greyhound Gang, engaging in activities such as guarding and collecting protection fees. They have now fully immersed themselves in the underworld, living lives on the edge. It is my fault. I have brought this upon them," Charles lamented, closing his eyes in anguish, his voice choked with emotion. Those young lives, which should have basked in the sunlight, relishing their youth and acquiring knowledge, were instead drawn into the maelstrom of war due to his weakness and compromise. "You should have used your abilities from the beginning." Hank abruptly turned, his long-suppressed fury finally erupting. "Control those damned conscription officers. Command the hypocritical politicians in the White House. Make them obey, rather than cower and compromise time and again." Hank understood better than anyone that the powerful elites in America had taken advantage of Charles's inherent goodness and his unwillingness to harm others, allowing them to trample upon his dignity with such impunity. If only Charles could be as decisive as the White King, what would it matter if soldiers died? In the end, they would merely have to hold their noses and accept it, perhaps offering a meager compensation to settle the matter. "I'm sorry," Charles said, his face etched with guilt, his voice weary and hoarse. "Sorry?" Hank exclaimed, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes, his voice rising with disappointment and anger. "What use is your apology to me? The ones you truly owe an apology to are those children who once trusted you, revered you, and regarded you as their guiding light. You offered them hope, only to shatter it with your own hands. You pushed them into the abyss of darkness. I'm sorry. I truly didn't know it would come to this." Charles cried out in anguish, his hands clutching his head in despair. Each of Hank's words struck him like a whip against his heart. Just then, a low, hoarse voice, laden with the weariness of travel, broke through the oppressive atmosphere. "Excuse me, is Professor Charles here?" The stifled breaths and heavy mood were instantly shattered. Both Charles and Hank looked towards the entrance. A silhouette stood against the light, clad in a weathered leather jacket, a thick beard framing a face marked by sharp, yet weary eyes, exuding a wild and rugged aura. It was Wolverine, Logan. "Logan?" Hank exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet, only to recall Chen Nan's warning, instinctively taking a half-step back, eyeing the unexpected visitor warily. Hank." Logan's gaze swept over Hank's youthful visage, a nostalgic and rugged smile breaking across his face. "Huh, so, you were this handsome when you were young. You've been dead for so many years, I actually missed you a bit." Hank was taken aback by this nonsensical remark, his expression darkening. "Logan, what are you rambling about? I'm very much alive." "Sorry, I don't have time to explain," Logan said, striding forward, his eyes urgently locking onto the wheelchair-bound Charles. "Professor, just look at my mind and you'll understand. It's you from 50 years in the future who sent me here. We need your help." His bluntness failed to convey the complexities of the temporal paradox, leaving him to rely on the professor's telepathic abilities. Hank couldn't help but scoff. "Logan, have you been drinking too much or hit your head? Are you dreaming?" He knew Logan too well. The man was often not in his right mind when intoxicated. "Charles, listen." Ignoring Hank's derision, Logan excitedly grasped the armrest of Charles's wheelchair, leaning in closely. "In the future, the military has acquired Raven's genes. They have created Sentinel robots. Those monstrous beings possess the ability to identify mutants, even discerning individuals with latent mutant genes. They are orchestrating a campaign of racial cleansing." The term Sentinel struck Charles like a thunderbolt, piercing his heart with dread. Vivid images of nightmares he had long dreaded surged forth, cold metallic torrents, cries of despair, and the harrowing sight of mutants crushed like mere insects became alarmingly clear. "So, they are called Sentinels?" His complexion paled instantaneously, and his eyes were filled with genuine terror. Hank, witnessing the drastic change in Charles's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, his mocking smile frozen on his lips. "Sentinels? With the presence of the White King? What are Sentinels but worthless scrap?" However, after a brief shock, Hank regained his composure. "The White King?" Logan furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. "Who is he? I have never heard of him." This statement struck Hank like a bucket of ice water, leaving him in disbelief. He hurriedly departed to make a phone call. Charles felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. Logan's words cruelly reaffirmed the grim possibility of a future devoid of Chen Nan. Logan. Charles's voice was hoarse, laden with immense weight. I believe what you say is true. He painfully closed his eyes, only to reopen them, filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet even if I wish to assist you, I am powerless. Raven will not heed my words. Then we must seek Eric. Magneto. He will surely persuade Raven. Logan spoke with urgency. Eric? Charles sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow. Regrettably, Logan, Eric is already dead. Are you jesting? Logan was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Magneto is dead? Then who was that future ally, commanding metal with ease? Is this truly my world? This predicament is overwhelmingly difficult. Charles shook his head, weary as he leaned back against his wheelchair. We have no knowledge of when or where they acquired Raven's genetic samples. Unless what? Charles? A chilling voice, as cold as the void, resonated unexpectedly in the center of the room. Before the words faded, the air before Charles, Hank, and Logan twisted violently, like rippling water. Chen Nan's figure emerged, as if tearing through the fabric of space, exuding an aura of lingering coldness. Chapter 57. Chen Nan. Upon witnessing his sudden appearance, Charles gasped for breath. Chen Nan's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into Charles. Imbued with unmasked disappointment and frost, this is unmistakably a war between mutants and the White House. Yet what do you, Charles Xavier, intend to do? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Unless the plan is to eliminate Raven, thereby extinguishing the source of the Sentinel Initiative to safeguard the future of mutants? If one cannot confront the military, must one turn against their own kin? Is this truly your life-as creed, Charles? Chen Nan, filled with shame, lowered his head, his voice dry. If only I had another way. How could he wish for such a fate? In his despair, this was the only avenue he could conceive. Who was he to stand there and speak so boldly? Wolverine Logan's gaze sharpened, and with a resounding clang, his adamantium claws sprang forth, gleaming ominously as they pointed directly at Chen Nan. Dare to obstruct this endeavor to save the future, and there shall be no mercy. He cared not for the identity of the adversary. Anyone who hindered the mission was an enemy. Do you truly not recognize him? Hank was taken aback, having believed Logan was merely speaking nonsense while intoxicated. It now appeared he genuinely did not recognize him. Chen Nan gestured towards Logan's head, his tone indifferent. In the future, his mind has long been ravaged by various experiments in alcohol, nearly forgetting his own name, his memories in disarray. Logan, it is time for you to rest. In the distant future, the year 2023, the last bastion of mutants perched precariously upon a cliff. The air was thick with despair, nearly suffocating. An overwhelming wave of Sentinel robots surged like a metallic locust swarm, relentlessly assaulting the crumbling defenses. The aged Magneto, Eric, his silver hair billowing wildly, exerted every ounce of strength to manipulate the torrent of metal, the clangor echoing through the air, yet barely able to slow their advance. Shadowcat Kitty's face was ashen, her forehead beaded with sweat, as she strained to maintain the stability of Wolverine Logan's consciousness traversing through time. Each assault from the Sentinels sent tremors through her very being. This is bad, she suddenly exclaimed, but almost instantly, joy flooded her countenance. A powerful consciousness had connected with Logan. He was accessing Logan's memories. It must be the Professor. Surely, it was the Professor from the past. The surviving mutants were on the verge of tears from overwhelming emotion. A spark of hope ignited amidst the dying despair. Connecting with the Professor of the past offered a chance to alter everything. The White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven exchanged a glance laden with complexity. In that fleeting moment, a deeply selfish thought flickered through their minds. Could they persuade Kitty to direct Logan's consciousness to an earlier point in time to locate the missing Chen Nan? To inform Chen Nan of his impending disappearance? Yet this notion lingered for but an instant, as Emma released a heavy sigh within Raven's psychic link. Enough. The opportunity to change the past and save everyone was at hand. They could not gamble the future of their entire race, even humanity, for the sake of a fleeting personal desire. They dared not wager, nor could they ascertain the possibility of success a second time. Chen Nan, where are you? We truly cannot hold on much longer. We are truly exhausted, a silent scream echoing in their weary hearts. Just as everyone believed that a transcendent dialogue with the Professor was about to commence, a gentle, steady voice, seemingly imbued with the power to quell all storms, resonated unexpectedly in the minds of each survivor. Friends, I have returned. This succinct proclamation, akin to an anchor in turbulent seas, instantaneously plunged the cacophony of despair into profound silence. Who is he? The majority of the young mutants exchanged bewildered glances, unfamiliar with the name. Reminiscent of a shooting star that had once graced the military camp with legends, now buried beneath the relentless passage of time. Yet, upon hearing that soul-stirring voice, etched into their very essence, Figures such as Marilyn, Raven, Emma, Peggy, Moira, Eric, Charles, Alex, Red Devil, and Black Queen found themselves frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Subsequently, decades of longing, grievances, fears, and hopes surged forth like a breached dam, manifesting as torrential tears. Merely the words "I have returned" drained her of all strength, leaving behind an uncontrollable tremor. "Sir, is it truly you? Have you really come back?" Magneto Eric bellowed to the heavens, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement, fearing this might merely be an auditory illusion before death's arrival. "Indeed, Eric, I have returned." Chen Nan's voice reverberated once more, imbued with undeniable strength, echoing in every mind like a thunderclap. "Ha ha, the Master has returned." The elderly Magneto erupted into a thunderous laughter, shedding all semblance of his usual solemnity, dancing like a child and pointing towards the tumultuous sea of sentinels below. "You wretched beings, your doom has arrived." The surviving mutants gazed uncertainly at the elderly Charles in his wheelchair. "Professor? Who is he? Why are you all so agitated?" The aged Charles's face was already streaked with tears. Those tears were imbued with profound nostalgia, immense reverence, and the overwhelming joy of reunion. As he met the curious gazes with a voice trembling from emotion. "Who is he?" Charles paused, his gaze filled with fervor. "He is an indescribable existence. A being of unparalleled strength that has never before graced this world, and will never again." Observing the continued confusion in their eyes, Charles bestowed upon them a relieved smile. Warm and filled with hope. "You need not know who he is. You only need to understand that he has returned. From this day forth, no one shall oppress our mutant kind." Really, an immense joy and disbelief surged within each heart. The scene shifted back to the year 1973. Deep within a clandestine military base, despite the president's veto of the Sentinel program, research has continued unabated, covertly supported by the vice president. Inside the vast underground factory, towering and frigid alloy frameworks loom, as the second-generation Sentinel robots are meticulously assembled. These machines are engineered to withstand the manipulations of Magneto and to accurately identify any mutant genetic fragments. The base operates under strict order, with scientists bustling around precision instruments, fully armed soldiers maintaining rigorous vigilance, and patrol units marching with resolute footsteps, illuminated by the cold glow of incandescent lights reflecting off the metallic corridors. At that moment, in the expansive hallway of Area 3, a figure materializes as if conjured from thin air. Chen Nan. The piercing wail of the genetic alarm abruptly shatters the base's tranquility. Red lights flashing wildly. Mutant invasion. Area 3. Highest alert. All personnel, attention. High-risk mutant target detected in Area 3. Proceed to suppress. Kill without hesitation. The security chief's roar reverberates through the base. Soldiers respond with astonishing swiftness. Heavy footsteps and the sounds of weapons being readied surge toward Area 3 from all directions. In Chapter 58, Chen Nan stands nonchalantly, the bodies of the first wave of soldiers accumulating at his feet like silent milestones, delineating an insurmountable chasm. The second wave of soldiers, upon witnessing this scene, nearly retches, yet those capable of serving as guards here possess formidable psychological resilience. Despite the tremendous mental strain from their comrades' demise, none falter in the face of adversity. At their leader's command, they resolutely pull the triggers against the intruder. In an instant, a deluge of specialized glass alloy bullets rains down upon Chen Nan, these unique projectiles infused with suppressive serum. Upon discovering that mutants could control metal, the military began to extensively equip various types of non-metallic ammunition. Faced with this overwhelming barrage, Chen Nan remains unyielding, allowing the bullets to strike him. In the next moment, all of the specialized rounds clatter harmlessly to the ground. This spectacle leaves the soldiers in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, contemplating one singular thought: how is he accomplishing this? At this juncture, the Sentinel's primary research facility, buried deep within the Earth's crust, is engulfed by an unprecedented, ear-piercing shriek. The crimson alarm lights whirl frantically, as every face in the control room, including those clad in white coats, contorts in fear, washed over by an eerie pallor. Target confirmed. Energy signatures anomalous. Highest level threat. The mechanical alarm's pitch escalates to a terrifying degree, drowning out the researchers' frayed nerves. There is no need for further commands. Outside the control room, 12 second-generation Sentinel robots, guarding the last line of defense, instantly spring to life. A blinding energy converged at the core of his chest, emitting a furnace-like hum. In the next moment, 12 beams of searing white energy, potent enough to penetrate the armor of main battle tanks, tore through the air, roaring with destruction as they converged from various angles toward the abruptly manifested figure. This overwhelming assault, capable of reducing any mutant to ashes, merely illuminated a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. He met the violent torrent of energy, brimming with terrifying heat, head-on. as it grazed the periphery of his body. The torrent seemed to plunge into an unfathomable vortex. The raging energy, like a docile stream, was silently devoured and absorbed, ultimately coalescing into a faint, barely discernible blue glow at his casually dangling fingertips. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the control room, interrupted only by the monotonous whirring of the alarm lights. The researchers' faces drained of color, leaving behind a look of bewilderment and despair, as if they had witnessed the arrival of a deity. This was a super energy capable of melting steel. Carbon alloy? Chen Nan's voice was calm and unruffled, a mocking tone echoing in everyone's minds. What an intriguing structure. His gaze fell upon the 12 sentinel giants that had just unleashed their devastating barrage, their heavy armor, constructed from the advanced alloys proudly touted by Trask. Instantly lost all the cold, hard essence of carbon alloy. The sturdy metallic joints emitted a chilling groan of metal fatigue, sending shivers down their spines. The robust limbs twisted into grotesque shapes under an unseen force, their massive heads forcibly pressed into their chests. Enormous steel arms were wrenched off, and heavy leg components were torn asunder and hurled away, while the thick chest armor shattered like fragile eggshells. The air was filled with swirling metallic debris, with broken gears flickering with short-circuited sparks. Metal fragments and parts clattered against the bulletproof observation windows, leaving spiderweb-like cracks and striking the hearts of every scientist on the verge of collapse. No. Within the control room, Bolivar's scream rang out, breaking the sound barrier. As his emaciated fingers nearly dug into the cold console, he had deliberately employed carbon alloy to prevent the emergence of a metal-controlling adversary akin to Magneto. Had his meticulously crafted Sentinel robots, upon which he had pinned his hopes, been so easily disassembled? Chen Nan's gaze pierced through the surveillance cameras. He smirked and then opened his palm, revealing an ordinary coin that spun quietly in his hand. In the next instant, the coin vanished. No, it didn't disappear. Rather, it transcended the limits of human visual perception, infused with unimaginable kinetic energy. The air was instantaneously compressed and ionized, forming a brief and blinding blue-white plasma arc. This electromagnetic divine punishment, born from a mere coin, shot forth with astonishing precision, piercing through the fortress. It pierced with unparalleled penetration, ultimately breaking through the thick dome of specialized concrete and reinforced alloys that constituted the base. A thunderous explosion resounded as a colossal hole, several meters in diameter, erupted in the dome. Sunlight, mingled with the chilling fresh air, surged in like a torrent, carrying dust and debris as if unleashed from a dam. Massive structural fragments plummeted like meteors, pulverizing countless pieces of equipment below that were unable to evacuate in time. For the first time, sunlight intruded so violently into this malevolent underground stronghold, illuminating the swirling dust and revealing the face of Bolivar, contorted in utter despair. As pale and lifeless as a corpse, the creation he regarded as humanity's ultimate guardian appeared as fragile as a child's sandcastle before that figure. Chen Nan traversed the shattered concrete floor, stepping over the smoking remnants of sentinels as if strolling through his own courtyard. Wherever his feet touched the ground, minute metallic shards rolled and gathered like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The entire base began to tremble and disintegrate, with innumerable white-coated scientists and equipment plummeting from above like dumplings. He finally halted before the control room, where behind the shattered heavy bulletproof glass, Bolivar slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant, lips twitching nervously, his body shaking uncontrollably, as though his faith had been shattered. Chen Nan did not strike again. He merely gazed calmly at the embodiment of human intellect and madness through the fractured glass. I forgot to mention, I control the magnetic field. His voice, though not loud, struck Bolivar's already crumbled visage like icy rain. Your intellect ought not to be squandered on this debris. In theory, he could maintain control over a person indefinitely. Yet such a purely theoretical notion was nearly impossible in practice. However, what telepathy could not achieve, the Black Queen's life absorption could accomplish, transforming him into a puppet. Bolivar's trembling ceased abruptly, the last flicker of defiance in his eyes extinguishing swiftly, akin to a candle flame snuffed out. Facing Chen Nan, he bowed his head deeply, once brimming with astonishing wisdom and audacious ambition. 2023. Look, Charles pointed toward the cliff's edge, and all eyes instantly converged. Before them, the sentry robots, sprawling across the hills like a tide of death, suddenly seemed to be erased by an invisible eraser. Beginning from the forefront, they silently disintegrated into ash. The speed of their annihilation surpassed the limits of perception. One moment, there was a cataclysmic surge of metallic destruction. The next, only an empty expanse of mountains and blinding sunlight remained, as if that apocalyptic disaster had never occurred. Chapter 59, A Vision of the Distant Future. At the moment Chen Nan resolved Bolivar, reality began to recede frantically, as if it had never existed. At this moment, apart from Logan and Charles, the memories of everyone else have been reset, as if that cataclysmic event had been expunged by an eraser. Yet, perhaps one person still remembers? Chen Nan has delved into Bolivar's memories. The original Sentinel robot project indeed died before it was born, but a lingering shadow remains. Vice President Madao. The current president has entirely repudiated the Sentinel robot program, deeply incensing Madao. Unwilling to accept defeat, he clandestinely colludes with tycoons, secretly financing Bolivar to revive the Sentinels. Even though Bolivar perished along the predetermined path, the vice president has not relented, even seeking out Strick. Chen Nan feels no trepidation, without Raven's genes as the key. The core barriers of Sentinel technology remain insurmountable. His intervention has already severed this unintended research avenue. However, allowing Madao to lurk in the shadows is ultimately a risk. A necessary warning. After relinquishing the thoroughly controlled Bolivar to Essex and briefly outlining the research direction for the Clone Guardians, Chen Nan's figure vanished once more into the void. As evening fell, within an expansive estate on the outskirts of Washington, the lights shone brilliantly. Chen Nan's presence silently materialized in the opulent living room of Vice President Madao's residence. A grand crystal chandelier refracted warm light, and expensive carpets adorned the floor. The air thick with the scent of wealth and power. The faint sound of running water and a young woman's melodic humming drifted from upstairs, the voice bright and relaxed. As if emerging from a bath, Chen Nan sat on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the lavish space. A hint of derision and mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. The old man is half in the grave, yet still so carefree. Marrying a young wife, what a way to save her life. As the sound of water ceased and the singing faded, light footsteps echoed down the spiral staircase. A young woman, clad only in a bath towel and with damp hair cascading over her shoulders, descended, wiping her hair while lazily inquiring, "Darling, why are you so early today?" Before she could finish her sentence, the motion of brushing her hair halted, her pupils dilating in sudden terror, the ease on her face instantly replaced with fear. "You!" A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the room. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" "Security! Security!" she yelled, her body tense with fright, her frantic gaze darting around in search of her guards. Yet, the only response was a profound silence. No reply. A chill crept up from the soles of her feet as she abruptly realized that relying on security was futile, suppressing the terror that nearly erupted from her throat. She forced herself to stand tall, inhaling deeply to regain a semblance of composure befitting her position. Despite her voice trembling, she managed to ask, "Are you here to kidnap me? If it's money, we can negotiate." Any scandal would utterly ruin the political careers of both her and her husband, necessitating a steady hand to maintain the situation. Chen Nan smiled faintly, a smile devoid of warmth. "Madam, do I resemble a kidnapper? Fear not. I harbor no desire to harm you or your family." His tone was flat, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, her taut nerves relaxed slightly, allowing her to scrutinize the unexpected visitor before her. He was indeed young and handsome, his demeanor calm, lacking the anticipated ferocity typically associated with a desperate criminal. She ventured cautiously, "If you seek to discuss matters with him, you ought to visit his office or choose a more suitable venue, rather than here." "Madam." Chen Nan's voice remained tranquil. "It appears you have not grasped the gravity of the situation. It is your husband who wishes to slaughter my companions." "What?" The lady felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. This was indeed an act of vengeance. At that moment, her body trembled uncontrollably, the bath towel draped around her slipping to the carpet. Chen Nan's gaze lingered for a moment before he smirked. "Madam, you possess quite the figure. Surely you would not desire my hand to be raised against your husband?" "You." The vice president's wife stared wide-eyed in terror, her gaze faltering under the weight of Chen Nan's steady stare, compelling her to bow her head in submission. As night descended, Vice President Madao dragged his leaden legs back to the estate. The obliteration of the Sentinel main base not only signified the complete failure of a plan he had painstakingly crafted, but also represented the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars he had invested. "Darling," he called instinctively, his voice hoarse and weary. In times past, his youthful wife would have flitted into his embrace like a joyful bird, dispelling all his shadows. Yet today, there was not even a whisper of response, an ominous premonition coursing through his mind. When he pushed open the heavy door to the living room, the sight before him sent his blood pressure soaring. His young wife stood at the center of the room, dancing with a beguiling and sycophantic grace, clad in scant garments that barely concealed her form. Opposite her, on the sofa, lounged a young man, leisurely observing the spectacle with a calm demeanor. King Squid. In that instant, Madao's reason was consumed by a raging inferno of fury and humiliation. His eyes bulged, veins throbbing at his temples, and he unleashed a primal roar. "Security! Get out here! Seize these two adulterers!" Yet, the only response that echoed back to him was the furious reverberation of his own voice in the vast emptiness of the living room. It was then that he finally recognized the man on the sofa, a face that had haunted him in top-secret files and nightmares alike. No wonder the security had not reacted. It would have made no difference, even 100 or 1,000 times over, and he found himself oddly composed. Mr. Metter, seemingly oblivious to his recent outburst, merely snapped his fingers casually. Sit, Metter exclaimed, this is my home. Meanwhile, his petite wife finally stirred awake, fearfully retreating to the side of the sofa to drape a blanket over her delicate form. Metter's chest heaved violently, his teeth clenched in a futile display of defiance. In the face of the other's overwhelming power, all his pride and fury appeared pitifully insignificant. After a heavy, labored breath, he seated himself on the sofa opposite Chen Nan, glaring at him with a pallid complexion. His wife dared not approach him, fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue without Chen Nan's command. Release her, Metter forced out through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on Chen Nan, imbued with a last vestige of resolve. Release? Chen Nan chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Have I done anything to her? I have always championed harmony. Were it not for your malefic intentions to bring about my demise, why would I bother to appreciate the dance of your wife? His eyes swept over the vice president's wife, causing her to shudder, a sickly blush creeping upon her cheeks. State your terms. Metter seethed, desperate to conclude this nightmare. He had no desire to discuss his delicate wife any further. Could they not set aside this green-eyed matter? Chapter 60. Witnessing Metter's escalating fury, Chen Nan's lips curled into a teasing smirk before he swiftly masked his amusement. Mr. Metter, his steady voice resonated once more. I cannot claim ignorance of your clandestine advancement of the Sentinel project. In fact, I hold it in higher regard than you do. Given this, why not consider me as your collaborator? You should be well aware of my capabilities. A flicker of doubt crossed Metter's eyes, quickly morphing into a scornful derision. Collaboration? That sounds more akin to extortion. We both understand the true intent behind the creation of the Sentinel. Let us speak candidly. Intent. Chen Nan chuckled again, pacing toward the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the starlit sky. With whom you choose to collaborate is inconsequential. I offer protection and a broader stage. The Sentinel robots are undoubtedly a groundbreaking masterpiece. Yet if you restrict your vision to this minuscule sphere of Earth, he turned, fixing Metter with a piercing gaze. Mr. Metter, your aspirations are rather limited. Their mission should be the boundless cosmos, the conquest of the vast universe. Conquest of the universe? Metter laughed incredulously, shaking his head. Fatigue and absurdity intertwining. In my lifetime, will I witness space travel? Mr. Chen, your grand ambitions seem excessively fanciful. He could not bring himself to believe it. Sensing only that his counterpart was shrouding his true intentions with fantastical visions, a mere charlatan cloaked in lofty rhetoric. Chen Nan's smile faded as he calmly stated, if you aspire to replace the esteemed individual above and occupy that exalted position, collaborating with me is your sole option, and fortuitously, I am in need of a spokesperson. Meidao fell into silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the luxurious armrest of the sofa. After a long pause, he exhaled slowly, a profound sense of powerlessness evident in his voice. I am merely a deputy. Precisely because you are a deputy. Chen Nan chuckled lightly. That individual has reached the pinnacle. Do you think I would approach him and promise him a higher position? Would he believe it? Does he even need it? Meidao replied, indeed. The one in the primary position has no room for advancement, yet he yearns desperately for that elusive ascent. A tremendous ambition instantly overshadowed everything. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with a reckless determination. Very well. I agree to your terms. For the sake of that supreme throne of power. Even someone as high-ranking as him would willingly dance with the devil. A wise choice, Mr. Meidao, Chen Nan remarked with a satisfied smile. I will cast my vote for you in the next election. Collaborating with an astute individual always yields remarkable results. But what shall we do now? Meidao furrowed his brow. Anxiety etched across his face. The noise from the destruction of the base has attracted the president's attention. The Sentinel has been entirely exposed. I could be impeached at any moment. His concerns were not unfounded. The opposing party would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Exposed? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow dismissively. This is, in fact, a fortuitous development, allowing him, and the entire world, to comprehend the true significance of mutant power. You simply need to prepare a comprehensive plan for the Sentinel robots. The rest will be handled by me. He will acquiesce to your proposal. Meidao's heart sank, and he exclaimed, what are you planning to do? Are you intending to threaten the president? That would be a provocation against the entire machinery of the state. Hush. Chen Nan raised his index finger in a gesture for silence, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. How the esteemed president decides is of no concern to you, Mr. Vice President. Your immediate priority is to placate your charming wife. His gaze swept over the vice president's wife, and he remarked, Mr. Meidao, you remain remarkably vigorous. Your esteemed lady not only possesses a splendid figure, but also radiates vitality. With that, Chen Nan's figure silently dissipated into the air, leaving Mei Dao in a tumult of fury and astonishment. The ultimate potential of the Sentinel robots lies in Raven's unique transforming gene. Without it, the Sentinel will never transcend that barrier. Of course, there is another crucial element, the yet-to-be-born mischievous demon girl's gene that allows for absorption and release. Both are indispensable. The following day, at the Umbrella Underground base, Chen Nan convened Essex, Bolivar, and Hank among others. After listening to Chen Nan's plan to utilize the Sentinel robots as pioneers for future cosmic exploration, they realized that relying solely on the meager number of mutants was akin to a drop in the ocean. Beside him, Essex perused the technical report provided by Bolivar. His brow furrowed in deep concern as he shook his head in disappointment. Boss, if I may be so bold, given the current technological blueprint, these Sentinels can only be deemed relatively advanced combat robots. However, on a cosmic scale, compared to genuine extraterrestrial technology, they scarcely merit being considered toys. His assessment struck with precision. Chen Nan smiled faintly, acknowledging the brilliance of a top-tier scientist. Then, a cryptic smile graced his lips. I am indeed aware of their present limitations, but what if one day they could effortlessly transform, perfectly replicate any form, or even share and utilize the superpowers of other mutants? What? Essex abruptly lifted his head, his pupils dilating in shock, disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. If cold machines could replicate mutant abilities, then the cloning technology and gene fusion engineering I have devoted my life to would become a mere jest. Impossible? Chen Nan countered. Essex, this is the undeniable truth of the future. The crux lies in Raven's ability to simulate mutant forms, fundamentally rooted in the potent plasticity and adaptability of her genetic makeup. The future Bolivar team, he gestured toward the silent genius beside him, is poised to push the limits of her form-simulating potential to the utmost through deep analysis and artificial enhancement of her genetic sequence, successfully merging it with a core gene fragment capable of absorption and release from another mutant. Chen Nan's voice, though low, thundered in Essex's mind. Thus, we will utterly dismantle the constraints of singular abilities, endowing the Sentinel robots with a terrifying mechanism to replicate, share, and even combine any mutant ability. Now, do you still regard them as mere oversized toys? Essex stood frozen, his mouth agape, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. For the first time, he looked at Bolivar with an unprecedented sense of astonishment and a hint of admiration. How shallow his previous disdain had been. If such creations could indeed come to fruition, conquering Earth and traversing the stars would not merely be a fanciful dream. Do you now comprehend their value? Chen Nan placed a sealed test tube on the table, containing vibrant red blood. This is Raven's blood sample. Your foremost task is to delve into the study of her transformation genes, establishing a complete genetic map and expression model. As for the bearer of another crucial gene, the little rascal, she has yet to be born. The time is not ripe. He surveyed the group, his tone resolute. The most vital point is to entirely erase the core program within the Sentinel robot's original directives that targets mutants for extermination. The new supreme command is simply to obey my will without question. Understood? Essex and Bolivar responded in unison, their eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor. This grand blueprint, transcending the ages, was 100-fold more exhilarating than the cloning project. Temporarily setting aside the affairs of the base, Chen Nan sought out Peggy. After a brief office game, a seemingly inconspicuous metallic bracelet materialized in Chen Nan's palm. What is this? Peggy inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. With a subtle smile, Chen Nan willed the bracelet to come alive. It flowed, disassembled, and expanded. Countless minuscule nano-units reconfigured at a dazzling speed, enveloping him in an aerodynamic, futuristic, crimson-hued battle armor. Peggy gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this alien technology? No, it is technology from the future. Chen Nan's voice resonated through the armor's mask, imbued with a metallic timbre. The nano-armor was indeed the brainchild of Howard Stark's son, Tony, who had accidentally traversed to this era not long ago. And this armor had been intercepted. As the armor receded, it revealed his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Traversing through time, Peggy's shock intensified, feeling as though her understanding of reality had been utterly upended. The sheer astonishment caused her body to tense, yet for Chen Nan, the game resumed with delightful ease. The quantum theories that Dr. Pym is researching suggest that time travel may not be a distant prospect, Chen Nan explained with satisfaction. He then passed the bracelet to Peggy. From now on, it belongs to you. HYDRA has become a nest for HYDRA, and you need its combat prowess now more than ever. As Peggy received the bracelet, her heart overflowed with gratitude and affection, and in a swift motion, she pinned Chen Nan down. Just as Chen Nan basked in the tenderness of the moment, the heavy oak door of the Oval Office swung open silently. Several figures entered uninvited, arriving even before Chen Nan. Chapter 61. The atmosphere in the president's office was palpably tense. The president shook his head, signaling his secretary to refrain from sounding the alarm, fearing it might provoke the intruders. Moments ago, a silent door, shimmering with peculiar energy ripples, had opened in the center of the office. And these unexpected guests stepped through with an air of composure, their entrance alone signifying their extraordinary nature. Mr. President, there is no need for alarm. The leader broke the suffocating silence, his voice steady yet undeniably penetrating. We are allies, here to assist you. Allies. The president scoffed inwardly. Uninvited allies often harbored deeper agendas. Maintaining a composed facade, he merely nodded slightly, inviting them to continue. Our intrusion is regrettable, but necessary. One of the newcomers inclined slightly, their posture elegant. We share a common, imminent adversary. Adversary? The president raised an eyebrow, laced with sarcasm. Has the mutant community begun to implode? No, you misunderstand. The visitor shook his head, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. We are not mutants. We are merely humans who possess knowledge of technology beyond this era. Our objective is to confront those mutant anomalies that threaten human existence. Oh, the president leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. And what do you have to counter the mutants? I am acutely aware of the formidable nature of their power. He must witness substantial leverage. Does the esteemed president wish to comprehend our strength? Quite reasonable. The visitor chuckled softly, snapping his fingers, and an apparatus on his wrist instantaneously projected a three-dimensional image. It was a battlefield from the future. Within the scene, several elegantly designed, gleaming sentinel robots, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen, were harvesting the lives of mutants with a disheartening efficiency. Flames, frost, energy blasts, diamond skin, instantaneous movement, countless mutant abilities, previously confined to legend, flowed seamlessly among these machines, switching, combining, and erupting. They were ruthless, precise, and efficient, rendering the mutants' once proud superpowers as mere child's play, as they fell in droves. This was not combat. It was a one-sided, soul-chilling massacre. The president abruptly rose from his seat, gasping in astonishment. Even after decades of navigating the treacherous waters of politics, cultivating an unyielding composure in the face of calamity, the apocalyptic vision before him, transcending the limits of comprehension, nearly set his blood ablaze. The complexity and terror of the capabilities exhibited by the Sentinel robots surpassed any special effects imaginable. What is this? The president's voice was hoarse as he pointed at the godlike robots within the image. Can they be mass-produced? At that moment, a chill coursed up his spine. If such power were to spiral out of control, how could humanity possibly endure? Technically, mass production faces no obstacles. The visitor spoke with an air of arrogance, imbued with a confidence that suggested omnipotence. All that is required is a modicum of support from you, Mr. President. Our technology is already mature. The president swallowed hard, gesturing toward the image. How can we ensure they target only mutants? How can we guarantee the safety of ordinary people? He needed a promise, even if that promise was as fragile as paper. Rest assured, Mr. President. The visitor's gaze was resolute. The identification system aboard the Sentinels can accurately pinpoint carriers of mutant genes. They are the guardians of human civilization, not a harbinger of destruction. A fierce internal struggle unfolded within the president, as immense temptation clashed with profound anxiety, ultimately tipping the scales in favor of allure. Very well, I consent to the collaboration, he declared decisively, but you must present this power to Congress, demonstrating it live. I require irrefutable evidence to persuade the skeptics on Capitol Hill. As you wish. The visitor nodded with a smile, confidence shimmering in his eyes. The strength of the Sentinels will clear all obstacles for you. Thus, a perilous pact was forged. Had Chen Nan been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this unexpected guest, the Mobius of shifting circumstances. A week elapsed quietly. The Californian sun generously bathed the city of angels. Los Angeles. Chen Nan, accompanied by Emma, Raven, and the Black Queen, was currently reveling in the exquisite offerings of the West Coast. The vast and azure Pacific Ocean stretches endlessly, its golden beaches undulating gracefully, adorned with vibrant silhouettes. The setting sun melts into gold, bestowing a warm halo upon the distant, towering Ferris wheel, while the sea breeze carries the briny essence of freedom. The luxurious yacht, Neptune, purchased by Chen Nan, has transformed into a floating palace of opulence. Emma languidly reclines on a deck chair, while Raven gracefully moves to the faint strains of music, and Celine unabashedly exhibits her charismatic allure. In the distance, atop the Hollywood Hills, the colossal sign glimmers under the sun, silently narrating the extravagance and ambition of this city of dreams. No wonder Tony is so enamored with this place. Chen Nan savors a glass of ice wine, feeling the sea breeze against his face, a contented smile gracing his lips. On board, the nearly identical twin sisters, Jessica and Isabella, harboring dreams of stardom, have just arrived in Hollywood, only to be met with the stark reality of their agent's cold and direct advice. Accompanying a significant figure for leisure at sea is non-negotiable. Refusal would mean total obscurity and unbearable penalties. As night falls, various incarnations of Earth's floral wonders make their appearance, shattering their worldview. Was this a scene from a horror film? After days of indulgence, Chen Nan decided to purchase a luxurious mansion overlooking the coast in Los Angeles. At this moment, he lounges on a private beach, basking in the sunlight, surrounded by women clad in swimsuits, resembling mermaids. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a satellite phone disrupts this languid tranquility. It is Vice President Metter. Chen. Metter's voice, once steady, now trembles with undeniable urgency and a hint of panic. We have a situation. There's a grave problem. The kind of perfect sentinels you described have actually appeared, right at the president's side. What? Chen Nan's air of leisure vanishes in an instant, his gaze sharpening like a blade. It's absolutely true. Metter speaks rapidly. Just moments ago, the president convened military and government officials to demonstrate. They captured a mutant. It was as easy as catching a chicken. That thing is terrifying. Chen, if the president gains control of such power, our collaboration is likely over, in my position. His voice falters, laden with despair. Chen Nan remains silent for 2 seconds before suddenly speaking. Metter, if Jehovah were to descend at this moment and engage that sentinel robot in combat, who would emerge victorious? Metter is left utterly bewildered. Is he joking at a time like this? God descending? Nonsense. All right. Chen Nan interrupts his astonishment. I will handle this matter. Before he can finish, the call is abruptly disconnected. On the other end, listening to the busy signal, Metter mutters in frustration. Damn it. Does he really think I am at his beck and call? The sun remains relentless, and the waves continue to caress gently. Chen Nan gradually sets down the satellite phone. The pleasantness of the moment dissipated, replaced by a profound contemplation reflected in his deep-set eyes. Is there a fundamental distinction between the Sentinel robots and Ultron? If left to ponder, would they not become Ultron themselves? Chen Nan is not aimlessly speculating. He genuinely believes he can unearth Jehovah. He is convinced that there exists a common language between that entity and the Sentinels, as they are the ones who, in just 5 minutes online, decided to annihilate humanity. Chapter 62. Darling, what's wrong? Emma astutely perceives the shift in Chen Nan's demeanor after his phone call, her concern evident. The matter troubling Chen Nan is certainly not trivial. It's nothing, he replies, shaking his head, a smile tinged with resignation gracing his lips. He has finally grasped the meaning of wildfires that cannot be extinguished, of spring winds that bring forth new life. Some things truly linger like a haunting specter. He refers, of course, to the temporal shifts, those entities capable of manipulating time that cling to him like a persistent parasite, proving difficult to eradicate. Their greatest talent seems to lie in dredging surprises from the obscure corners of the timeline to vex him, and their lack of targeted temporal strategies indeed hampers his progress. Is it really nothing? Emma remains unconvinced. A trivial matter, he reassures her, pinching her smooth cheek, his tone returning to its usual levity. You all continue your fun. Don't let my mood dampen your spirits. He suppresses his irritation and immerses himself once more in the beauty of the present life. If certain individuals are keen on creating Sentinel robots, then let them proceed. Let them experience the despair of plummeting into the abyss from the pinnacle of hope, as their self-constructed fortress becomes their own grave. The higher they elevate their ambitions, the more devastating their fall will be. Without guns or cannons, they shall craft the enemy for us. Chen Nan savors his drink, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He is eager to see what marvels they will produce. Time flows quietly beneath the surface of tranquility. The smoke from the hasty withdrawal of American troops from Vietnam gradually dissipates, leaving behind a landscape of devastation. The world seems to have entered a bizarre period of harmony. 5 years slip by in an instant. The president successfully secures re-election, while Vice President Medal appears to have utterly resigned from the struggle, becoming disheartened and devoid of ambition. Chen Nan remains indifferent. Sentinel robots? Let them toil away in their research. When the day of fruition arrives, he shall reap the rewards. He need only listen to Medal's reports on the military's sluggish progress every few months, akin to hearing a routine briefing. A vast chasm exists between the industrial foundation of the 1970s and the blueprint for the future. Even with mastery over core theories, without corresponding advancements in materials science, precision manufacturing, and energy technologies, the notion of instant success is nothing but a fool's dream. Chen Nan even finds their efforts somewhat comical. Instead of investing time and energy in creating from scratch, why not simply procure finished products from other timelines or universes? He cannot quite comprehend this. The only solace amidst the tumultuous changes lies in the advancements of cloning technology, as the clone of Magneto rapidly thrives within its growth chamber. The passage of time has claimed many things. The Hellfire Club, once dominated by a generation that seized power, now sees their descendants gradually assuming control as the old guard fades away. Over time, the absence of Chen Nan's formidable prowess has ignited reckless ambitions, leading to a brief yet bloody internal purge. The claws of the Red Devil once again stained with blood, ruthlessly silencing all dissenting voices. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Nan effortlessly reclaimed a portion of his shares, firmly establishing his dominance with an absolute majority in decision-making power. The iron law of power is invariably etched in blood. The hands of time have silently shifted to the 1980s. In a bustling Chinese restaurant located in New York's Chinatown, Emma, Raven, and their companions gather around a table. Over the years, they have become accustomed to Chen Nan's domineering preferences for Chinese cuisine, gradually finding Western fare less palatable. These habits have solidified over time, and the fusion of Western-style Chinese food has gained immense popularity. The restaurant's owner, eager to please Chen Nan, serves the most authentic Chinese dishes, while the foreigners indulge in modified versions. "Darling, look at that child." Emma gracefully sets her chopsticks down, gesturing towards a nearby family of 3 with a hint of surprise in her voice. Her ability fluctuates quite strongly, but she's still too young, and her control is rather unstable. Chen Nan follows her gaze, observing a little girl with dark red hair, who appears frustrated as she stares at the chopsticks before her, seemingly displeased with her lack of dexterity. Dark red hair? This characteristic stirs something within Chen Nan. Based on the timeline and cinematic lore, it is highly probable that this is the future host of the Phoenix, Jean Grey. "Little one." Chen Nan offers a gentle smile and waves her over. "Could you tell me your name?" The girl's parents immediately become wary, instinctively drawing their daughter behind them like protective hens. Their eyes brim with suspicion as they regard Chen Nan. However, the little girl breaks free from her parents' grasp and strides over to Chen Nan's table, tilting her head with furrowed brows, her clear blue eyes filled with confusion. "What's the matter? Can't see through us." Chen Nan smiles knowingly. The girl nods vigorously. Months prior, she discovered her ability to easily hear the thoughts of others. Yet, the thoughts of these individuals seem shrouded in a thick fog, entirely unreachable. "Hee. You're not the only one in this world with special abilities." Chen Nan's voice carries a soothing charm. The girl's eyes light up instantly, as if she has found a kindred spirit. A wave of immense joy dispels the monstrous shadows that have long haunted her. She is not a monster. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, her anxious parents pull her back behind them. "Apologies, the child is simply naive." The child's father, John, hastily apologized, firmly pulling his daughter, who kept glancing back, away from the scene, his figure radiating tension and unease. Chen Nan instantly gleaned their memories, the Grey couple. They had long sensed their daughter's anomaly, their greatest fear being the revelation of this secret to the public eye. Chen Nan gazed at the small figure, brimming with terrifying potential, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The power of the Phoenix had finally emerged. He had waited nearly 50 years for this moment. "Oh." Reuven keenly detected his expression, deliberately elongating her tone, her eyes narrowing as they darted between Chen Nan and the direction where the little girl had vanished. "Such an intriguing smile. You wouldn't have some peculiar preference, would you?" Retracting your barren imagination, Chen Nan shot her a displeased glance, his gaze once again becoming profound and distant. "Your understanding of her power is as minuscule as dust. Once her potential is unleashed, it could incinerate stars and obliterate the universe." "You're just trying to deceive us." Reuven was the first to express disbelief, and the others followed suit, covering their mouths as they chuckled, casting him skeptical glances. In their perception, the ability to annihilate a city was the pinnacle of mutant powers, even the formidable Black King, Sebastian, required the stage of a world war. Destroying the universe? That was 1,000 times more absurd than an ant claiming it could blow up the earth. Chen Nan merely smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further. The power of the Phoenix had yet to manifest in the system interface, indicating it had not truly awakened. However, the seed had been sown, and the day of awakening was not far off. The power of the Phoenix, even in its initial fusion with the host, was sufficient to easily crush entities like Apocalypse. As for Wolverine killing Jean Grey in the movies, that was merely the host's desperate wish for death. The true power of the Phoenix transcends causality, surpasses time and space, and rewrites reality. The realm of the White Phoenix, however, is a tale for another time. Half a month later, on a night in New York's Chinatown, the neon signs flowed with colorful halos, the air filled with the enticing aromas of stir-fried dishes, the crisp scent of roasted duck, the sweetness of pastries, and the cacophony of voices. Chen Nan, Emma, Reuven, and Morris strolled leisurely through the bustling crowd, savoring the street vendors' delicacies, their hands laden with freshly purchased late-night snacks, a bag of steaming char siu buns, and several glossy, tempting chicken wings and lamb skewers. As they paused before a stall where sugar paintings were crafted, the crowd suddenly surged. A small figure, quick as a rabbit, darted through the gap between Chen Nan and Emma, colliding heavily with Mora's arm. Oof! Mora, caught off guard, stumbled as the bag containing their food noticeably lightened in her grip. She furrowed her brow and gazed ahead, catching sight of a diminutive figure clad in tattered, ill-fitting garments, desperately weaving through the throng like a startled hare, only to vanish amidst the intertwining shadows and cacophony of the bustling street, leaving behind a lingering ache from the collision and an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Chapter 63. Ah, how swift the hands are. Mora rubbed the spot that had been jostled, staring at the empty bag, a wave of irritability surging within her. Alas, for such meager sustenance, truly, it is the lament of the entire world. Mora sighed. If theft and robbery are sins, then what crime lies in stealing a morsel merely to survive? Yet, beside her, Marilyn and Emma stood frozen. Their typically radiant faces, adorned with smiles, now bore an unusual pallor, their icy blue eyes swirling with shock and profound compassion. Marilyn's delicate fingers instinctively tightened around Chen Nan's sleeve, her voice quivering with barely perceptible tremors. Chen Nan, that was no ordinary thief. I sensed it. It's that child. Chen Nan looked at her in confusion. Marilyn whispered, her voice lowered to a near inaudible murmur, yet it struck Chen Nan's heart like a heavy hammer. It's Qin Gulei. A cacophony erupted in Chen Nan's mind. An explosion of realization. Could it be that incident had come to pass? The young Qin, whose parents had cast her away as a monster after a tragic accident, now escaped from the confines of a mental institution, wandering in solitude. How could I be so wretched? That fleeting glimpse of the frail figure instantly conjured the image of that girl, struggling to escape the nightmarish confines of the asylum. A child with the potential to wreak havoc upon the world, now exerting every ounce of her strength for a few dumplings. Perhaps there are many such children. Why have I grown so indifferent, so much like Charles? Am I still the same person who clings to innocence? In that moment, Chen Nan felt a haze envelop him, standing dazed amidst the crowd, his eyes devoid of luster. The mingled guilt and an ineffable heartache shattered him. Charles remains steadfast at the mutant school, while on the other side, Magneto has established a sanctuary for mutants to protect the children. How I long for countless mansions to rise, where all the downtrodden can rejoice. What has become of me? Follow her, Chen Nan murmured upon regaining his senses, his psychic awareness locking onto that panicked soul. His mental will unfurled like intangible tendrils, silently weaving through the clamor of voices and the garish light pollution, firmly attaching to the small, tense figure radiating anxiety and solitude. He needed no sight to perceive the frantic beating of that tiny heart, nor could he fail to touch the taut nerves strained by hunger and fear. Traversing the bustling main street, he turned into increasingly narrow and dimly lit alleys, winding past dumpsters overflowing with refuse. The air had become tainted, the light sparse and dim. Ultimately, that powerful mental signal halted deep within a dilapidated alley, nearly forsaken by the city. Here, only the flickering, antiquated streetlights cast a feeble, yellowish glow upon the damp walls, their light barely illuminating the scene in the corner, a makeshift shelter crafted from large, tattered appliance boxes, their edges marred and deformed by rain and grime. Under that circle of feeble light sat a small figure huddled on the ground. Her hair, tangled like withered grass, framed a face smeared with dirt, save for a pair of unusually large eyes that glimmered with moisture in the darkness, betraying her loneliness and anxiety. The garment she wore, a tattered adult shirt scavenged from some refuse, hung over her like a sack, trailing on the ground, with sleeves long enough to obscure her fingertips. Her trousers were similarly ragged, with gaping holes at the knees. With her grimy little hands, she clutched a flattened char siu bun, pilfered from Mora, ravenously shoving it into her mouth as though it were the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Her actions were frantic and disordered as she ate. She strained to listen intently for any sign of movement around her, fearful of being pursued. Her small frame trembled from the chill and fear. Shivering in the early autumn night breeze, she curled into herself, resembling a forsaken creature shivering in a dark corner of the world. The sight was heart-wrenchingly tragic. Chen Nan and Emma silently appeared at the mouth of the alley, shrouded in shadow. Chen Nan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a suffocating pain spreading through him. He had never imagined that the future, radiant and formidable Phoenix, had endured such harrowing desolation and suffering in her childhood. Raven gently covered her mouth, her icy blue eyes brimming with tears on the verge of spilling, perhaps too engrossed in her hurried swallowing, or perhaps startled by the flickering shadows of the streetlight. The small girl suddenly lifted her head. Her tear-filled, terrified eyes locked onto Chen Nan's gaze, which was fixed upon her from the darkness of the alley. Time seemed to freeze. With a bun still stuffed in her mouth, her movements halted entirely. In her eyes, fear manifested, an acute terror of discovery, of being seized and returned to that hellish place. Yet, within that fear, there seemed to be a flicker of recognition, as if she had just identified the person from whom she had stolen food. But he did not lunge at her with ferocity. In that suffocating silence, The thin veneer of vigilance and defiance in her eyes shattered, completely, and without warning, under the weight of Chen Nan's complex gaze. A suppressed, fragmented sob escaped from her throat, followed by torrents of scalding tears cascading down her grimy little face like a string of broken pearls, falling without warning and etching two clear trails upon her cheeks. She did not wail loudly, but rather wept silently, her small shoulders trembling violently as the tears flowed like a deluge, mingling with the dirt upon her visage, creating a scene of profound desolation. Within those tears lay an enduring solitude, fear, resentment, hunger, and, in this moment, an inexplicable fragility and collapse triggered by the silent gaze of someone she once knew. Observing that small figure, huddled beside a cardboard box and weeping profusely beneath the dim streetlight, like a forsaken ragdoll, Chen Nan felt his eyes redden with emotion. He took a deep breath, suppressing the lump in his throat, and approached her with extreme slowness and gentleness. He knelt down, aligning his gaze with the girl sitting on the ground, and with utmost tenderness, he extended his hand, moving with infinite compassion to gently wipe away her tears. "Do not be afraid." His voice, deep and soothing, resonated with a strange power capable of calming turbulent seas, clearly echoing in the darkness of the alley. "Chen, there will be no more harm, and no one will confine you again." He gazed into her tear-filled, vulnerable eyes, articulating each word with clarity and conviction. "We will go home." The word home fell like a small stone cast into stagnant waters, creating ripples in the lake of Chen Gulei's despairing heart. She stared blankly at Chen Nan. The tears continued to flow silently. Yet the profound loneliness and confusion within her seemed to part the darkness, creating a small fissure. A glimmer of light, a warmth she had long ceased to dare hope for, trembled its way in. Chen Nan's hand remained outstretched, warm and gentle. Emma Raven also stepped closer, kneeling beside Chen Nan, suppressing all her psychic abilities, instead conveying unreserved acceptance through her soft gaze. The tiny Chen trembled, slowly and cautiously extending her small, oil-stained, tear-soaked hand into Chen Nan's broad, warm palm. Her little hand felt icy and frail, as light as a withered leaf. Chen Nan held it as if cradling the most fragile and precious treasure in the world. He removed his coat, his movements as gentle as if he were afraid of disturbing a dream. Then, with a firm yet tender embrace, he lifted her from the cold, filthy ground, from beside that tattered cardboard box which symbolized all her suffering. Her small body curled into his embrace, weightless, like a fledgling that had finally found a safe nest. Instinctively seeking warmth and security, she buried her dirty little face deep into the warmth of Chen Nan's neck, and her scalding tears instantly soaked his collar. The long-repressed sobbing could no longer be contained, transforming into a low, heart-wrenching wail, as if to cry out all the injustices endured. The small shoulders quivered violently in his embrace. Step by step, Chen Nan emerged from the dark alley suffused with despair, moving towards the brightly lit, bustling world ahead, each step seeming to shatter the shadows that lingered behind. Upon returning home, WWII promptly volunteered to help. With an almost urgent tenderness, she meticulously bathed Chen Gulei from head to toe, then busied herself in the kitchen preparing a meal. Emma and the others looked on in surprise at the rare sight of WWII being so industrious and attentive, their gazes shifting towards Chen Nan. Marilyn leaned against the wall, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes filled with understanding and nostalgia as she watched WWII. "This is empathy," she mused softly, recalling how when she and Chen Nan first encountered WWII, she was the same age as Chen, caught in the act of stealing food. That was during the war. She sighed lightly, her gaze lingering affectionately on Chen Nan. Resources were far scarcer than they are now. It feels like a lifetime has passed. In that sigh, there lay a poignant reflection on the passage of time and a deep gratitude for fate. Had it not been for Chen Nan, she might have long since withered away in some forgotten, shadowy corner. WWII, in truth, harbors a fondness for children, Moira chimed in with a smile, noting how she often plays with the neighborhood kids, her patience sometimes evoking envy. But as for someone, who can they blame? Emma shot a teasing glance at a certain individual. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence, before returning a mock glare. It seemed that someone intended to keep him company until dawn tonight. Ahem. Emma, sensing the sudden focus of her friend's mischievous gazes, straightened her posture and defiantly declared, "I'm not afraid. Come on, if you dare, try to take me down." "All right, it's a deal. Tonight, I shall take you down." Chen Nan nodded solemnly, as though it were a matter of grave seriousness. Emma exclaimed, "Wait, are you serious?" Chen recounted her aimless wandering through the streets, often spending entire days sitting on park benches. As she shared her fragmented experiences, the empathetic women felt their eyes welling up, discreetly wiping away tears at the corners of their eyes. WWII, overwhelmed with emotion, could scarcely speak. For only those who have truly endured the coldness and hunger of being forsaken by the world could comprehend that profound, haunting pain. She held Qin tightly, as if clutching her former self, the shivering blue-skinned girl who had once huddled beside a trash heap, unwilling to let go for fear that this small warmth might vanish. That night, WWII stubbornly held Qin Galay close as they drifted into slumber. Envisioning the child as another version of her own lost self, the trembling girl rescued from despair by Chen Nan and Marilyn. She conveyed silently through her warmth and heartbeat, "The nightmare is over. You are safe now." The following morning, Chen Nan's silhouette graced the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation. Today, Umbrella has ascended to become the preeminent commercial titan in the United States, its reach extending into real estate, finance, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, tourism, and hospitality. He convened a meeting of the core executive team. This colossal entity boasted no external shareholders, with Chen Nan personally holding a commanding 90% stake, while the remaining 10 served as personal funds allocated to the women in his life. Naturally, the company's substantial dividends ensured that the executives were all quite affluent, and the salaries and benefits afforded to employees were among the finest in the industry. The sudden appearance of the elusive chairman sent a shiver of apprehension through the executives, who feared yet another significant strategic shift. As the heads of various departments assembled, the moment the conference room door closed, everyone stood in unison, their gazes imbued with unspoken loyalty and reverence. "Chairman, everyone, it has been a while. Please, take your seats." Chen Nan gestured nonchalantly, taking his place at the head of the table. It was only once he was seated that the executives respectfully followed suit, their demeanor impeccable. "Let us not be overly serious," Chen Nan said in a calm tone. "I am here today to announce a singular matter. The corporation will invest a substantial sum to construct 1,000 high-standard welfare institutions across the United States." His gaze swept across the room, his tone leaving no room for dispute. "The operation and management of these institutions must enlist the most responsible and compassionate teachers, chefs, and directors. Carl," he looked towards the corporation's first vice president, "I need each department head to convene immediately. Within half a month, I expect to see the project underway. Is that clear?" Carl Johnson sprang to his feet, resolutely assuring, "Rest assured, Chairman, we will launch the project in the shortest time possible." Although surprised by the sudden philanthropic endeavor from their boss, the financial prowess of Umbrella was indisputable, and obedience to orders was the sole principle. "By the way," Chen Nan added, "you will personally lead a team to conduct research in HYDRA. In each major city, establish a welfare institution that meets or exceeds local standards." He paused thoughtfully before passing along the latest specifications for the company's flagship nutritional program. Carl instinctively blurted out, "Boss, are you training death warriors?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken. "Get out of here." Chen Nan chuckled reproachfully. "This is about doing good deeds, understand?" "Of course, understood." Carl scratched his head sheepishly before adopting a serious tone. "Boss, regarding HYDRA, I believe we could also seize the opportunity to invest in their manufacturing sector. As you know, their labor costs are highly advantageous, and the market potential is immense. Make your decisions accordingly." Chen Nan nodded, emphasizing, "The core principle is singular. The leadership core and the technical leadership must comprise individuals we can trust. Do you understand?" "Rest assured," Carl replied earnestly. Having addressed this matter of great importance, Chen Nan felt a weight lift from his chest, as if even his breathing had become significantly easier, and an indescribable sense of relief began to permeate the atmosphere. The efficacy of the Umbrella Corporation is nothing short of terrifying. As Chen Nan luxuriated in the spacious office on the top floor, enjoying the professional and soothing massage provided by the twin sisters Jessica, the colossal machinery of the group was already operating at high speed. By day, the Jessica sisters served as diligent secretaries to Marilyn, while by night they alternately undertook certain relay tasks. Upon leaving the company, he proceeded to the Umbrella's secret base nestled deep within the desert to assess the progress of the Sentinel robots. Dr. Essex and Chief Scientist Bolivar reported to him, "Boss, the super battery technology designed based on the cosmic cube's energy has reached full maturity, and significant breakthroughs have also been made in the transformation module of the Sentinel robots, allowing for seamless shapeshifting." Chen Nan nodded, but then, with a grave expression, revealed a startling piece of intelligence. "According to the information I've obtained, the Sentinel program secretly developed by the White House relies on a miniature nuclear fusion reactor as its core energy source. Moreover, their robots possess the capability to replicate mutant abilities during combat." The mention of nuclear fusion elicited a sharp intake of breath from Essex and Bolivar, who exchanged astonished glances. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Had they not fortuitously harnessed the nearly limitless energy of the cosmic cube, they would have been utterly eclipsed in terms of energy levels. "You may explore alternative avenues," Chen Nan instructed, "focusing your efforts on developing a weapon system based on cosmic cube energy. The potency of such devices will undoubtedly surpass the vast majority of mutant abilities." He recalled the formidable weapons once designed by Dr. Zola, which had been truly devastating. Understood. We will immediately adjust our direction and dedicate ourselves to the cosmic weapons, Essex exclaimed, determination igniting in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. Currently, the Sentinel robots were at a standstill due to a critical genetic deficiency, making the cosmic weapons a new breakthrough point. I am eager to see whether my cosmic Sentinels are superior, or if the White House's nuclear-powered Sentinels hold the upper hand. He murmured to himself. One side safeguarded mutants, while the other sought to annihilate them. The collision between these forces was already inevitable. That evening marked an important moment that had been promised to accompany Chen. The plan was to treat her to a lavish meal and purchase her many beautiful new outfits. Initially concerned that she might not enjoy Chinese cuisine, they were pleasantly surprised when Chen eagerly expressed her desire to visit Chinatown, her little face alight with anticipation. The uncles and aunts there have fed me, she explained softly, her eyes sparkling with warm memories of that vibrant community. During her days of wandering, it was the kind-hearted compatriots of Chinatown who had persistently offered her nourishment. Though they may not have had abundant wealth, a warm meal, a bun, or a few pastries were generously extended to the dirty little girl, sustaining her through the most arduous times. Chen remembered every benevolent face that had provided her with food, and accompanied by Chen Nan, she sought each one out to express her heartfelt gratitude in her tender yet sincere voice. Every expression of gratitude elicited delightful and affectionate smiles from the shopkeepers, accompanied by an array of delectable snacks. Eventually, the group paused before a bustling hot pot restaurant, mesmerized by the bubbling crimson broth and the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. Lamb rolls, tender beef, crispy tripe, fresh shrimp balls, bouncy meatballs, oily bean curd skin, vibrant chrysanthemum greens, and plump crab sticks danced in the simmering pot. Little Chen's cheeks flushed with joy, her eyes twinkling as she savored an unprecedented sense of contentment and happiness. Her small hands clumsily yet determinedly gripped the chopsticks, as if fearing that this warm bliss was merely a fleeting dream from which she might awaken at any moment. Yet, even if it were a dream, she silently wished for it to linger just a little longer. Ruiwen, too, felt a profound sense of happiness as she leaned back in her chair, gazing at Chen's radiant smile. After this, we'll go shopping and buy Chen something special, she enthusiastically planned their next adventure. However, before she could finish her sentence, a deafening explosion erupted from the restaurant entrance. The glass windows shattered into countless shards, mingling with splintered wood and swirling dust, accompanied by the terrified screams of diners. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in cold, dark gray armor with a menacing design, emerged from the smoke. It had just kicked a burly man aside. Its heavy metallic feet thudded ominously on the chaotic ground, sending chills down spines. As it landed, its crimson electronic eyes coldly scanned the panicking crowd, and an emotionless alarm blared over the cacophony of cries. Mutant genes detected. Threat level confirmed. Executing elimination protocol. Terminate. Chapter 65. Chen Nan sipped his tea, his gaze casually drifting over the bustling crowd outside, relishing this moment of urban warmth. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. Moments ago, an earth-shaking boom was heard. He witnessed a muscular mutant at the street corner being violently propelled away by an unseen force. Without a moment's hesitation, the man scrambled to his feet and fled for his life. In an instant, the entire street erupted into chaos. Terrified shrieks, desperate cries, and the sounds of frantic collisions intertwined to create a sea of despair. Through the smoke, a tall, cold figure emerged, the Sentinel robot. Its frigid single eye flickered with a scarlet glow, and its streamlined armor glimmered with a metallic sheen under the neon lights, like a hellish hound relentlessly pursuing its prey. Its armor morphed, and the ominous energy cannon was already locked onto its target, just as it was about to fire. The lethal scanning red light swept through the shop where Chen Nan stood. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm shattered the air. Genetic mutation detection. Threat level, extremely high. Priority clearance directive activated. The chilling synthetic voice sent shivers down one's spine as the Sentinel's cannon swiftly pivoted, unleashing a blinding energy beam capable of piercing tank armor, tearing through the air, and charging directly at Chen Nan's face. Yet, Chen Nan merely raised his hand with calm composure. The devastating beam, upon nearing his palm by mere inches, appeared to collide with an invisible black hole, the furious energy being voraciously absorbed without a ripple of disturbance. A frigid glimmer flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fingers tightly. Buzz! An invisible magnetic storm erupted explosively around him. The formidable Sentinel, its indomitable carbon alloy armor, emitted an agonizing creaking sound. However, it did not shatter immediately. Its core processor was overclocked, its cold red eye flickering wildly, encountering unknown strong magnetic field and energy absorption. Threat reassessed. Extinction level. Emergency countermeasure protocol initiated. Clank, clang, clang. Amidst the tumult of the magnetic storm, the sentinel began a dazzling transformation. Its streamlined armor bulged instantaneously, enveloped by a delicate blue energy shield akin to a turtle shell, striving to insulate against the magnetic force. However, as soon as the shield formed, it quivered violently under the pressure of Chen Nan's stronger magnetic field, flickering erratically, emitting a piercing sizzling sound before ultimately shattering. A cold smirk graced Chen Nan's lips as he intensified his grip. Boom. The enhanced magnetic field control was beyond the comprehension of these frigid constructs. Technological countermeasures were rendered utterly ineffective. The Sentinel's core determined it had entered ultimate defense mode. Its limbs and torso erupted with a resounding roar, engulfed in blazing flames, as its massive form instantaneously elementalized. Hiss! This spectacle left the women utterly astounded. Was this truly a creation of humankind? What kind of mutant could possibly contend with it? The panicked crowd around them stood frozen, their legs trembling in confusion. Faced with this elemental defense, Chen Nan's eyes glimmered with intensified coldness as he brazenly thrust his bare hand into the Sentinel's fiery chest. The ferocious flame energy surged uncontrollably into his palm, as if encountering an abyss. The Sentinel, sensing the rapid depletion of energy, instantaneously shifted its form, attempting to transform into frigid ice to freeze his arm. Crash! This was the moment Chen Nan had awaited. The chaotic energy compressed at his fingertips instantly transformed into a meticulously refined violet-blue plasma. PFF. The violet-blue plasma spear of judgment disregarded any form of defense the Sentinel possessed, piercing with impeccable precision through the chest where its core processor resided. Boom! A deep, yet astonishingly powerful explosion resonated from within. The stacked and thickened ice fortress erupted as if it were packed with explosives, bursting forth violently from its core. The ice water, instantaneously melted by the searing plasma, splattered like a torrential downpour, reducing the Sentinel robots to mere remnants of their former selves. Broken metallic limbs lay strewn across the ground, ultimately leaving behind a heap of shapeless, acrid smoke-emitting scrap metal, sprawled in the disarray of the street. The chilling red eyes, emblematic of death, extinguished completely in the moment of the explosion. At this juncture, Chen Nan slowly retracted his hand, the residual arcs of electricity silently dissipating. He cast a glance at the pile of scrap, his gaze shifting deeper into the city, as if perceiving more crimson points lurking in the shadows of neon lights. There was no trace of victorious joy in his eyes, only an unfathomable gravity. Countless machines, 1, 10, 100, an endless multitude. His somber voice resonated in the ears of the terrified populace, laden with an oppressive weight. These metallic monstrosities, along with the fools issuing commands from the White House, were in dire need of a genuine lesson. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Chen Nan's lips, his gaze seemingly piercing through space to the distant continent of the Middle East. The ancient relics buried in Egypt for 5 millennia ought to stretch their limbs once more. He required a ferocious hound to tear into another pack of equally perilous hunters. Let that self-proclaimed god of apocalypse contend with the Super Sentinel robots in a battle of life and death. Additionally, it would be a fitting moment for the first mutant, who has slumbered for 5,000 years, to greet the fanatics in the White House. A lesson, savage and archaic, would surely etch itself into their memories. Unforgettable for a lifetime. They are truly terrifying. Raven's face paled as she gazed upon the shattered streets and the remnants of the Sentinels. Her voice trembled, clearly reflecting the perilous scene that had just unfolded, far exceeding her imagination. Sentinel robots, the bane of mutants, Chen Nan softly declared, his tone imbued with a reassuring strength. But there are those who will deal with them, so there is no need for excessive fear. He raised his hand, gently smoothing the disheveled hair of the girl in his arms, calming her and the anxious crowd around them, feeling the power in his words. They believed that if Chen Nan said there was nothing to worry about, then there indeed was nothing to fear. Hellfire Club, top floor. Asazuo. Chen Nan's voice was icy, his gaze still fixed on the potential lurking crimson lights deep within the city, ready to awaken the slumbering one beneath the yellow sands of Egypt. A rare flicker of hesitation and concealed trepidation crossed the inhuman visage of the Red Devil, almost spilling from his scarlet eyes. Are you certain this is the one you wish to awaken, boss? The Adam's apple bobbed in his throat, having personally encountered the might of that entity. He was all too aware of its terror. Do as I say. Chen Nan's voice brooked no dissent, nor did he turn around. Time was of the essence. Let him and those tin cans deplete each other. He paused for a moment and added, leaving a message for him. This era is gravely afflicted. The few mortals perched atop the world desperately require a profound purification. Chapter 66. The Red Devil suppressed all doubts. Fully aware that defying Chen Nan's will would not end well, after taking a deep breath, he resolutely complied without hesitation. With a faint explosive sound, a sulphurous red mist billowed forth, and his figure vanished in an instant. In Egypt, on the Giza Plateau, The remnants of an ancient civilization now seemed to be reduced to endless swirling sands and women veiled in shawls. The Nile River flowed through, nourishing life but failing to dispel the pervasive poverty, with wandering children visible everywhere. Tempest, the leader of a gang of thieves, struggled to support a group of such children using her mutant abilities. Under the cloak of night, the pyramids loomed like the backs of slumbering giants, ancient and silent. The Red Devil's presence abruptly materialized at the base of the grandest pyramid, where a long-hidden entrance to a secret passage lay nearly buried beneath the drifting sands. The air dry and stinging to the lungs, with only the wind moaning as it swept through the crevices of stone. Without a moment's pause, he flicked his tail and transformed once more into red smoke. Following his recollections, he traversed through layers of dense rock and ancient, silent mechanisms, ultimately arriving at the most central and profound burial chamber of the pyramid. Here, the air had stagnated for millennia, thick with the scent of dust and decay. In the vast stone chamber's center lay not an ornate coffin, but a mysterious altar. The surface of the platform was covered in a thick layer of dust, beneath which a material neither gold nor stone faintly shimmered with an unusual dark light. Upon the platform lay a figure, tall and imposing, with gray-blue skin marked by strange grooves, clad in ancient, tattered metallic armor. He was Apocalypse, even in slumber. The oppressive aura emanating from his body instilled a deep chill and fear within the Red Devil, a former follower. He dared not breathe deeply, retreating into the shadows before cautiously advancing toward the platform. Suddenly, he froze. A crucial question had entirely slipped his mind: how to awaken the slumbering Apocalypse. The answer eluded him completely. The Red Devil's heart sank. This blunder had escalated. He instantaneously teleported to remove several stones pressing upon Apocalypse and glanced warily at the surrounding ominous figures. As time passed, the gray-blue figure on the platform remained utterly still. The Red Devil, growing impatient, muttered, "Damn it. Is this stone not a seal? Why isn't he awakened yet?" He wondered if perhaps a lack of stimulation was the issue. After a millennium of slumber, Apocalypse might still be lost in the depths of a dream. With this thought, he inexplicably drew closer and raised his hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps to that silent face. The sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. With a few slaps, Apocalypse remained utterly unresponsive. The Red Devil was thoroughly at a loss. What could he do? Would a failed awakening mean returning empty-handed to report? Resolved, he grasped Apocalypse's withered and heavy body, activating his teleportation ability once more. In New York, at Chen Nan's estate, while it was deep night in Egypt, the evening twilight still enveloped New York. Chen Nan was enjoying the sunset with Jean Grey when suddenly, a crimson mist erupted from the lawn, and the Red Devil appeared, carrying a gaunt corpse, which he carelessly tossed onto the ground. Jean Grey caught sight of the horrifying, emaciated figure and screamed in terror, instinctively diving into Chen Nan's embrace. Chen Nan, instantly infuriated, glared at the Red Devil, exclaiming, "What were you thinking? You were supposed to awaken him, not bring him back like this. Have you considered the fright you've caused the child?" The Red Devil, with a pained expression, replied, "Boss, I don't know how to awaken him. I could only bring him back." Chen Nan, upon hearing this, was flabbergasted, scarcely believing his ears. "What? Haven't you been with Apocalypse? Haven't you witnessed his possession ritual?" "Well, I've never seen him possess anyone else because I was the one he possessed. So I ran away," the Red Devil awkwardly explained. Years ago, upon discovering the Red Devil's ageless appearance, Apocalypse had immediately entertained thoughts of possession. As a top-tier pawn, the Red Devil concealed his mental defenses and successfully fled from Apocalypse's control. Understanding the implications, Chen Nan realized that, for the eternally ambitious Apocalypse, the Red Devil, who possessed the ability to live forever, was indeed the perfect target for possession. "All right," Chen Nan said, calming his anger and adopting a more even tone. "I'll go with you." He looked down to soothe the trembling Jean, saying, "Don't be afraid, Jean. The figure on the ground isn't dead. He-s, a special kind of vegetative state. I'll go awaken him." Encouraged by his words, young Jean Grey mustered her courage and cautiously opened her eyes, looking once more at the corpse on the ground. The moment her gaze met Apocalypse's, a torrent of chaotic, shattered, and destructive images flooded her mind like a bursting dam. "No!" she screamed in sheer terror. Simultaneously, a burst of golden red light erupted uncontrollably from her small frame, a devastating wave of energy sweeping outward wildly. Chen Nan, quick as lightning, enveloped her tightly in his arms. The dispersing power of the phoenix was absorbed by him, as if devoured by an invisible black hole, barely preserving his opulent estate. All right, Jean, it's okay now." Chen Nan's voice was deep and filled with tenderness. "What you see may not be the truth. With me here, there's nothing to fear." In his warm embrace and steady whispers, Jean Grey's taut body and fearful spirit gradually began to relax. Chen Nan entrusted her to the arriving WWII, and then abruptly seized Apocalypse by the collar. The space warped, and in an instant, the two vanished from the lawn. Deep within the pyramid, Chen Nan violently hurled Apocalypse back onto the ancient altar. To resume the interrupted possession ritual, the power of the sun was required for activation. Although he did not fully comprehend the underlying principles, the moment he touched Apocalypse's cold, blue skin, a multitude of vibrant, glimmering cards suddenly materialized before him. This dormant undead could indeed draw cards. Control of inorganic matter, radiant golden light. Energy manipulation, radiant golden light. Possession, radiant golden light. Self-healing, orange light shimmering. Telepathy, radiant golden light. Enhanced mutant abilities, radiant golden light. Super physique, orange light shimmering. Dimensional teleportation, radiant golden light. Chen Nan stood in astonishment. How many powerful mutants had this ancient being possessed? No wonder he dared to call himself Jehovah. Or that tales proclaimed he was the embodiment of the God from the Bible. Or perhaps he was indeed the very figure written about. In any era of ignorance, a being with such power would be perceived as a deity by mere mortals. Fortunately, the Red Devil was too foolish to awaken him. A grin involuntarily spread across Chen Nan's face, a tumult of fear and ecstasy intertwining within him. If he had truly awakened Apocalypse, how easy would it have been to confine him? What if the Phoenix Force annihilated him in an instant, leaving him at a monumental loss? His previous judgment had been fundamentally flawed. It was not only living beings that could draw cards. In a state like Apocalypse's, straddling the line between life and death, his golden finger was equally effective. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand against Apocalypse's bald blue head. A peculiar thought flickering through his mind. Why were all these top-tier powers bald? Ding! Card draw successful. Estimated card draw time. 50 minutes. Chen Nan grinned widely. The years of accumulated fortune were indeed bursting forth at this moment. The first draw, an instant hit. It pierced directly to Apocalypse's core, unveiling his most astounding abilities. Images from comics and films flooded his mind, depicting Apocalypse controlling Cairo amidst a whirlwind of sand, reshaping mountains and filling seas in apocalyptic visions. Ding! Card draw complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining control of inorganic matter. A card radiating with golden brilliance, encapsulating the superpower to manipulate the essence of matter, slowly floated within Chen Nan's consciousness. Chapter 67. Chen Nan suppressed the fluttering excitement in his heart, stowing away the shimmering card of inorganic matter control. Apocalypse's exceptional abilities extended far beyond this, such as the card for enhancing mutant abilities, which was precisely the cornerstone of his ability to amass a legion of followers. Bound by the daily limit of drawing cards thrice, he unwaveringly traversed the depths of the pyramid over the ensuing days, until the last orange card, Super Physique, was drawn. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across his lips. Apocalypse, truly a benevolent soul. Chen Nan mused internally. Having contributed such an abundance of exceptional abilities, it was only fitting, both morally and logically, to awaken this great benefactor. With a mere thought, he chose to fuse inorganic control, enhanced mutant abilities, and dimensional teleportation. Other cards, such as possession and self-healing, were temporarily stored in the system's repository. However, before proceeding, he needed to confirm one matter. System, can my body endure the fusion of these abilities? Will the survival of the fittest and the enhanced self-healing be sufficient to sustain me? He cautiously inquired. Affirmative. The system replied succinctly. That is reassuring. Chen Nan sighed in relief. He first initiated the fusion of Super Physique. As the orange light permeated his body, a torrent of energy surged through his limbs, with cells eagerly absorbing this newfound power as if quenched after a long drought. The fusion process lasted merely a few minutes, and upon opening his eyes, Chen Nan reveled in the explosive growth of his strength. Yet, the subsequent fusions posed the true challenge. Despite possessing the survival of the fittest and formidable self-healing factors, the sensation of his soul being torn apart remained excruciatingly vivid. As his consciousness struggled to return from the chaotic turbulence of dimensions, the cold touch of sand beneath him barely registered before a cataclysmic upheaval erupted within his being. Instinctively, he reached out to the nearby hard stone wall, and the icy solidity came to life. A strange and potent thrill erupted from his palms. With a mere flicker of thought, the bricks silently disassembled and reformed into fine metallic grains, cascading through his fingers. There was no need to comprehend the laws of physics. It felt as natural as breathing. Chen Nan shifted his focus again, and the scattered sand and stones coalesced into a sharp, hovering dagger. The shattered concrete subsequently transformed into a crystalline shield, encircling him, as the entire inorganic realm morphed into malleable clay in his eyes. Astonished, Chen Nan gasped. It was no wonder Apocalypse could effortlessly conjure helmets that severed mental connections. This ability was astonishingly unreasonable, manifesting thoughts into reality. Such terror. His gaze returned to the gray-blue figure upon the altar, It was time to awaken this great benefactor. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, and the ferocious force instantaneously tore through the heavy layers of rock and sand that had obscured the sunlight, allowing the long-secluded brilliance of the sun to cascade once more upon the enigmatic altar. Buzz! The dormant altar suddenly illuminated. Golden runes flowed like molten gold across its surface, converging and emanating an ancient, heart-pounding pressure. As the molten radiance converged fully upon the body of the awakening, those eyes, which had remained tightly shut for millennia, suddenly flung open. Within the murky depths of the pupils, the blinding sunlight and a vague silhouette were reflected. The era has fallen ill, in need of purification. It is time to awaken. Chen Nan's somber voice reverberated within the silent tomb. Before his words could fade, his figure gradually dissipated amidst the undulations of space, vanishing without a trace. Inside the tomb, only the recently awakened awakening remained. The frailty and chaos born of thousands of years of slumber were instantaneously supplanted by an indescribable sense of oppression. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the tranquil tomb was utterly illuminated by an engulfing dark purple light, each massive stone etched with runes contorted and deformed within the brilliance, resembling phantoms. A deep, soul-shaking rumble emanated from the depths of the earth. Boom! The entire pyramid, and indeed the Giza Plateau, trembled violently. The platform that had borne the awakening for millennia erupted in a thunderous explosion. Fragments brimming with terrifying energy shot forth like meteorites, shattering the sturdy walls of the tomb into oblivion. As dust billowed and an energy storm raged at the epicenter, a towering blue figure slowly levitated into view. When the dust settled, the true visage of the awakening was revealed. His eyes, initially bewildered, were soon ignited by a fury and ferocity that had simmered for thousands of years. Betrayal. Betrayed by lowly slaves, imprisoned within this lightless sarcophagus. Unaware of how much time had slipped away, his gaze swept across this prison, and the fractured stones seemed to awaken at the behest of an invisible will, instantly disintegrating into a roaring golden sandstorm that wildly swirled and ascended around him. With a single step, he pierced through the heavy rock walls, emerging beneath the sunlight of the Giza Plateau. Before him lay a world entirely foreign. A jungle of steel had replaced the golden sands, and peculiar metallic boxes thundered down the roads. Confusion lingered only for a fleeting moment. Soon, guided by instinct, he encountered the girl known as Storm, who was struggling to survive on the streets. Those who attempted to pursue her turned to scattered dust beneath the cold gaze of the awakening. Subsequently, Storm, filled with uncertainty, brought this peculiar blue-skinned giant back to her humble abode. Language barriers? Of little consequence. The awakening's attention was drawn to a box in the corner, flickering with light and shadow. He pressed his palm against the cold screen, wisps of white smoke rising from the point of contact. "What are you doing?" Storm inquired warily. "Learning," came the awakening's voice, deep and gravelly, like the grinding of stones. He slightly tilted his head, as if listening to the whispers of the wind. And an invisible mental force surged forth along the torrents of electromagnetic waves, sweeping across the world like a tsunami, instantly permeating steel and concrete, enveloping all of Cairo and reaching toward distant continents. In the modern world, amidst the torrent of information, the structure of the steel jungle, the cacophony of electromagnetic signals, and the surging fears and greed within the human soul, the distant smoke of war and the cold, mechanical sentinels executing their hunting protocols converge into a chaotic and colossal stream of data, violently flooding his ancient and formidable consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the voice that awakened him reverberated within the vast depths of his awareness. The era is ailing. Purification is imperative. He beheld it all, the arrogance and avarice of those perched atop the hierarchy, the disintegration of order and the treachery. The voice, deep and hoarse as that of an ant, yet imbued with the majesty and destructive power capable of shattering stars, resonated for the first time after millennia of silence. The insignificant insects have usurped the divine throne. They have betrayed me. They have sullied the sacred ground bestowed by the divine, and usurped the authority that rightfully belongs to the divine. I, the Apocalypse, have returned. Chapter 68. His gaze gradually withdrew, descending upon the world he once ruled, now perceived with unfamiliar disdain. It is time for a comprehensive purification. His voice, as frigid as ice, proclaimed the demise of the old world. The old order shall be reshaped under my will. He slowly averted his gaze and approached Storm, who regarded him with uncertainty. He extended his finger, gently tilting her chin upwards. "What do you intend to do?" Storm's body tensed, her voice laced with caution. "I want you to break free from your shackles and embrace true power." Before his words fully escaped his lips, her eyes rolled back. An unfamiliar energy surged into Storm's being. She had no time to evade it, feeling a tumultuous warmth coursing through her veins, as if a dormant volcano had been abruptly ignited. She erupted with uncontrollable arcs of electricity, a sense of power that had never been so vividly clear. Meanwhile, deep within the underground bar, Caliban languidly fiddled with a thick stack of bills, relishing the texture of the paper as his fingertips grazed its edges. Suddenly, he paused, muttering towards the empty doorway without lifting his gaze. "We're closed." He resumed his indulgence in the rustling of cash. Moments later, he halted again, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "Ah, that explains the breeze. It's you." He looked up, his eyes locking onto the figure that entered through the door. But the woman before him bore a sharp gaze, surrounded by an almost imperceptible static charge, her aura strikingly different. He nearly failed to recognize her. Storm wasted no time. "We are searching for mutants. You know how to locate them, and thus we have come to seek your assistance." Caliban feigned ignorance, his slender fingers gesturing towards the enigmatic figure cloaked in a heavy black robe behind Storm. "I do not know you, my friend." The low, echoing voice that emanated from beneath the cloak offered no response to his inquiry. "We are in search of the most formidable mutants." No sooner had the words left his lips than the curtain within the room was swept aside. A tall, striking figure leaned against the door frame, clutching a long, glimmering blade in hand. "What is happening?" Lingdi's voice was laced with both seduction and chill. "Oh, nothing serious, dear Lingdi, merely a trivial matter of business." Caliban waved his hand dismissively, his gaze once again fixed upon the apocalypse. "So, have you brought sufficient funds?" In his eyes, only the price-tagged information mattered. "No money." The voice from beneath the black cloak was crisp and decisive. "No money?" The pretense of a smile vanished from Caliban's face in an instant. "Then be on your way. The shop is closing." He secretly cursed. That little thief, Aurora, is indeed unreliable, having attracted a penniless wretch. Lingdi silently stepped forward, the tip of her blade raised slightly. Tension thickening in the air. Apocalypse ignored the words of closing. He abruptly threw back his hood, revealing the iconic blue head that glimmered with a metallic sheen. "I require your guidance, child." Apocalypse gazed directly at Caliban, his tone imbued with an undeniable air of authority. "Huh." Caliban laughed, rubbing his own similarly polished head. "You certainly do not resemble Caliban's father, aside from that hairless dome." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his hand darted into the drawer like lightning, producing a large-caliber handgun aimed squarely at Apocalypse. "Get out." Yet Apocalypse merely rolled his eyes in indifference. In the astonished gaze of Caliban and Lingdi, the ominous barrel of the gun instantaneously transformed into a handful of fine yellow sand, cascading to the ground. Caliban stood frozen, his pupils dilated in shock. Apocalypse was thoroughly pleased with his reaction and began his sermon. "You are all of my blood, yet you have lost your way in the mortal realm, following false deities." His gaze swept over the poised Lingdi. "I will not permit them to continue defiling my world." Buzz. A flash of purple light erupted. Lingdi's figure moved with the swiftness of a specter, her resplendent purple lightsaber drawn, the icy blade poised against the throats of both Apocalypse and Storm. "State your intentions." Lingdi's voice was as frigid as ice. Caliban was her employer, and her livelihood was not to be jeopardized. Apocalypse seemed to disregard the lethal threat before him, rolling his eyes once more, as an even more potent and purer surge of nameless energy surged into Lingdi's being. Lingdi's body trembled violently. She felt her mental power swell like a flood breaking through a dam, the light of her saber intensifying several-fold. It nearly transformed the dim bar into a realm of daylight. The torrent of power engulfed her entirely, eliciting a suppressed moan. Shock and ecstasy intertwined. Her heart raced. "I know where to find the mutants." A smirk of absolute control curved upon Apocalypse's lips. Power is, without doubt, the most direct key to conquest. Just as Lingdi revealed several pivotal names and Tianchi prepared to activate the spatial transmission for departure, he raised his hand, fingers splayed, but nothing occurred. With another gesture, the space merely rippled slightly, slowly forming a fissure a few centimeters wide. After several awkward attempts, the sluggishness of the portal's opening was infuriatingly exasperating. For someone like Tianchi, who was accustomed to instantaneous travel, this was a profound humiliation. His facade finally cracked, and a flash of fury flickered in his eyes, abruptly restraining his movements. He cast a piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scanning every corner of the bar, an aura of intimidation radiating from him. "Why not emerge for a meeting? It appears we harbor no enmity between us." He addressed the seemingly empty air coldly. No sooner had he spoken than the space surged violently like rippling water. A portal, radiating an ethereal blue luminescence, which Tianchi recognized all too well, steadily unfolded not far before him. Shortly thereafter, a figure stepped forth with measured grace. He did not leap or teleport, but descended as if treading upon an invisible staircase, his demeanor calm, embodying an aloofness that seemed to look down upon all. The gathered crowd held their breath, awestruck by this extravagant, yet overwhelmingly powerful entrance. Indeed, The manipulations of time and space bore a certain finesse. Chen Nan silently praised, his expression remaining nonchalant. It was he who had reinforced the space directly using a temporal device, rendering Tianqi's transmission a slow-motion affair. His gaze swept over Tianqi, ultimately settling upon Ling Dai, and he succinctly declared, "I shall take this woman with me." At this proclamation, the air seemed to freeze. An invisible pressure clashed between the two formidable beings. Tianqi remained silent, the underground bar so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, even Caliban recoiling, hesitant to breathe loudly. After a prolonged moment, the blue light in Tianqi's eyes flickered, and he spoke slowly, "Very well. But I trust you will refrain from intervening in my subsequent affairs, or else." His words trailed off, yet the threat was unmistakable. Recently awakened and not yet at the zenith of his power, he was reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with this enigmatic figure. "Rest assured," Chen Nan replied with a grin, "a gentleman's word is his bond." He had no intention of battling Tianqi. After all, Tianqi's true adversaries were the White House and the Sentinel robots. Were it not for that infernal collecting obsession of the netizens, he would not have bothered to intercept Ling Dai. What if one day a netizen whimsically commanded him to collect death? That would be true death. Tianqi regarded Chen Nan deeply, choosing not to say more, and stepped into the now stabilized portal alongside Storm. The four horsemen of the apocalypse? Mere tools for show, as long as their power was passable. "Come with me." Chen Nan beckoned to Ling Dai. Ling Dai tightened her grip on the lightsaber, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. Observing this, Caliban immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Ling Dai, to have caught the eye of His Majesty the White King is an extraordinary fortune. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and follow him." At that moment, he finally recognized Chen Nan's identity, internally cursing Ling Dai for having momentarily blinded him with her lightsaber's brilliance. Upon hearing the name of the White King, the last vestige of doubt evaporated from Ling Dai's eyes. She sheathed her sword and nodded slightly. "Very well. Following such a renowned powerhouse is far more promising than working for Caliban." In a luxurious hotel suite in Cairo, the expansive jacuzzi was enveloped in a misty haze. Chen Nan reclined comfortably, eyes closed, savoring the gentle caress of the water. Ling Dai stood quietly beside him, her gaze drifting involuntarily, occasionally skimming over the vague outlines beneath the surface before quickly averting. Her ears flushed slightly. "Ling Dai?" Chen Nan suddenly opened his eyes, his clear gaze meeting hers. Ling Dai's heart skipped a beat. "Come here," Chen Nan said calmly. "I will enhance your powers once more." Ling Dai froze instantly. A look of astonishment plastered across her stunning face as a blush rapidly spread from her cheeks to her neck. "What? Right now? Here? So soon?" She stared at Chen Nan's outstretched hand amidst the swirling mist, her mind blank. Chapter 69. Stop dawdling, come on. Chen Nan thought to himself that this was hardly swift. He had merely intended to test the effectiveness of the enhancement, yet here she was, lost in her own thoughts. Before he could finish his contemplation, he glanced and saw Ling Dai awkwardly settling into the jacuzzi. Chen Nan was startled. The misunderstanding felt rather awkward, especially as she seemed so determined. Ling Dai furrowed her brows, baring her teeth in a grimace, but Chen Nan was too fatigued to explain further. Moreover, it was now too late and unnecessary to clarify, as she had already initiated the process herself. Yet, he found himself unable to amplify Ling Dai's unique abilities. It seemed that their powers, stemming from the same source, could only be enhanced once. Observing Ling Dai, who was both pained and ecstatic, his mind conjured images of her profile, a captivating and elegant woman who could enchant anyone. Her powers were formidable as well, with her most potent ability being her Omega-level telepathy. No wonder Caliban could locate mutants. However, she had yet to evolve into her Omega form, a transformation that required significant time. In her Omega state, she could bypass even Magneto and Red Tank's mental defense helmets and unleash a psychic explosion directly. If I put in some effort, could I facilitate her evolution ahead of time, perhaps by enhancing my own abilities? Chen Nan pondered silently. He recognized that he did not truly possess Omega-level telepathy. Rather, it was due to his latent potential in telepathy that allowed for such a possibility. Akin to a legendary genius, he merely bore the promise of greatness. In the blink of an eye, Ling Dai grew weary, prompting Chen Nan to take her place and support her against the wall. As the storm subsided and the rain ceased, Ling Dai, now utterly drained, rolled her eyes in exasperation and muttered, "Donkey, thank you for the compliment." Chen Nan couldn't help but grin as he cradled Ling Dai, now resembling a puddle of mud, and returned to the bedroom to ensure she could rest well. Ling Dai lacked the energy to retort, with her eyes closed. She fell into a deep sleep filled with dreams. After tucking her in, Chen Nan stepped onto the balcony and opened the system's enhancement page. He intended to enhance the mutation ability first, as it was of paramount importance not only to him, but to the entire mutant populace. The dilapidated enhancement furnace reappeared. It had been so long since he had utilized it that it seemed to have rusted over. He had exercised considerable restraint, suppressing the countless urges to enhance. Spending does not alter fate, and mysticism cannot save the unworthy. This time, he added 500 white cards, and the long-dormant enhancement furnace roared back to life. The long-lost hum filled the air, and a blinding light flashed from the furnace, resonating like thunder in his mind. Chen Nan fixed his gaze on the enhancement page, and as the light dissipated, the result before him was an astonishing enhancement to level 10. Remarkable. A smile broke across Chen Nan's face that he could no longer contain. Typically, the probability of reaching level 9 would require at least 800 cards. Should he continue? He was just one step away. The system tempted him, whispering, "Just one more push." With a chuckle, Chen Nan decisively chose to close the enhancement page. Who doesn't he know that the final stretch often brings misfortune? The system's enhancement probability was likely just 1. He then opened his attribute panel. Over the past few years, he had scarcely acquired new abilities, eagerly awaiting the grand gift of apotheosis. Host, Chen Nan. Age, Strength, 1096, standard value for an ordinary adult male. 1. Mentality, Infinite Speed, Conceptually Transcendent. Unquantifiable beta-level abilities, Invisibility alpha-level abilities, Magnetic Field Control, 10. Rapid Self-Healing, 10. Supersonic Teleportation, 10. Life Absorption, Shadow Celestial Body, Energy Absorption, 13. Mutation Ability Enhancement, 10. Dimensional Transfer. Control of Inorganic Matter Omega-level abilities, Telepathy, 10. Survival of the Fittest items, Cosmic Cube cards. White Resource cards 27, 690 to his delight. The Strength attribute surged dramatically, nearing 100 tons after receiving apotheosis. At that moment, he once again enhanced Ling Dai, who, while lost in her dreams, furrowed her brow in discomfort and abruptly awoke. The true extent of one's strength is often most apparent to oneself. Ling Dai gazed at Chen Nan in disbelief, unable to fathom that he too possessed a means to enhance his mutant abilities. Yet, he appeared somewhat dissatisfied, muttering to himself, "It seems it is still insufficient." He could sense Ling Dai's transformation. However, despite her seemingly skyrocketing power, it remained worlds apart from the Omega level. Relying solely on her mutant abilities to breach the Omega tier was evidently a fanciful notion. As to an Omega, an Alpha was no different from an ordinary person. Ling Dai, perplexed, inquired, "What is insufficient?" "Ah, it is I who am being fanciful. Apocalypse is inherently an Alpha mutant. What merit does he possess?" Chen Nan shook his head, coming to terms with the reality. "I completely fail to comprehend what you are saying," Ling Dai retorted. In a certain underground arena, Apocalypse arrived at the location provided by Ling Dai, while Chen Nan was keen to find a coveted card, knowing he wouldn't be leaving Egypt anytime soon. He glanced at Ling Dai's weapon and remarked, "You intend to use this inferior object?" Ling Dai's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she shot him a glare. "Please, this is quite expensive, you know. Do you think I earn much as a bodyguard?" Chen Nan paused, then apologized. "Once we return to Hellfire, I will procure a top-tier adamantium dowel for you." He instinctively assumed that someone like Ling Dai, a telepathic mutant, would not be financially challenged, overlooking the fact that she worked to support herself. Upon hearing this, Ling Dai's expression brightened. She understood the value of top-tier adamantium, realizing that the pain she had just endured was worth it. At that moment, the arena was ablaze with fervor, the audience reveling in the savage, bloody combat, expressing their ecstatic release. Witnessing her compatriots being tormented by what she deemed to be contemptible humans ignited a fierce impulse within Ling Dai to intervene. "Shoo!" Chen Nan gestured for her to refrain from acting. Just as Ling Dai was filled with confusion, Apocalypse made his entrance. Beholding the angel tortured by high-voltage electricity, wings charred and drenched in blood, a seething rage erupted within Apocalypse's chest. In his mind, mutants were deities elevated above all beings, his own bloodline. The writhing mortals in the dirt were merely despicable slaves, ants to be commanded. Now, these vile creatures dared to torment a being of divine stature. This was an unforgivable sacrilege. Only complete annihilation, drenched in endless blood, could cleanse this tainted disgrace. Despicable slaves. Unforgivable. Apocalypse's roar reverberated like thunder. Yet it was swiftly drowned out by the frenzied yells and ecstatic shrieks of the audience. However, the clamor of these ants would soon transform into the most fearful screams and a profound silence of souls. Boom! Without any forewarning. At the very core of Apocalypse, an invisible, cataclysmic wave of energy erupted like a tangible tsunami. A deep, mournful wail emanated from the depths of the arena. As the sturdy concrete crumbled like decayed biscuits, the entire arena floor, along with portions of the grandstand's foundation, was instantaneously transformed into countless violent grains of sand. These grains did not scatter chaotically, but were manipulated by a destructive will, entangled with rubble and severed rebar. The grains no longer resembled mere sand. They became billions of rapidly spinning microblades, and the spectators caught within were pulverized into dust before even uttering a scream. All that could be seen was a swirling mass of dark crimson chaos, reeking of blood. The entire ordeal transpired in but a few breaths. As the last remnants of dust gently settled, the deafening clamor had long since vanished. A profound silence enveloped the grandstand area once more. No, there were still survivors. Chen Nan offered a faint smile to Apocalypse. The pupils of Apocalypse suddenly constricted. Could this fellow be attempting to claim someone for himself again? Just as he pondered this, Chen Nan spoke. My friend, I would like to recommend a talent to you. This individual possesses remarkable self-healing abilities. You should find him intriguing. He is located in the Rocky Mountains. With that, he departed with the spirit butterfly. Apocalypse exhaled in relief and then approached the battered, yet petrified angel. With each step he took, the viscous blood-soaked mud parted automatically, creating a clear path for him. The divine punishment had concluded, and the blasphemers had been eradicated. Now, it was time to welcome his wayward child back home. My angel, it is time to return home. Chapter 70. The fragile wings of the angel let out a painful scream under the fervent gaze of Apocalypse, completing their magnificent transformation into steel. At that moment, his ascendance as Apocalypse pierced through the angel's world of despair like a brilliant beam of light, instantly securing the latter's unwavering loyalty. The fervent adoration was immensely gratifying to Apocalypse, who had grown accustomed to such devotion. His former followers had all worshipped him with the same fervor. Of course, except for that damned traitor. He remained oblivious to the fact that he would soon personally experience the fickleness of human hearts, a world rife with betrayal. Following the guidance of the mysterious figure, he hastily journeyed to the Rocky Mountains in search of Wolverine. Since being cast out from the Umbrella Corporation's base, Logan had once again become a wanderer, reverting to his former occupation as a lowly lumberjack. Logan? Storm's voice resonated, prompting Wolverine to lift his head from a brief respite. Who are you? He inquired, cigar clenched between his teeth, his gaze wary yet languid. Child, Apocalypse began in his characteristic charismatic manner, his voice deep and alluring. I am here to rescue you. You should not be engaged in such menial work. FCK off. Wolverine's response was succinct and laced with heavy sarcasm. Get lost. He reminisced fondly about his days as a human blood bank, where his needs were met, and he was paid punctually. That was true living. The peculiar blue-skinned individual before him, clad in bizarre armor, did not seem like a paragon of virtue. Apocalypse, a surge of unnameable fury ignited within him. What on earth was this barbaric recommendation from that enigmatic figure? How dare he speak in such a crude and disrespectful manner, launching into verbal assaults before even exchanging pleasantries? He could almost envision the loathsome visage of that mysterious individual, lurking in the shadows and chuckling at his misfortune. However, it is worth noting that villains often exhibit a certain decorum. Apocalypse's composure was indeed rare. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began to speak. Child, it appears you are unfamiliar with my true nature, and I do not hold that against you. Come, feel the formidable power that resides within you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and an invisible wave of energy surged forth. Wolverine was taken aback. The chasm between individuals was staggering. Just look at the poise of this man, and then compare it to the one who had rudely accosted him from the outset. Yet, in the next moment, he was utterly astonished by the bizarre figure before him. Dude, Wolverine remarked, staring incredulously at Apocalypse's wide eyes, your cataracts seem rather severe. Storm and Angel exchanged speechless glances, stifling their laughter. It must be said that Apocalypse's decorum was truly exceptional. He did not take offense, but merely amplified his verbal onslaught. Oh my goodness! Wolverine exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at his own hands. With a flicker, his somewhat dulled bone claws sprang forth, glinting with a chilling, metallic sheen in the sunlight. Give it a try, Apocalypse said with a slight smile, casually tossing a half-man-high piece of solid rock toward Wolverine, who was left utterly astonished. Without hesitation, Wolverine slashed at the stone with his claws. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the robust rock shattered, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Hiss! Everyone present, save for Apocalypse, inhaled sharply in astonishment. Such power! How could an ordinary human body withstand it? Wolverine gazed at his adamantium claws, then at the shattered stone. Momentarily lost in thought. Was this truly him? Apocalypse's smile widened. The effects were immediate. Now you must be thoroughly convinced. He elegantly raised his hand, and a portal shimmering with an ethereal blue light began to swirl into existence in the air. Child, come with me, he beckoned confidently, as if victory was already assured. Fool! Wolverine scoffed, reverting to his usual irreverence. There's no way I'm following you. You're the one who insisted on enhancing me. I never asked for it. Taking everything and then turning your back? He was all too familiar with this tactic, a master of navigating through a myriad of challenges without so much as a scratch. Apocalypse exclaimed, What the hell? Mysterious figure. You've deceived me once more. What kind of despicable rogue is this? Just as Apocalypse was about to suppress his anger and resign himself to the folly of this irredeemable situation, Wolverine suddenly had a change of heart. Very well, he declared, lifting his axe and swaggering towards the portal. I will accompany you. Apocalypse, though utterly baffled by this abrupt about-face, decided not to delve into the reasons behind it. As the goal had been achieved, the portal closed and reopened in another desolate corner, where the stench of the slums assaulted their senses. The air thick with the noxious blend of substandard narcotics and decaying refuse. Rikako Erita? Storm inquired, glancing at a girl leaning against the wall, her flamboyant attire failing to mask her weariness. With a languid lift of her eyelids, the girl known as Surge surveyed the motley crew before her and scoffed. Who are you? In the world of addicts, bizarre sights were commonplace, and this was merely a trivial spectacle. Child, there is no need to be anxious. Apocalypse's voice resonated with an unusual calming authority. I am the one who can grant you power. Do you truly wish to remain forever trapped in this squalid existence? Surge let out a derisive laugh. I find it amusing. Does it concern you? With that, she turned to leave, needing to hurry to her meager job at a dilapidated CAF. In that fleeting moment as they passed each other, Apocalypse's deep voice struck at her vulnerable core. I can free you from the torment of your addiction in an instant. Surge froze. For those ensnared by addiction often yearn to break free, yet are perpetually dragged back into the abyss by insatiable desires after countless failed attempts. Escape? That felt like an unattainable luxury. Apocalypse's words were akin to a lifeline in the darkness. Surge, return to your place. Thus, the four horsemen of Apocalypse were finally assembled: Steel Angel, Storm, Wolverine, and Surge. The ensuing discussion would revolve around how to realize his grand and audacious vision, to obliterate the old world and establish a new order. Apocalypse understood that confronting the entirety of human civilization head-on with merely their combined strength would be folly. Humanity wielded the ultimate weapon known as the nuclear bomb. Such devices could reduce everything to mere dust without even being present in his line of sight. What strategies do you propose? Apocalypse surveyed his hastily assembled band. Perhaps he overlooked the fact that, apart from himself, the rest were predominantly brutish individuals who preferred action over intellect. A band of blind fools. Hey, boss. The angel spoke first, wearing a smug expression as if he believed himself to be astute. Let us storm their nuclear missile base and seize the launch button. Firing a few missiles at those Russians. It will surely ignite a global nuclear war, turning everything upside down. His thoughts were simplistic and brutal, envisioning a scorched earth where not a blade of grass would survive. Fool. Storm rolled her eyes, unrestrained in her disdain. Our leader aims to rule the world. Are you suggesting we obliterate it into ruins, with radiation spreading and mutated monsters roaming? What then? Will you govern alien cockroaches? The angel was left speechless. Scratching his head awkwardly, beyond the notion of nuclear annihilation, his barren mind could conceive nothing else. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. At that moment, Wolverine, Logan, with a cigar between his lips and his characteristic gravelly voice, spoke leisurely. Boss, I happen to know someone. Exhaling a smoke ring, he continued, his name is Charles. I've heard that his telepathy can briefly control the minds of all humanity through a special machine. Upon hearing this, Apocalypse turned sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Wolverine, filled with astonishment and elation. How could this brute, who seemed only capable of swinging his claws, suddenly exhibit such insight? Telepathy. This was precisely the crucial element missing from his own repertoire of powers. If such a being truly existed, it would be a divine instrument bestowed upon him. By seizing control of him, he could become an omniscient deity. Are you certain? Apocalypse's voice trembled slightly with excitement, his blue visage seemingly brightening. Absolutely. Wolverine responded with unwavering conviction, showing no sign of betraying his old friend. Chapter 71. The figure of Apocalypse opened a portal, and with the energy vortex distorting space, he tore through the fabric of reality to arrive at the main control room. Charles was seated before the brainwave amplification machine, attempting to investigate the mutants behind the collapse of the Egyptian pyramids. Sensing the brutal aura behind him, he turned without hesitation, his formidable telepathic ability casting an invisible net toward Apocalypse in an instant. Yet, the corners of Apocalypse's deep purple mouth curled into an inscrutable smile as he willingly opened his mind. Thank you, Charles. Apocalypse's voice echoed like sandpaper against metal. Thank you for allowing me to enter your world. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the entire control room spun violently. The once vast blue starry dome transformed into a churning, burning crimson hell. Charles's eyes, which had once held wisdom and compassion, were suddenly engulfed by an abyss of dead darkness. Unable to contain his inner ecstasy any longer, Apocalypse let out a deep, satisfied roar. Through Charles, the most powerful telepath on the planet, his will surged like an invisible, unstoppable virus, seizing control of the nuclear launchers. In that instant, it felt as though the heart of the world ceased to beat, plunging into a frenzy of convulsions. The North American Aerospace Defense Command was abruptly engulfed in chaos as a piercing nuclear attack alarm, loud enough to rupture eardrums, shattered the silence without warning. The once orderly command center descended into a hellish turmoil. On the expansive strategic map, the red dots signifying enemy nuclear missiles were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by markers indicating all of our own missile silos, strategic bomber bases, and the positions of ballistic missile submarines. Like a lit fuse, one by one, blinding red lights erupted, symbolizing the launch of missiles, saturating the entire North American continent. Oh God, it is a broken arrow. The highest level of broken arrow. All have been launched. The commander slumped in his chair, pale and voiceless, his throat hoarse beyond recognition. In the command center of the Moscow Strategic Rocket Forces, impossible. The system has been compromised? Despairing shouts in Russian echoed in the confined space. On the control panel, the green lights confirming launch orders blinked maniacally. Regardless of how the operators pounded the emergency stop button or entered the highest level termination codes, it was as if they had vanished into the abyss. The heavy silos erupted open under command, and on the blindingly white Siberian tundra, colossal pillars of smoke, entwined with the scythe of death, pierced straight into the heavens. The generals watched the uncontrollable countdown on the screen, cold sweat soaking through their heavy military uniforms. In England, France, and China, similar scenes unfolded synchronously across the globe among nuclear powers, as urgent alarm sounds coalesced into a symphony of death. Officers futilely screamed into encrypted communication channels, attempting to reach the soldiers at the launch bases, but were met only with silence or the inhuman, frenzied echoes of desperate shouts. The global nuclear situation map on the screen transformed into a veritable net of death, as the trajectories of the ascending nuclear missiles resembled countless venomous serpents, ascending from every corner of the Earth to weave a tapestry of annihilation encompassing the entire planet. On city streets and in rural towns, the shrill wail of civil defense alarms followed, shattering the tranquility of ordinary lives. People looked up in bewilderment, only to be engulfed by the frantic emergency notifications blaring from televisions and radios. Global nuclear chaos. All nuclear weapons launched. Targets unknown. Seek shelter immediately. Panic swept across the world like a tsunami. Cars blared their horns in frenzy, colliding with one another. In supermarkets, crowds scrambling for supplies devolved into chaos, while parents clutched their terrified, wailing children, gazing despairingly at the sky as if they could already see the flash of annihilation. The air was thick with a cold, suffocating despair. Faith crumbled, order disintegrated, and the accumulated legacy of human civilization spanning millennia lay vulnerable and fragile in the face of the instantaneous reality of pressing the nuclear button. Apocalypse stood within the core chamber of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, reveling in the global panic and chaos transmitted through Charles's consciousness, his body trembling with exhilaration. He spread his arms wide, his hoarse and fervent roar resonating throughout the dimly lit control room. Humanity no longer requires swords or systems, nor do they need superpowers. You may challenge God, but you shall never conquer him. As countless nuclear warheads soared into the heavens, Apocalypse seized his long-awaited perfect vessel and departed. With the echo of his roar fading, Apocalypse felt a profound satisfaction with his creation, grasping the hollow-eyed Charles as he exited. A nostalgic individual, he understood the adage that wealth should not be squandered in one's homeland. Thus, he returned to Egypt. While the world remained ensnared in the apocalyptic visions that had just unfolded, he could not resist the urge to flaunt his power. Listen, this is a warning to every human and mutant alike. You have lost your way. Yet I have returned, and the final judgment approaches. All the towers you have built will collapse, and a new epoch is about to dawn. For your future, you have no other choice. This message is conveyed for a singular purpose, to inform the strongest among you, those endowed with immense power, that this world is soon to belong to you. At that very moment, across every corner of the globe, North America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, whether human or mutant, even the cats and dogs, if they could comprehend, would hear his audacious declaration. Apocalypse had unequivocally unveiled the existence of mutants. Previous reports had merely stirred minor ripples, but now he had laid his cards on the table. In Chen Nan's estate, Emma and Raven exchanged glances, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of Apocalypse's power. On the hills overlooking Cairo, he gazed into the distance at the city, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. Had it not been for their betrayal, this place would now be the center of the universe. But now, I have returned. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, a tempest arose, and a storm of sand surged forth like a colossal beast awakening to engulf the entirety of Cairo. In a nearby hotel, Mobius listened to Apocalypse's declaration through Charles, his expression darkening. That wretched man has actually unleashed Apocalypse. I shall see how this unfolds. Mr. President. He is in Cairo. At the United States Department of Defense, the president remarked, "Gentlemen, I do not perceive this as a negative development. Confusion swept through the room. The five greatest powers relied upon their nuclear arsenal, after all. In this contemporary epoch, how can America, having relinquished its nuclear arsenal, aspire to greatness once more? Undoubtedly. It necessitates a modicum of time to reconstruct its nuclear capabilities. Amidst the perplexed gazes of the populace, the president boldly unveiled his ultimate weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, we possess Sentinel robots. Taking advantage of the global landscape, particularly while China and Russia have lost their nuclear arms, his words were laden with implications. For those present were astute enough to grasp his intent. With the overwhelming might of our Sentinels, we shall compel our adversaries to capitulate, effectively suffocating any prospects of their nuclear rearmament. Therefore, I propose, let us promptly deploy a substantial force of Sentinel robots to Cairo, to subdue that self-proclaimed deity. The president's voice surged with fervor. It was time to unveil our true strength. The resolution was nearly instantaneous. Hands were raised in unanimous approval, and thus commenced a new era of military ventures disguised as a divine suppression. Chapter 72. At this moment, the air in Egypt was still thick with lingering dust and the palpable scent of panic. In the distance, the silhouette of modern Cairo unfolded beneath the dying rays of the sun. The Nile River meandered like a silver ribbon, with vehicles flowing like a river and voices clamoring in the bustling metropolis, which remained blissfully unaware of the impending cataclysm amidst a global celebration of disarmament. The apocalyptic figure, with eyes ablaze with an otherworldly glow, coldly surveyed the barren land he had once ruled and which had lain dormant for millennia. A feeling of ineffable weariness and absolute contempt flickered across his rock-like visage. Old dust, his voice, low yet resonant, rolled over Cairo like distant thunder, each syllable imbued with a tremor-inducing authority, proclaiming that both the old and the new filth must be utterly eradicated. He chose silence over verbosity, slowly raising his arms. A gesture so simple, yet seemingly capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Buzz! An invisible, cataclysmic wave of energy erupted from his center. A rewriting of terrifying rules. The colossal granite monoliths, weathered by millennia, began to collapse and erode like wax figures under the scorching sun, their rigid edges rapidly blurred. The rock's texture dissolving like sand blown away by the wind, silently transforming into parched grains. This transformation was astonishingly swift. Within mere seconds, the grand pyramids diminished in stature, morphing into abrupt dunes. This invisible force of disintegration spread like a plague, expanding from the city's periphery. The steel and concrete skyscrapers, residential quarters, and more underwent a chilling metamorphosis. The sturdy concrete walls appeared as if devoured by countless invisible termites, cascading down like a waterfall into a seething stream of molten gold sand. The steel bars emitted a piercing sound, akin to a death rattle, twisting and fracturing as they succumbed to the encroaching sands, which accelerated their disintegration at an exponential rate. The entire city was no longer merely experiencing localized desertification. It was as if an invisible, colossal hand had forcefully pressed it into a searing sandpit. Skyscrapers crumbled silently, collapsing in droves like sandcastles, while the streets were instantly engulfed and leveled by surging waves of sand. Vehicles, trams, and those unable to escape found themselves transformed into swirling grains of gold as their bodies, along with their clothing and possessions, rapidly lost all color upon contact with the golden dust. The shrill sound of alarms was swiftly drowned out by the deep, thunderous roar of the sand waves, reminiscent of a stampede of wild horses. On the streets, the crowd fled in a frenzy like a disturbed colony of ants. But the advancing waves of sand surpassed any biological speed limit. Some sought refuge in buildings, only to discover that the structures themselves were succumbing to the relentless sands, collapsing in haste. Others knelt in prayer, but the dust swept over them, leaving behind mere ephemeral mounds shaped like human figures, which were quickly enveloped. As the military armored vehicles emerged from their encampments, their tracks were devoured by the quicksand, while the turrets disintegrated into grains, and soldiers were engulfed by the golden desert of despair in their futile gunfire. Ancient mosques, with their exquisite stone carvings and murals, rapidly lost their intricate details, transforming into rough, gravel-like silhouettes as the dust passed. The domes collapsed, the minarets shattered, and the sanctuaries of millennia-old faith returned silently to dust. In mere minutes, the skyline of the entire city was utterly obliterated. The apocalypse hovered at the center of this storm of destruction, arms outstretched as if accepting the homage of the sea of sand. Beneath him lay no longer a city, but an expansive, newly formed desert, void of life and sound. The dying rays of the sunset painted this nascent sea of sand in a blinding, tragic hue of blood gold. The once bustling streets, filled with voices and the weight of history, had vanished without a trace, as if the city of Cairo had never existed. Only a few wisps of dust, carrying the remnants of buildings and the essence of life, rose languidly in the heat, resembling the final, silent sigh of this metropolis of millions. Most lives had been consumed by the desert. Only the howling winds roamed the new expanse, stirring the grains to produce a sound akin to the lament of lost souls. The apocalypse slowly lowered his arms, his purple eyes reflecting the pure expanse of the desert he had wrought. Charles knelt in terror upon the graveyard of this fleeting civilization, his vacant gaze devoid of any emotion. The old era had undoubtedly come to an end. The voice of the apocalypse echoed across the empty sands, cold and solemn, proclaiming that a new order would be constructed from the yellow sands. In the distance, a resplendent pyramid stood majestically under the sun, proudly surveying the world as if it were a solitary king. The gaze of apocalypse has firmly fixed upon the distant shores. To that white edifice symbolizing the pinnacle of power, you shall guard the perimeter. I shall proceed with the unfinished sacrificial rite. You must hold steadfast until my return. With that, apocalypse seized Charles and tore through the fabric of space, entering the pyramid with uncontainable eagerness. After millennia of anticipation, the day had finally arrived, stirring even his seasoned composure into a fervor. As for the robotic sentinels, he regarded them with utter disdain. Mere automatons are insignificant, mere creations of mortal ingenuity. His true concern lay with his own kind. Apocalypse has never held humanity in high esteem. It was, after all, his own enslaved kin who sealed his fate. Now, he stood amidst the storm and her companions, all but Wolverine beginning to fantasize about ruling the world alongside him. In Washington, D.C., at the heart of power, the White House, a colossal holographic projection from the future loomed ominously in the press briefing room, sending shockwaves through the populace. They had indeed acquired extraterrestrial technology. The cold, sleek, metallic giants, the future Sentinel robots, instilled dread in all who beheld them. Each inch of their construction whispered of devastating power and absolute technological supremacy. The president stood resolutely behind the podium, his countenance unwavering, as his voice reverberated through global broadcasts, echoing into every household. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the world, today, we stand at a pivotal juncture in history. An ancient tyrant, Apocalypse, seeks to reign over us through fear and subjugation from the shadows of Cairo. But humanity, free humanity, shall not yield. The camera zoomed in as the president's hand dramatically gestured toward the holographic sentinel. Behold, this is the manifestation of America's technology and resolve. Our future sentinels. They are not harbingers of destruction, but defenders of order, the sword of freedom. In but an hour, they would descend upon Cairo, bringing an end to Apocalypse's reign of terror, declaring to the world, any existence that threatens human liberty shall be crushed. The scene shifted to a virtual combat simulation. Sentinel robots surged through the streets of Cairo like a silver tide, explosions illuminating the virtual cityscape, embodying the triumph of justice. The stirring score reached its zenith. America shall once again lead the world toward enlightenment. At the conclusion of the speech, an uproarious cheer erupted across America, akin to a tidal wave of elation. Beneath the massive screens of Times Square, the crowd waved their stars and stripes, tears mingling with jubilation. On the streets of Los Angeles, car horns blared in unison, creating a cacophony of celebration. In the tranquil towns of the Midwest, neighbors rushed from their homes to embrace one another, shouting in joy. Social media platforms were overwhelmed, flooded with hashtags proclaiming Sentinel strike, long live America, and long live the president. The approval ratings for the White House skyrocketed on real-time polling screens, soaring like a rocket to unprecedented heights. A fervent, almost religious collective mania has swept across the nation, as if America has become the singular beacon and savior of humanity. The air inside the Greyhound Tavern is charged, infused with the aromas of beer, fried chicken, and exuberant hormones. A colossal television screen freezes on the image of the president raising a clenched fist in salute, while deafening chants resonate in waves. In a corner of the bar, a group of young Asian faces stands out, brandishing their beer mugs, their cheeks flushed with alcohol and excitement. Did you see that? This is power. This is civilization. Look at our technology, our audacity. The apocalypse? Before the sentinel. It is but a mere trifle. Young Xiaoya echoes enthusiastically, ingratiatingly adding, indeed, Liwen is right. America is the hope of humanity. I am immensely proud to be an American. He deliberately raises his voice, seemingly eager for the surrounding white patrons to hear. They laugh boisterously, their words laced with disdain and disconnection from their own heritage. It is as if belittling their homeland elevates their status in America, hastening their acceptance into this fervent melting pot. The nearby white patrons cast curious, amused glances, some tinged with a barely perceptible sense of superiority, further fueling their theatrical display. Just as they prepare to raise their glasses and chant, "Long live America! Long live freedom!" A low, seething voice cuts through the air, "Shut up!" All eyes are instantly drawn to the figure that abruptly stands, a man named Wilson. This individual is an ardent, unyielding devotee of Chen Nan. He had sat in silence, like a repressed volcano, each sycophantic remark and each trampling of ancestral soil an affront to his master. Wilson, with a physique reminiscent of a grizzly bear, strides towards them, each step heavy enough to induce tremors among the group. He halts, his penetrating gaze sweeping over each face, ultimately fixing on Li Wan. Wilson's voice, though not loud, carries a soul-shattering weight, each word striking like a hammer upon their hearts. If the East had no Huaxia, he pauses, and an oppressive silence blankets the bar. Even the sound of breathing becomes palpable. You yellow-skinned individuals, in America, you are only fit to live on your knees. The expressions of these young men shift dramatically, their faces turning red with humiliation, too timid to retort. Then, Wilson's voice suddenly escalates, imbued with profound disdain and the weight of history. Drinking? Do you think you can sit here, like civilized beings, engaging in lofty discourse, belittling your ancestors, despising their sacrifices? He violently seizes a glass from the bar, slamming it down onto the table, the shattering sound sending a jolt through everyone present. Open your eyes and behold the truth. Without the upright backbone of the East, without the strength and voice of today's China, what do you truly amount to? A century ago, 50 years ago, what status did individuals like you, with yellow skin, hold in America? Although the standing of the Chinese community remains modest, I firmly believe that the younger generation will rise with greater confidence. And as for others? Vietnam? The art of betrayal is well practiced indeed. Kimchi? Who among you dares to be as audacious as to establish a nation on our American military bases? Little notebooks? Would your insects dare to emit a sound after 2 rounds of scorching 6,000-degree barbecues? After ridiculing these insignificant entities, Wilson's fierce gaze radiated an overwhelming intensity, indifferent to the contempt of others. But this individual named Li Wan, this wave of Chinese, do you think you comprehend the origins of Chinatown? Surely. No one understands better than I do. Did it arise from sycophancy towards America? What gives you the right to occupy such valuable land in the city center? Without China, without the sacrifices of your ancestors, you, all of you. His gaze swept over Li Wan and the others, deeming them fit only to live like dogs, groveling. Even entering this bar requires them to wag their tails in supplication. As his words fell, the entire bar succumbed to a profound silence. You are able to freely express yourselves here, to proudly claim your identity as Americans, to grovel and praise, all because of the existence of China in the East. It is due to her presence, which vanquished the once mighty United Nations forces in North Korea and Vietnam, that this world dares not trample upon all people of Asian descent. It has compelled this nation, which prides itself on freedom and equality, to gradually temper its inherent arrogance and prejudice, to recognize her, even to fear her. Do you truly believe that the American elite are fools? Do they not recognize that the greatest adversary in the future is China? He pointed accusingly at Li Wan. You forget your roots, belittle yourselves, thinking this will allow you to assimilate, to be considered one of their own? Dream on. Look into their eyes. Really observe. Wilson abruptly gestured towards the surrounding white patrons, who instinctively averted their gazes or displayed awkward expressions. In their eyes, you remain Asian. Your ability to sit and drink today is not due to their newfound compassion, but because of the existence of China in the East. That resounding declaration of the people's awakening has long echoed, yet you persist in kneeling, like mud unable to rise. The faces of Li Wan and others shifted from red to white, then to green, their mouths agape, but unable to utter a single word. Amidst the ruins of Cairo, the energy vortex of the soul-seizing ritual at the base of the magnificent pyramid had reached its zenith. Charles's consciousness, like a lone boat amidst a storm, was ruthlessly torn and devoured by the apocalyptic purple tendrils of energy. On the face of the apocalypse was an almost frenzied satisfaction, as a millennium-old wish was on the verge of fulfillment. The 4 horsemen, Wolverine Logan, Storm Ororo, Angel Warren, and Serge Noriko, stood like 4 statues, encircling their deity. Without warning, the sky above the pyramid, fragile as glass, was instantaneously breached. Hundreds of colossal, ethereal blue portals, pulsating with unstable energy, erupted open. A chilling, inhuman, pure will to kill cascaded down like a tangible tsunami. The future Sentinel robots descended. Chapter 70 For the streamlined, dark armor absorbed the light, with energy auras flickering at the joints like breaths. Their flight was as swift as a phantom, silent yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of annihilation. An enemy attack. Protect the master. Ororo's piercing scream resonated like the horn of a tempest. Her eyes transformed into tumultuous storm clouds as she raised her arms to the heavens. A wild hurricane carrying the power to rend battleships, morphing into a devastating thunder dragon, roaring directly at the cluster of sentinels. The response of the sentinel cluster transcended biological limits. A cold tactical logic activated instantly. Sentinel Tactical Sequence Alpha. Target. Mutant Codename Storm. Ability Analysis. Weather Manipulation, Wind and Thunder. Threat Level. High. Countermeasure. Iceman. Several Sentinels' chest armor cores glowed with a chilling radiance. They did not unleash flames, but rather expelled a breath of ultra-low temperature currents approaching absolute zero, as Aurora's destructive thunder dragon collided with the frigid current. A terrifying scene unfolded. The furious hurricane, along with its lightning, was instantaneously frozen into colossal, twisted ice sculptures of dragons, shimmering with electric light. Thunder erupted within the ice dragons, scattering shards of ice across the sky. More deadly still, the residual cold surged back like the breath of a frost giant towards Aurora. Taken by surprise, her lower body, along with the core energy that summoned the storm, was instantaneously encased in thick layers of ice. The extreme cold gnawed at her marrow, her movements stiffening as she plummeted like a frozen statue onto the hard surface of the pyramid. The ice shattered, blood seeping from her mouth and nostrils as she lost all combat capability, her fate uncertain. Aurora. Warren's furious roar tore through the air, the engines roaring to their limits. The adamantium metal wings transformed into two streaks of silver death, slicing through the sky with a high-pitched wail, targeting the head of a sentinel that sought to pursue Aurora. The speed was almost beyond the capacity of the naked eye. Sentinel Tactical Sequence Beta. Target. Mutant Codename Angel. Ability Analysis. Supersonic Flight. Adamantium Wing Blade. Physical Attack. Threat Level. Medium. Countermeasure. Steel Colossus Form. Overlay Shockwave Resonance Strike. The locked sentinel's surface instantly emanated a cold, hard metallic sheen of grayish-white, with its hardness and toughness surging dramatically. It did not attempt to evade. Instead, it merely tilted slightly, meeting Warren's wing blade strike head-on with the most resilient shoulder armor. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding resonated with dazzling sparks, leaving a deep scar on the sentinel's shoulder guard, yet it remained far from severed. Simultaneously, the armored sentinel opened its metallic maw, unleashing a visibly high-frequency, directional shockwave that erupted at close range. This shockwave was not merely a physical assault. Its frequency had been precisely tuned to match the inherent vibrational frequency at the joint of Warren's metallic wings. Crack. Buzz. A dual assault. Under the terrifying resonance effect, the proud root connection of Warren's Edmund metal wings emitted a burdensome groan, ultimately fracturing and shattering. Concurrently, the shockwave struck his chest like an invisible battering ram. Thud. In the blink of an eye, blood mingled with visceral fragments erupted violently from Warren's mouth. Like an angel with broken wings, he spun in disbelief and excruciating pain, spiraling uncontrollably toward the steep base of the pyramid. Warren. The furious roar of Jeezy crackled with electric sparks. She too was taken aback by the Sentinel robot's brutality. This was nothing short of a massacre. Witnessing her comrade's grim fate, a fusion of rage and fear ignited the tempestuous electric energy within her. Her wrist guard blared an ear-piercing overload alarm, and disregarding all caution, she unleashed the energy stored to its utmost limit, transforming it into two bolts as thick as giant serpents. The howling, roaring high-pressure lightning chains lashed out like the vengeful whip of a thunder god, striking fiercely at the pursuing sentinel swarm. Where the current flowed, the air ionized, releasing a charred scent. Sentinel Tactical Sequence Alpha Level. Target. Mutant Codename. Surge. Ability Analysis. High-energy electrical absorption and release. Threat Level. Moderate. Countermeasure Plan. Energy Absorption Activation. Energy Feedback. Several sentinels abruptly shifted their focus, their core chests illuminating, forming immense, swirling vortices of profound energy. Jeezy's all-out destructive current was greedily and efficiently consumed by these vortices, akin to rivers merging into the sea. The energy radiance on the sentinel's surface thus intensified. Even more despairing for Jeezy, another sentinel raised its fingertip, precisely aiming at the descending Warren, ready to unleash a portion of the recently absorbed high-voltage electrical energy, combined with its own energy furnace output, highly compressed into an exquisitely refined beam of blazing white plasma. ZZZ. Boom. The blindingly bright white light instantaneously engulfed the gravely injured, dying angel. Warren was unable to emit even a final scream as his body was instantaneously vaporized in the searing plasma of tens of thousands of degrees, leaving only a few molten, charred, and deformed metallic feathers, which scattered and fell amidst the thermal gusts. Warren. The shock reverberated through Jeezy's mind, the tragic demise evoking a profound sorrow akin to the death of a beloved companion, compounded by the backlash of energy that struck her like a heavy blow. Her wrist guard shattered into fragments with a piercing shriek, and she trembled as her energy circuits overloaded. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, rendering her temporarily incapable of attack. Wolverine rushed forward to rescue her. Sentinel Tactical Sequence Alpha Level. Mutant Codename Wolverine. Ability Analysis. Enhanced Healing. Physical Threat. At that moment, another sentinel locked its cold electronic gaze upon the temporarily incapacitated Jeezy, Its arm morphed instantaneously, extending lethal claws forged from adamantium that glimmered menacingly. With ghostly swiftness, it lunged, its claws emitting a shriek that tore through the air, aiming straight for Jeezy's unguarded heart. With a sickening thud, the claws pierced through effortlessly. Jeezy's body stiffened abruptly, the tempestuous sparks in her eyes extinguishing swiftly, leaving behind only an abyss of pain, resentment, and a fleeting sense of acceptance for her lost life. "Brother, I can finally come to be with you," Jeezy sighed in relief, a sense of liberation washing over her as she anticipated reuniting with her beloved brother. The essence of her life ebbed away like a receding tide, her body collapsing gently. "Shat, Jeezy." Logan witnessed this heart-wrenching scene, his primal roar shaking the very stones of the pyramid. His eyes blazed crimson, and with a ferocity rivaling adamantium, his claws erupted, fueled by an overwhelming fury and the necessity of subterfuge, as he charged at the sentinel that had slain Jeezy. Countermeasure, phase disruption. Phantom cat high-frequency cutting restraint. Several sentinels encircled him in an instant. One of them unleashed a rapidly vibrating arm, its edge appearing blurred due to high-frequency oscillation. Rather than clashing directly with Logan's claws, they employed intricate combat algorithms to precisely block and deflect his attacks, the numbing sensation from the high-frequency vibrations causing his arms to tingle. Simultaneously, another sentinel's palm emanated strange spatial fluctuations as it forcefully pressed down onto the surface of the pyramid beneath Logan's feet. With a thunderous hum, the rock beneath him crumbled, and before he could react, he plunged directly into the solid rock of the pyramid. Although his adamantium skeleton and healing factor prevented him from being crushed, he was completely immobilized by the heavy stone, rendering him momentarily powerless to move. Left to futilely roar and struggle. In a mere 2 minutes, 3 knights faced 1 death, 1 incapacitation, and 1 entrapment. The base platform of the pyramid lay utterly exposed between Apocalypse and the Sentinels. The pyramid, once again shaken, was assailed by memories of the past that surged forth to attack him anew. Everything felt hauntingly familiar. The jubilant expression on Apocalypse's face, as his millennia-long aspirations neared fruition, was abruptly frozen in time, replaced by an anger potent enough to incinerate the world. Despicable steel insects, how dare you trample upon the realm of the divine, slaughtering the apostles of the gods. Amidst the thunderous roar that shattered the void, he was compelled to forcibly interrupt the possession ritual targeting Charles. His colossal form, akin to a mountain, crashed into the vast legion of sentinels with cataclysmic force. Purple energy swirled around him like boiling magma. In that instant, the tactical core of the Sentinel robot cluster switched to its highest priority, extermination protocol. Target, Apocalypse, Omega level. Annihilation mode activated. The true battle between gods and demons erupted fiercely above the ruins of Cairo. Chapter 75, Dozens of energy beams, each possessing distinct properties capable of obliterating cities in an instant. Scorching high-energy lasers, absolute zero rays that freeze all, gravitational waves that distort space, and torrents of particles that disintegrate matter, rain down upon Apocalypse like a storm of destruction. With eyes wide in fury and fists clenched, Apocalypse unleashed a solid, deep purple energy shield that emanated around him. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated endlessly. The brilliance of the energy collisions illuminated Cairo's twilight, as if it were midday. The shield fluctuated violently, erupting like a tranquil lake shattered by a massive boulder. Yet, Apocalypse remained unyielding, steadfast as an ancient rock. In retaliation, he swung forth a thick, twisted energy disintegration beam, resembling a purple scythe of death, sweeping across the battlefield. 2 sentinels, unable to evade, were struck by the beam. Their formidable armor disintegrated instantaneously, collapsing into the most fundamental forms of photon streams and sand grains, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Pathetic. Apocalypse's voice dripped with disdain. However, the Sentinel cluster displayed no emotional fluctuations, driven solely by cold logic to execute the most efficient slaughter. That was the ability of the Phantom Cat. One Sentinel's form became ethereal and transparent, ghosting through Apocalypse's impregnable energy shield and penetrating within. Its arm, shimmering with high-frequency energy blades, lunged silently towards the relatively vulnerable junction of Apocalypse's spine. In a moment of peril, Apocalypse's superhuman senses detected the imminent threat, prompting him to pivot sharply. The energy blade failed to strike a fatal blow but left a deep, charred gash visible to the bone along his rock-like right rib. For the first time, his blood, a deep purple laced with subtle golden particles, splattered forth. A pained grunt escaped Apocalypse's lips, seizing the opportunity presented by his momentary distraction. A fully armored sentinel unleashed its engines, its massive metallic fist crashing down upon the shield with the force to rend the earth asunder. Simultaneously, a sentinel on the flank unleashed a powerful, expansive high-frequency oscillation, wildly disrupting the stability of the Apocalypse shield's energy and its own sense of balance, causing the shield's glow to visibly dim. Following this, the absolute zero chains of the Iceman and the searing beams from Cyclops penetrated the air. The frigid currents deflected by the Apocalypse shield did not dissipate, under the coordinated effort of several sentinels. The cold air instantaneously coalesced into shimmering chains of frost that surged forward. The collaboration of the sentinel robots was seamless, meticulously calculated through precise computer data. The frost chains ensnared and locked onto the recently inflicted wound with surgical accuracy. The extreme cold rapidly infiltrated, significantly delaying the wound's self-healing process. Shortly thereafter, another sentinel, having fully charged, unleashed a concentrated beam of red-hot energy, with temperatures sufficient to melt steel, aimed precisely at the temporarily frozen interior of the wound. Hiss! This lethal combination of ice and fire struck true. The self-healing of the Apocalypse was severely suppressed by the bitter cold, while the internal tissues were instantaneously carbonized by the ultra-high temperature rays. An unprecedented agony elicited a thunderous wail from this ancient being. For the first time, its massive form was staggered by this force, taking a faltering step back. The shield flickered violently, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Purple blood flowed from the wound like a stream. Several sentinel robots collaborated, their formidable magnetic field enveloping the Apocalypse. Although they could not directly control it, they could draw forth the immense underground steel to batter against its shield. More insidiously, one of the sentinels emulated the powers of the mutant king, silently injecting tremendous kinetic energy into a colossal pyramid remnant beneath the Apocalypse. Boom! The massive stone transformed into a powerful high-energy bomb. The violent explosion sent the already unstable Apocalypse, with its shield on the brink of collapse, hurtling through the air. The remaining sentinels seized this fleeting opportunity. Their cold logic discerned the Apocalypse's current vulnerability and core weakness: chaotic energy control and impaired self-healing. A special sentinel's head glowed with an eerie red light, releasing not a mental probe, but a potent chaos interference field specifically designed to disrupt the brainwave frequencies of powerful mutants. This cacophony, akin to billions of nails scraping against a blackboard, directly assaulted the biological nerves. The already mentally wounded Apocalypse was struck with an excruciating headache, its vision darkening, movements becoming lethally sluggish and rigid. It was as if its entire brain were boiling. Following this, the plasma annihilation projectile from Sunfire and the directional pressure wave from Alex descended with thunderous force. Seizing this opportune moment, dozens of sentinels, having long since taken to the skies and charged their energy, coalesced between their hands, a sphere radiating the dazzling energy fluctuations of a miniature sun, embodying annihilation. Simultaneously, dozens of sentinels, poised at the ready, unleashed formidable directional shockwaves upon the rigid figure of Apocalypse, who had been violently propelled into a state of paralysis. They forged an invisible channel of amplified pressure, propelling the speed and ferocity of the cataclysmic energy sphere to its zenith. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding radiance. A searing white energy orb, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, descended upon Apocalypse with the force of divine retribution, striking him with an unavoidable impact. The terrifying heat and energy shockwave consumed him in an instant. The brilliance of the explosion briefly outshone the setting sun, casting Cairo and the Nile River in a stark pallor. The pyramids were utterly obliterated. As the apocalyptic light and debris gradually dissipated, Apocalypse's figure emerged. Kneeling upon the searing ground, his form charred and his skin, as unyielding as rock, riddled with deep fissures that revealed the very bone beneath, resembling a parched riverbed. His blood, a purple hue interspersed with golden particles, surged forth from the myriad wounds across his body like a breached dam, hissing as it dripped onto the heated rocks. Conjuring a violet mist, he gasped in excruciating agony, each breath laced with the searing pain of scorched organs and the metallic tang of blood. The luminescence surrounding him dimmed, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, as his immense form trembled with weakness. This was a chilling sensation, one he had never experienced even during his centuries of slumber and conquest, a primal instinct of life itself. These soulless creations were terrifying. Their power, their tactics, and their flawless replication and lethal combination of mutant abilities seemed tailor-made for the annihilation of gods. Their very existence was the most merciless and complete negation and mockery of his belief in the supreme evolution of mutants. A guttural roar erupted from his throat. An ultimate fear and fury ignited the remnants of his primal power. He drew upon the annihilation bombs buried underground for millennia, infused with the energy of the celestial pantheon, transforming into a purple supernova on the brink of collapse and explosion. His wounds ruptured, blood gushed forth, yet he remained indifferent. With his hands raised in a gesture to tear apart the cosmos, a miniature black hole formed instantaneously, devouring all light and distorting space itself into a state of instability. The terrifying gravity began to draw everything nearby uncontrollably towards it, as numerous sentinels were pulled into its grasp. In Apocalypse's eyes burned a madness to obliterate all, as he summoned the last vestiges of his will and remaining strength to thrust this source of destruction forcefully into the heart of the sentinel cluster. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, with a resounding roar, the ultimate explosion unfolded, an event beyond the scope of language to describe. Space shattered like fragile glass. A colossal sphere of chaotic hues, composed purely of annihilation energy, silently expands over half of the ruins of Cairo. In its wake, every tangible and intangible existence, be it the remnants of sentinel robots, the magnificent golden pyramids, or the very fabric of space itself, is utterly deconstructed and vaporized into the most primordial particles and turbulent energy. To one's astonishment, beneath the pyramids lies such a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Chen Nan gazes wide-eyed at the chaotic world in the distance, lamenting the unjust demise of Charles. Has Wolverine perished? Likely not. Storm seems to have met her end, however. As the chaotic sphere gradually dissipates, or rather collapses from energy depletion, a bottomless pit remains. Its edges flowing with dark red magma, emanating terrifying heat and ripples of spatial instability. The sky clears momentarily, as over 80% of the Sentinels and their spatial transmission devices are completely obliterated by this strike. The remaining few are now dismembered, their armor melted. Energy cores dimming to the brink of extinguishment, emitting thick black smoke, akin to scrap metal descending upon the searing lava's edge. Apocalypse hovers at the edge of this hellish pit, his body resembling a shattered statue forcefully reassembled, drenched in blood, the purple hue nearly engulfing him in darkness. His charred skin is riddled with cracks, exposing bone and revealing faintly glowing energy veins beneath. His breath is faint, each inhalation accompanied by the expulsion of internal fragments. Strength wanes to an unprecedented low, an overwhelming sense of weakness seeps into his very marrow. He gazes down at his scorched, fissured palms, dripping divine blood, then abruptly raises his head, eyes ablaze with boundless hatred, a desire for annihilation, and a trace of barely perceptible dread, locking onto the distant shores of the Atlantic. Chapter 76, The Gambler. Do you believe that high technology can slay gods? His raspy voice grates like sandpaper, each word steeped in unfathomable fury. Technology? I have been toying with it for millennia. Do you comprehend? Space and air seem to be simultaneously scorched and distorted, as if Egypt were struck down by a colossal meteor, erased from the map. Apocalypse takes a prolonged moment to recuperate, finally regaining 2 or 3/10 of his strength. Then, driven by a fervent desire for destruction, steps into the precarious rift in space. His objective, the heart of the United States. Washington, D.C. He intends to make those foolish gamblers pay the ultimate price of blood and fire for their arrogance and betrayal. In Washington, on the south lawn of the White House during the evening, a grand outdoor gala unfolds, the atmosphere vibrant with celebration. Champagne flows, crystal glasses clink, and the faces of dignitaries and elites radiate with the satisfaction of wielding power over the world. The president stood before the microphone, his voice resonating with fervor. Today, history shall be etched in memory, as the courage and wisdom of America guide the world into a new era of order that we shall command. Freedom. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, shrouded in inky clouds, heavy with an indescribable aura of bloodshed and tumult. A figure, battered and drenched in an eerie purple ichor, akin to a demon emerging from the deepest abyss of hell, tore through the fabric of space, materializing directly above the south lawn of the White House. It was the harbinger of doom. The cacophony below fell into an immediate silence, only to be shattered by heart-wrenching screams of terror. Oh God, what is that? A monster. The creature from the pyramid. Open fire. All units, open fire. Protect the president. Amid the chaos, the highly trained Secret Service revealed their final gambit, furiously activating the emergency button on their wrists. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Around the White House lawn, several concealed armored panels sprang open, and 6 specially designed Sentinel robots, slightly smaller than the Cairo models but clad in thicker armor, adorned with the stars and stripes and the presidential insignia, ascended like guardian angels. Clearly, they were the ultimate bodyguards, serving as the president's last line of defense. These elite Sentinel robots responded with lightning speed, their engine thrusters emitting a brilliant blue light, forming an impenetrable wall of steel between the harbinger and the now terrified president below. Target: high-energy individual. Threat level: extinction. Execute maximum defense protocol: annihilation. A cold, synthetic voice emanated from the lead Sentinel's head. The 6 Sentinels moved in perfect unison. Energy barriers activated. A shimmering pale blue shield, flickering with hexagonal energy, unfolded before them, enveloping the entire podium area. At that moment, shoulder and arm weapon modules unlocked, and high-energy lasers, miniature missiles, particle beams, and shock pulses, every weapon system, charged and locked on in mere fractions of a second, weaving an impenetrable net of destructive firepower aimed at the suspended harbinger. Boom, 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 zzz, whoosh. Countless lethal energy beams and solid projectiles sliced through the air like a tempest of steel, engulfing the harbinger in an instant. The explosive blaze and chaotic energy swirled through the air, producing a deafening roar. The crowd below was upended by the shockwave, glass shattered, and pandemonium ensued. Take him down. Quickly, take him down. Someone screamed frantically from behind cover, a flicker of intense hope igniting in their eyes. The president, dragged desperately by the Secret Service, was struggling to retreat into the passage leading to the underground bunker of the White House. Yet, within that fire-ravaged airspace, the acrid smoke and chaotic energy currents were abruptly displaced by an unseen force. The figure of the apocalypse re-emerged, fully aware of the terror posed by the Sentry robots. Knowing that a swift resolution was imperative, should the swarm of Sentry robots arrive, he would have no opportunity to impart a heavy lesson upon them. With a decisive gesture, he commanded the sands beneath him to coil like a venomous serpent, ensnaring the Sentry robots. In response, the Sentry robots swiftly altered their form, igniting fierce flames in a desperate attempt to incinerate the encumbering sands. Pathetic metallic shards, Apocalypse's raspy voice dripped with disdain, as if regarding mere refuse. If there were hundreds of you, I might indeed be concerned. With that, he raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and then clenched the air. A hum resonated. An intangible force, manipulating matter at its most fundamental level, surged forth from the center of his palm, expanding in an instant. No violent explosions. No blinding radiance. Only a chilling dissolution. At the moment 6 elite Sentry robots underwent elemental transformation, their supercomputing cores were laid bare, as the force swept over them. They disintegrated as swiftly as sand lifted by the scorching sun. Subsequently, these metals and circuits crumbled like sand towers, collapsing into glimmering metallic dust. The entire process unfolded as rapidly as a time-lapse sand painting. In mere seconds, the 6 elite Sentries, symbols of humanity's pinnacle of defensive technology, along with all their unleashed assaults, transformed utterly into luminous metallic particles scattered by the wind. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the White House. Even those who were fleeing seemed to be under a spell. Their last glimmers of hope utterly shattered, leaving only profound dread and despair within their bones. Apocalypse did not spare a glance at the dissipating metallic dust. His gaze was fixated solely on the cold resolve to execute the final judgment upon the traitors. He slowly raised both hands once more, aiming at the ground beneath him. This land, a testament to humanity's utmost power and audacious ambition. Boom. A more ferocious, resolute, and thorough material disintegration force erupted with tremendous impact. The White Palace, along with its robust fortress buried deep underground, trembled violently as if shaken by an earthquake. Silently, from the surface to the depths, all fortifications, weapons, and Air Force One were reduced to wisps of the most primal, glimmering sand scattered by the breeze. The final horror reflected in the president's eyes, along with his dreams of power, disintegrated into cosmic dust. The heavy alloy doors, now closing, vanished as effortlessly as a piece of paper. It was over. He understood that everything had come to an end. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. The Washington Monument, a towering white obelisk, seems as though it has been erased from the canvas of reality, fading silently from its pinnacle to its base. The Lincoln Memorial, the Capitol, the Pentagon, at this moment, all these iconic edifices bearing witness to history, power, and ambition, along with the bustling streets and congested traffic, are engulfed in a cataclysmic transformation. All lives, filled with flight, lamentation, and supplication, are met with the same utter annihilation as tanks and aircraft attempting to retaliate are swept away by the relentless force of disintegration. In mere minutes, the very heart of Washington, D.C., has been brutally expunged from the earthly map. In its stead lies an expanse of absolute flatness. A vast golden mirror reflecting the desolate and tragic hues of a blood-red setting sun, heralding the impending arrival of darkness. Countless souls are buried beneath grains of sand, their bewildered gazes fixed upon a metropolis that has instantaneously morphed into a desert. An apocalypse looms over this newly birthed wasteland, akin to a hellish mirror, with its surface reflecting the fragmented yet fearsome visage of a primordial beast. He exhausts his final vestiges of strength, his body swaying violently like a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of succumbing to the desert he has wrought. Yet he steadies himself, casting a sneer of utter contempt and profound frailty towards the smooth, golden expanse that has consumed all. This laughter reverberates in the stillness, brimming with scorn for the so-called dreams of superpowers and their ultimate struggle. At this moment, it is over, in Saban Nur. A calm, gentle voice, yet irrefutably penetrating. resonates clearly in everyone's ears, as if echoing from the depths of their souls. Suddenly, a spark ignites in the void, and a bald figure emerges from the ether. Apocalypse halts abruptly, a flicker of disturbed fury and absolute disdain crossing his features as he turns towards the source of the voice. Not far from him stands she, clad in a robe of simple, almost austere, bright yellow, her bald head serene, her countenance peaceful, her gaze profound as an ancient well, seemingly embodying the cosmos's stars. She stands there quietly, devoid of any formidable energy emanations, oddly contrasting with the surrounding aura of destruction, yet somehow appearing to be the very epicenter of existence. It is the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One. Human vermin? The corners of Apocalypse's deep purple lips curl into a cruel and contemptuous arc, his voice rumbling like thunder, dripping with disdain for the dust beneath him. How dare you utter the name of a deity, who grants you the audacity to stand before divinity, attempting to obstruct the judgment of the gods? The swirling purple energy around him intensifies, a tempest of annihilation poised to eradicate this oblivious mortal along with the entirety of America in the blink of an eye. Facing the overwhelming pressure and aura of destruction emanating from the celestial, Ancient One remained utterly unfazed. She merely raised her right hand slightly, her gesture as casual as brushing dust from the sleeve of her robe. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations. She simply traced a delicate line in the air before her with her fingertips. A hum resonated as if a stone had been cast into a lake, creating visible golden ripples. These ripples, though seemingly gentle, harbored an absolute force of order that transcended dimensions, time, and the comprehension of the celestial. In an instant, the celestial felt an irresistible and incomprehensible power descend upon him. Energy confinement, the destructive force he had gathered in his palm, capable of annihilating cities, extinguished like a snuffed candle, vanishing without a trace. The ancient energy within him, boiling like magma, was suddenly stilled, akin to frozen ice, silenced without even a ripple. The thought of tearing through the fabric of space to escape or retaliate barely surfaced before he sensed the surrounding space solidifying into an impenetrable alloy, binding him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. He felt as if he had been instantaneously severed from the realm of reality, suspended in a void. The chaotic Washington beneath him, the fleeing crowds, even the flow of time and space became indistinct and faded away. The only clarity lay in the figure of the bald woman in the yellow robe before him, standing resolute like an eternal lighthouse. For the first time, an absurd sense of isolation from existence and a profound helplessness washed over the celestial with startling clarity. Even more chilling to his very soul was the moment she acted. Through her seemingly tranquil gaze, he glimpsed endless dimensions and the flowing river of time. This was a realm he had never touched, nor could he even fathom during his millennia of conquest. The power and existential stature represented by this mortal were far beyond his reach. She did not rely on brute force, but wielded mastery over the fundamental rules of time that governed this universe. For the first time, an unmistakable horror, deeply ingrained in his being, surfaced on the cracked and charred visage of the celestial. It was a primal fear of a higher dimensional force. The destructive flames that swirled around him extinguished instantly, as if doused in icy water, while the furious blaze in his eyes was replaced by disbelief and an indescribable reverence. The strength he once took pride in, accumulated over millennia, appeared insignificant as dust before this seemingly tranquil monk. Who are you, truly? The celestial's voice, for the first time, lost its arrogance of omnipotence, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. The Ancient One's voice remained calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. In Saban, you have crossed boundaries, and your ambition to annihilate the realm of humanity has disturbed the balance of the dimensional reality. She paused slightly, her gaze settling upon Apocalypse with an almost tangible intensity. Return to your Egypt, but should you dare to extend your hand toward the heart of human civilization again. The eyes of Ancient One suddenly sharpened with unparalleled acuity. I shall personally banish you to the eternal void, allowing you to experience the essence of true nothingness. Her calm words struck Apocalypse's soul like a heavy hammer, and he clearly sensed that Ancient One possessed the absolute power to execute her decree. Apocalypse's colossal form trembled ever so slightly. Humiliation, resentment, and fury churned within him, yet in the face of such overwhelming pressure, these emotions were forcibly subdued by a cold logic known as the instinct for survival. He cast a deep glance at Ancient One and then surveyed the blurred world beneath his feet, rendered indistinct by the severance of space. Ultimately, all his feelings coalesced into a low, subdued growl of endless frustration and weakness. Apocalypse stifled the tumult of his blood and humiliation, daring not to utter another word. He summoned the scant remnants of energy within him, permitted to flow by Ancient One, and with great difficulty, began to leave this mirrored world. As he stepped into the portal, he cast one last profound and complex gaze at the serene figure of Ancient One, as if wishing to etch this image into the depths of his soul. Then, bearing wounds, depleted strength, and boundless frustration, he stepped into the rift and vanished. Ancient One watched the place where Apocalypse had disappeared, and the ripples in space gradually calmed. She let out a gentle sigh, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. Raising her hand once more, she lightly brushed over the devastated Washington below, obliterated by Apocalypse's power. A soft green light surged forth like a warm tide. The millions buried by Apocalypse were saved, and the terrified populace seemed to have their inner fears assuaged, celebrating their survival. Were it not for the howling sands, it felt as if death and destruction had never occurred. Reality restored its rightful order. The cataclysmic world wrought by Apocalypse faded into the minds of ordinary people, resembling a fleeting nightmare. Ancient One's figure vanished as silently as it had appeared, leaving behind a crowd on the south lawn, still shaken and bewildered, and the president in the underground bunker, pale and trembling, as if he had just crawled back from the brink of death. Ancient One had indeed intervened. The time stone proved to be formidable. Chen Nan, who had witnessed everything, was filled with profound emotion. Just as he intended to turn away, his gaze suddenly froze. Not far off, Ancient One, just returned from Egypt, was quietly observing him. Washington had temporarily evaded total annihilation. But this harrowing scene undoubtedly signified that the world teetered on the precipice of the abyss. Chapter 78. Ancient One, a name I have long revered. Chen Nan greeted with a calm demeanor, though his fingertips discreetly tightened, firmly clutching the space stone in his palm. The power of the Infinity Stones exists in a delicate balance, with the Time Stone wielding an elusive and formidable force that is nearly impossible to evade. In the presence of this supreme sorcerer, who has safeguarded Earth for centuries, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could result in being ensnared within the currents of time. Shall we converse? The voice of the Ancient One resonated calmly, as though merely inviting an old friend to reminisce. Delighted to oblige. A subtle smile graced Chen Nan's lips. As light and shadow danced, the surrounding scenery shifted instantaneously. The cacophony of the bustling street was replaced by serene tranquility, and the two found themselves ensconced within a CAF. Suffused with the rich aroma of coffee, a young man clad in modern attire and an extraordinary monk formed an unusual duo, eliciting curious glances from a few scattered patrons. I am perplexed. Chen Nan leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on the Ancient One's eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality. I do not recall committing any cataclysmic acts against Earth that would warrant a personal visit from you, the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One gently stirred her cup, the brown liquid swirling into a small vortex. You have indeed remained within your bounds. Were it not for the premature awakening of the Apocalypse and the emergence of Sentinel robots, disrupting the established timeline, I might have remained oblivious to your existence. She lifted her gaze, her profound eyes seemingly piercing through the mists of time. I have glimpsed your past and future through the Time Stone. Yet all I discern is a chaotic past, while the future appears to be in turmoil, upended by your very presence. Her tone grew increasingly grave. Your existence itself constitutes a significant variable, an unknown peril. Can you enlighten me? Your origins instill in me a profound unease. To validate Chen Nan's existence, she had unknowingly performed countless iterations with the Time Stone, each time feeling as though she were lost within a fog. His fate diverged from that of ordinary mortals, whose lives are filled with myriad paths and possibilities. His seemed a singular, albeit indistinct, yet remarkably resilient, one-way street that appeared endless. She had entertained the notion of eradicating such an anomaly, but with each fleeting thought, the Time Stone issued stark warnings, the specter of death lurking ominously, deterring her from any rash actions. And I? Chen Nan met her scrutiny with calm assurance. I am undeniably a bona fide inhabitant of Earth. Young man. The Ancient One's voice softened with a touch of compassion. Every action you take is nudging the predetermined timeline off its course. It is not my intent to constrain you. I merely wish for you to remember, never stand in opposition to Earth. Chen Nan comprehended her sincerity. This sorceress before him embodied the very essence of her vow to protect, justifying her esteemed title. He also understood that as long as he did not infringe upon the existential threshold of Earth, this guardian would refrain from interfering in the ebb and flow of the mundane world. I shall not only refrain from harming Earth, Chen Nan assured solemnly, articulating each word with conviction, but I will devote all my strength to its protection. I believe you. The Ancient One nodded slightly, seeking reassurance. It was precisely because the Time Stone could not reveal further details concerning Chen Nan's guardianship of Earth or the sacrifices it entailed that her concerns were alleviated. Thus, the Ancient One could rest assured. A relaxed smile blossomed on Chen Nan's face as he lifted his coffee cup, casually gesturing a toast, as if reaching an unspoken understanding. WWII, amused by his untimely action, allowed the corners of her lips to curve slightly, unbothered, and elegantly took a sip from her cup, setting down the porcelain vessel. WWII shifted the conversation. I see you have mastered the space gem. Might you also have an interest in the arcane arts? The abrupt suggestion caught Chen Nan off guard. What? Do you doubt my sincerity? WWII's tone held a rare note of teasing. Isn't the secret magic of Kamartaj supposed to be an esoteric mystery? Chen Nan replied candidly. The doors of Kamartaj are always open to those who earnestly seek the path of magic, WWII stated solemnly, before delving into the crux of the matter. Your physical strength is formidable, and your mutant abilities are indeed top tier. However, you lack one crucial element in your arsenal against the dimensional demigods. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the CAF, reaching into the depths of the cosmos. I have glimpsed the impending calamity that will befall the multiverse. At that time, Earth will need you to rise to the occasion. Her words were laden with profound meaning, as if constrained by some unseen rule that prevented her from speaking freely. Yet, Chen Nan instantly grasped her implication. His current might harbored a fatal shortcoming in the face of higher dimensional threats. She gently wafted away the steam rising from her coffee, falling silent as she awaited Chen Nan's decision. Chen Nan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment. A flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Give me a few months to wrap up my affairs. I shall personally journey to Kamartaj. Excellent, WWII replied, a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. She slowly pulled down the wide brim of her hood, casting one last deep gaze at Chen Nan. Should unforeseen changes arise in the future, Earth will be entrusted to you. Her voice bore a weight akin to a solemn charge. I believe you will do better than I could. I shall await your arrival in Kamartaj. The portal behind her silently unfurled, instantly enveloping her figure. Through the still open magical passage, Chen Nan glimpsed the majestic peaks of Kamartaj, blanketed in pristine white snow, breathtakingly awe-inspiring. As the portal vanished, Chen Nan found himself alone in the CAF. Study magic? Surely, you don't expect me to take on the mantle of the supreme sorcerer. Chen Nan mused, lowering his head, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had quietly discerned WWII's extraordinary affinity for manipulating magical energy, akin to an innate mastery. Surely, the future Doctor Strange must possess a similar gift, he pondered. The aptitude for magic diverges from mutant genes, requiring specific conditions for activation. His very essence was a natural vessel for magic. Moreover, Doctor Strange was the chosen successor of the Eternal One, his potential unfathomable. At this moment, the entire Earth remains engulfed in profound shock and trepidation. In the span of merely 2 days, the ominous cloud of nuclear detonation looms, the despair of apocalyptic annihilation unfolds, and the sci-fi arrival of Sentinel robots plays out like scenes from a doomsday film in stark reality. Just as the apocalypse threatens to obliterate everything, a mysterious figure descends like a savior, turning the tide and banishing the impending doom. While the world grapples with its fears, Chen Nan is preoccupied with a more pressing task, meticulously enhancing the capabilities of the women around him. Though he cannot thrust them directly into the realm of Omega, he has nonetheless enabled them to take a significant step along the path of Alpha. The following morning, as Chen Nan leisurely enjoys his breakfast, a call from Jiliu interrupts his tranquility. Boss, Maydao is eager to see you. Maydao? Chen Nan swallows a strawberry and smiles knowingly, realizing that Maydao is on edge. Indeed, Jiliu's voice is laced with schadenfreude. That former president, in his reckless pursuit of showmanship, nearly dragged the entire nation down with him. Now, he has become the public enemy. A rat scurrying through the streets. The people's fury could topple Capitol Hill. Resigning in disgrace? That's his only option now. The vice presidency hangs in the balance, and Maydao looks as if his eyes might pop out. In the Hellfire Club's top-floor meeting room, Chen Nan reclines comfortably on a sofa, delicately toying with an exquisite badge. His tone exudes a calm mastery over the situation. What did I say? If Jimmy occupies the presidential seat, then so too can you. Maydao, do you believe it now? Indeed, I wholeheartedly believe it. Your methods are truly enigmatic. Jimmy has scurried off in disgrace. Maydao's face beams with obsequiousness as he leans forward, adopting a submissive posture. He rubs his hands together, his eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement and desire, fixated intently on Chen Nan. According to the Constitution of America, should the president be unable to fulfill his duties, the vice president shall immediately succeed him for the remainder of the term. History has shown precedents for this. However, with only a year and a half remaining in Jimmy's term, Maydao's ambitions clearly extend beyond merely holding the title of interim president. Maydao, Chen Nan says, setting down the badge, his gaze piercing, I can mobilize all the resources of the club to help you win the next presidential election and ensure your successful re-election. However, he pauses, introducing a condition. Maydao's heart races. The Hellfire Club's intricate web of influence across the states is the ladder to his dreams. Speak, whatever you ask. I will comply, he eagerly assures. Chen Nan regards him thoughtfully, and the requirement he slowly articulates strikes like thunder, draining the color from Maydao's face. He nearly slips off the sofa in shock. I want you to formally transfer the jurisdiction of the Hawaiian Islands to my faction. There, I intend to establish my own nation within a nation. Chapter 79. Madar's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his body trembling involuntarily. This was not a collaboration. It was an unequivocal coercion to sign a pact that would forever stain his legacy. Should he inscribe his name on this treaty, his name would be forever associated with treachery in the annals of America's history, enduring the scorn of countless generations. A surge of indignation surged through him, compelling him to rise abruptly, his movements rigid and resolute. Dignity eclipsed avarice. He knew he had to leave. Your Highness, his voice was as frigid as ice. I cannot bear the weight of such a lasting infamy. With that, he straightened his back and turned towards the door. He was not one of those shameless individuals willing to embrace eternal disgrace for the sake of power. A flicker of pride still resided within him. Chen Nan observed his stiff silhouette, a smirk playing on his lips, as if relishing an intriguing performance. He spoke leisurely, his tone measured yet piercing like an icy dagger. Shattering Madar's facade of courage, the apocalypse is still alive. With a soft thud, as Madar's hand grasped the doorknob, he felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him, rendering him motionless. The words "the apocalypse is alive" echoed like a curse, dragging him back to the nightmarish vision of yesterday. The once vibrant Washington transformed into an endless desert under blinding blue light, the desperate wails still ringing in his ears. That cataclysmic force, the crushing sensation of powerlessness akin to that of an ant, engulfed him with a chilling tide of fear, obliterating all vestiges of his courage and dignity. Time seemed to freeze. After an indeterminate duration, Madar shuddered violently, regaining his senses. The biting chill of late autumn seeped into his bones. Yet he felt drenched in cold sweat, the heavy fabric of his suit clinging to his back. Lost in despair, he turned back, his face devoid of color, and staggered back to the negotiation table, collapsing onto the sofa. His voice was hoarse and resigned. Your Highness, I fail to comprehend why you require such expansive territory. With your wealth and influence, securing the governorship would be a trivial endeavor, and I would exert every effort to support you. He spoke almost as if pleading. For the sake of our past collaborations, I implore you to retract your command. I cannot bear to be branded a historical villain. Chen Nan cast a cool glance in his direction, his expression calm yet unyielding. For now, we are still partners, hence I shall present you with another path. You may resign in disgrace, allowing another to assume your position, and once he has signed this contract, you may return. Chen Nan's tone was nonchalant, yet his words dictated the fates of countless individuals. Madar felt as though struck by lightning, sitting there in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. Dead friends do not hinder the living, he thought. This was a blatant sacrifice of others for his own preservation. He could almost envision the tragic fate of his colleagues as history's relentless wheels rolled over them. A profound sense of desolation seized him, encapsulating both the relentless decline and the once mighty empire. America, he silently cried out in his heart. Ultimately, all his struggles coalesced into a heavy sigh. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. He stood up with great difficulty, excruciatingly slow, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Without casting another glance at Chen Nan, he stumbled out of the office like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Chen Nan gazed expressionlessly at the door as it closed. The cruel law of the world is one of survival of the fittest. Victory and defeat are devoid of morality, only power matters. His actions were not born of mercy, but rather a calculated self-preservation. He bore no animosity towards Apocalypse. Indeed, they were akin to one another. Keeping this ticking time bomb, Apocalypse, was laden with significance. A living threat capable of annihilating the world was his sharpest bargaining chip, enough to keep the lofty politicians awake at night, compelling them to sit at the negotiating table. Should Apocalypse perish, who would assume the mantle of this world-destroying villain, accomplishing the impossible task? In a certain sense, Apocalypse was his indispensable strategic ally. The following day, Madar announced, as promised, that due to a lack of personal capability to lead the nation in a crisis, he would decline the presidential position, nobly proclaiming his resignation and expressing a need for profound reflection and self-consolidation. Unable to alter the outcome, he chose the most advantageous method of severance for himself. He would not allow history to cast him as the villain. The sudden abdication of the vice president, Madar, from the easily attainable presidential throne, struck the designated successor, Speaker of the House Michael Vett, like a heavy blow. What a surprise if not this. He nearly erupted into laughter. All this calamity stemmed from the former president's arrogance, his own undoing. And he, Michael Vett, was the one destined to rise in the hour of crisis. Eagerly, he orchestrated a grand inauguration ceremony in New York, with flashing lights and a gathering of luminaries, the cheers of the populace rising and falling like waves. Standing before the podium, Michael beamed with satisfaction, poised to deliver an ambitious speech outlining how America would rise anew under his leadership. Suddenly, a blinding blue beam of light tore through the sky, striking the ceremony's forefront with unheralded ferocity. A violent shockwave overturned floral arrangements and flags, sending everyone reeling. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure clad in ancient armor, skin a ghostly blue, emerged, Apocalypse, floating ominously in midair. The cameras broadcasting globally immediately converged upon this unwelcome guest. Michael Vett's smile froze in an instant. A sudden, jarring sensation reverberated within his mind, leaving him in a state of bewildering emptiness. As if his very blood had solidified in an instant. Had he not seen that enigmatic powerhouse driven away? How could he have returned? In the fraction of a second, a chilling thought pierced through his confusion like a bolt of lightning. Madar. That wretched Madar. He had not resigned out of guilt. Rather, he had discerned that this position was a veritable volcano, a scapegoat's role. He had been thoroughly duped. A wave of profound dread engulfed him. Yet the global broadcast cameras were fixated on him, and as the newly appointed president, he could neither falter nor flee. He suppressed the urge to let his heart, nearly leaping from his chest, take control. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to step forward, striving to imbue his voice with a semblance of steadiness and authority, albeit tinged with a hint of feigned bravado. Your Excellency, the horrors of Washington are still fresh in our minds. Are you not yet satisfied? Do you intend to reduce New York to rubble as well? He deliberately raised his voice. I must remind you, that formidable individual who banished you, his authority cannot be provoked again. Have you already forgotten the lessons of the past? Can you truly bear the consequences of inciting his wrath once more? This assertion, neither suppliant nor arrogant, imbued with a subtle strength and a hint of bluster, resonated across the globe through the live broadcast, earning him cheers and applause from countless viewers. Well done. This is the resolute president we need. The looming figure of the apocalypse emitted a low, oppressive laughter, reverberating through the air like distant thunder. Ha ha ha, what a speaker, what a president. Your eloquence far surpasses that of your predecessor, the fool. His voice rolled like thunder, but you are mistaken. I did not come here to brawl today. Surveying the terrified crowd below and the flashing cameras, his tone shifted, icy and commanding. I have come to claim a sanctuary for my displaced mutant brethren. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Michael's heart sank, as his worst fears seemed poised to materialize. The global audience in front of their screens erupted in chaos. Goodness. Is he planning to seize America? Those cursed mutant beasts. Get out. Defend our homeland. We will never yield. Brother, you can shout your slogans all you wish. But if you are capable, then step forward. The officials on site turned ashen, whispering urgently to one another, panic spreading like wildfire. Michael feigned calmness, stating, Your Excellency, the number of mutants is limited. We can designate specific communities, even an entire town, to accommodate you. I can approve this as president right now. A town? A community? The apocalypse scoffed as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, his tone dripping with disdain. After all this deliberation, do you truly believe I am akin to a beggar on the street? Then what is it that you truly desire? Michael nearly forced the words from between his teeth, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. Apocalypse slowly raised a finger, pointing towards the distant Pacific. His voice resonating clearly in every corner. I demand the Hawaiian Islands. I offer $1 for a lease of 100 years. Surely, this modest request will not pose too great a challenge for you. $1? 100 years? Hawaii. Goodness. This is blatant robbery. Shameless. Thievery. The outcry from the audience and the global populace reached a fever pitch in an instant. Michael Witt trembled with rage, pointing at Apocalypse in the sky, roaring indignantly, Apocalypse. This is outright plunder. It is invasion. Congratulations. Apocalypse's voice suddenly turned chillingly cold, akin to the frigid winds of the polar regions. Correct. This land was indeed seized from the indigenous people by you, was it not? Huh. You can rob, but I cannot. A terrifying blue energy began to swirl violently around him, forming a disquieting energy storm, and the sky darkened instantly. He cast a disdainful gaze upon this assembly of cunning old foxes, delivering his ultimatum. I grant you 3 minutes to ponder. Will you sign, or will you not? His eyes, sharp as icy blades, pierced through the assembly of old foxes. Of course, you may choose to refuse. I would be more than willing to transform the entire North American continent into a desolate wasteland, much like Washington. As Apocalypse's thunderous ultimatum resounded, the world seemed to be muted. The dignitaries present and the billions of viewers at home held their breath. Following the silence, a wave of starkly contrasting reactions surged forth. In America, a pall of despair loomed over every citizen's heart. Yet, across the ocean, countless people from various nations could hardly contain their laughter, with some even bursting into applause. Justice has a way of prevailing. The once domineering Uncle Sam had finally encountered a formidable adversary, experiencing the bitter taste of overt robbery. Truly, the wheel of fate turns justly. The American populace is not naive. The vast, desolate sands of Washington, still emanating an aura of death, serve as a stark reminder. The staggering financial losses and the immeasurable toll on human life stand as a grim testament. In comparison to the survival of the nation, the isolated and limited expanse of Hawaii seems expendable. At this moment, preserving the greater scheme outweighs the folly of provoking this madman. In the quiet sanctum of Kamartaj, Master Ancient One gazed into the water mirror, shaking his head in resignation. This impudent youth, under the banner of apocalypse, plays a masterful game of leveraging others to do his bidding. Far away in Cairo, the real apocalypse, intent on establishing his new world order, felt the familiar energy fluctuations and the resounding declaration echo globally, his teeth nearly grinding in fury. Damnable impostor. Not only did they impersonate him to engage in deceitful schemes, but they also besmirched his reputation while lurking in the shadows to reap the rewards. The flames of fury burned in his eyes, yet he forcefully restrained himself. The tides of time had shifted, and the era when he wielded unfettered power had irrevocably passed. To act impulsively at this moment would be anything but prudent. The gaze of the entire world was fixated here, with countless souls secretly anticipating, would America once again muster the audacity to confront this madman in a battle to the bitter end? Yet reason dictated that, barring a collective lapse of sanity within the White House, such a scenario was utterly implausible. Ultimately, the outcome unfolded as the cold logic had foretold. Parliamentary debates and public hearings, all the bureaucratic formalities appeared laughably insignificant in the face of the looming threat. America, once a superpower, could only swallow this bitter pill in humiliation, gritting its teeth in silent fury. At that moment, the nation's heart seemed to falter, plunging into an unfathomable abyss. You seize what I cannot. This historically ironic query echoed like a curse in the minds of every American, inflicting a piercing sense of shame. The nation fell into a chorus of sorrowful lamentation. November 18th. This date, like a searing brand, was indelibly etched into the national consciousness, day of national humiliation. Upon hearing the news in Hawaii, 1 million residents were left in stunned disbelief. The island of freedom? A paradise for mutants? What of their homeland? Who would safeguard their security? A tide of anger swept across the islands as people denounced the White House's cowardice and cursed the brutal tyranny of the apocalypse. The thought of cohabiting an island with these supernaturally endowed neighbors, while lacking control over their own fate, inundated them with overwhelming terror. Underneath the sword of Damocles poised for destruction, all struggles seemed futile. The newly inaugurated President Michael Witt, pale as a ghost, gripped his pen with trembling hands, summoning every ounce of strength to inscribe his name on the lease agreement, a symbol of endless humiliation. The scratching of his pen across the paper resonated like the mournful cry of America's sovereignty shattering. The skies over Hawaii had collapsed. The myth that America once took pride in was ruthlessly torn asunder, revealing its frail underbelly. The apocalypse, suspended in midair, observed the despondent crowd below with an enigmatic chuckle. He descended gracefully, approaching the nearly incapacitated Michael Witt, and with an armored hand, patted the president's trembling shoulder with a nauseating tone of consolation. Do not be so despondent. Mr. President, reflect on how you once treated the indigenous peoples, the Native Americans. History often bears an uncanny resemblance, does it not? This malicious reminder spread across the world through the live broadcast, eliciting applause from countless descendants of Native Americans. As Michael Witt watched the demon brazenly spout its rhetoric upon his homeland, before vanishing in a flash of blue light, he felt a sudden breathlessness that engulfed him, and darkness swiftly overtook his vision, causing him to topple backward. The president. Gasps erupted around him, and chaos ensued as officials and guards hurriedly lifted the stricken, unconscious leader from the scene, rushing him to the hospital. Amidst the global upheaval stirred by this astonishing spectacle, a serene yet profoundly authoritative voice resonated like an oracle deep within the hearts of countless mutants worldwide. To all our scattered brethren across the globe, if you yearn to break free from your shackles and bask in the warmth of liberty's sun, Freedom Island shall, in 6 months' time, open its arms to embrace every peace-seeking mutant and aberrant soul. Chen Nan bestowed upon this idyllic island a new name and purpose, freedom. The 6-month grace period was intended for the island's indigenous inhabitants to evacuate or choose to remain. He did not intend to compel all natives to leave. Yet the essence of Freedom Island would undeniably belong to the mutants. When the time came, he would establish an ironclad decree. Any mutant residing on the island would be strictly forbidden from using their powers to oppress others or incite chaos. His vision extended far beyond this. He aspired to transform Freedom Island into a sanctuary for the world's mutant elite. Whether born as mutants or awakened as aberrants, all with potential and ability would be welcomed. When the most formidable mutant forces on this planet converged under his banner, Freedom Island would truly become a transcendent paradise. The power he wielded would become an inexhaustible resource. This message of hope illuminated countless shadowy corners, igniting jubilation and breathless longing. yet it ultimately gave way to a deeper, heart-wrenching silence. Chen Nan's consciousness spread like an invisible web across the globe, keenly sensing the chilling realities echoed in the souls of every mutant. In the depths of a stinking sewer in New York, a girl curled beside a pile of refuse, her hands resembling webbed feet. Her hollow eyes reflecting the faint glow of an electronic screen above, showcasing ads of Hawaii's azure skies. The sunlight of Freedom Island? Its brilliance was blinding, prompting her to instinctively hide her malformed hands deeper into the filth shadows. In Serbia, within the frigid attic of a dilapidated apartment, a teenage boy abruptly withdrew his hands. Cloaked in cold scales and sharp claws, beneath a tattered blanket. The call resonating in his mind was celestial. Yet the flame that had just ignited in his eyes swiftly extinguished. Plane tickets? That string of numbers represented a sum far beyond his and his ailing grandmother's reach. Securing the next meal was a struggle. The freedom that felt as vast as the stars and seas was a luxury too extravagant to fathom. In a foreboding secret laboratory in Eastern Europe, a boy enveloped in skin as hard as rock sat confined within an iron cage. His murky eyes ignited with a fierce light in response to a voice that pierced directly into his mind. Yet, in an instant, the heavy chains rattled, and the chilling reality brutally extinguished the flicker of hope within him. Hope, indeed, is a double-edged sword. While it illuminates the splendid vision of Freedom Island, it simultaneously starkly reflects the insurmountable chasm confronting countless mutant brethren, a despair forged by poverty, physical confinement, social ostracism, and geographical isolation. The road to paradise remains fiercely locked by the icy thorns of reality for far too many. Some freedoms are inherently luxuries, and they have long been stripped of the very right to purchase the ticket of hope in this cruel world. The silent sigh that sweeps through the souls of mutants worldwide echoes with a despair heavier than any curse. At this moment, the reason behind Charles' growing serenity, gentleness, and tolerance became crystal clear to Chen Nan. It was the light of compassion, forged through enduring numerous hells of humanity. In the next heartbeat, his figure materialized deep within a desolate canyon. The roar of rushing water concealed the secrets of the sheer cliffs, while a cavernous entrance, large enough to accommodate several helicopters side by side, loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. His arrival triggered the base's most harrowing alarm. In an instant, a hailstorm of bullets, akin to a metallic tempest, erupted furiously from the darkened entrance. Chen Nan's gaze sharpened, and with a mere gesture of his hand, an invisible force field erupted forth. The metallic torrent that had torn through the air inexplicably came to a standstill before him, as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall of steel. Then, with a subtle flick of his fingers, the suspended bullets suddenly reversed their course, hurtling back with even greater ferocity. The cavern was immediately filled with the echoes of terrified screams and the thuds of collapsing bodies. Within the surveillance room, blinding red lights flashed erratically as the security chief bellowed for reinforcements. Highest alert. Chen Nan stood coldly at the mouth of the cave, his power sealing off the entire nefarious base, preventing even a single fly from escaping. Open fire. From the depths of the passage, a grim-faced sergeant roared the command. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets swarming like locusts, covering every inch of space where Chen Nan stood. Yet, he remained undisturbed, standing resolutely. The bullets, capable of tearing through steel, struck him, yet his clothes did not so much as ripple. The spent shells fell lifelessly at his feet, accumulating into a small, fearsome metallic graveyard. The soldier's pupils dilated in sheer terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. How is this even possible? Before they could fully comprehend the shocking upheaval of their perceptions, Chen Nan abruptly lifted his foot and lightly pressed it against the ground. A thunderous roar erupted as if the earth itself had been struck by a colossal hammer. Violent shockwaves radiated outward from his center, causing the ground to tremble and tear apart. The soldiers ahead barely had time to scream before being violently hurled away by this immense force, crashing against the cold rock walls, their bodies mangled and bloodied. With an emotionless expression, Chen Nan stepped into the bloody passageway. His objective clear, the prison that held the mutant children. The corridor resembled a labyrinth, and more soldiers surged forth from all directions, their gunfire weaving a deadly net. Chen Nan, however, was indifferent to raising his hands. With a mere thought, the scattered metallic debris, twisted shell casings, and broken rebar along the corridor coalesced into the most lethal storm of metal. The air was filled with the piercing sounds of slicing through the void, each flicker accompanied by the abrupt cessation of life. The soldiers, wide-eyed in disbelief, clutched their throats or chests, blood gushing from their wounds, collapsing helplessly to the ground. At that moment, the heavy alloy gates at the passage's entrances slammed down with a thunderous crash, instantly trapping Chen Nan within a cramped metallic cage. The eyes behind the surveillance flickered with cruel anticipation. Chen Nan raised his gaze towards a particular camera, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, radiating absolute disdain. In an instant, the several tons of alloy that confined him disassembled into a cloud of fine golden dust. This dust did not disperse. Instead, it coalesced under Chen Nan's will into countless sharp blades of sand. The air was filled with piercing screams that quickly engulfed the entire space. The sand blades, like a vortex of death, mercilessly reaped the lives of all nearby beings. He tread upon the blood-soaked gravel towards the cage, where the cold iron bars seemed to part in welcome for their master. Inside the cage, the sight was heart-wrenching. Dozens of emaciated children, resembling lifeless rag dolls, huddled on the frigid floor, clearly sedated by powerful anesthetics. Their small bodies were marred by needle marks and surgical scars, some even missing limbs or organs. Their skin stretched taut over bones. It was unfathomable what inhuman torments they had endured. At that moment, a deliberately subdued yet deadly sound of footsteps approached from afar. Chen Nan slowly turned his head. At the end of the corridor, a figure strolled forward, clad in a tight-fitting black leather suit that accentuated her athletic yet cold demeanor. Her Asian features were exquisitely refined yet devoid of vitality. Most striking were the deadly, gleaming adamantium claws adorning her fingers. The Death Maiden, the masterpiece of the strict weaponry program, a pitiable soul stripped of memory and transformed into a killing machine. Her crimson tongue caressed the sharp tips of her claws, and her gaze upon Chen Nan resembled that of a venomous serpent locking onto its prey. In the next heartbeat, she lunged. Her form, swift as a specter, tore through the air with a shrill scream, targeting Chen Nan's throat. Yet, there was no flicker of emotion in Chen Nan's eyes, as if he were merely swatting away an annoying fly with a casual wave of his hand. Bang! An irresistible force collided violently with the Death Maiden. She was struck as if by a high-speed train, letting out a pained gasp before being flung backwards, crashing into the heavy alloy wall, embedding herself deeply into a human-shaped indentation, with debris cascading down around her. Struggling to slide down from the wall, she coughed up blood, her eyes gleaming with even more ferocity as she charged once more, unyielding and reckless. Chen Nan, his patience waning, subtly shifted his thoughts. Buzz! An invisible magnetic force instantly ensnared the Death Maiden, lifting her into the air, and to her horror, her prized adamantine claws began to twist uncontrollably. Thud! The sharp tips turned against her, brutally piercing through her own abdomen, the momentum carrying her as if she were a specimen, nailed to the cold ceiling. A heart-wrenching scream of agony reverberated throughout the confines. The self-healing factors could mend her wounds, yet they could not exempt her from the excruciating pain of this visceral torment. A poor woman? Chen Nan gazed at her contorted face, twisted in pain, and sighed softly. A daughter sold as mere cargo by her own father, utterly erased by Strick. Transformed into a soulless sacrifice. A fleeting wave of compassion washed over him. Instead of taking her life, he raised his hand and tore open a portal of ethereal blue. The force of the teleportation enveloped the Death Maiden, casting her into the doorway. On the other side of the portal, in an unfamiliar street, she landed heavily, the pain causing her to curl up. Yet in the next moment, the sealed memories burst forth like a flood, overwhelming the shackles of brainwashing. She lifted her head, gazing towards the still open portal with eyes no longer cold with murderous intent, but filled with deep-seated hatred and a flicker of confused gratitude. Struggling to rise, she bowed her head deeply towards the doorway. Then, bloodied and filled with seething hatred, she resolutely turned and vanished around the corner. Her target clear, the beastly father who had cast her into hell. Chen Nan withdrew his gaze, looking towards the children in the cage. The strength of his spirit, like the gentlest breeze, softly brushed over them, dispelling the shackles of the anesthetic. The children stirred awake, instinctively curling in fear from the long torment, believing that another round of torture was about to begin. However, what unfolded before my eyes was no longer the white coats and cold instruments, but a man of exquisite temperament, his gaze brimming with an indescribable sorrow. This look was akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, first met with a profound silence, followed by an incredulous gasp. It was the White King. A faint voice, tinged with tears, echoed forth. It was as though a fuse had been ignited. The pent-up fears, anguish, and endless grievances erupted like a volcano as the children opened their mouths wide, wailing uncontrollably. The mere existence of the White King, a name synonymous with hope and strength, shattered all unease, releasing an abyss of despair and terror buried deep within. Witnessing the children's heart-wrenching cries and their bodies marred with scars, Chen Nan felt the suppressed fury within him surge past its breaking point. His voice, however, bore a chilling resonance. Let us go. I shall lead you to vengeance. Chapter 82. He turned, and the ranks behind him swelled rapidly. Every cage before him swung open, as if welcoming a savior. Along the way, soldiers attempting to intervene fell like wheat before an unseen scythe, their bodies strewn across the cold passage. The vengeful procession marched over the flesh and blood of their enemies, advancing towards the brightly lit heart of this hellish research center. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. Communications were severed, all vehicles rendered inoperative, and an invisible prison ensnared them, leaving them no means of escape. Despair spread like a plague. Boom. The heavy alloy doors were flung open as if they were mere paper, shattered by an immense force. The white-coated figures were instantly struck with terror. Some lost control and collapsed to the floor, while others emitted inhuman screams. They were acutely aware of the atrocities they had inflicted upon these children and the reckoning that awaited them. Children. Chen Nan's voice resonated like a judgment from the depths of the abyss. Behold, they are no longer invincible demons. They are merely creatures that bleed and scream. He coldly pronounced, now, seize whatever you can find. Go, tear them apart. With their wails, cleanse your suffering. Torture them until the fear in your hearts dissipates. The children shrank back instinctively, the immense psychological shadows of their past driving them to retreat, their eyes filled with terror. Just then, several slightly older boys let out primal roars and charged forward, the long-suppressed humiliation and hatred erupting in full force. They swiftly grasped surgical knives, broken steel pipes, and even heavy wrenches scattered on the ground, their eyes ablaze with fury, akin to young wolves pouncing on a flock, madly rushing towards the crumpled forms of the beasts and demons. No, don't come closer. Help. Spare me. Once exalted researchers emitted screams 100-fold more harrowing than those of their experimental subjects. The scalpel stabbed wildly, and steel pipes crashed down with ferocity. Blood splattered everywhere. This bloody vengeance blazed like a raging inferno, witnessing the demons wailing, pleading, and struggling in pools of blood. The other children felt the string of fear within them snap at last. The long-suppressed shrieks coalesced into a torrent of retribution. All the children, regardless of age or past timidity, transformed into primal avengers, screaming as they charged forth. Teeth, nails, and any hard object within reach became instruments of their unleashed hatred. The entire research facility instantly morphed into a bloody hell. The flames of revenge and splattered blood stained every inch of the ground, as well as the children's eyes, which now reflected a hollow yet slightly liberated gaze. In Houston, Texas, after once again dismantling an underground fighting ring and rescuing dozens of exploited mutants, Chen Nan's figure materialized on a bustling street. The faint sounds of raucous bar music reached his ears, yet he frowned slightly. In the air lingered a barely perceptible, faint yet eerily familiar essence, cold, dark, imbued with an ancient decay, akin to that of the Black Queen Emma, yet more primal and searing. He strolled into the noisy bar, casually selecting a corner to sit. Amidst the deafening rock music, a nearby table of grease-stained bikers animatedly discussed, "Hey, did you hear? Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze is performing an ultimate jump show in Devil's Canyon tomorrow. That madman. Last time he nearly plunged himself and his bike into hell. I heard he risks everything during his performances. Damn jump. It's all showmanship. But that guy is indeed a reckless lunatic. Johnny Blaze." The name struck Chen Nan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Blade and Ghost Rider, though often relegated to the periphery of the Marvel Universe, were by no means weak. On the contrary, Ghost Rider's power was truly terrifying. Hellfire. It scorches souls and purges sin. The Eye of Judgment. It gazes upon transgressions and incinerates souls. A glare that is more destructive than merely causing someone to wither away. And at its core, the spirit of vengeance. Immortal and indestructible. What if he could harness the power of this spirit of vengeance? Chen Nan lifted his glass, the amber liquid reflecting his profound eyes. A flicker of searing light dancing within. Dr. Strange had once perilously navigated the Eye of Judgment. This power was indeed worthy of careful deliberation. Johnny Blazer's obsession with motorcycles is deeply ingrained in his very being. Within the confines of the Houston sports arena, the roar of engines ignites a fervent atmosphere. As Chen Nan, accompanied by Emma and Sheen, descends into a luxurious suite through a teleportation array, the performance gradually reaches its zenith. Though the distance is considerable, Chen Nan's gaze attempts to seize a trace of hellfire from the figure gracefully maneuvering upon the steel beast. Undoubtedly, Johnny's talent is astonishing. Those high-difficulty maneuvers that could shatter an ordinary rider into pieces flow effortlessly under his command, achieving a sublime unity between man and machine. My dear, the Black Queen Celine, like a boneless feline, languidly nestled in Chen Nan's embrace, leaned closer, her crimson lips brushing against his ear, her voice laced with playful intrigue and a barely perceptible weightiness. That boy with the motorcycle carries the essence of a fallen soul, faint yet pure. As a master of the macabre and the dark, Celine's perception is exquisitely acute. Chen Nan gently patted her restive waist, signaling her to quiet down, yet Celine, undeterred, provocatively raised an eyebrow at Emma across the way. After all, she has been the one in perpetual waiting, ever eager for an opportunity to strike back. Humph, Emma retorted, her expression frosty. Unceremoniously pushing aside Celine to occupy Chen Nan's other leg, she could hardly tolerate the fairy's antics. Celine, mind your manners. Don't lead Chen astray. Emma whispered a warning. Oh dear, Emma sweetheart, Celine chuckled, playfully twirling a strand of Chen Nan's hair with her fingertips. Are you unaware that a satiated woman cannot comprehend the hunger of another? I am quite famished, you know. She intentionally emphasized a particular word. Serves you right. Emma shot back, her retort striking precisely at Celine's sensitive spot. Age, after all, is a tender nerve for women. Enough. Chen Nan, exasperated, sought to quell the rivalry. Let us focus on the performance. Chen is still watching. He cast a glance at Chen Gray, who was wide-eyed and eavesdropping. Clearly, the atmosphere at home required some regulation. The two women exchanged glares, each huffing softly. Claiming their share of Chen Nan's leg, engaging in a silent contest, their subtle movements incessant. Chen Nan's thoughts had long drifted away from the motorcycle exhibition. Overwhelmed by the commotion. Half an hour later, the performance concluded amidst deafening cheers. As the crowd dispersed, Mora wrinkled her nose. A half-smile playing on her lips as she surveyed the air, her gaze flitting between Chen Nan, Celine, and Emma. You all seem quite spirited. Coughing to mask his embarrassment. Chen Nan quickly shifted the topic. All right, you three go find somewhere to dine. I have some personal matters to attend to. Peggy, arms crossed, elegantly rolled her eyes. Her gaze pointedly sweeping over Chen Nan's trousers. I suggest you change before handling your personal affairs. Emma, Celine, try to drink less water on the way. Her implications were clear. Emma and Celine exchanged glances, a hint of suspicion coloring their cheeks. Johnny had just concluded an interview with the television station and left the stadium almost in a flight. His heart raced like a drum. The arrival of his long-lost ex-girlfriend, Rosen, reignited the profound feelings he had thought extinguished. He hurried back to his motorcycle modification workshop and residence, and upon opening the door, he faintly heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. A wave of warmth surged through him, long missed. Gently, he pushed the door open. A smile of anticipation gracing his face as he reached for the wall switch. Click. The moment the lights flickered on, the excitement on Johnny's face froze, transforming into a mask of rage. On the sofa sat an unfamiliar man, lounging as if in his own living room. Rosen. A buzzing filled Johnny's mind. His first thought was the humiliation of betrayal. How could she bring another man to his home? The earlier interview with her television station felt like a cruel irony. No, this was not like Rosen. He suppressed the boiling emotions and discreetly reached for the gun hidden in the toolbox behind him, feeling a semblance of calm with the truth in his grasp. Who are you? Johnny's voice was low and dangerous. The gun raised and aimed at the unexpected guest on the sofa. What are you doing in my house? Chen Nan smiled slightly, unfazed by the gun's muzzle. I apologize for the intrusion, Johnny. I merely wish to confirm something. I don't care what you want to confirm. Johnny's finger rested on the trigger, his gaze fierce. Get out of my house immediately, or I won't hesitate to be impolite. The fiery temperament of the volatile racer was evident. Had it not been for Rosen in the bathroom, the bullet would have long been fired. At that moment, Chen Nan's demeanor revealed no trace of cards, indicating that his youthful encounter with Mephisto had not transformed him into a ghost rider. Aside from a vague, unsettling aura of darkness, no extraordinary powers surged within him. Disappointment. Chen Nan shook his head, a hint of pity in his tone. Put the gun down, Johnny. That thing is of no use to me. Is that so? Johnny scoffed, his finger poised to pull the trigger. Yet, the anticipated thunder did not follow. In astonishment, he looked down to see that the shotgun he had carried for years had disintegrated in an instant, turning into a handful of fine yellow sand that slipped through his fingers and fell to the ground. You see, I told you I was right. Chen Nan's voice carried a note of mockery. Johnny stood frozen, staring at the pile of sand on the floor, his expression shifting unpredictably. A mutant. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and a fierce yearning for power surged within him. All right, now we can talk. Chen Nan leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. You haven't signed a contract with that Mr. Mephisto yet, have you? But it will be soon. Contract. The word struck Johnny's heart like thunder. He suddenly lifted his head, his pupils constricting in profound shock as he fixed his gaze on Chen Nan. His voice altered. How could you know that name? It was a deep-seated terror buried within him, one that even Roshan had never divulged. Chen Nan's smile was inscrutable. There are few things in this world that can elude my grasp. Now, shall we strike a deal? Your fate is inextricably tied to that demon. When you sign the contract with him and gain power. He paused, articulating his terms clearly. Serve as my tool for a week. And as for the reward, Chen Nan extended a finger. $1 million. I trust this sum is not one you would refuse. 1 million. Johnny's breath hitched. Oh my God. Is fortune truly smiling upon me? How fortuitously precise. He instinctively swallowed hard. Are you certain? His voice quivered with disbelief. This is my business card. With a flick of his finger, Chen Nan sent a sleek black metal card gliding onto the coffee table before Johnny. Ecstatic, Johnny snatched up the card, which bore a singular, imposing symbol in dark gold, a crown. The White King, he murmured, entranced, uttering the name that resonated throughout the upper echelons of society. When he looked up again, The sofa was devoid of any presence, as if no one had ever been there. Save for the heap of yellow sand on the floor and the card in his hand, testifying that the encounter was no mere figment of imagination. Meanwhile, Chen Nan's silhouette appeared in a secluded alley, the night breeze coolly tugging at his garments. Just as he took a couple of steps forward, the dim yellow streetlight above him flickered violently without warning. The light sputtered erratically, casting the narrow alley into a kaleidoscope of bizarre fragments. Simultaneously, a chilling wind, reeking of sulfur and decay, surged forth unexpectedly, swirling the fallen leaves and scraps of paper into a frenzied dance, emitting a mournful sound. Chen Nan's steps came to an abrupt halt. Is even the Marvel Universe haunted? A cold smirk graced his lips, far from feeling fear. His eyes ignited with an insatiable curiosity. The chilling wind ceased abruptly, and the flickering streetlight extinguished in an instant, plunging the alley into an absolute silence. In this profound stillness, a gaunt, tall figure emerged silently from the alley's entrance. Clad in an exquisite dark red velvet suit reminiscent of a character from a medieval painting, he leaned upon a staff embedded with unknown gemstones. His skin was an unhealthy pallor, and his gaunt face bore deep-set eyes that burned with an otherworldly, soul-consuming darkness. He moved with an elegant, soundless grace, as if treading upon frozen time, advancing directly towards Chen Nan. In the blink of an eye, the two figures found themselves at the center of the alley, merely 5 paces apart. No words were exchanged. Chen Nan calmly raised his gaze, while the nobleman, leaning on his cane, coincidentally halted his steps. Their eyes met in a silent collision within the dim, desolate alley. Chapter 83. Beneath the hazy glow of the street lamp. In the narrow passageway, an elegantly dressed elder reminiscent of a medieval noble paused, his deep-set eyes burning with an unearthly light. The two exchanged a subtle nod, akin to neighbors greeting one another, before brushing past each other, their silhouettes merging into the shadows at either end of the alley, each retreating into their clandestine plots. The moment Chen Nan's figure vanished, he slipped into the subspace, the overwhelming aura of hell emanating from that old man nearly revealing his identity. Mephisto? In Johnny's repair shop. The unexpected windfall and the long-awaited reunion had his blood boiling with anticipation. Eagerly, he tore off his shirt, ready to rush into the bathroom for a long-overdue encounter with Roshan. Creak. The door opened once more. Johnny's movements froze, an inexplicable fury surging through him. Was it so difficult to handle a single matter? He abruptly turned around, and upon seeing the visitor, the heat within him was extinguished in an instant, leaving only a frigid calm. You ultimately refused to let me go? Johnny's voice was flat, as though proclaiming an inevitable conclusion. Mephisto leaned on his cane, a graceful smile gracing his lips. Ah, Johnny, my child, your performance was quite splendid. I greatly appreciated it. Johnny inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. His gaze unexpectedly serene. It would be best if you kept your distance, though I do owe you a debt of gratitude. This sudden acknowledgement caught Mephisto's meticulously prepared moral coercion in his throat. Oh, Mephisto raised an intrigued eyebrow, the flickering fire in his eyes revealing his curiosity. And so? I have agreed to your terms, Johnny replied, clenching his fists. Mephisto exclaimed, this script is all wrong. The threats and emotional manipulation I had prepared have all become useless drafts? He fell silent for a moment, his scarlet gaze darting toward the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, implying, are you afraid I will harm her? Roshan was, after all, Johnny's greatest vulnerability. No. Johnny unexpectedly shook his head, nonchalantly spreading his hands. Someone offered me $1 million to serve as his bodyguard for a week after signing the contract. That price is simply irresistible. $1 million? For the first time, an expression of sheer astonishment appeared on Mephisto's pale, gaunt face. Had his intricately woven web of fate been pierced by a mere $1 million? Was it that person from earlier? Mephisto felt his heart twitch. Fuck. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have given you 10 million. Johnny's abrupt interruption disrupted the rhythm, and Mephisto, no longer inclined to beat around the bush, darkened his expression. His voice resonated with the chilling echoes unique to the underworld. Very well, the contract is sealed. Your first task is to locate the witch heart demon and eliminate him on my behalf. Eliminate him? Johnny scoffed, as if he had just heard the greatest joke of all time. I merely sold my soul to you, old man. Kill a demon? Do you think my physique is sufficient to serve as a demon's toothpick? He gestured at himself, his face a mask of incredulity. No, my knight. Mephisto's lips curled into a cruel smile, his gaunt fingers elegantly gesturing toward Johnny's beloved Harley motorcycle. Of course you can. For instance, like this. As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding roar erupted. The engine hood of the steel beast erupted into a sudden blaze of icy blue flames. The flames chilling yet imbued with the essence to incinerate all in their path, instantly consuming the metallic shell. No, my bike. Johnny's eyes widened in fury as he lunged forward. But the transformation came even swifter. A searing agony, seemingly birthed from the depths of his soul, gripped him fiercely. The pain transcended the limits of flesh, coursing through his veins like molten lava, incinerating every nerve. With a horrified scream, he clutched his head, curling up on the ground in torment. "Johnny, what happened?" The bathroom door swung open violently, revealing Roshan, wrapped in a towel, her hair damp and her eyes wide with terror. In the subspace layer, Chen Nan observed with clarity. "Is it beginning?" The remnants of reason within Johnny's mind screamed as he was engulfed by hellfire. She must not see. Absolutely not. Amidst inhuman howls and the horrifying sounds of dislocated bones, Johnny, driven by the last vestiges of instinct, staggered toward the burning motorcycle. He mounted it, his hands, now covered in hellfire, twisted the throttle with ferocity. Verum. The engine roared with a demonic growl. Boom. The Harley surged forth like a hellish beast breaking free from its chains, shattering glass windows, enveloped in azure flames, racing into the night of Houston, wherever the wheels tread. They left behind deep imprints burning with unquenchable black flames, leading straight to the desolate outskirts of the city. In an abandoned factory, Johnny could no longer suppress the soul-searing pain as he collapsed to the ground, emitting a cacophony of sounds that blurred the lines between laughter, tears, and madness, echoing hauntingly through the silent ruins. Boom! The azure flames shot skyward. Johnny's body twisted within the fire, his pale skull exposed to the air. And within the eye sockets of the skull, the eternal flames of hell ignited. Burning chains coiled around him, swirling. A new generation of hell's emissary. The vessel of the spirit of vengeance. The hell rider Johnny Blaze was born. In the subspace, a satisfied smirk graced Chen Nan's lips. It seems this $1 million was well spent. His gaze greedily fixated upon the burning skeleton. The eye of judgment. The fires of hell? Undoubtedly formidable, yet they pale in comparison to the vengeful spirit, which is nearly immortal and capable of rebirth. To be alive is to possess all possibilities. Meanwhile, in a forgotten desolate town somewhere in Texas, a dilapidated Gothic church stands as the sole intact structure at the town center. However, this once sacred sanctuary now exudes an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. The moonlight attempts to cascade down but is ravenously consumed by an invisible force of darkness, while the chilling, desperate wails emanate sporadically from the depths of the church, sending shivers down one's spine. Within the church, at the end of a decaying pew, a young man clad in an exquisite black suit, his pallid and sinister visage, sits gracefully. He is none other than the wayward son of Mephisto, the sorcerer of malice. Creak. The rotting door swings open, and a wind laden with dust and the stench of blood surges in, coalescing into a tall, gaunt figure. "My master." The wind demon kneels, his voice trembling with fear and unease. "It appears, yet again, we have failed." The sorcerer of malice rises slowly. A terrifying pressure descends instantly, rendering the wind demon-esque countenance as pale as parchment, nearly suffocating him. "Forgive me, my master." The wind demon quakes as he bows lower. "It is not our incompetence. It is that cursed church, fortified with sacred relics." "Enough." The sorcerer of malice waves his hand, a deeper fire of ambition igniting in his eyes. At this moment, his facade of gentlemanly grace shatters, leaving only pure demonic brutality. "Relay the orders." The sorcerer of malice's voice is resolute. "My patience has been exhausted. We must, at all costs, swiftly locate the covenant. My dear father is likely already in motion." A flicker of profound hatred flashes in his eyes. "Let the earth demon, the water demon, and the others continue to manipulate their puppets, relentlessly assaulting the church. I desire to see those lambs of God slaughter each other in despair. At once." The wind demon, as if granted clemency, transforms into a gust of foul wind and disappears. "Oh, my dear father." The sorcerer of malice stands alone before the tainted altar, emitting a screeching, owl-like laugh. "Did you ever consider this day when you created this abomination? When I tear apart your throne with my own hands? What will your expression be? Ha ha ha." He revels in the twisted fantasy of Mephisto's downfall, his laughter echoing through the vast emptiness of the church. As the morning sun filters through the gaps in the curtains, Chen Nan drowsily opens his eyes, greeted by the alluring silhouettes of Mora and Peggy. The two share a breakfast of fried eggs, their postures languid and intimate, as he tenderly caresses their smooth cheeks. As their eyes met, a smile graced their lips. Cheeks tinted with a delicate blush, yet they instinctively drew closer, surrendering to the moment. Recently, they had indeed developed quite the craving. With the atmosphere ripe for intimacy, they shed their inhibitions. Peggy chuckled softly, effortlessly shifting to a seated position. Meanwhile, the voice of the morning news anchor resonated from the television. "Last night, several churches in Houston, Texas, were subjected to a large-scale attack by unidentified individuals. Strangely, all assailants, once apprehended by the police, claimed complete amnesia regarding the events." Emma, elegantly leaning against the doorframe with a cup of coffee in hand, had long grown accustomed to the enchanting scene unfolding in the bedroom. With calm composure, she added, "It seems your little ambition from last night stirred quite a commotion." Chen Nan, feeling the warmth in her embrace, allowed a knowing smile to play at the corners of her mouth. "Ah, the familial drama has commenced. By the way," Emma took a sip of her coffee, recalling something. "The morning report mentioned that a motorcycle rider named Johnny Blazer is eager to see you. What could he possibly want?" Chen Nan chuckled softly, her hand gliding through Peggy's silky hair. Who could refuse $1 million? Have the Red Devil make a trip to Houston and invite him over. Chapter 84. After orchestrating all these arrangements, a mysterious and fervent smile graced Chen Nan's lips, her eyes sparkling with an uncontrollable anticipation. The spirit of vengeance. The flames of hell. The eye of judgment. She savored the name of the Hellfire Club, a profound sense of destiny washing over her, igniting a tumultuous energy within. This surge of power reverberated, causing Moira and Peggy, who were nearby, to be momentarily affected, both letting out involuntary gasps as their bodies tensed. In her excitement, Chen Nan lost her restraint, her movements quick and urgent. Only after dealing with the Machiavellian schemes of the father-son duo, Mephisto, would the blueprint for Freedom Island emerge. Relocation? It had always been a powder keg. No matter how refined the residents, the harsh reality of losing their homes would inevitably provoke a fierce backlash. Obstinate individuals would undoubtedly abound. Perhaps it would be necessary to prepare some formidable strategies to maintain order, as the resettlement of 1 million people constituted a monumental undertaking. An hour later, Johnny was brought before Chen Nan. He appeared somewhat fatigued, his eyes betraying a lingering shock and confusion from last night as transformation. Yet he wisely opted for silence. Faced with $1 million task, he simply wished to complete it without question. After all, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. He understood this well. "Sit." Chen Nan gestured toward the sofa, her tone matter of fact. "You will remain here for the next few days, without any need to go anywhere or do anything. When the time comes, you will take your money and leave." "Is it really that simple?" Johnny exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had envisioned various perilous missions, yet he never anticipated becoming an extravagant ornament. Indeed, it was that simple. Chen Nan's tone brooked no dissent. He advised Johnny to quell his curiosity for his own benefit. Very well. Johnny acquiesced without hesitation, realizing that refusing such an opportunity would be foolish. After taking a seat, for cards emanating a mysterious glow silently materialized in Chen Nan's view. Hellfire, gold. Eye of Judgment, gold. Spirit of Vengeance, primordial. And Chains of Hell, gold. Inwardly, Chen Nan inquired of the system, wondering if merging these would transform him into one of those burning skeletal figures. He had no affinity for that appearance. It will not. The system's response remained succinct and aloof. "Excellent. You may withdraw now," Chen Nan declared, satisfied as he severed the mental link. The system retorted, "A worthless dog who utilizes people only for their own gain." Without hesitation, Chen Nan focused his intent on the deep, dark golden-hued, primordial card, the Spirit of Vengeance. The extraction commenced. The power involving the essence of foundational rules was indeed extraordinary. Chen Nan keenly sensed that even among the primordial, the weight of this card was vastly different. The time required for extraction and the probability of success served as the most direct measures. Ding. Extraction probability, 49. Estimated extraction time, 48 hours. Ding. Extraction failed. The first attempt ended in failure. Ding. Extraction successful. Merely seconds later, the success prompt for the second attempt arrived. Chen Nan understood. Although the Spirit of Vengeance was classified as primordial, it required only 48 hours for another attempt, with a success probability nearing 50%. This suggested that it might represent a relatively accessible threshold within the primordial category. Recalling the arduous distances when extracting the immature spirit butterfly energy weapon, the efficiency now felt as effortless as breathing. However, even the weakest among the primordial wielded power at the level of rules, sufficient to allow him to look down upon the vast majority of existences. 2 days passed in tranquility. Aside from the bizarre assaults on churches and collective amnesia incidents around the world, a brief silence enveloped the realm. At the moment the ability symbolizing immortal origins, the Spirit of Vengeance, fully integrated into his soul, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped Chen Nan. The shadow of death was utterly dispelled at that instant. He had finally stepped into the realm of true immortality. Simultaneously, a secret regarding the origins of the Spirit of Vengeance surged into his mind, prompting Chen Nan to sneer. "Mephisto, you cunning old fox. You wield a masterful hand in orchestrating the murder of others. This power, originally forged in heaven as a sacred tool to cleanse the sins of the mortal realm, had been sullied and usurped by Mephisto through the fragmented soul of the demon Lord Zatanos, transforming it into his scythe for harvesting souls. The tools of divinity have, paradoxically, become the accomplices of the Lord of Hell. Opening the attributes panel, Chen Nan focused his thoughts. Host: Chen Nan, age, strength, 1136, standard value for an ordinary adult male. 1. Spirit, infinite speed, conceptually transcendent. Beyond quantification beta level abilities. Invisibility alpha level abilities. Control over magnetic fields, 10. Rapid self-healing, 10. Supersonic teleportation, 10. Life absorption, shadow celestial body. Energy absorption, 13. Enhanced mutant abilities, 10. Dimensional transportation. Control over inorganic matter, psychic weaponry. Hellfire. Eye of Judgment omega level abilities. Telepathy, 10. Survival of the fittest. Spirit of Vengeance items. Cosmic Cube cards. White Resource Card 2773, 6. The extensive list of abilities, particularly the top-tier Omega-level powers, filled him with an unprecedented sense of security. He deliberately sought a deserted island to test his newly acquired powers. The Hellfire incinerated the rocks. The Eye of Judgment sent seabirds plummeting in terror. And the Spirit of Vengeance bestowed upon him an undying nature, emboldening him to explore various extremes. After hours of immersive practice, he had begun to grasp these new powers. Once again, he found himself in that cursed, forgotten town. The dilapidated church was suffused with an even more potent stench of blood and decay. The warlock sat before the filthy altar, pale fingers tapping against the crumbling backrest of a chair. The figure of the wind demon swept in like a foul breeze. Kneeling on one knee with a voice laced with suppressed excitement. Master, good news. The holy power of the church has finally been exhausted by those puppets. That obstinate old bishop has relinquished the Holy Vatican contract. Cackling with mad glee, the warlock suddenly rose. His ecstatic laughter echoing grotesquely throughout the empty church like the cries of a night owl. His twisted visage, contorted with sheer exhilaration, revealed sharp fangs. Father, my dear father. He howled into the void, as if Mephisto awaited him just before his eyes. The dominion of hell shall soon change hands. Your throne shall be trampled beneath my feet. The wild cacophony startled a swarm of bats roosting in the bell tower, their flapping wings amplifying the terror. Just as he luxuriated in the frenzied fantasy of being crowned the Lord of Hell, a deep, violent roar resounded. Akin to the growl of a motorcycle engine from the abyss, drawing nearer. It thundered like war drums, shattering the silence of the town's night and interrupting the warlock's ecstatic reverie. Witchheart was jolted with a sudden shock, letting out a sharp, piercing shriek as his crimson pupils constricted, fixated on the church entrance engulfed by darkness. An overwhelming sense of unease and frenzy awakened him instantly. The only one capable of breaching the myriad dark barriers he had erected and pinpointing this location was none other than his exceedingly cunning father. But this presence felt amiss. The wind demon, earth demon, and water demon materialized instantaneously from the shadowy corners of the church, charging towards the doorway, as if facing a formidable foe. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed, steady yet imbued with an unusual rhythm, resonating through the remnants of the engine, reverberating on the church's decayed floorboards. With each step, it felt as though they were treading upon the wildly beating heart of Witchheart. The footfalls carrying an indescribable majesty that uncontrollably birthed a profound fear of a superior existence within him. The dim moonlight struggled to pierce through the stained glass, barely illuminating the entrance. A tall, imposing figure stepped into the tainted sanctuary, backlit by the faint glow. Ignoring the rotting pews on either side, he strode purposefully towards the altar, ultimately halting 10 paces away from Witchheart. The stern visage bore eyes as dark as an abyss, reflecting the distorted figure of Witchheart with unsettling clarity. Within that gaze, there was no flicker of emotion, only a chilling disdain and indifference. Return to your hell. The newcomer was none other than Chen Nan, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable authority, resonating clearly within every corner of the church. These filthy demons spread terror among humanity, their malevolence often attributed to the mutants at the forefront, and they had finally crossed his threshold. Return to hell? The ecstasy on Witchheart's face was swiftly replaced by a grim countenance. It seems we have nothing left to discuss. The dark energy enveloping him began to surge violently, the malevolent aura within the church boiling in response. Chen Nan fell silent, merely casting a glance out the window. Outside the church, the roar of the hellish engines surged to a crescendo. The newly arisen evil spirit knights had arrived on the battlefield, perfectly suited for the task of clearing the minions. Chapter 85 Buzz. Chen Nan raised his hand, and with a swift motion, countless golden rays converged into a colossal golden sword, resting in his palm. The radiant golden light illuminated the entire church, dispelling the somber darkness and malevolence. In that moment, all that remained in Witchheart's eyes was the cold, domineering figure that shone like the sun. The clothes of the spirit butterfly, the weapons, all favored purple. Perhaps purple held a certain allure. Yet, he adored the sun. In this moment, the night in Vatican City felt as though it was suffused with the stench of sulfur and decay, as if the very air had congealed into a morass. The church spire pierces the dark crimson sky, while the gnarled, lifeless trees resemble the desperate, outstretched arms of a dying giant reaching for the heavens. In the distance, the burning skeletal knight Johnny stands as the epicenter of a hellish tempest, wielding chains that have transcended mere iron to become a roaring flame dragon, emitting a piercing shriek with each lash, creating rippling waves of searing distortion in the air. The fiery arc of the chains weaves a net of flames in the darkness, ensnaring three twisted shadows. The wind demon morphs into a roaring whirlwind of dust. The earth demon coalesces into a towering behemoth of crumbling rock, while the water demon surges forth with a viscous, black venom aimed at Johnny. Their clash is fierce and unyielding, with each tightening of the chains scattering blinding sparks, and though Johnny remains somewhat inexperienced, he is skilled enough to elicit inhuman howls from these fiends. The struggle between fire and darkness transforms the area into a boiling furnace, causing the ground to fracture beneath Johnny's feet. Yet, the true heart of this battleground is shrouded in a disquieting silence. Chen Nan stands solemnly within the ancient church. Several dozen meters ahead of him, the son of the witch-heart demon Mephisto unfurls his vast bat-like wings. Having acquired the pact of Saint Vangasa, he has become grotesquely inflated, with lava-like patterns coursing across his wings, and each flap stirs a terrifying gale of wickedness. His pale, otherworldly visage contorts with ecstasy as he recites an ancient blasphemous incantation, and Chen Nan merely observes this spectacle without interruption, allowing him to merge with the pact of St. Vangasa. With both hands raised high, the witch-heart demon forcibly rends the fabric of space as if it were poor-quality cloth. A vast chasm, its edges swirling with viscous darkness and sickly green hellfire, expands frantically, revealing a maddening abyss of endless whirlpools, where world-ending energy roars within. The demons are on the verge of erupting forth as a torrent of destruction. Behold, insignificant insects. The witch-heart demon's voice resonates with the tearing of space, sharply piercing through the chaos of the battlefield. The feast of hell will commence upon the mortal realm. Your wail shall be. His grandiose proclamation is abruptly severed, without warning. Chen Nan, weary of the incessant prattle, has had enough. In a flash, he appears like a specter behind the witch-heart demon, close enough to discern every bristle raised in shock upon the demon's wings. With his left hand slightly outstretched, he strikes the demon's grand wings, symbols of infernal dominion. With a forceful blow, crack, the sound of bones shattering under immense pressure erupts violently, as the witch-heart demon's once proud left wing, adorned with flowing lava patterns, is shattered to pieces by an unseen, yet terrifying power at the moment Chen Nan's palm converges. The resilient wing bones, as unyielding as tempered steel, emitted a lament of unbearable burden, followed by the expansive wing membranes, along with the dark veins coursing beneath, being instantaneously crushed into fragments. The blackened blood erupted like burst berries, spewing forth in a haze of smoke. The cackling of the witch-heart demon abruptly transformed into a chilling, pitch-altered wail. Its massive form propelled violently forward by the sudden, excruciating pain and imbalance originating from its very foundation. Seizing the opportunity, a golden greatsword was swung forth, unleashing a dazzling brilliance directed at the point of its shattered wing. With a splat, the immense bat-like wing proved unexpectedly resilient, ensnaring the concentrated energy of the greatsword. A peculiar twist of fate indeed. Yet, the witch-heart demon was left cursing in frustration, its colossal body staggering forward from the agony and disarray, while demon blood splattered like ink upon the scorched earth, hissing as it billowed smoke. Chen Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, dispersing the energy of the greatsword. Before his left foot seemingly carelessly descended, Buzz, the sacred ground of Saint Vangasa, like a slumbering giant, was abruptly awakened. Across the battlefield, the scattered mass of granite, shattered remnants of sacred statues, and ancient sarcophagus lids, long buried beneath the earth, resonated with a deep, sonorous echo under Chen Nan's will. They broke free from the shackles of gravity and the dust of time, soaring through the air from all directions. Stones, metals, and earth, the hardened remnants of the battlefield converged frantically, coalescing into an immense rock hand that obscured the sun, hovering within mere meters before Chen Nan. Each contour of the palm was formed by fractured Roman columns, with fingertips composed of the remnants of cathedral spires, and the palm radiated a dark red hellfire, rolling like molten lava, exuding a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all, imbued with a weighty will that seemed to crush the very heavens. As the colossal hand took form, it paused not for an instant, bearing down with the might to shatter mountains upon the witch-heart demon, which had just regained its balance and was filled with a mix of anger and shock, attempting to retaliate. The trajectory was a manifestation of pure power, a testament to the earth's fury. Ants, you shall not escape. The witch-heart demon's eyes blazed with a vengeful green light. as a tangible surge of abyssal demonic energy swirled around it, transforming into countless wailing, vengeful tendrils, striving to thwart this overwhelming strike. Boom. The rock hand collided fiercely with the abyssal energy. Yet there was no stalemate. Only an overwhelming force of annihilation remained. The vengeful tendrils, upon contact with the hellfire at the edges of the colossal hand, shrieked as they vaporized. The barrier that encapsulated the witch heart demon's vast energy crumbling within less than half a second, shattering like fragile glass. The hand's momentum did not wane. Solidly crashing down upon the witch heart demon's chest, laden with the weight of the entire battlefield's ruin and the fury of hellfire. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Following this was a cataclysmic roar of destruction that echoed like the collapse of mountains and the rending of the earth. Where the witch heart demon was struck, the very fabric of space seemed to collapse inward for a fleeting moment. His entire body was akin to a rag doll hurled by a catapult, hurtling towards the ground with a velocity almost imperceptible to the naked eye, mercilessly smashed by the overwhelming force. Upon impact, the earth was no longer merely depressed. It was as if a celestial meteor had collided head-on. A terrifying chasm, measuring several dozen meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, formed in an instant. Spiderweb-like fissures radiated from the pit, frantically tearing and spreading until they reached the horizon. Dust mixed with shattered stones and the acrid smoke of sulfur ascended like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion, nearly obscuring the sanguine moon in the heavens. The shockwave transformed into a tangible ring of destruction, roaring across the entirety of the Holy Vatican, utterly leveling the remnants of distant walls. Johnny's burning chains hesitated momentarily in the air, momentarily daunted by this sheer force of violence. In the distance, the cacophony of the entangled winds, earth, and water demons eerily paused, leaving only the lament of the earth echoing through the realms. Deep within the chasm, as the dust gradually settled, a horrifying sight emerged. Bathed in moonlight, Chen Nan descended like the Grim Reaper, regrettably unrecorded by any camera to capture such a moment. The witch heart demon lay at the bottom of the pit, as if impaled into the very ground.